Title: I am your rival, not your wife. Qi Xiaoqing could hardly believe that she had traversed into the melodramatic realm of a cliché female-oriented novel, becoming a mere cannon fodder antagonist. Faced with a grim fate from the outset, she decisively transformed into a fragile and lovesick girl, professing her feelings to the protagonist. Tao Tao, it is you whom I adore. You clearly said you like me, why do you seek others? I shall not permit you to love anyone else. Your affections belong solely to me. With the intention of winning her heart, she planned to feign her demise in a dramatic act of self-sacrifice, aspiring to become the singular object of her affection. However, as time unfolded, Qi Xiaoqing began to sense something amiss. The protagonist appeared to be developing an unhealthy obsession. Hey, Xiaoqing, you can love no one but me. Chapter 1. Antagonist? But I'm lovesick. Forward. This narrative exists in an alternate world, devoid of any real-world parallels, inappropriate influences, or distorted moral perspectives. It contains no elements of violence and is suitable for all ages. Read with confidence. Thank you. Here begins the story. With a creak, the wooden bed before her emitted a sound. Qi Xiaoqing lifted her gaze, her expression intricate beneath her disheveled bangs. A delicate girl with porcelain skin was restrained upon the wooden bed, her limbs splayed in a star-like manner, wrists and ankles bound. Her fair neck and slender waist were equally ensnared. Rendered immobile, she could only emit muffled whimpers, her tear-filled eyes yearning to articulate something. With her disheveled, lustrous long hair cascading around her and an enchanting visage, the young girl exuded an indescribable aura of ethereality. When confronted by the girl's furious gaze, Qi Xiaoqing averted her eyes, feeling a twinge of guilt. It had been 10 minutes, and she could scarcely fathom how she had found herself transported into the pages of a novel. The book in question was titled The Cannon Fodder Female Supporting Role Strikes Back. All the male gods fall into my embrace. The narrative unfolded much like its title suggests in the early to mid-stages. The protagonist, Su Tao, vanquished numerous female antagonists, using her innate gentleness to ensign. Our various urban moguls, elite warriors, and male deities, gradually ascending to the pinnacle of her life. However, the original owner of this body was the most memorable antagonist in the eyes of readers. She had grown up alongside Su Tao, their bond akin to childhood sweethearts. Yet, Su Tao's brilliance overshadowed her entirely, capturing the hearts of countless male gods. Had Su Tao been a heartless seductress, accepting the so-called male deities, it might have been bearable. Yet, she embodied the archetype of a pure-hearted heroine, simultaneously rejecting all suitors while proclaiming, Xiaoqing, you are my most treasured friend. To the original owner, Su Tao's words felt like a display of superiority, a mockery. Consequently, she succumbed to a complete transformation into darkness, opposing the female lead at every turn, ultimately inciting the affections of all the male protagonists and supporting characters. And then, in a fit of rage, the male lead battered the original owner to the brink of death before casting her into the sea, allowing her to drown mercilessly. Furthermore, as a mere pawn in the narrative, her plight extended to her family, who were not spared from the ensuing chaos. Does this mean that I'm destined to meet my demise next? Qi Xiaoqing widened her eyes, her heart crying out in despair. Before encountering the truck that would lead to her misfortune, she had once been a model student, adorned with a red scarf. Everyone else had traversed through time. Why was she the one to face such a dire beginning? At that moment, the voice of the villainous system echoed in her mind once more. Therefore, host, do not hesitate. Death is inevitable. So why not indulge in the experience of the female protagonist first? According to the plot, the male lead's henchman will be arriving soon. Do you truly expect me to engage with the female lead? We are the villains. We must engage in villainous deeds to accrue emotional value. Qi Xiaoqing disregarded the nonsensical ramblings of the useless villain system. Preserving her life was of utmost importance. Having the chance to live again, she refused to accept her fate so easily. She had read countless novels about reincarnation and time travel now. There was only one way to ensure her survival. Her gaze fell upon the restrained Su Tao. It was no surprise that she was the sole female protagonist in the story. Her beauty and figure were of the highest caliber. Unfortunately, she was merely a girl, which rendered her unapproachable. Yet, in Su Tao's eyes, Qi Xiaoqin's series of mental musings appeared quite different. At times contemplative, at others displaying a smile, she seemed utterly deranged. Despite her struggles, Su Tao showed no signs of compassion. Why was this happening? Xiao Chun, we were the best of friends, were we not? While Su Tao indulged in her thoughts, Qi Xiaoqin had already devised a plan to preserve her own life. The sole means of breaking the impasse lies with the female protagonist. The original character's demise is largely attributable to Su Tao's despair, allowing the male leads to Ruth. Leslie pursue her demise, that, if this can be circumvented, her chances of survival will significantly increase. Qi Xiaoqin, clutching a small knife, strolled leisurely to Su Tao's side. She reached out and swiftly removed the cloth binding. Cough, cough. Cough, cough, cough. Su Tao erupted into a fit of violent coughing. After a considerable time, she managed to glance at Qi Xiaoqin, her innocent eyes reflecting a mixture of despair and confusion. Xiaoqin, why? Her voice, hoarse for being confined without sustenance for half a day, trembled slightly. Why treat me this way? I have never regarded you as an adversary. Qi Xiaoqin's lips curled into a smile as she leaned against the bed's edge, her striking crimson eyes glowing vividly in the darkness. Her voice, laced with excitement and barely contained tremors, filled the air. Tao Tao, why do you think? Her acting prowess surged, emanating an ever-present aura of danger. With a delicate hand, she caressed Su Tao's smooth cheek, causing the latter to shiver involuntarily. It's because of Yu Liang and the others, right? Xiaoqin, you harbor feelings for them, and thus you believe I am encroaching upon them? Su Tao's smile was tinged with despair, her gaze laden with an indescribable bitterness. Xiaoqin, I have long told you that we grew up together. You are the most important person in my life. Hope flickered in her eyes, and her tone softened in that moment. Please, Xiaoqin, release me that I will not hold it against you. We can still be good friends. Then why have you been so close to them? Yeah. Su Tao was perplexed by Qi Xiaoqing's words. Suddenly, Qi Xiaoqing leaned in closer, their faces mere inches apart. Su Tao could feel the warmth of Qi Xiaoqing's breath brushing against her cheek as strands of chestnut hair cascaded down. Whether it was due to anxiety or fear, Su Tao's heart raced uncontrollably. Qi Xiaoqing inquired, articulating each word deliberately, if you believe I am the most significant person to you, then why do you maintain such close ties with Yu Liang and Dong? Fangyang? Su Tao opened her mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. Qi Xiaoqing smiled, playfully pinching Su Tao's cheek. Tao Tao, you have no idea what I truly desire. Do you think I harbor affection for Yu Liang and Si Chun, hence my jealousy towards you, my antagonism, and my disruption of your relationship with them? With her cheek still pinched, Su Tao struggled to respond. Isn't that the case? As a close friend, she believed she understood Qi Xiaoqing well. Their friendship had encountered tumult, primarily because the boy she fancied did not return her feelings and instead pursued Su Tao. This included the incident of the kidnapping that took place today. In the afternoon, Su Tao had been compelled to accept Yu Liang's invitation to attend an evening gala, presenting herself as his companion. Meanwhile, Qi Xiaoqing was neglected, overlooked, and even ridiculed by Yu Liang. This ignited her jealousy into a burning resentment. Thus, she resorted to kidnapping Su Tao the evening before the gala. It was not mere narcissism in Su Tao's perspective. This was the reality that had transpired. The original owner had indeed taken such drastic measures for this very reason. Her hatred for Su Tao had reached an apex. However, the soul of Qi Xiaoqing had been completely exchanged, yet her words left Su Tao utterly astonished. With a hint of a twisted madness, the crimson-eyed lowly laughed maniacally. Tao Tao, I have never harbored any affection for Yu Liang or Dong Fangyang. Qi Xiaoqing leaned closer to Su Tao, softly exhaling warm breath against her ear. Tao Tao, the person I cherish most is you. Upon finishing, she playfully extended her delicate tongue to caress Su Tao's earlobe. In a hushed tone, she continued, Tao Tao, do you know? I love you. I love you. I love you. I hate you. I hate you. I hate you. If I am your most significant person, why do you still seek the company of Yu Liang and the others? Isn't one of me enough? Chapter 2. Love you, love you, love you. The deep, raspy tremor of her voice struck Su Tao like a bolt from the blue, leaving the white moonlight heroine frozen upon her bed. The plan of the sickly sweet lowly. This was Chi Xiaoqing's strategy to break the stalemate. The several male leads already despised the original protagonist now. With this latest kidnapping incident, they would be driven to madness by their hatred for her. To ensure her survival, it was imperative for the heroine to intervene. Reforming? Su Tao's character was that of a soft, gentle, white moonlight figure, often lost in her own thoughts and easily swayed. Whenever the male leads exerted their dominance, she would falter, lacking stability. Only by leaving a profound impression within her heart, compelling her to care for herself and protect her own well-being, could she hope to survive. As Qi Xiaoqing's thoughts surged, the system in her mind incessantly chimed with a ding-ding sound. The protagonist, Su Tao, was profoundly shaken by the words of her host. Emotional value 3. Emotional value 10. This was one of the system's primary functions whenever a significant character from the original narrative, be they a supporting role or the protagonist, experienced a considerable emotional upheaval due to Qi Xiaoqing's actions. She could acquire emotional value. However, this novice gift package required 100 emotional points to unlock. While others received theirs freely, this system demanded a payment in absolute trap for the innocent young girl. With only 13 emotional points, she was far from her goal. Noticing Su Tao's stunned silence, Qi Xiaoqing propped herself up on the edge of the bed and swiftly stood atop it. Her attire today was quite simple, a white sailor suit paired with a black skirt, her posture now commanding from above. Having grown up together, they had been good friends for over a decade. Su Tao had always regarded Qi Xiaoqing as her dearest friend, her most cherished sister. To rekindle their friendship was her desire. Yet now, she felt akin to a child aspiring to be an astronaut, abruptly slapped by Joy's grandmother. Did my once dear friend harbor feelings for me? Her thoughts were a tumult of confusion, her composure lost. She bent down again, her hands resting on the bed frame under her arms. Qi Xiaoqing, not even reaching 1.6 meters, felt remarkably light. Su Tao barely sensed any weight at all. In her line of sight, Qi Xiaoqing leaned forward, a waft of fragrance enveloping Su Tao's senses. With chestnut tresses cascading down one side of her face, Su Tao watched as a delicate hand gently caressed her cheek. The fingertips made a soft contact. Before long, Qi Xiaoqing revealed a bewitching smile, a blend of feigned charm and genuine affection, aimed at making Su Tao aware of her actions. With a graceful motion, she tucked Su Tao's disheveled hair behind her ear and exhaled softly. After allowing Su Tao a few moments to process and accept, Qi Xiaoqing spoke in a soothing tone. Tao Tao, I adore you, truly and deeply. Ever since childhood, when you defended me from bullies and led me from the shadows into the light, I have been irrevocably enamored with you. I fell hopelessly in love. Qi Xiaoqing gazed intently into Su Tao's bewildered eyes. I understood that to remain by your side, I had to be sensible, so I harbored my feelings in secret, convincing myself. Had it was acceptable for you not to reciprocate, I was content merely watching you from a distance. But, Qi Xiaoqing's tone suddenly intensified. You have always told me that I am your most treasured friend, your most significant person, your favorite. Since you have expressed this to me, why then do you betray me? Like a cursed spirit cursing the depths of hell, Qi Xiaoqing's voice turned bitter. Yiliang, Sichun, Dongfangyang, why pursue them when you already have me? The last words were almost a scream, filled with anguish. Su Tao began to struggle fervently, yet her entire being was ensnared, and the words that lingered on her lips grew increasy. Ingly urgent. N-O, Xiaoqing. I merely. Before she could articulate her thoughts, she was abruptly interrupted as Qi Xiaoqing fiercely grasped her cheek. Her voice took on a sickly sweet softness. There is no need for explanations, Tao Tao. Regardless of the circumstances, my affection for you remains unwavering, and you shall belong solely to me. The tone was both obsessive and tinged with madness, leaving Su Tao momentarily at a loss. One moment, her words were gentle, the next, they plummeted into an abyss. As Su Tao sensed Qi Xiaoqing's intent, she hastily implored, Xiaoqing, please let me explain. It's not like that with Yiliang or Dongfangyang. Her voice was abruptly silenced. Su Tao's eyes widened in shock. Her struggling form stilled in an instant. Then, a more frantic struggle ensued. The protagonist Su Tao is profoundly shaken by the host's actions. Emotion level 5. Emotion level 8. Emotion level 14. The notifications of emotional levels echoed in her mind. Qi Xiaocheng understood that the overwhelming influx of information was too much for Su Tao to process. However, acquiring the novice gift package required 100 emotional points, and this was still insufficient. Feeling Su Tao's feeble attempts to break free, Qi Xiaocheng scoffed inwardly. With a swift motion, she revealed her beautifully curved crescent smile. Her sharp little canine teeth sank in with determination. Such an impression would surely linger. At that very moment, the wooden door of the basement was forcefully kicked open. "Miss Su Tao." A man in a suit gasped for breath as he leaned against the threshold, his face etched with urgency. In the next instant, he froze in place. What on earth was happening? He vividly recalled how the young master had urgently instructed him to rush over upon discovering Miss Su Tao's location, insisting that any delay could result in her harm. Yet, the current scene suggested. It seemed she was not in any danger at all. The bodyguard in the suit could never have anticipated the intimate tableau unfolding within the basement. From his peripheral view, he beheld Su Tao in a state of restraint, while Qi Xiaocheng knelt on the bed, her posture bent, as if the scene was so enchanting that it felt almost inappropriate to observe. Suddenly, he snapped back to reality, sternly pointing at Qi Xiaocheng. "Release Miss Su Tao." His voice startled both Qi Xiaocheng and Su Tao. Propelled by a single hand, the bed creaked ominously as Qi Xiaocheng gracefully rose. Her expression soured as she slowly turned her head, strands of hair falling delicately across her eyes. She cast a sidelong glance at the intruder, her crimson eyes glimmering with an unusual light in the dim ambience. Unbeknownst to him, a small knife had found its way back into her grasp, now poised against Su Tao's neck. With a frosty gaze fixed on the bodyguard, she warned, "Leave, or you shall discover the consequences." Chapter 3. The impending ruin. Upon encountering the small blade glinting with a chilling shimmer, the man in the suit felt a shiver run down his spine. The moment that had seemed somewhat pleasant now appeared as a mere illusion. The true essence of the enchanting, crimson-eyed girl before him was nothing short of madness and desperation. He swallowed hard, casting a furtive glance at Su Tao, who was trembling with her eyes tightly shut. Taking a cautious step forward, he stammered, "You. Please don't act rashly, I." Before he could complete his sentence, Qi Xiaocheng interrupted, "I will count to 3. If you do not leave, you may as well prepare to collect her remains." With that, she turned her attention back to Su Tao, whispering softly, "It's all right, Tao Tao. I have long wished for this to end, but the journey would be terribly lonely without your company. I do not wish for your demise, rather, I cherish you. Therefore, no matter where we are, we must remain together." Without granting Su Tao a chance to respond, Qi Xiaocheng glared at the suited man. 3. The man was immediately struck with fear. "Where 1 and 2? His anxiety surged, leaving him no choice but to hastily retreat outside. He even took the considerate step of closing the basement door behind him before swiftly dialing his master, Yiliang. The moment he exited, Qi Xiaocheng let out a silent sigh of relief. Concurrently, a voice echoed in her mind. "Ding. Congratulations, host. You have reached 100 emotional points. Would you like to exchange for the beginner's gift pack?" "Exchange," she exclaimed internally, and before her appeared a virtual panel visible only to her eyes. "The novice gift package has been successfully redeemed. Obtained random skills, acting, intermediate, pain reduction, intermediate, nutrient liquid, beginner." The first 2 skills were comprehensible to Qi Xiaocheng, but the third skill left her perplexed. "System, what does nutrient liquid mean?" "Any liquid that the host can directly or indirectly come into contact with can be autonomously controlled by the host regarding its taste, nutritional value, and whether it is harmful." Qi Xiaocheng. She recalled some scenarios that could only be found in certain novels. It is well known that there are numerous liquids that can be supplemented on a girl's body. However, given the current dire situation, she could not afford to let her mind wander. Originally, Qi Xiaocheng planned to escape through another hidden door before the male lead arrived. But now, her gaze settled on Su Tao's face. This white moonlight heroine seemed to have short-circuited due to the overwhelming events, her mouth slightly agape, and her pupils vacant, as if she had been broken. In truth, Qi Xiaocheng understood that she was merely struggling to process such an influx of information. As the saying goes, fortune favors the bold. A more memorable thought crossed Qi Xiaoqin's mind. She smiled slyly, realizing that such an idea might be too much for Tao Tao to accept. But as the heroine, she must possess an unwavering resolve, right? So, should she give it a try? Meanwhile, outside the door, the suited man finally reached Yi Liang on the phone, anxiously stating, "Young master, where are you? Something significant has occurred here. What should we do?" Yi Liang's deep voice carried a hint of urgency. "I'll be there in 2 minutes. What is the situation on your end? I have located the basement. But that wretched Qi Xiaoqin is threatening me with Miss Su Tao. I am rendered powerless." "Curse that vile woman," Yi Liang exclaimed, sensing that the woman had likely lost her sanity. "Calm her down first. I shall arrive immediately." At that moment, the sounds of Su Tao's labored breathing and the creaking of the wooden bed echoed from the basement. Yi Liang on the other end of the phone was momentarily taken aback. "What is that noise on your end? Just a moment ago, it was merely a kiss. Now the bed is creaking. I dare not imagine what they are doing inside." He pondered. "You are both young women. How could you be engaging in such raucous activity?" Gazing at the phone still in his hand, he fell into deep contemplation. Yi Liang urged, "Speak. What is the situation over there?" The suited man took a deep breath. "Young master, what I am about to disclose is quite terrifying. Please do not be angered. Stop with the nonsense, just tell me. What is happening over there?" The suited man replied, "Young master, I suspect you may have been betrayed." Yi Liang retorted, "Who would dare to do such a thing?" Qi Xiaoqin. After what felt like an eternity of 3 minutes, Yi Liang finally arrived. With his side-swept bangs, clad in a black jacket, and standing at 6 feet tall, he exuded an imposing presence as he approached the basement door accompanied by several bodyguards. Upon catching sight of the timid suited man at the door, he scowled and spat. "Incompetent fool." Then, with a powerful kick, he forced the door open. "Qi Xiaoqin, I warn you." But before he could finish, there was no trace of Qi Xiaoqin within the room. Su Tao remained bound to the bed, her mouth slightly parted, her eyes devoid of life. Her long, lustrous hair cascaded over her shoulders, and her complexion was ghastly pale. In one corner of the basement, a shadowy door stood ajar. "You've come, Yi Liang," she murmured, her smile reminiscent of a wilting rose. Upon hearing that hoarse voice, Yi Liang felt a pang in his heart. Clenching his fists, he resolved, "Qi Xiaoqing. I will ensure she pays for this." Upon hearing that name, Su Tao's heart tightened. It was as if the sickly, soft tone still lingered in her ears, incessantly whispering, "I like you." She bit her lip, tasting the remnants of orange juice, and glanced at Yi Liang. "Perhaps we should not concern ourselves with Xiaoqing for now." Yi Liang, still engulfed in fury, retorted, "Su Tao, your kindness is your downfall. You have endured so much torment at her hands. I refuse to care for Qi Xiaoqing any longer." A suited man beside them timidly raised his hand. "Young master, should we not first remove the shackles from Miss Su Tao?" Yi Liang's face flushed with embarrassment. "I apologize, my emotions got the better of me. Su Tao, I shall free you at once." After a brief search, he soon found the key that Qi Xiaoqing had intentionally left on the table. "Su Tao, she hasn't harmed you, has she?" At this inquiry, Su Tao instinctively placed her fingertips to her lips. At first, it was nothing. She even extended her tongue. She exchanged a glance with the suited man. Both fell into a heavy silence. Chapter 4. Her scent. Yi Liang discerned the unsettling change in Su Tao's demeanor. His heart tightened with concern. He turned to the suited man. "What transpired just now? Speak." The suited man recoiled slightly, casting a glance at the reticent Su Tao. With a determined grit, he spoke, "Young master, when I first entered, I witnessed Miss Su Tao bound to the bed, and then..." His voice trailed off, growing faint. "Then Qi Xiaoqing was atop Miss Su Tao, and they were kissing." Yi Liang's eyes widened in shock, and the other bodyguards mirrored his astonishment. Who was unaware of the profound affection the young master held for Miss Su Tao? How could such divisive words be uttered? "Su Tao, is this true?" Su Tao glanced aside, gently shaking her head. "No, she merely tied me to the bed and left me there, warning me not to approach you again." "Ah, that is a relief." Yi Liang turned his gaze towards the man in the suit. "You dare to tarnish Su Tao's reputation and yet remain here? Why not hasten through the hidden door to pursue Qi Xiaoqing?" Upon hearing this, Su Tao reached out, intending to halt the man in the suit. Yet, as the words lingered on her lips, she found herself at a loss for how to articulate her thoughts. Even she was bewildered as to why she felt compelled to defend Qi Xiaoqing. What she had done was undeniably excessive. Su Tao had always yearned to restore their former friendship, but in light of recent events, could they truly remain friends? Memories of their shared moments flooded her mind, only to be swiftly overshadowed by the haunting image of Qi Xiaocheng's sudden transformation into a fragile state. For over a decade, why had she remained oblivious to the fact that Xiaocheng harbored feelings for her? After all, she had only ever regarded her as a sister. Steeling herself, she addressed Yi Liang. Perhaps we should just disregard Xiaocheng? Are you still defending her? She did not treat me poorly merely. Su Tao stammered, at a loss for words to explain the events that had just transpired. Yi Liang snorted, fully aware that she simply harbored feelings for me. She ought to take a look at herself. She was short and unremarkable, her foundation thicker than the grime on the soles of my shoes, utterly oblivious to her own shortcomings. The notion that I could ever be attracted to her seemed as unlikely as the heavens collapsing. His words dripped with disdain. Yi Liang exuded pride and confidence. Su Tao opened her mouth again, but ultimately refrained from defending Qi Xiaocheng. Instead, she weakly asserted, Xiaocheng actually realizes her mistake. She just told me that she won't cling to you anymore. Let us give her another chance, shall we? Upon witnessing the tears in the eyes of the one he admired, Yi Liang's heart softened. Very well, I shall acquiesce to your wishes. His tone was gentle as he reached out, intending to draw Su Tao into his embrace. Yet, to his surprise, Su Tao quickly stepped back, evading his hold. His expression turned to one of bewilderment. Observing the complex emotions on Su Tao's face, he soon comprehended the reason. After all, she had not yet accepted his pursuit. Surely, she must wish for solitude at this moment? Or perhaps it was merely the result of my timely intervention, leaving her flustered? Yes, that must be it. Yi Liang brushed a stray lock of hair from his forehead and said to Su Tao, let us step outside, to my private hospital, where I can have a doctor examine your health. Su Tao nodded vacantly, maintaining a distance of a step from Yi Liang. He became all the more convinced that Su Tao was simply feeling shy. Unbeknownst to her, Su Tao's delicate tongue was tenderly grazing the area inside her mouth where she had been bitten, her mind consumed by the image of that petite figure, both lost and relieved. Meanwhile, Qi Xiaocheng, having escaped the basement through a hidden door, relied on her memory to discern the right direction and swiftly made her way home. Her hair was slightly disheveled, hands tucked into her pockets, and her head was lowered to avoid drawing attention from passers-by. Yet her youthful face was etched with anxiety. Damn it! She had overestimated her own physical capabilities. After just a brief sprint, she was already feeling dizzy and lightheaded. More pressing was the fact that the man in the suit was relentlessly pursuing her. Host, keep going. You are almost home. Shut up, you useless system. Or at least provide me with some actual assistance. 20 points of emotional value consumed, temporarily enhancing the host's physical resilience for a duration of 3 minutes. A warm surge flowed from her lower abdomen to her limbs, and nearly exhausted, Qi Xiaocheng stumbled but managed to regain her balance. Even so, she still felt utterly fatigued and weak. Glancing back at the man in the suit, she noted he was now less than 20 meters away. This simply would not do. She needed to devise a plan to escape. Casting her gaze about, she suddenly spotted a glimmer of hope. Approaching her was a tall, sturdy young man, his eyes betraying the characteristic naivety of a university student. In a moment of inspiration, Qi Xiaocheng took several quick steps and then dramatically stumbled, collapsing at the young man's feet. Chen Kuan, quick on the uptake, rushed to support her. Having been single for 23 years, he found himself unervingly close to a girl for the first time, his heart racing. His gaze instinctively darted away as he asked, "Are you all right?" With a soft whimper, Qi Xiaocheng shed tears in her distress, exclaiming, "Brother, please help me. There's a man in a suit chasing after me." "What?" Chen Kuan's eyes widened in disbelief. It seemed that not only was the suited man sinister, but Qi Xiaocheng had also marked him. "He suddenly abducted me and attempted to kidnap me. I barely managed to escape, and now he is pursuing me." Tears streamed down her face as she spoke. The new skill bestowed by the system had been utilized by Qi Xiaocheng with remarkable finesse. At this point, Chen Kuan could no longer remain seated. Anger surged within him. In broad daylight, how could such a thing occur? He quickly shielded Qi Xiaocheng behind him and glared at the man in the suit. "Is that the person over there?" Yes. Qi Xiaocheng nodded vigorously, then curiously added, "That big brother looks quite strong. If you're not up to it, maybe we should run?" Could a man ever admit defeat? Chen Kuan rolled up his sleeves and boldly approached. Observing this, Qi Xiaocheng couldn't help but smile mischievously. Seizing the opportunity, she swiftly retreated while shouting, "Help! Kidnapping!" Upon hearing her, Chen Kuan followed suit, rallying the concerned onlookers as he pointed at the suited man, declaring, "It's him. That fellow is a kidnapper." The initially bewildered crowd, noticing Qi Xiaoqing's frantic flight, began to piece together the situation. No wonder she appeared so flustered. She was indeed being threatened. Instantly, a wave of courageous citizens surged forth, leaving the suited man no choice but to retreat. Su Tao stood nearby, and upon hearing the report from the man in the suit, she exhaled a sigh of relief. How wonderful it was that Xiao Cheng had not been captured. Had she fallen into the hands of the enraged Yi Liang, the consequences would have been unfathomable. At that moment, Yi Liang kicked the man in the suit aside, glanced at Su Tao, and comforted himself by patting his chest. It was truly a blessing that Su Tao was unharmed. Su Tao shared the same sentiment. Though her mind was in disarray, it was indeed a stroke of fortune that Xiao Cheng was safe. Chapter 5. I apologize, but I adore you. A wave of dizziness washed over her, and her breath quickened. This body was far too frail. As the adrenaline faded, Qi Xiaocheng became acutely aware of a suffocating discomfort. Her head spun, and she clung to a thread of rationality to keep herself from collapsing. System. How many emotional points do I possess at this moment? Qi Xiaocheng exerted herself to rise, her petite form leaning against the shoe cabinet, her legs splayed outward, causing her skirt to rise in an ungraceful manner. Even though her appearance was rather unrefined, she could no longer concern herself with such trivialities. To her surprise, she found she had amassed quite a few points. She had assumed that purchasing the novice package would have depleted her entire emotional capital. Yi Liang also experienced an emotional reaction towards the host due to Su Tao's words. Upon reviewing the records, Qi Xiaoqing noted that the emotional points provided by Yi Liang amounted to a mere 30. If one harbored the intent to harm another, they would not simply offer such a paltry sum of emotional value. It appeared that Su Tao had successfully intervened. Truly, she was deserving of her name, having safeguarded her life. A smile graced Qi Xiaoqing's lips, though coupled with her somewhat parched corners, the expression took on a slightly enchanting quality. The system promptly assisted me in selecting a product, specifically a medication capable of providing immediate relief for my physical ailments. I recommend acquiring the system brand vitamin C supplement, which promises rapid effects. With a swift transaction, I expended 50 points of emotional value. In an instant, a pill materialized in Qi Xiaocheng's hand, while the system thoughtfully provided a glass of water in her other hand. She swallowed it without hesitation. Shortly thereafter, a wave of comforting warmth enveloped her body, particularly in her lower abdomen. The persistent ringing in her ears gradually subsided, and she felt a resurgence of energy. After a brief respite of over 10 minutes, Qi Xiaoqing finally rose to her feet. Although the effects were swift, the cost was exorbitant. 50 points of emotional value, a steep price indeed. Undoubtedly, she found herself relegated to the role of a mere supporting character, lacking both intellect and the ability to seize advantageous opportunities. The protagonist treated her kindly, surrounded as she was by a cadre of male leads and a multitude of ardent admirers. Had she been astute enough to leverage her relationships with the protagonist and the supporting characters, perhaps she could have played the role of a cunning white lotus, skillfully sowing discord between the protagonist and her male counterparts, thus securing a more favorable existence. With a stroke of luck, she might even have turned the tables on one of the male leads. Alas, it felt as though she had been cursed, relentlessly targeting the protagonist who cherished her and those male leads who once held a favorable disposition towards her. If, 2 years prior, the protagonist Su Tao held an affinity for Qi Xiaocheng at 80 points, it was now likely diminished by more than half. How lamentable it was to squander the advantages bestowed upon her by her physique and her connections. Qi Xiaoqing sighed as she took a sip of water, pondering the fate of a mere cannon fodder character. Whether one lives or dies depends entirely on the whims of the author. Altering such a tragic conclusion is no simple task. Yet, there remains a glimmer of hope. As long as the protagonist, Su Tao, maintains her resolve, buoyed by her protagonist's halo, she might just manage to preserve her life, if only temporarily. Shaking her head, Qi Xiaoqing momentarily cast aside these thoughts. Having spent an extended period in the basement and engaging in close interactions with Su Tao, followed by a relentless chase, she felt utterly grimy and yearned for a refreshing bath. Before even shedding her clothes, she approached the vanity outside the bathroom. Upon gazing into the mirror, she was taken aback. What on earth is this? The reflection revealed a slightly rounded face, marred by a dreadful application of foundation, with sweat having ruined much of the makeup. The eyeliner was poorly applied, and the blush haphazardly smeared. It was evident that substandard cosmetics had been used. No matter how beautiful a girl may be, such a disgraceful display would hardly enhance her allure. It was at this moment that Qi Xiaoqing recalled the influence of her so-called friends, who insisted that a college student ought to adorn herself beautifully. How one applies makeup mattered little. What truly counted was the confidence it exuded. After each chaotic attempt at makeup, these so-called friends would praise her for looking radiant and self-assured. Photos shared on social media were met with an onslaught of compliments praising her beauty and natural charm. The Navi, original owner of this face, had genuinely believed their words. Each day, she presented a ghastly visage. And it was no wonder the male leads were utterly indifferent. After all, this is a society that judges by appearances. Qi Xiaoqing felt immensely fortunate, just moments ago. When that passerby chef had assisted her in seeking justice, he had not raised his gaze to scrutinize her face. Otherwise, the outcome would have been markedly different. It was so unkempt that even she found it hard to bear. She initially attempted to cleanse her face with water, but then recalled that makeup remover would be more appropriate. Searching for it, she realized she had rarely encountered cosmetics in her past life, and now, well, she had seamlessly stepped into the delicate persona of the original owner, a tender young girl. After a considerable effort, the inexpensive makeup was finally wiped away, revealing her fresh, dewy complexion in the mirror. Her petite nose and exquisite features, while slightly haggard, lent her a fragile charm that evoked a sense of sympathy. Her long chestnut hair cascaded freely, and as Qi Xiaoqing touched it, her large eyes sparkled with vitality. The texture was splendid, showing no signs of malnutrition. Most importantly, her bare face was irresistibly adorable. With a slight pout accentuating her cherubic cheeks, her inherent cuteness possessed the power to enchant any admirer of youthful beauty. Her skin was as fair as mutton fat jade. What had the original owner been thinking? This natural beauty could effortlessly overshadow countless peers. The ghastly makeup she had previously donned had diminished her allure significantly. Even in the worst-case scenario, with a pair of black-framed glasses and a bulky, unattractive coat, her endearing visage could easily transform her into a captivating figure akin to Shen Yuqiu. Qi Xiaoqing opened her mouth to glance inside. Her tongue was a delicate pink. Her small, even teeth were pristine, and a tiny, sharp canine tooth protruded slightly, but it did not detract from her overall appeal. For certain admirers, it was merely an added charm. Such beauty, such adorability. Were it to traverse back to her childhood, the matters concerning the male protagonist would be rendered inconsequential. Qi Xiaoqing could effortlessly captivate Su Tao. She stepped into the bathroom to bathe. Many aspects need not be concerned with size, grace lies in form, and fluidity and roundness. Her own attributes are already sufficiently exquisite. Although her physique may be somewhat slender at a height of 1.52 meters, it cannot be deemed emaciated. Were it not for her current frailty, Qi Xiaoqing would genuinely wish to indulge in the experience. After drying off the droplets from her skin, she returned to her room and opened the wardrobe. Once she donned her attire, she frowned at the arrangement within the room. In stark contrast to her delicate and fragile appearance, the room was laden with ominous objects. The walls were adorned with several photographs of Su Tao alongside the male protagonists, and a notebook upon the table was filled with the name Su Tao. Additionally, there were the names of various male characters, all marked with bold crimson lines, while even the faces in the photographs on the wall bore deep scratches. Qi Xiaoqing sighed and set to work, meticulously packing away these remnants of the past and discarding them until the room transformed into a simplistic haven. After wiping away the fragrant perspiration, she retrieved her phone. After much contemplation, she aimed the camera at her bare face, illuminating it with a cool light to enhance her complexion to a more porcelain-like hue, and desperately squeezed out 2 drops of tears. Click, the photograph was taken. Truly, a goddess of natural beauty, no need for beautifying filters, simply adorable. Accompanied by a caption. She prepared to share on social media. I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Visible to all. I adore you. 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 Visible solely to Su Tao. In Chapter 6, Xiao Cheng is left with lifelong regrets. Host, since there is no longer any threat to your life, why maintain the persona of a delicate and ill character? You are not genuinely a fragile individual. Upon seeing Xiao Cheng's post on social media, The system expressed its confusion. This body is somewhat frail, yet somewhat delicate. But I am indeed not a sickly person. Xiao Cheng replied coolly. However, the original owner has offended most of the male protagonists, which deepens the impression in Su Tao's mind. This ensures that as long as the female lead is present, we will not be at a disadvantage. Moreover, I have already left a profound impression on Su Tao, and I need to provide a reasonable explanation for my actions over the past few months to redeem myself. The persona of being obsessive, broken, and delicate serves as an excellent justification. For self-preservation? Of course. But now, there is nothing to worry about. We could simply drop out of school and move to another city, or even fly abroad. Xiao Cheng was left speechless by the system's suggestion. I initially thought you were a fool, but it seems you possess a certain brilliance. However, Xiao Cheng mused, I still do not plan to flee. Perhaps I inherently enjoy the thrill of seeking excitement. A hint of a captivating smile revealed itself, one she was unaware of. In her previous life, just before a truck struck with disastrous fortune, she had faced a crisis. Two individuals trafficking in sugar were pursued by plainclothes officers. In a desperate bid, they burst into the CAF where she was, one wielding a knife and the other a gun, taking everyone inside hostage. The ominous darkness of the weapon's barrel made everyone present tremble in fear. Only Qi Xiaoqing felt an inexplicable surge of adrenaline. Seizing the moment, he maneuvered behind the armed bandit, intending to thwart his attempt to intimidate a young girl. In an instant, he lunged forward, aiming to wrest the weapon from him. To his astonishment, however, the gun was merely a toy. Another bandit, witnessing this, charged at Qi Xiaoqing. The threat escalated into a brawl, and as an untrained university student, he stood little chance against the two assailants. Before long, he felt a sharp sting as a knife grazed his chest. The searing pain did not intimidate Qi Xiaoqing. Instead, it ignited a fierce resolve within him. In that moment, he realized that perhaps he did not yearn for a mundane and tedious existence. Upon his release from the hospital, as he strolled along the roadside, a wave of disorientation washed over him, and he seemed to see the truck driver waving at him. And then, there was nothing more. System, are you aware of the various types of Yandera? Are they not all the same? Killing, threatening others, akin to what you just did, the system replied. Qi Xiaoqing gently shook his head, a faint smile gracing his lips. Many who lack understanding hold the same misconception. They reduce Yandera to mere violence and obsession. Yet in reality, there are numerous classifications. There exists the dependency type, the possessive type, the exclusionary type, the aggressive type, the stalker type, the harmless type, the adoring type, the delusional type, and the isolated inducement type. In his past life, Qi Xiaoqing was a part-time novelist, and due to his research, he possessed considerable knowledge in this area. He portrayed a facet of utter reliance on her, where without her, survival seemed impossible. With the archetype of the female lead as his guiding star, she would undoubtedly not stand idly by while he faced his demise. Qi Xiaoqing's smile gradually morphed into something sinister. To break the stalemate, I must firmly grasp Su Tao in my hands, utilizing this sickly sweet persona as a guiding light. Henceforth, I shall endeavor to present myself as increasingly impulsive in her presence, unconditionally adoring her, supporting her, depending on her, protecting her, and loving her. I shall then orchestrate a series of performances involving both protagonists and supporting characters, showcasing the various injuries I endure in my quest to safeguard her. Ideally, I would take a few blows on her behalf, resulting in a prolonged hospital stay and a state of partial disability. Can you fathom how Su Tao would react? What would that be? The system's voice trembled with apprehension. Guilt. Qi Xiaoqing's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she covered half her face. Thinking of the countless times I had been injured for her sake, all stemming from my affection for her. The very reason I cherish her is that she bestowed upon me hope I never deserved. This implies that my transformation from a normal individual to my current self is entirely due to her influence. If only I can make her increasingly aware of this truth, she will inevitably drown in boundless guilt whenever I am harmed, and once the initial realization takes root, she will sink deeper into despair. If one day I were to perish while defending her, she would weep inconsolably for 3 days and nights, forever haunted by regret. It is indeed a flawless script. Of course, this remains a mere theoretical scenario. For now, she is still a vulnerable pawn, susceptible to the threats of various male leads. Nevertheless, the system was taken aback by Qi Xiaoqing's cunning thoughts. Host, you are truly a natural-born villain. This, after all, is merely a desperate measure. Qi Xiaoqing regained her composure and remarked softly, however, The character of a Yandere is somewhat challenging to embody. For now, I shall proceed cautiously. In truth, Qi Xiaocheng harbored a desire to portray the isolated, manipulative Yandere, a type deemed the most terrifying among all. This particular archetype is characterized by an intense devotion and possessiveness. Yet unlike other types, she refrains from overtly expressing her affection. Instead, she subtly sows discord around the object of her affection, spreading rumors and insidiously undermining the relationships between her beloved and their friends or family. When the world appears to shun him, showing indifference, disdain, or even hatred, the isolated manipulative Yandere emerges, presenting herself as a gentle, ethereal presence akin to a moonlit angel. She becomes the sole supporter, the one who loves and embraces him, fostering a dependency that gradually compels him to rely on her entirely, ultimately leading him to develop profound feelings for her. This type of Yandere excels at concealing her true nature. By the time one realizes her intentions, they often find themselves ensnared in her embrace, unable to escape. However, the current circumstances do not permit Qi Xiaocheng to adopt such a persona. Had she traversed into this realm a few years earlier, she could have successfully isolated Su Tao, rendering her a girl loathed by the world with only Qi Xiaocheng as her solitary friend. As Qi Xiaocheng indulged in these thoughts, her phone chimed incessantly. Chapter 7. Meeting the male protagonist. Although the original personality was jealous, her jealousy was primarily directed towards Su Tao alone. Among the freshmen in her class, the original character was quite well liked. A few complimentary words about her were sufficient to cultivate friendships effortlessly. The number of female friends has diminished, yet the male admirers remain plentiful. A weary, makeup-free photograph was posted, accompanied by an extensive apology. A multitude of stacked words that inevitably evoke a profound sense of her having endured some painful ordeal. Subtle expressions of concern and curiosity surfaced in the comments. Yugu, is Xiaoqing all right? Is she ill? Why does she keep saying sorry? Who has upset her? Hua Junzi. Who is in the picture Xiaoqing posted? Such an adorable appearance. Wanting to be Xiaoqing's dog. This must be Xiaocheng without makeup. Her complexion looks a bit poor, yet she's still stunning. Why bother with makeup at all? It only makes her look worse. Xiao Hua Qi Xiaocheng. Cheng. Ignore them. A beautiful makeup look is the source of a girl's confidence. You look far less radiant like this compared to when you're made up. Is something troubling you? You can confide in me. Yang. Hee, this is Qi Xiaocheng. I've seen the 10-level retouching and beautification. Faced with this wave of skepticism, Qi Xiaocheng remained unperturbed. Influenced by her friends, the original owner typically adorned herself in makeup for both social media posts and public appearances. Without makeup, she appeared to be an entirely different person, and the skepticism was, therefore, expected. However, the individual with the username Xiaohua, Qi Xiaocheng's gaze gradually turned icy. This person was one of the original owner's closest friends, having known her since high school. After both were admitted to Juzhou University, they ended up in the same dormitory. While she often praised the original owner and appeared to care, her true intentions seemed to create various anxieties for her. The original owner harbored resentment towards Su Tao, often exacerbated by this friend's meddling. The crux of the matter is that the original host genuinely believed the words of her so-called sisters. Having just traversed into this new realm, she realized that every account must be meticulously calculated. Once she regained her composure, Qi Xiaocheng took a sheet of paper and began to devise her forthcoming plans. Primarily, she aimed to establish a rapport with Su Tao before the male leads made their advances. In the event of trouble, she could rely on Su Tao for resolution. From a different perspective, if she were Su Tao, after more than 2 years of her childhood friend harboring a disdainful attitude, only to suddenly reveal that the sentiment was rooted in love, yet twisted by jealousy, how would one react? She would surely seek counsel from those around her. Qi Xiaocheng penned her thoughts. By adopting Su Tao's viewpoint and embodying her character, she contemplated that in moments of confusion, one would naturally look for a supportive anchor. Moreover, she would refrain from approaching the male leads, for this predicament directly involved her. The male leads already harbored aversion towards her. Raising such inquiries would likely exacerbate the situation. Due to her actions, Su Tao did not mirror the despair depicted in the original text towards Qi Xiaocheng's character, nor did she withdraw her sympathy. Instead, she appeared confused and bewildered as the male leads excluded her from the contest. According to the original narrative, aside from herself, Su Tao had other friends who were close to her. Qi Xiaocheng furrowed her brow, feeling a tinge of frustration. In her previous life, she had not truly read this book. It was merely its popularity that caught her attention. Occasionally, She stumbled upon some AI-generated novel videos and heard whispers of the plot. She only grasped fragments of the storyline, lacking comprehensive understanding of the intricate details. "System," she implored, "please be of some assistance. Do not render yourself utterly useless." Helplessly, she could only place her hopes on this rather critical golden finger. Qi Xiaochen slowly raised a question mark, wondering why he had to be so unyielding when she merely sought advice. She was already down to just a few points, perhaps due to her social circle. She had gained a few more during this hour of rest. "May I first peruse the table of contents of this novel?" "Of course." However, who could provide the current emotional value? One of the many male protagonists, Dongfang Yang. From the original owner's memories, he was the one with the least entanglement with her among the male leads introduced thus far. Am I to consume 3 pounds of excrement in my bare face? She was unsure if, as a young master, he would uphold his promises. Qi Xiaochen opened WeChat and sent him a message. "Are you there? Take note. This is the teaching bureau. Yang, Qi Xiaochen, do you dare to come knocking again?" Evidently, he was already aware of Su Tao's imprisonment by the original owner. At this moment, he was located in a private hospital. Qi Xiaochen initially contemplated sending a voice message to leverage her youthful, innocent tone. But upon reflecting on his negative regard for her, she realized that even the finest voice would only backfire. Thus, she resorted to text. "I am truly sorry. I have come to a clear understanding of my mistakes. I have spoken with Su Tao and will no longer intrude upon your life. I merely wish to apologize one last time. I genuinely recognize my errors." In the presence of these male protagonists, the persona of a sickly sweet individual was ineffectual. Although infrequent, the original owner had confessed her feelings to Dongfang Yang several times. All without exception met with rejection. Furthermore, due to the original owner's attitude towards Su Tao, Dongfang Yang's disdain for her only grew stronger. Speaking of Dongfang Yang, he stands out as one of the more defeated protagonists among many. Initially, he regarded the female lead merely as a younger sister, yet gradually, he found himself influenced by Su Tao's luminescent charm. The allure of his first love proved to be overwhelming, thus propelling him into fierce competition with the other male leads. His affection for Su Tao has not reached a level of unwavering devotion, which is precisely why Qi Xiaochen approached him first. After some contemplation, she crafted a message filled with casual banter, expressing her sincere apologies. "In the basement, after being enlightened by Su Tao, I truly realized my mistakes. Moreover, you likely would not hold any regard for someone like me. I was previously lacking in self-awareness and regret any disturbance I caused you." The mention of the basement evidently piqued Dongfang Yang's interest. 2 messages promptly followed. "It's good that you understand, but someone like you should refrain from daydreaming. I could never possibly develop feelings for someone of your ilk. I will be waiting for you at the Bamboo Grove CAF in school. You must tell me everything that transpired in the basement." Chapter 8. The bewildered male lead ending the conversation. A faint smile curled at the corners of Qi Xiaocheng's lips. Indeed, when Su Tao and the basement were mentioned, the male leads could hardly remain composed. Without the need for speculation, Qi Xiaocheng was aware that Yi Liang and Dongfang Yang were rivals, and he would certainly refrain from disclosing any details about the basement to Dongfang Yang. Furthermore, Su Tao would also conceal the truth regarding the events that transpired in the basement from both male leads. To uncover what occurred in the basement, one would have to rely on Yi Liang's bodyguard or on Qi Xiaocheng herself, the very person involved. After all, Dongfang Yang remains oblivious to the situation. What transpired in the basement? It seems one could easily fabricate a narrative. As long as I can summon the male protagonist, there lies a chance to acquire emotional points. With these emotional points, I can comprehend the unfolding plot and purchase skills, ultimately transforming my role from that of a mere supporting character. Once my identity as a supporting character is altered, I shall be able to pursue the female lead. What a flawless plan. However, before venturing out, it is only natural to adorn oneself appropriately. Qi Xiaochen approached her wardrobe, which housed a limited selection of outfits for outings. Among the summer garments, there was merely a single dress, a JK uniform, and 2 sets of casual wear suitable for both outdoor and home use. Even when including the ensemble she had just changed out of, her wardrobe appeared rather meager for a girl. After casting a glance at the JK sailor suit and the short skirt, she decisively selected the white dress. Little did she expect that on the very first day of her new life, she would have to don such formal attire. With a rustle, Qi Xiaochen shed her previous clothing and quickly slipped into the dress. Her petite figure, adorned in the exquisitely detailed white gown embellished with lace trimmings, exuded a touch of Gothic elegance, while her delicate features rendered her as charming as a porcelain doll. The slightly short and narrow hem of the dress barely concealed her pristine thighs, reaching only to her knees, leaving her slender, graceful legs exposed to the air. Facing the mirror, the intermediate acting skill bestowed by the system activated, instantly imbuing her visage with a vulnerable allure. Her naturally beautiful face, coupled with a frail demeanor, was sure to garner the affections of others. Clothes make the man, as the saying goes. It was evident that with just a modestly attractive outfit, one could shine with the brilliance of a national goddess. How foolish the original owner had been to heed her friend's advice and conceal all her radiance. Qi Xiaoqian deftly braided her silky chestnut locks into 2 ponytails, and upon donning a pair of non-prescription black-framed glasses, this delicate young girl exuded an air of scholarly elegance and an endearing naivety. After carefully concealing the wound on her palm with a strip of white cloth, she ventured outside. The late autumn of November felt somewhat desolate, the chill of the wind causing her slender frame to shiver slightly. Fortunately, the white stockings on her legs provided some warmth, though her choice of a dress seemed rather hasty. Perhaps she ought to have layered with a long-sleeved top. At the school gate on this Sunday, the crowd was sparse, yet numerous gazes were still fixed upon Qi Xiaoqian. Curiosity, astonishment, admiration, and longing filled the air. In this public space, she had already begun to carve out her own realm, her performance radiating brilliance. Like a lost little white rabbit, she clutched her small handbag, casting her eyes downward, yet ensuring her fresh-faced beauty remained visible. She then made her way directly towards the Zhuxia CAF, which was not far. A simple left turn at the school gate led her to a cluster of various shops within the campus. Who is that girl? She is so adorable. Does our school have such a cute girl? I've never seen her before. Could she be from another school? She looks so lost. She must be a freshman. The murmurs from passers-by gradually coaxed a smile from the bashful Qi Xiaoqian. She aimed to alter others' perceptions and influence Su Tao through various channels of information. Even when she noticed some individuals surreptitiously capturing her profile, she remained unfazed. Such photographs would facilitate the transmission of her message. Before long, she arrived at the entrance of the Zhuxia CAF. With a flicker of recollection, Qi Xiaoqian noticed the impatient Dongfang Yang seated in the CAF. Upon catching his sidelong glance, she quickly lowered her head, hesitating at the entrance rather than stepping inside. She ambled back and forth, her petite stature betraying her inner turmoil as she pretended not to see him. This adorably conflicted demeanor caught the attention of a barista, who leaned on her hand, amusement dancing in her eyes. Dongfang Yang, initially exuding impatience, felt a twinge of curiosity as he observed her. He scoffed, wondering how someone could hesitate so much merely to enter a CAF, pondering from which rural area this clumsy individual hailed. He harbored an inexplicable aversion to her chestnut locks and failed to recognize Qi Xiaoqian. Having removed her makeup and donned a different style, she embodied a fresh innocence with her twin ponytails, a transformation he had never anticipated. With the addition of black-rimmed glasses, she was nearly unrecognizable from a distance, save for those who knew her well. Moments later, Dongfang Yang watched as this 1.5-meter-tall girl seemed to muster her resolve. She lifted her delicate face, her gaze unwavering as it fixed upon the CAF's entrance, and took a determined step forward. However, she stumbled slightly, nearly toppling over. Flustered, she hurried inside, scanning the room before approaching him. Dongfang Yang raised an eyebrow, his gaze momentarily lingering on her slender calves peeking from beneath her skirt, before shifting to her face, puzzled. "Who are you?" he inquired, having no recollection of this adorably dazed girl. Slowly, Qi Xiaoqian removed her black-rimmed glasses and brushed aside the strands of hair that partially obscured her eyes, revealing her stunning visage. In a soft voice, she introduced herself. I am Qi Xiaoqian. Qi Xiaoqian. Dongfang Yang suddenly stood up, his face a mask of astonishment. The emotional values surged within him, escalating from 13 to 16, and then to 22. When the system's alert tone sounded, Qi Xiaoqian realized she had indeed arrived at the right place. She nodded gently, lowering her little head, and murmured, "It's me." Dongfang Yang was utterly dazed, unable to fathom that this person was, in fact, Qi Xiaoqian. In his memory, Qi Xiaoqian was hunched, her eyes dull and lifeless, heavily made up to the point where one could hardly recognize her without the makeup. She always spoke with a tone laced with bitterness. Yet now, He scrutinized Qi Xiaoqing from head to toe and finally managed to utter a perplexed question. Did you undergo plastic surgery? Qi Xiaoqing lifted her face, fixed her gaze upon Dongfang Yang, pouted her lips, and with a tinge of grievance, replied, I know I'm not beautiful, but you shouldn't say that. I merely removed my makeup. After speaking, she turned her head slightly, tucking a strand of chestnut hair behind her ear, revealing her fair and delicate profile. Her petite and charming ears glowed with a hint of blush, and her long eyelashes fluttered as she blinked. Her eyes, filled with a sense of injustice, seemed on the verge of shedding tears. Ugly. She simply removed her makeup? Was this truly the same Qi Xiaoqing he once knew? In that moment, Dongfang Yang was utterly bewildered. Chapter 9. Harvesting Emotional Values. Before him stood a petite girl with twin ponytails, her eyes downcast, her hands anxiously clutching the hem of her skirt. Reason told him that Qi Xiaoqing was merely putting on an act. Moreover, it was a well-rehearsed performance. Yet, his cognition reminded him that the portrayal was not quite so convincing. Such a stark contrast he had only witnessed in seasoned actors of the entertainment industry. Moreover, that slightly weary yet endearing visage rendered it difficult to entertain negative thoughts. Had she truly transformed into an entirely different person upon removing her makeup? How had he never realized that this individual could be rather charming when she displayed a more docile demeanor? Even he himself had not noticed that his initial aversion towards Qi Xiaoqing had significantly diminished in that moment. He gestured towards the seat opposite him and intoned, "Please, take a seat." Qi Xiaoqing timidly nodded, smoothing the hem of her skirt before making her way to the chair. Today, her persona was that of a bashful and timid darling. Makeup served merely as her shield. The emotional fluctuations in her mind had been on a steady rise, albeit only by a few points compared to before. Nonetheless, she was acutely aware that Dongfang Yang was being influenced by her. She acted like a flustered little rabbit, fidgeting restlessly. After a moment, she resolved to take the initiative and, lowering her head, said to Dongfang Yang, "Young Master Dongfang, please, scold me." Dongfang Yang chuckled in amusement, resting his chin on one hand as he regarded Qi Xiaoqing. "Why should I scold you?" Because I have been persistently bothering you and causing you trouble. I have come to apologize, so you may scold me as you wish." Dongfang Yang raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Really? Anything goes?" Qi Xiaoqing lifted one eye, glancing anxiously. If you could be a bit gentle, that would be wonderful." "Ah, an amusing woman." To be honest, Dongfang Yang could not discern that Qi Xiaoqing was merely acting, but in his perception, the disparity in her demeanor was indeed striking. He boldly inquired, "You mentioned that Su Tao enlightened you in the basement, leading to your heartfelt repentance. I even sense that you have transformed into a different person. Pray, tell me how Su Tao persuaded you." Qi Xiaoqing timidly nodded. "In truth, I did kidnap Su Tao, if one could call it that. I confined her in the basement primarily to issue a warning, urging her to maintain her distance from you. Young Master Dongfang, you comprehend that Su Tao is quite sensible and gentle. Even when I threatened her, she remained unperturbed, suggesting that I was merely being swayed by Xiu Hua and the others." "Xiu Hua?" Dongfang Yang interjected with curiosity. Qi Xiaoqing swiftly cast aside the pretense. "She is a friend of mine. I learned to apply makeup from her, specifically to target Su Tao. She claimed that whether it be you, young Master Dongfang, or young Master Yiliang, both of you initially favored me, only to have Su Tao snatched away. Thus. Qi Xiaoqing hesitated, lowering her head in shame. Dongfang Yang, intrigued by the suspense she left, continued, "So, do you truly believe that?" "Indeed," Qi Xiaoqing quickly clarified. "However, during our time in the basement, Su Tao gradually elucidated matters for me, much like the moonlight within reach, dispelling the darkness that enveloped me. I cannot believe I once treated her so unjustly. I am truly despicable." Qi Xiaoqing appeared as if she would slap herself in remorse. Subsequently, she effusively praised Su Tao, much to Dongfang Yang's delight. As he too found Su Tao to be quite perfect, Qi Xiaoqing's words resonated deeply within him. After this moment of connection, he instinctively believed a fragment of what the little girl had said. However, his words still dripped with disdain. "You truly are foolish." "Why, yes. I'm sorry." He lifted his head. Upon hearing that commanding tone, Qi Xiaoqing raised her little head high, though her eyes nervously darted around. Her delicate visage was fully exposed before Dongfang Yang. Yet, despite this young master having encountered countless beauties, he found the naturally unadorned Qi Xiaoqing to be rather pleasing to the eye. Nevertheless, She could not compare to Su Tao. He silently added in his heart, and said to Qi Xiaocheng, I will tentatively believe you, but should I discover you are deceiving me, you will face dire consequences. And no, I won Qi Xiaocheng appeared quite flustered, saying, I know I am unworthy of young Master Dongfang. I will not trouble you any longer. Dongfang Yang nodded earnestly, then inquired about the specific events that had transpired in the basement before preparing to send Qi Xiaocheng away. However, he noticed that the little girl seemed hesitant, as if she had something further to say. Do you have any other matters? He asked. Qi Xiaocheng gently nodded, took out her phone, and accessed her social media. It was a post featuring her barefaced photo. With utmost seriousness, she said to Dongfang Yang, this photo is without makeup. Dongfang Yang's lips twitched. Was she looking for trouble? Had she deleted it first? How considerate of her. He rubbed his nose, choosing not to elaborate further. After Xiaocheng finished harvesting the last wave of emotional value with delightful success, she hurriedly exited the CAF, maintaining her charming persona throughout. It was only when her petite figure vanished at the end of the road that Dong Yang let out a soft snort, feigning indifference. At another table, a man clad in black respectfully rose to inquire, Young master, do you have any instructions? Investigate the relationship between Xiaocheng and that Xiuhua. You heard what she just said, right? Let us see how many lies she has spun. Understood, young master. Meanwhile, Xiaocheng, blissfully unaware that her words would be scrutinized, exited the school gate with a beaming expression. System, how much emotional value have I accumulated this time? During this period, Dong Yang provided the host with 214 points of emotional value. The female lead, Su Tao, contributed 32 points of emotional value. The host currently possesses a total of 271 points of emotional value. Conflict and tension serve as the most significant catalysts for emotion in a narrative, compelling the protagonist to engage with events either voluntarily or involuntarily. Xiaocheng needs a clandestine approach to get close to Su Tao in order to execute her scheme. The story's essence permeated her mind as she stood at the school gate, her gaze gradually filling with joy. Chapter 10. Threats. One of Su Tao's closest friends, Chen Xian, was someone she met only after entering university. Chen Xian adeptly maintained a facade of discretion, appearing as Su Tao's confidant in her presence. Yet behind Su Tao's back, she harbored jealousy. Having attended the same high school as Yi Liang, her aspirations of being with him had long been established. Despite her modest background, in the span of merely 2 months, Yi Liang found himself utterly captivated by Su Tao. Chen Xian was filled with resentment. Why should a mere orphan from the countryside be the sole focus of Yi Liang's affection? In the original narrative, a basketball match was scheduled to take place 2 days later, with Dongfang Yang and Yi Liang pitted against each other. Although Su Tao had sustained facial injuries from an altercation with Qi Xiaocheng, she remained resolute in her support for the two competitors. Chen Qian believed that with Su Tao's beauty marred, it was inconceivable for Yi Liang to maintain his interest in her. Thus, she devised a plan to humiliate Su Tao during the basketball game and further intended to push her down the stairs, exacerbating the protagonist's already precarious situation. This so-called friend was ripe for exploitation. Qi Xiaocheng clenched her fists, a wicked smile playing upon her lips. Within the confines of the story, she was Su Tao's roommate and conveniently decided to visit Su Tao's dormitory. If the protagonist were present, she could exert some pressure and garner additional emotional leverage. Without hesitation, Qi Xiaocheng altered her course and headed toward the girls' dormitory. The building, Tianhe Garden, housed her dormitory as well, albeit at a slight distance. She resided in room 513, while Su Tao occupied room 801. Since the school was not far from home, Qi Xiaocheng had applied for day student status, often opting to stay at home rather than in the dormitory. Upon reaching the entrance of room 801 via the elevator, she discovered the door ajar. Peering through the narrow opening, she stumbled upon a startling scene. A girl was adding a certain white powder to a cup of water. The cup bore stickers of tiny peaches. Was it not Su Tao's cup? The instigator could only be Chen Xian. Stealthily, Qi Xiaocheng took out her phone. The click of the camera shutter echoed, startling Chen Xian within the room. Who is it? Upon encountering a petite girl with twin ponytails, Chen Xian hastily concealed her cup behind her back and admonished, "Who are you? Why are you taking candid photos of me?" Qi Xiaocheng pushed the door open, a serene smile gracing her lips. "I originally intended to find Su Tao, but it seems I've stumbled upon an unexpected delight. Dear sister, isn't it rather inappropriate to drug someone's drink?" What do you mean by that?" Chen Xian stammered, desperately shoving the packet of powder into her back pocket. She glared at Qi Xiaoqing, attempting to intimidate her. Qi Xiaoqing merely smiled faintly, raising her phone. I possess evidence, you know. You. Chen Qian, recalling the sound of the camera shutter she had just heard, turned pale. After scrutinizing Qi Xiaoqing's face, she gasped in shock. You are Qi Xiaoqing. Who I am is of little consequence, Qi Xiaoqing replied coolly. What matters is, if I were to send this photo to Yiliang, well, what do you think? Oh. By the way, Qi Xiaoqing glanced over at Su Tao's bed, cluttered with numerous male belongings. Could it be that someone intended to take a photo and circulate it? Framing Su Tao as indiscreet. Good heavens, if Yiliang were to discover this, he would surely be furious. That certain someone would no longer have any chances, would they? Qi Xiaoqing fixed her gaze on Chen Qian, her words dripping with menace. And don't even think about snatching my phone from me. If I were to shout for help, the entire floor of girls would come rushing in. Do you believe me? Chen Qian's countenance darkened significantly. She was bewildered as to how Qi Xiaoqing had come to know of her feelings for Yiliang. Yet all that she uttered was a source of concern for Chen Qian. Reluctantly, she had no choice but to acquiesce. What is it that you desire? Money, perhaps? Do not be anxious. We are on the same path. Qi Xiaoqing pulled out a chair and simultaneously locked the dormitory door behind her. She addressed Chen Qian with a measured tone. Like you, I wish for Su Tao to distance herself from Yiliang. You seek to frame her, tarnishing her reputation in order to win Yi Liang's affection, do you not? So what if it is true? I can assist you. Qi Xiaoqing revealed her sharp little tiger teeth, her face adorned with the signature smile of an antagonist. You are undoubtedly aware of my name and, I presume, my reputation. But you too harbor feelings for Yi Liang, do you not? You are also my rival. Chen Qian responded with a hint of wariness. The matter at hand, however, is that Yi Liang is wholly enamored with Su Tao. As for my feelings towards Yi Liang, that is of no concern to you. With a dismissive click of her tongue, she added, why bother with such lengthy discourse? Surely, you cannot still believe you have a choice? She shook her phone once more and then tossed a bottle of water she had just purchased on the way. Drink this. Chen Qian frowned, bending down to pick up the bottle of mineral water. Is this Nongfu Spring? Qi Xiaoqing smiled faintly. You should drink it first. Though uncertain of Qi Xiaoqing's intentions, Chen Qian felt compelled to comply with her words. However, as the water entered her mouth, she suddenly realized something was amiss. Her face turned pale as she exclaimed, why does this water taste so bitter? Chen Qian's eyes widened in disbelief as she scrutinized the packaging. It is Nongfu Spring, and this bottle has not been opened yet. Has it expired? Unbeknownst to her, when Qi Xiaoqing offered her the water, she had already employed the skill of infusing it with a potent liquid, altering its taste. This is a specially concocted poison, originally intended for Su Tao, but now repurposed to keep you in check. Poison? Indeed. Qi Xiaoqing nodded, explaining that an antidote must be consumed weekly. Otherwise, the flesh on one's face would begin to decay. Upon hearing this, Chen Qian was immediately struck with fear. Tossing the water bottle aside, she then covered her mouth, frantically attempting to induce vomiting. Qi Xiaoqing calmly picked up the partially filled bottle, stating, I am aware of your intentions towards Su Tao, but there is no need to rush. For the time being, maintain your facade as her friend. I will devise a way to separate her from Yi Liang. As for the antidote, Qi Xiaoqing tilted her head, a charming smile gracing her lips. Her crimson eyes radiating a fierce glow. I shall provide it to you, provided you obediently follow my instructions. With that, she waved her phone, informing her, I require you to remain by Su Tao's side at all times. You must report back to me on her every action. Shortly, I will add you on WeChat under a different account. Do not entertain thoughts of resistance. You would not wish for your face to rot and for your misdeeds to become common knowledge among the entire school, would you? As Chen Qian watched Qi Xiaoqing turn to leave, a profound fear settled upon her features. This individual was nothing short of a devil. In a panic, she hastily gathered her belongings before a sudden thought struck her, and she scrambled towards the door. The hospital, I must go to the hospital. However, as soon as she stepped outside, she found herself frozen in place. Charming and delicate, Qi Xiaoqing leaned against the corridor railing, a gentle breeze lifting her hair as she cast a sidelong glance, her expression seemingly conveying the futility of going to the hospital. Chen Qian, feeling utterly drained, hastily grasped the railing for support. Following Qi Xiaoqing's gaze, she turned to observe a strikingly beautiful girl approaching the dormitory. It was Su Tao. Chen Qian was taken aback and quickly shifted her gaze back to Qi Xiaoqing, who was intently fixated on Su Tao. her alluring crimson eyes resembling those of a predator eyeing its prey. Chapter 11. Key plot point. The campus basketball match. Upon returning home, Qi Xiaoqing received a message from Chen Qian. As a traitor on the same side, although she felt a twinge of annoyance towards Qi Xiaoqing, she was compelled to betray Su Tao, her outwardly affectionate girlfriend, given that she was under duress. Not long after parting, she sent a message to Qi Xiaoqing to probe her true intentions. Chen Qian, taking care of her meticulously? Are you serious? Qi Xiaoqing, just trust me. Su Tao was quite innocent, and the yet-to-be-exposed Chen Qian was undoubtedly regarded as her friend. Living in the same dormitory, they had the opportunity to converse about many matters. After experiencing her own tumultuous affairs, Su Tao hesitated to confide in Yi Liang and others, thus seeking a temporary refuge. Chen Qian was a perfect candidate. On one hand, she could act as an informant to gather intelligence, and on the other, she could cultivate Su Tao's fondness. Once Su Tao believed that Chen Qian was a true confidant, at a crucial moment, it would be a swift and devastating betrayal. At that point, Qi Xiaoqing could step in and occupy the fragile space in the heroine's heart. Naturally, all of this is part of her elaborate scheme. Next, she must confront the subsequent plot point from the original narrative, the school basketball tournament. Dongfang Yang leads the red team, while Yi Liang commands the blue team. The two engage in the final showdown of the school competition. In the realm of female-centric novels, such contests primarily serve to illustrate the striking allure of the two male protagonists, while simultaneously weaving in the female leads' relationships, creating a thrilling dynamic where it appears the two men are competing in a game, yet are, in fact, vying for the affections of the female lead. Even though her arrival may have triggered a butterfly effect, it is expected that Su Tao will still attend the tournament to cheer for both male leads. Qi Xiaoqing contemplates how to insert herself as the third party into the unfolding drama of the match, while also advancing her own relationship with Su Tao. Just to be safe, she decides to draw another skill. Qi Xiaoqing gazes at the system panel, which, aside from the marketplace, offers another function, a lottery. A single draw requires 100 emotion points, while 1,000 emotion points grants a tenfold draw, ensuring at least one low-level skill. Unlike the peculiar items in the marketplace, Qi Xiaoqing has experienced the formidable power of system skills. She currently possesses 3 skills: acting, intermediate, pain reduction, intermediate, and enhancing liquid, beginner. Just the intermediate acting skill alone has provided her with immense assistance. Taking a chance, she spends another 100 emotion points. The system's lottery panel suddenly erupts with golden light. A skill has emerged. Qi Xiaoqing's expression brightens in surprise. It turns out to be yet another intermediate skill. Upon catching sight of the skill name, Qi Xiaoqing was momentarily taken aback, her expression shifting to one of perplexity. In light of my current predicament, could such a skill truly be of any utility? Time swiftly advanced to November 5th, Tuesday, the day of the much-anticipated basketball match within the school. This marked the escalation of a pivotal plot moment. At 5 p.m., the match was set to commence. Qi Xiaoqing departed early, heading toward the open-air basketball court within the school grounds. Despite arriving 30 minutes ahead of schedule, the area was already teeming with students, creating an impenetrable crowd around the court. This demonstrated the immense popularity of the two male leads among their peers, effectively feigning confusion. She gravitated toward the direction of Su Tao. Shortly thereafter, a girl seated in the front row, having secured a prime spot, called out enthusiastically, waving at Qi Xiaoqing, "Xiaoqing, over here." Curious onlookers turned their gazes toward the sound, their mouths agape in astonishment. Today, Qi Xiaoqing had once again ventured out without a trace of makeup. Her petite and delicate figure was enveloped in a beige teddy bear hoodie, the soft fabric hugging her graceful curves. The sleeves were slightly rolled back, revealing a glimpse of her snow-white wrist, which appeared remarkably refined. Her hair was styled in twin ponytails, reminiscent of her first encounter with Dongfang Yang, delicately tied with fine ribbons, the ends naturally curling. The twin ponytails swayed gently behind her, adding a touch of playfulness and vivacity to her demeanor. Today, she embodied the image of a charming little neighbor. The crowd was naturally captivated by Qi Xiaoqing's beauty. Such an adorable little girl could only be rivaled by Su Tao, the school's beloved beauty. Perhaps the girl's exuberant shout had been too loud, as the attention of the 3 key individuals within the arena turned toward her as well. Yi Liang furrowed her brows, her gaze filled with disdain. Dongfang Yang cast a curious glance in her direction. Su Tao appeared somewhat taken aback, her expression a mix of surprise and complexity. when Qi Xiaoqing offered her a smile. She hastily averted her gaze. Qi Xiaoqing squeezed her way to the front row, settling beside the girl who had just called out to her, one of her close friends. Zheng Xiuhua. With a prominent nose and exquisitely applied makeup, her facial movements were noticeably stiff, a clear indication of cosmetic enhancements. I knew you would come to watch the match, so I saved you a spot, she said, pulling Qi Xiaoqing to sit beside her. Approximately 5 meters away from Su Tao. After casting a glance at Qi Xiaoqing's seemingly collagen-rich, bare face, jealousy and dissatisfaction simmered beneath the surface of her demeanor. Xiaoqing, why didn't you put on any makeup before stepping out? A girl should never go out without it. You don't look good like this, she inquired with feigned concern. Qi Xiaoqing forced a smile. I ran out of cosmetics and don't have money to buy more. I washed my face thoroughly with plain water before leaving. It's fine. That is unacceptable. As a girl, it's essential to present yourself well. Zheng Xiuhua replied with a tone of discontent. Seriously, if you lack makeup, just tell me. Didn't I give you some last time? I still have a set. I'll bring it to your dormitory later. Witnessing that overly solicitous expression, Qi Xiaoqing nearly choked on her stale meal. The cheap cosmetics were akin to a 30 yuan cleanser, filled with adverse effects, unflattering, and harmful to the skin. The original owner had been foolish to believe her words after a few instances of flattery. Although she internally scoffed at the situation, Qi Xiaoqing maintained a strained smile on her face. This left Su Tao, who was secretly observing from the side, feeling quite uncomfortable. The astonishment she felt at Qi Xiaoqing's attire paled in comparison to the impact of the words exchanged in the basement a few days prior. Even now, she vividly recalled the events that transpired in that subterranean space, including the phrases uttered by Qi Xiaoqing that afternoon. The sharp pain from a bite on her lip was an indelible memory for Su Tao. Why? Because after being bitten by Qi Xiaoqing, she developed an oral ulcer. Chapter 12. Do you not like drinking water? The tip of her tongue often brushed against the wound on her lip, and each twinge of pain transported her back to the occurrences in the basement. Her first kiss was lost, and she was coerced into lying to Yi Liang. Qi Xiaoqing had transformed into a stranger, uttering words she had never imagined. Over the past few days, Su Tao had contemplated this extensively but had refrained from discussing it with anyone else, no matter how she pondered. She could not fathom why Qi Xiaoqing had changed so drastically. Confusion reigned in her mind, leading her to avoid the issue altogether. However, she was taken aback when Qi Xiaoqing unexpectedly attended the school basketball match. Was she there to see me? Or was she there to cheer for Yu Liang and Dongfang Yang? A peculiar thought began to stir within Su Tao. Hadn't Qi Xiaoqing claimed to dislike Yi Liang and Dongfang Yang? With this strange notion dancing in her mind, the match commenced. As the protagonists of the narrative, Yi Liang and Dongfang Yang were nearly omnipotent. The two teams were locked in a fierce contest, and each impressive shot sent the majority of the female audience into fits of ecstatic screams. Halfway through the game, Qi Xiaoqing stole a glance at Su Tao, who, despite her complex thoughts, had her eyes shimmering with excitement. It is evident that she harbors considerable affection for several of the male leads. Noticing 2 unopened bottles of mineral water beside her, Qi Xiaoqing playfully rolled her eyes. Turning to a young man behind her, she flashed a sweet smile and asked, "Could you do me a favor, handsome?" The young man, taken aback by her sudden approach, momentarily paused, his gaze lingering on her exquisite and charming visage for a couple of seconds. Qi Xiaoqing, unfazed, mischievously winked at him. 2 bottles, right? The young man, still in a daze, nodded, secretly elated. It was perfect, as he was also feeling parched. 1 bottle each would suffice. He hesitated and asked, "What is wrong?" "It's 2 bottles," Qi Xiaoqing replied with an innocent expression. The young man, puzzled, glanced at his companion before looking back at Qi Xiaoqing. "Are you going to drink both by yourself?" "Oh, I'm not drinking them alone. I'll be giving them to Yi Liang and Dongfang Yang shortly." Her simple and unadorned statement instantly chilled the young man's heart. Here he was, buying water for the charming girl, only to discover that she intended to give the very water he purchased to other men. What was he then? Stupidly, he handed over the water, only to see Qi Xiaoqing pull out a small wallet and extract a 5 yuan note, placing it in his hand with a grateful, "Thank you, handsome." The 2 bottles of water cost only 4 yuan, and she even included a yuan as a tip for his trouble. The young man felt his nose gradually grow warm, as if he were wearing a wildly styled wig. Before love had even begun, it had already met its untimely end. His silent companion patted him on the shoulder and stood up, saying, "Let us go, otherwise, Batman will soon be here to catch the Joker. Soon after, the first half of the match concluded, with the blue team, led by Yichen, enjoying a decisive advantage. As the break commenced, both teams' boys were drenched in sweat, with numerous girls rushing to provide them with water and towels, except for Yichen and Dong Fanyang. These two were undeniably the school's heartthrobs, renowned and respected, making them virtually untouchable to the average student. Moreover, who could forget that they were both vying for Su Tao's affection? The very subject of their pursuit was present. At that moment, Su Tao picked up a bottle of water and stood up, but another petite figure was quicker. Qi Xiaoqing snatched a bottle of water and, with small steps, approached Dong Fanyang, displaying a foolishly bright smile. "Young Master Dong, would you like some water?" she asked, cradling the bottle with both hands. Her expression filled with anticipation, as if it were a precious treasure. Dong Fanyang chuckled softly and shook his head. "No, thank you." Although he had developed a slightly more favorable impression of Qi Xiaoqing, he certainly would not accept water from her in front of everyone, especially not in Su Tao's presence. Upon witnessing this, a flicker of disappointment crossed Qi Xiaoqing's face, yet she quickly masked it with a forced smile, saying, "If you ever want some water, feel free to let me know." She turned away, the system's voice echoing in her mind. Emotion value 4. Emotion value 7. Emotion value 2. Dong Fanyang was astonished that she would dare to offer him water in front of so many people, especially with Su Tao standing nearby. This was clearly intentional. Of course, Qi Xiaoqing was being deliberate. However, she had not anticipated that this would also earn her some emotion points. With a turn, she made her way towards Yichen. The silly smile on her face momentarily shifted to one of apprehension as she stood before him, offering the bottle of mineral water. Yet she had yet to utter a single word. Yichen, with a swift motion, sent the bottle of mineral water crashing to the ground. "How dare you appear before me, pretending to be innocent? Leave at once." His voice was laced with anger, revealing his disdain and providing Qi Xiaoqing with a surge of emotional turmoil. The bottle rolled several times before coming to rest at the feet of a girl with yellow hair, who promptly stepped on it. She looked at Qi Xiaoqing with a mocking gaze. The small figure, standing in the cleared space, appeared so pitiful and helpless. Observing this, Dong Fanyang furrowed his brow and remarked to Yichen, "Is this really necessary? There are so many people here. You should be mindful of your image." Yichen scoffed. "What? Dong Fanyang, are you feeling sympathy for this person? I haven't even settled the score with her, and she dares to approach me. If it weren't for Su Tao's intervention, she would have been gone from this school yesterday. Just the sight of her makes me nauseous." Throughout the exchange, he had not once looked directly at Qi Xiaoqing. Her pale, unadorned face evoked pity, yet ignoring it, how could one be captivated? Having been rejected by two individuals in succession, she appeared to be searching for solace. Noticing Qi Xiaoqing's poor state, Su Tao wished to take the water and offer her some comfort. However, Yichen approached from a distance, letting out a cold snort. Su Tao instinctively recoiled, glancing at him before hesitating, ultimately shaking her head. "I'm sorry, Xiaoqing, but I'm not thirsty right now. I don't particularly wish to drink." With a heavy thud, the bottle she held slipped from her grasp and fell to the ground. The onlookers, who had initially watched the scene unfold with curiosity, began to regard it with either scorn or pity. It appears that Tao Tao had no desire to drink water. Qi Xiaoqing's voice, though soft, reached Su Tao's ears perfectly. She handed a bottle of water to Yichen, then turned her head and noticed a faint smile playing at the corners of Qi Xiaoqing's lips, her crimson eyes reflecting the gesture of offering water. The pupils seemed devoid of luster, utterly hollow. That vacant expression was as if it were conveying a message to Su Tao. The sky had fallen for Qi Xiaoqing. Chapter 13. Say it again. Host, you could easily win an Oscar for your performance. It's simply remarkable. If I were the female lead, your gaze would give me goosebumps. It's utterly chilling. You don't understand. My demeanor is a harbinger of darkness. Only by unsettling Su Tao, making her think of me incessantly, can I continuously extract emotional value from her and advance my plans. I can hardly wait to see you manipulate the female lead. When will you take action? Why are you in such a hurry, you obsolete system? We are all villains. After all, villains must embody their nature. If I didn't know your circumstances, I might truly believe you were a Yandera." With a sense of dejection, Qi Xiaoqing made her way through the crowd, which instinctively parted to grant her passage. She now held her head low, her back hunched, her chestnut hair obscuring her eyes, portraying an image of utter desolation. Yet within her mind, she engaged in lively conversation with the system. Simultaneously, Qi Xiaocheng realized that the original host's situation at school was rather delicate. With her delicate and charming visage, many passersby and acquaintances regard Qi Xiaocheng with considerable warmth. However, those associated with the main characters, such as Yu Liang and Dong Fangyang, exhibit a markedly poor attitude towards her. Additionally, some individuals who had grievances with the original owner during high school continue to harbor animosity. As Qi Xiaocheng pondered while heading to her dormitory for a much-needed respite, a sudden voice broke the stillness of a secluded path overgrown with shrubs. "Hey, Qi Xiaocheng." Upon hearing this, Qi Xiaocheng halted and slowly turned around. A girl with bleached hair, clad in a crop top and mini-skirt, approached leisurely with her hands tucked into her pockets. Following her was a gloomy companion, adorned with black-rimmed glasses, her hair cascading over her face. Qi Xiaocheng frowned at the sight. This was the very girl who had stepped on her fallen water bottle earlier at the basketball court. A notorious bully who had tormented the original owner throughout high school. Even after transitioning to university, she had persistently sought to make the original owner's life difficult over the past 2 months. Huang Limei casually toyed with the nearby shrubbery as she sauntered up to Qi Xiaocheng, an arrogant smirk plastered across her face. "Oh, isn't this Qi Xiaocheng? Why haven't you put on your lovely makeup today? Trying to appear innocent while delivering water, are you trying to entice someone?" Her hostility was unmistakable, and the characteristic tone of a villain made Qi Xiaocheng reflect inwardly. She felt as though she didn't quite fit the role of a villainess. This very demeanor and expression seemed more indicative of a true cannon fodder antagonist, did they not? Casting a discreet glance at the camera nestled in the corner of the small building, Qi Xiaocheng maintained her composure. Drawing in her neck slightly, she regarded Huang Limei with a wary expression. "What do you want? I find you quite displeasing. Is there a problem with that?" She suddenly grasped the collar of Qi Xiaocheng's sweatshirt and effortlessly lifted her. The muscular arms adorned with floral tattoos bore no resemblance to those of an ordinary girl. This was undoubtedly one of Qi Xiaocheng's weaknesses since her arrival in this realm. Her physique was far too frail. In any confrontation, defeat was almost certain, and even the system could not swiftly rectify this deficiency. Huang Limei threatened Qi Xiaocheng, her voice laced with malice. "I warn you, do not approach Dong Fangyang. He is a man I have my sights set on." With a soft chuckle, Qi Xiaocheng, who had consistently maintained her composure, could not help but laugh. It was surprising that it was due to the male protagonist. In this fictional world, these main characters truly seemed to be the root of all evil. However, in Huang Limei's eyes, Qi Xiaocheng's uncontrollable laughter was a direct mockery. Her gaze gradually darkened, fixating intently on Qi Xiaocheng's fair, unadorned face. "Is it that amusing?" she inquired, raising a hand, her tone chilling. Seeing this, Qi Xiaocheng dropped her pretense and replied flatly, "Are you certain you wish to resort to violence? This is a university, not the dilapidated high school we once attended. Even if your grades are superior, the administration will not side with you." Her emotional value had just reached 200 points, leaving her with the choice to either spend 150 points on a temporary strength-enhancing pill or wield a fruit knife, costing 10 points, to escalate matters without hesitation. Alternatively, she could endure. At that moment, a sullen lackey behind Huang Limei timidly suggested, "There are cameras overhead. Perhaps it's best to reconsider?" Huang Limei abruptly lifted her head, her expression growing even more ominous. The raised right hand trembled, caught in hesitation, neither striking nor refraining. Deep within, Qi Xiaocheng let out a silent sigh of relief. Yet, at that moment, her keen eyes caught sight of a figure hastily approaching. With a quick glance, she provocatively challenged Huang Limei, questioning her courage to strike. "Useless. Say that again." Huang Limei's right hand, veins bulging, came crashing down upon her face. The sharp sound echoed, and Qi Xiaocheng's delicate visage turned crimson almost instantly. Despite possessing an intermediate pain mitigation skill, the force of that slap still left her gasping. However, her objective had been achieved. "What are you doing?" The arrival was none other than Su Tao, a hero in this moment. She rushed over in haste, only to be met with the sight of Qi Xiaocheng, tear-streaked and just slapped. "Xiaocheng." Huang Limei, discarding Qi Xiaocheng to the floor, turned with a frigid glare. "What is it, Su Tao? Do you still intend to protect this wretch like in high school? She has been nothing but a thorn in your side." Su Tao's expression was icy, her charming face devoid of emotion. "Regardless, Xiaocheng is still my sister. Putting on an act. I've been displeased with you for quite some time." Huang Limei gathered her strength and swung a heavy punch. However, she was unprepared for Su Tao's quick reflexes. who deftly sidestepped the blow and seized her right hand. With a swift maneuver, she executed a clean shoulder throw. Before Huang Limei could react to being thrown to the ground, Su Tao swiftly lifted her and delivered a powerful knee strike to her abdomen. A surge of gastric fluid erupted, twisting Huang Limei's face into a mask of agony and despair. Su Tao let out a cold snort, seizing Huang Limei by the hair and striding over to Qi Xiaoqing. Xiaoqing, how many slaps did she just give you? Her initially domineering gaze softened considerably as she spoke, and a hint of compassion flickered at the sight of Qi Xiaoqing's flushed cheeks. One slap, Qi Xiaoqing replied. Very well. Su Tao nodded, flicking her hair back, and raised her right hand, delivering a resounding slap to Huang Limei's face. The sound echoed, surpassing the force of Huang Limei's earlier blow. A trickle of crimson escaped from Huang Limei's lips, and her face swelled rapidly. Discarding Huang Limei as one would refuse trash, Su Tao disdainfully brushed her hands together. The entire sequence of events unfolding in a mere minute, executed with such fluid grace and striking confidence that it left Qi Xiaoqing in a daze. It became clear to her why so many willingly fell at the feet of this radiant protagonist. Initially, she had merely anticipated a slap in the hopes of receiving the protagonist's tender concern, only to forget that Su Tao's character was imbued with considerable strength. Xiaoqing, are you all right? Despite any lingering resentment, Su Tao's gaze remained gentle as she helped Qi Xiaoqing up. Chapter 14. A new plan, thanks to CC for the reward system. Do you know? What? Having traversed this world for over 2 days, I have encountered Su Tao several times. I have always believed that the so-called white moonlight female protagonist is merely a creation of the author, adorned with various halos to captivate others. In truth, I regarded her as a mere tool for my survival. I hold a certain disdain for Huang Limei, and while I acknowledge the cliché of the hero saving the damsel in distress, I must concede that the female protagonist possesses a certain allure. My feelings towards her are devoid of romantic inclination. Rather, they stem from an appreciation confined solely to Su Tao's beauty. Occasionally, I harbor a touch of contempt, as she appears to be a mere marionette, adorned with an artificial halo crafted by a specific author, lacking distinctive traits. Yet, the recent display of a shoulder throw, a striking knee, and that resounding slap undeniably captivated Qi Xiaoqing. The gentle concern reflected in her small eyes struck a chord within her. With her face partially covered, Qi Xiaoqing sat on the ground, her head bowed as she apologized to Su Tao, uttering, "I'm sorry. What nonsense is this?" Su Tao extended her hand, assisting Qi Xiaoqing to her feet, and tenderly brushed her cheek, delicately wiping away the remnants of the slap. Does it hurt? If not for the skills, you might have shed tears by now. Presently, it feels tolerable. However, as she savored the soft caress and the warm touch of fingertips against her cheek, Qi Xiaoqing revealed a silly smile, accustomed to such gestures. The 3 words she uttered tightened Su Tao's heart. Supported by her, Qi Xiaoqing dared not meet her gaze, pondering, does Tao Tao dislike me? In the basement, I acted so inappropriately towards you, and for the past few days, you have ignored me. Surely, you must detest me. This Qi Xiaoqing's words pierced Su Tao's heart, confronting her with the very thing she was most reluctant to face, the peculiar state of Qi Xiaoqing during that time in the basement. Now, she appeared rather normal, devoid of makeup, exuding a certain cuteness, yet also a hint of fragility, much like the childhood memories she held of Qi Xiaochang. Su Tao pondered whether the last encounter was merely a coincidence. Stealing a glance at Qi Xiaochang, who had lowered her head, she tentatively inquired, "Do you still like me?" "Indeed," came the soft reply, though Qi Xiaoqing's expression remained obscured. Su Tao chuckled, reflecting that with Qi Xiaocheng so invested in her, it was impossible for her to genuinely harbor any disdain. If she had truly disliked her, she would have long ceased to care for the original persona. After all, they were good sisters. Upon arriving at dormitory 801, Su Tao invited Qi Xiaocheng to take a seat and swiftly retrieved a tube of ointment from her drawer. "Close your eyes. I shall be gentle, ensuring that it does not hurt you." As her fingertip brushed against Qi Xiaocheng's cheek, it felt somewhat cool. Though Qi Xiaocheng could not see Su Tao's expression at that moment, it was easy to surmise that she was both focused and tender. Actions convey the depths of one's heart, and accompanied by the faint, delicate fragrance typical of young women, Qi Xiaoqing savored this moment of care. It seemed that Su Tao's efforts in self-improvement over the past few days had yielded positive results, especially after revealing her more affectionate side. However, with her current demeanor of gentleness, the next steps of her plan became rather challenging. Lost in her thoughts, Su Tao's light-hearted voice broke through. All done, Xiaocheng. You can rest now. Fortunately, there is no swelling or abrasions, so your looks remain intact. Thank you, Tao Tao, Qi Xiaocheng replied, a blissful smile illuminating her face. Suddenly recalling something, she retrieved the bottle of mineral water from her bag, cradling it in her hands before offering it to Su Tao. Tao Tao, have some water and take a moment to rest. Su Tao shook her head and packed the other medications into a bag. I won't drink it. During the competition earlier, Yi Liang and Dong Fangyang collided and got injured. I need to bring some medicine to them, so I must leave now. Oh, so that is the reason, Qi Xiaocheng replied, a dangerous smile curling at the corners of her lips, her gaze deep and contemplative. She had devised her next plan. Still holding the bottle of water, she rose to retain Su Tao, saying, Tao Tao, are you really not going to take a sip of water? Or do you simply dislike mineral water? Su Tao approached the door and cast a puzzled glance at Qi Xiaocheng. The question seemed rather odd. She observed Qi Xiaocheng closely, finding her still appearing quite normal. After a dismissive wave, she hurried out the door. Perhaps the previous incident was merely an accident. Xiaocheng seemed perfectly fine. Yet, she failed to notice that at the moment of her departure, Qi Xiaocheng's small hand holding the mineral water bottle had dropped. Her crimson eyes glimmered ominously, and the smile on her lips became increasingly sinister. Host, what wicked thoughts are brewing now? Zongzi, it appears that in her heart, the positions of the several male leads hold far more significance than mine. Isn't that only natural? They are inherently straight. Bending them is no easy feat, and each male lead possesses an aura of their own. Yet, this is ultimately a tragedy. In the conclusion of this tale, aside from the male leads, all female characters that have appeared are but mere jesters, destined for a tragic end, including Su Tao, the fated heroine. This is why Qi Xiaocheng remarked that in the early to mid stages, heroine Su Tao would ascend to the pinnacle of her life. Yet she refrained from mentioning the latter stages. In a previous life, this book gained popularity not only due to its exquisite writing, but also owing to the author's subsequent audacious maneuvers. As the narrative progressed, a wealthy female entrepreneur emerged within its pages, generously bestowing a staggering 1 million yuan in rewards and requesting that a character be crafted in her likeness. Eager to seize this extraordinary fortune, the author acquiesced to the entrepreneur's wishes and introduced a supporting character, subsequently shaping the storyline to align with her desires. Ultimately, this unexpected character ascended, capturing the affections of all the male protagonists who were initially enamored with Su Tao, thereby redirecting the narrative to pave a path for her. She faced disdain, scorn, and violence. The author offered countless glimpses of hope, only to plunge into despair time and again. Ultimately, succumbing to severe depression, she tragically took her own life in a modest rented room. This drastic transformation elicited vehement criticism from readers. The early and mid sections of the book were lauded for their brilliance, while the latter portions were condemned for their dismal quality. Ultimately, it garnered attention, even within male-dominated genres. Qi Xiaocheng sat upon Su Tao's bed, cradling a beloved cat plushie, gently toying with her ponytail. Setting aside the original plot of the novel, there was an undeniable allure to this moonlit tenderness that she longed to possess for herself. Qi Xiaocheng perused the system's marketplace and soon discovered an item that piqued her interest. Energy capsule, price 200 emotional points. Description: a miraculous capsule that replenishes energy in the human body. It was somewhat costly, and its efficacy remained uncertain. Yet her physique was exceedingly frail. To realize this spontaneous plan, this item was indispensable. Qi Xiaocheng glanced toward the bottle of mineral water resting on the table. Having faced rejection twice, it appears that Tao Tao has no fondness for water. Qi Xiaocheng chuckled softly, unscrewed the cap of the mineral water bottle, and poured its contents entirely into the wash basin. Placing the empty bottle prominently on Su Tao's desk, she then sauntered out of the dormitory. Her twin ponytails swayed gently with her movements. The basketball match concluded swiftly, with Yi Liang's blue team narrowly triumphing over the red team, led by Dong Fangyang, by a mere 3 points. This match seemed to mirror the contest for Su Tao's attention, leaving the defeated Dong Fangyang visibly displeased. In contrast, the victorious Yi Liang beamed with delight, relishing the opportunity to flaunt his success before Su Tao. Thank you for your support, Su Tao. I certainly couldn't have defeated that fellow Dong Fangyang without you. How about I treat you to dinner tonight? He proposed eagerly. Su Tao hesitated, casting a glance at Dong Fangyang. Logically, the three of them should have gone together. Before Yi Liang could speak again, Dong Fangyang waved his hand dismissively. I have other commitments tonight. You two go ahead. With that, he draped his jacket over his shoulder and departed with a casual wave. Yi Liang, wearing a triumphant grin, remarked, Su Tao, you simply cannot decline this time. You previously promised to treat me to dinner as a way to show your gratitude. With a resigned sigh, Su Tao acquiesced. All right, but I must clarify that I do not drink alcohol. Before she could finish her thought, her phone chimed with a notification. Curious, Su Tao picked it up and discovered a message from Qi Xiaocheng. Qi Xiaocheng, Tao Tao, I have something to say to you. I will be waiting for you on the rooftop of the dormitory at 9 o'clock tonight. Yi Liang wiped the sweat from his brow, avoiding Su Tao's gaze, and inquired. What is the matter? He snapped his fingers. The weather forecast predicts a heavy downpour tonight, so we shall forego shopping. Instead, I will take you to a delightful place. The event starts at 9. I assure you will enjoy it. At that moment, a bolt of lightning streaked across the sky, accompanied by a resounding thunderclap. The sunset gradually succumbed to the encroaching clouds, blossoming into a crimson hue reminiscent of blood. Chapter 15. When will you return? Su Tao, after dinner. I can't shake the feeling that your mind is elsewhere. Is something troubling you? At 8 p.m., large raindrops began to patter down, cleansing the city shrouded in twilight. As the fragrance of damp earth wafted through the air, Su Tao and Yi Liang stood outside a shop, the sky dark and somber. Having just finished their meal, they intended to stroll until the 9 p.m. event commenced. However, the rain arrived unexpectedly. With the sound of the rain, Yi Liang noticed that Su Tao's spirits seemed to have dampened. Dressed in a simple white embroidered dress, she lowered her head, her shoelaces lightly tapping the floor. Lost in thought, Yi Liang observed her closely and gently tapped her shoulder, asking, What are you thinking about, so engrossed? Oh, I apologize, Su Tao replied, forcing a smile. It's nothing, just pondering about Xiaoqing. At the mention of that name, Yi Liang's brow furrowed slightly. What do you need to think about her for? You and she are not of the same ilk. Su Tao, it would be best if you severed ties with her, yet you still defend her. Su Tao opened her mouth, intending to express her innermost thoughts, yet the haunting memory of the basement swiftly silenced her. Eventually, she inquired softly, Yi Liang, how do you perceive Xiaoqing? Quite repulsive, he replied. With a dry chuckle, Su Tao pressed on. What about when you first encountered me and Xiaoqing? Yi Liang looked at her in confusion. Their initial meeting had taken place in a clothing store, where he had sought refuge from a woman his family had arranged for him to meet. By sheer coincidence, Su Tao emerged from a fitting room, adorned in a plain white gown she intended to purchase, resembling a celestial being that effortlessly captured attention. After exchanging glances, the woman from the blind date approached, demanding answers. He imperiously instructed Su Tao not to betray his whereabouts, promising her a sum of 100,000 yuan as compensation. Despite Su Tao's attempts at discretion, she was ultimately discovered. Faced with the interrogation, he had no choice but to assert that Su Tao was his girlfriend. As the extraordinarily privileged scion of a powerful family, it was his first experience hiding behind a girl, receiving a gentle smile in return, and being gazed upon with reassuring eyes, feeling a sense of protection. Later, realizing he had delayed Su Tao, Yi Liang immediately offered to compensate her with 1 million yuan. Most ordinary individuals would be rendered speechless by such a staggering amount. Yet Su Tao calmly declined, patiently reassuring him that she had merely lent a helping hand. Perhaps influenced by an aura of a heroine, after numerous rejections, Yi Liang found Su Tao to be intriguing. Naturally, her beauty also played a significant role. Thus, their story began to unfold. As for Qi Xiaoqing, it seems that her makeup back then was not as outrageous as it is now, merely a touch of subtle enhancement. Yi Liang wore a contemplative expression, struggling to recall much, but the overall impression was rather unpleasant. Su Tao gazed upward at the overcast sky, sighing, actually, Xiaoqing wasn't he always like this? She fell in with some undesirable friends and was led astray. Yi Liang cast a curious glance at Su Tao, perplexed as to why she would bring up that person. Given her unsightly makeup, he found it hard to envision Qi Xiaoqing without makeup. Thus, he assertively stated to Su Tao, in any case, I can heed your wish not to confront Qi Xiaoqing, but you must also comply with my request. You are not to have any further dealings with her. Su Tao opened her mouth, lowering her head without nodding or shaking it. Noticing her reluctance, Yi Liang, displeased, elongated his nasal tone. Su Tao, hearing his tone, instinctively shrank her neck. I actually want to give it another try. Xiaoqing has merely been led astray. At her core, she is kind-hearted. If possible, I do not wish to forsake her as a friend. She has treated you so poorly, even going so far as to kidnap you. If I hadn't arrived in time, who knows what might have happened to you? Why do you still hold out hope for her? Yet he felt helpless. Because of his affection, he did not want to resort to force with Su Tao, nor did he wish to impose upon her any obligations. Seeing that Yi Liang seemed on the verge of anger, Su Tao timidly explained, I am an orphan. Since I met Xiaoqing in elementary school, we have been inseparable. She has accompanied me throughout my childhood, like a considerate sister, and for the first time, she has given me a sense of home. Thus, I wish to give it another try. Yi Liang extended his large hand, intending to articulate something, but ultimately let it fall heavily. He irritably scratched his head. People do change, he remarked, not wanting to dwell on the unpleasant topic. Let us simply disregard that unfortunate individual. Although the event does not commence until 9 o'clock, we should head over now. Having spoken, he promptly commanded Su Tao to get into the vehicle, setting off toward the beach of Jiuzhou City. As Yi Liang drove, he conversed with Su Tao, stating that this upcoming event would be held aboard a grand cruise ship by our family. You shall dazzle all in that exquisite gown. Furthermore, my family members will also be in attendance. Su Tao, do you comprehend what that signifies? Yi Liang spoke eloquently, yet upon glancing sideways, he noticed Su Tao fixated on her phone. Are you listening to me? Yi Liang's voice echoed in his ears, but her thoughts remained tethered to her device. A message from Qi Xiaoqing had just arrived. Tao Tao, it's nearly 9 o'clock. Are you in your dorm? I shall come find you. Su Tao realized she was supposed to accompany Yi Liang to the gathering at 9. She pondered what Qi Xiaoqing might wish to discuss. Surely, if it were merely casual chatter, it could be conveyed through text, couldn't it? Apologies, she sent a playful, pleading emoji, stating, I am still out shopping with others. I won't be able to return so swiftly. At that moment, a thunderous roar echoed, and the rain intensified. After sending her message, Su Tao regretted her words. It appeared that a torrential downpour was imminent, and her excuse had been woefully inadequate. Yet, she dared not confess that she was with Yi Liang, fearing it might provoke Qi Xiaoqing. Su Tao set down her phone, a subtle expression of relaxation gracing her features. This was a promising sign. As long as Xiaoqing was willing to communicate with her, there remained a chance to restore their once-cherished friendship. Lifting her head, Su Tao absent-mindedly played with her hair, only to find herself locking eyes with Yi Liang's displeased gaze. Su Yao offered a dry smile, declaring, I shall no longer check my phone, I will silence it. She muted the device and tucked it away in her bag, oblivious to the subsequent message from Qi Xiaoqing. The rain fell increasingly heavy. Chapter 16. Her obsession amidst the thunder and lightning. The downpour intensified. Inside the cruise ship, the atmosphere stood in stark contrast to the tempest outside, filled with a multitude of handsome men and beautiful women, reveling in their merriment. By 9 o'clock, all the guests had arrived. The grand entrance was naturally reserved for Su Tao and Yi Liang, as the embodiment of countless male protagonists' admiration. Overshadowing numerous antagonists and the various young ladies within the narrative, Su Tao's beauty was undeniable. She stood there, her delicate and charming visage illuminated under the lights, exuding an extraordinary gentleness. The white gown clung to her slender waist, exquisitely accentuating her graceful curves. The neckline, slightly open, revealed the elegant contour of her collarbone. Her skin smooth as satin, emanating a subtle sheen. Her silky black hair cascaded down her shoulders, with a few stray strands brushing against her ears, adding a touch of softness to her appearance. Like a faint moonbeam in the night sky, she possessed an air of tranquility laced with mystery, reminiscent of a pristine white lotus blooming in the morning, untainted by the dust of the world. In contrast, Yi Liang presented himself as a formidable figure, exuding an aura of possessiveness that seemed to declare Su Tao as his own, a charismatic presence that dissuaded others from approaching. Nevertheless, the majority of the guests remained captivated by Su Tao. She is indeed the one rumored to be the false girlfriend of young Master Yi. Among the many young ladies present, who is not a pampered daughter of a prominent family. Naturally, their beauty and figure are commendable, yet in comparison to Su Tao, they seem to fall somewhat short. Some envious girls quickly curled their lips in disdain, remarking that the male companions attending the banquet didn't even hold hands. A clear effete. At that moment, Dongfang Yang, who was savoring a drink beside one of the girls, scoffed, Don't let Yi Liang's confident facade fool you. He probably hasn't even held Su Tao's hand. The girl, intrigued, turned to Dongfang Yang and asked, "How do you know? I'm a rival. How could I not be aware?" He recounted the time when he, along with Yi Liang and Si Chun, vied for the affections of a single girl. Realizing that it was unnecessary to provoke a conflict among the three prominent families. Thus, they agreed that none could force Su Tao, unless she consented. They could not even touch her, not even to hold hands. They then embarked on a fair competition. Dongfang Yang was a young master, Yi Liang a CEO. And Yichen held a respectable status as well. Each possessed their own pride, believing that pursuing an ordinary girl should not be a trivial endeavor. However, despite their pride, they pursued Su Tao for 3 months. Not to mention tender caresses or mutual embraces, they had not even attempted a proper hand-holding. As the envious girls observed Su Tao maintaining a distance of merely an inch from Yi Liang, they sneered, "What a young master from the Yi family. Isn't he just a devoted admirer?" Dongfang Yang thought to himself, "Why does it feel as though I am being scolded as well?" At that moment, another young woman approached, elegantly holding a wine glass, her red evening gown flowing gracefully. "Oh, why does the Eastern young master drink alone? Can't you find a companion?" Upon recognizing her as someone familiar, Dongfang Yang gently clinked his glass with hers. "Qin, are you not alone as well?" "I am not in want of women. I am simply too indolent to seek one out." Qin cast a lingering glance at Su Tao, bearing a knowing expression. "I am only aware of the agreement among you 3 affluent young masters. However, to me, it seems rather overly serious. Pursuing a woman does not necessarily require a direct approach. There are countless methods to explore." She continued, "Moreover, your family likely disapproves of her, doesn't it? Attending a banquet without even securing a female companion for her is quite demeaning." After speaking, Qin took a sip of her drink and settled beside Dongfang Yang. Her gaze still fixated on Su Tao, her demeanor still one of dissatisfaction. As for Dongfang Yang, he felt a slight stirring within. He certainly lacked for female company. Countless beautiful heiresses were eager to forge alliances with him. Yet, he found no appeal in such women, who merely coveted his wealth and familial influence. Even the somewhat foolish and naive Qi Shao Cheng possessed more distinctive charm than those women. Her looks were not lacking, though she was a tad short. Why should he even dwell on her? Dongfang Yang shook his head, observing Su Tao's retreating figure, and downed his drink in one gulp. Meanwhile, the female lead, after navigating through numerous flirtations, finally found a moment to relax as Yi Liang engaged in conversation with others. Yet, amidst such a gathering, she still felt out of place. Each person wore a facade of insincere smiles, their eyes brimming with ulterior motives. The polite exchanges were marked by an elegance that only veiled their hypocrisy. Individuals, shaped by their diverse identities, may exhibit self-satisfaction, flattery, or even a willingness to compromise. She felt akin to a solitary boat, adrift upon the currents of circumstance. Glancing at her phone, she realized, to her astonishment, that it was nearly 9:30. With a swift motion, she unlocked her device. What had Xiaoqing sent me? Why are there so many messages? Upon entering the chat interface, she abruptly rose to her feet, inadvertently knocking over a nearby glass. The sharp sound drew the attention of many guests, yet Su Tao's gaze remained fixated on her phone, oblivious to the world around her. As her fingers scrolled down the screen, she noted that starting from around 8 o'clock, every 5 minutes, Xiao Cheng had dispatched a message. Like a sinister prank reminiscent of a midnight horror tale, it sent a chill down Su Tao's spine. The most recent message had been sent precisely at 9:30. Unaccountably, she recalled the peculiar state of Xiao Cheng in the basement. She stood frozen, her lips parched. Just then, a voice interrupted her reverie. "Miss, please lift your foot. Be careful not to hurt yourself." A server had appeared at her feet, cautiously clearing the shards of glass. Su Tao numbly sidestepped, hastily redirecting her focus to her phone. A thought crossed her mind. Perhaps this was an automated messaging feature set by Xiao Cheng. But does WeChat have such a function? She could not recall. Yet her trembling fingers composed a message. "Xiao Cheng, are you all right?" In the next moment, a reply from Xiao Cheng arrived. Su Tao exhaled in relief. Perhaps it was merely a network delay. Beneath the surface of the words, she sensed a subtle discord in Xiao Cheng's emotions. "Have you had any water? However, it is all water here, and I cannot drink it all. What does this mean?" Su Tao was puzzled, but outside, a thunderous roar erupted, and the heavy rain began to pound against the window not far from her. Suddenly, a possibility struck her. Xiaocheng, where are you waiting for me? On the rooftop. Didn't we agree? I will be waiting for you at 9 o'clock on the rooftop. Another series of messages, like a death warrant. Chapter 17. Am I not more important than Qi Xiaocheng? Thanks to the imperfect Dixio for the reward. No, 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 no. Su Tao's breath quickened as she fixated on the newly arrived messages on WeChat. Waiting for her on the rooftop? In such fierce wind and rain. She hoped fervently that this was just a prank by Qi Xiaocheng. In this weather, with Qi Xiaocheng's frail body exposed to the rain for so long, she dared not imagine the consequences. At that moment, Yi Liang approached, noticing Su Tao's troubled expression, and asked with concern, "Is something wrong?" Yi Liang scoffed, suggesting that she should seek shelter until the rain ceased. With such fierce wind and rain outside, it would be difficult for anyone, let alone a vehicle, to navigate. Are you really going to deliver an umbrella? He glanced at Su Tao's delicate figure hidden beneath her skirt, remarking, "Forget the umbrella, even you would be blown away." After saying this, he shrugged, adding, "Let that person fend for themselves. The activities are about to commence. Shall we head inside? You, please wait for me." Su Tao, still worried, stepped aside with her phone in hand. "I need to make a call." With that, she promptly dialed Qi Xiaocheng's WeChat number. She had yet to hear Qi Xiaocheng's voice. Instead, the howling wind and relentless rain filled her ears. The rumble of thunder alerted Su Tao to the fact that Qi Xiaocheng was certainly not indoors, but on the rooftop. Panic-stricken, Su Tao called out, "Xiaocheng, can you hear me?" Meanwhile, sheltered beneath a rain shield on the rooftop, Qi Xiaocheng, upon hearing Su Tao's anxious voice, could not help but reflect on the nature of a true leading lady. Despite being merely a supporting character, and having committed numerous transgressions against her, Su Tao still embraced her with unwavering concern and trust. Having been betrayed by girlfriends twice in her past life, Qi Xiaocheng cherished this deluge of care. Her acting skills remained sharp, her tone devoid of emotion. "I can hear Tao's voice. Is something wrong?" However, it seemed Qi Xiaocheng only grasped the crux of her words. "Come down?" But they had promised to wait for each other, had they not? She was well aware that Qi Xiaocheng had once again slipped into that peculiar state reminiscent of when she had entered the basement. Ignoring the nature of this behavior, whether it was intrinsic or a temporary affliction, she pondered what to discuss. "What shall we talk about?" Qi Xiaocheng inquired. "I can wait for you here too. After all, we made a promise. But the rain is so heavy, it's not the same." Su Tao, realizing that gentleness was futile, opted for a firmer approach. It had always been the case since childhood, whenever she donned an expression of anger. No matter how unruly Qi Xiaocheng became, she would invariably comply. Though occasionally mischievous, Qi Xiaocheng was mostly understanding. This time was no exception. Upon hearing Su Tao's serious tone, she softened once more, a hint of grievance in her voice. "All right then, I will listen to you." At this moment, Su Tao finally let out a sigh of relief. For the past 2 months, she had been in constant conflict with Qi Xiaocheng, unable to approach her. She was uncertain about what had transpired. It must have been her so-called friends who led Xiaocheng astray. Softening her tone once more, Su Tao assured, "I won't deceive Xiaocheng, rest assured." "All right." Qi Xiaocheng's voice brightened a bit. However, as she listened, she noticed that the sound of rain showed no signs of abating. After a while, she thought, the 14th floor is rather high. Upon hearing this, Su Tao was momentarily taken aback. "Xiaocheng," she exclaimed, her voice rising in alarm. But the line had already gone dead. In a flurry, she attempted to redial. Yet her efforts proved futile. "Su Tao, have you finished your call? The event is about to commence, and we need to head to the exhibition hall inside the cruise ship." Just then, Yi Liang approached. Noticing Su Tao's frantic demeanor and the deep concern etched on her face, she was unable to connect with Qi Xiaocheng via WeChat, and even her mobile number yielded a notification indicating it was turned off. Panic began to set in. As she envisioned Qi Xiaocheng plummeting from the 14th floor along with her phone, the device shattered beyond recognition. Su Tao understood that this was not the time for grand declarations or explanations. She needed help, plain and simple. However, Yi Liang was not pleased. He had never been fond of Qi Xiaocheng, having been thoroughly annoyed by her previously. The girl he admired had been abducted to the basement, tarnishing his reputation at the last banquet and nearly causing harm to Su Tao. Now, just when things seemed to settle, she resurfaced. His fists clenched involuntarily, and he raised his head with an air of arrogance, his complexion dark and stormy. Qi Xiaocheng, why do you still care about her after everything she has done to you?" The usual fierce demeanor, commanding and uncompromising, erupted from him like a thunderclap from the heavens. As a scion nurtured by a prominent family, he radiated the undeniable authority of one accustomed to power. This overwhelming presence could intimidate not only ordinary girls, but even those high-ranking individuals who, upon learning of Yi Liang's identity, would instinctively yield. Time and again, when Yi Liang merely lowered his voice slightly, Su Tao would instinctively withdraw, indicating her retreat. However, this time, he noticed that the stubborn girl's eyes were filled with unwavering determination and resolve. Chapter 18. To me, she is more important than you. Under ordinary circumstances, had Su Tao exhibited such tenacity and resisted unreasonable demands, Yi Liang would have found it endearing. It would have further highlighted her uniqueness among other girls. But at this moment, it was her defiance in favor of Qi Xiaoqing that displeased him greatly. Yet, because the object of his affection was Su Tao, he restrained his anger, allowing only a chill to seep into his voice. Su Tao, do you even comprehend what you are saying? I have invited my parents from the capital for this banquet, where countless family enterprises are converging. Do you think I have you dressed so formally for no reason? It is because I wish for them to recognize you. I desire to pave a path for you, to help you rise above your ordinary status and ensure that you are never looked down upon again. Time, energy, relationships, money, resources, these are in abundance. Yet you now tell me that you intend to depart when the event officially commences, all for the sake of Qi Xiaoqing? Each of his words weighs heavier than the last. He desires to witness Su Tao's retreat. However, the scene he imagines does not unfold. Su Tao's gaze remains tranquil, impervious to his provocations. Ha 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 ha. Yi Liang bursts into laughter, suddenly leaning closer to Su Tao, his presence as formidable as a mountain, demanding, have you forgotten how Qi Xiaoqing has treated you these past few months? He suppresses his voice, yet it resonates as if he is shouting. In these months, have I shown you any unkindness? I have given you everything you desired, devoted myself entirely to you. Do you truly regard me as less significant than Qi Xiaoqing? Su Tao meets Yi Liang's gaze without a flicker of fear. After closing her eyes and taking a gentle breath, she seems to arrive at a decision. She steps back slightly, one hand lifting her skirt, the other covering the neckline of her dress, and bows to Yi Liang. Yi Liang, I am truly grateful for your efforts on my behalf. The future remains uncertain, but at this moment, she raises her head, her resplendent eyes filled with unwavering determination. Qi Xiaoqing is of greater importance to me than you. I sincerely apologize for any discomfort I may have caused you today. I will offer a more formal apology and compensation later, so I shan't trouble you any further. With that, Su Tao resolutely turns away, her skirt swirling gracefully in the light. She retrieves her phone, hoping to hail a cab despite the torrential rain. However, just as she takes a step, Yi Liang unexpectedly seizes her right hand. She turned her head and saw Yi Liang, with a gloomy expression, inquiring why. Why she seemed to regard that woman as more significant than him. After all, she was merely a wretched woman. She had been the target of slander, humiliated in public, incited others to inflict harm upon her, and ultimately, even resorted to kidnapping. Surely, no one could forgive such actions, right? Why should it be so? If it were Dongfang Yang or Si Chun, it would be understandable. Despite being rivals, Yi Liang would acknowledge their exceptional capabilities. Yet, what merit did Qi Xiaoqing? A mere woman, possessed that made Su Tao so concerned? Yi Liang widened his eyes, fixated on Su Tao's gaze, attempting to decipher her thoughts. Beneath the surface of her question, he noticed a glimmer of tender reminiscence in her eyes. She spoke softly, you have been by my side for a few months. And I am grateful. However, Xiaoqing has accompanied me for over a decade. With that, she shook off Yi Liang's hand and hurriedly made her way toward the hall's exit. Once again, she dialed Qi Xiaoqing's number, but the response remained that it was switched off. As Su Tao glanced sideways, she spotted Dongfang Yang approaching, jingling a keychain as he walked, seemingly unaware of the situation. Nevertheless, having a vehicle would certainly alleviate matters. Su Tao pressed her lips together, her tense features easing slightly. Thank you, she murmured. No problem. This banquet is rather dull anyway. There are umbrellas at the entrance. Why don't you wait for me outside the cruise ship while I retrieve the car from the garage? All right, Su Tao replied succinctly, feeling a sense of relief with Dongfang Yang's assistance. She strode out of the hall without a backward glance, oblivious to the fact that Yi Liang, after his outburst of anger, stood there as if entranced, lost in a daze. Soon, she boarded the vehicle amidst the torrential downpour. Although there was a slight accumulation of water on the road, it did not hinder their progress. Dongfang Yang occupied the driver's seat and inquired, "Where to?" The roar of the sports car blended with the thunder as they sped away. What exactly had transpired? Had something happened to Qi Xiaoqing? At this moment, Dongfang Yang shared a similar sentiment with Yi Liang. Despite Qi Xiaoqing's numerous transgressions, Su Tao still seemed to care for her. Su Tao sat in silence in the passenger seat, contemplating whether to reveal the truth to Dongfang Yang. The notion that Qi Xiaoqing had waited on the school rooftop in the rain for an hour, and now might even be contemplating suicide, was utterly shocking. The afternoon sports event had appeared so ordinary. To suggest her odd behavior might be misconstrued as a mental illness was concerning. After a brief hesitation, she asked Dongfang Yang, what could cause a person to undergo such a drastic and unstable change in temperament? Dongfang Yang cast another glance at Su Tao, who nodded in response but remained silent. She took out her phone, attempting to contact acquaintances to see if anyone was still at school and could check the rooftop. Simultaneously, she scrolled through the school's forum, finding no reports of anyone attempting to jump, which provided her with some solace. Amidst her inner turmoil, 10 minutes later, the vehicle came to a halt. The sound of honking resonated from all directions, and outside the window, flashing car lights illuminated the scene. Dongfang Yang furrowed his brow and slammed the horn in frustration, exclaiming, "We're stuck in traffic. I wonder what the situation is up ahead." Given this downpour, the likelihood of an accident is quite high, although the road was not flooded. An incident had still occurred. Su Tao's immediate instinct was to turn around and take another route. But a glance in the rearview mirror revealed a sea of headlights shimmering through the hazy mist. They were utterly trapped in the middle of the road. Dongfang Yang exhaled deeply and turned to Su Tao, asking if she felt anxious. Perhaps she did, though she dared not dwell on it. Upon hearing this, Dongfang Yang couldn't help but gasp in surprise. He glanced at Su Tao and inquired, "Can you drive?" Su Tao hesitated for a moment, admitting, "I failed my driving test." Given the urgency of the situation and the inability to reach Qi Xiaoqing, this was their only option. Following his gaze outside, Su Tao noticed several shared bicycles parked by the roadside. She was not losing her mind. She understood that if Qi Xiaoqing was still on the rooftop, she would only wish to see her. Realizing he could not dissuade Su Tao, Dongfang Yang anxiously called out, "Hey, there are raincoats in the trunk." "No need. Putting on a raincoat would waste time." Su Tao brushed aside her damp hair, her delicate face calm and earnest. She scanned the code, unlocked the bike, and thought, "Xiaoqing, you must be safe." Chapter 19. Is this a gift? The storm raged on, with thunder rumbling and lightning flashing. The downpour had persisted for nearly an hour, showing no signs of abating. Rather, it intensified with each passing moment. On the rooftop of the dormitory, Qi Xiaoqing remained seated beneath the rain shield, breathing weakly, her complexion somewhat pale. The incessant notifications of her emotional status had become too overwhelming, prompting her to silence them, leaving only the sounds of thunder and rainfall in her ears. The wind howled fiercely, and despite her retreating beneath the awning, droplets of rain were still mercilessly propelled onto her skin. A portion of her body was already dampened, causing the thin fabric of her t-shirt to cling even more closely to her form, revealing glimpses of her fair, delicate skin. System, how much time has elapsed? In her quest for realism, having hurled her phone from the 14th floor, she had lost track of how long it had been since the call was disconnected. Fortunately, the system remained. Approximately 20 minutes have passed. She shifted her position, allowing herself to be enveloped by the downpour, surrendering to the rain that drenched her. November had ushered in deep autumn, and the temperature was far from warm. The rainwater felt like ice, causing Qi Xiaoqing to tremble uncontrollably. The system observed her with a tinge of sympathy. "Host, perhaps it would be best to reconsider, or we could utilize some emotional currency to acquire a few items first. I fear for your well-being in this state." "I haven't said much at all. Why should you, a mere system, be afraid? If you were to perish, I would cease to exist as well. Moreover, are you truly certain you are not a Yandra? Your actions instill fear in me. Aren't you a villainous system? Even if I were to commit murder, you should be cheering me on. I have done nothing yet you exhibit such cowardice. How utterly ineffectual." Cack. Qi Xiaoqing rolled her eyes, confirming that she was completely soaked before retreating once more beneath the awning, curling up to preserve the last vestiges of warmth. Having executed the second phase of her plan, she had already consumed an energy pill purchased with her emotional currency. Yet, the frailty of this body exceeded Qi Xiaoqing's expectations. Despite taking the medication, she still felt weak. A throbbing headache weighed heavily upon her, and an overwhelming desire for sleep enveloped her. Yet the protagonist has yet to arrive. The third step of the plan is of paramount importance. Moreover, how could a Yandere possess such clarity of thought? They are often oblivious to their own nature. Reflecting on Yi Liang's gaze from earlier this afternoon, coupled with the substantial emotional currency I have just received, I sense that he would bury me if he could. It is imperative that I acquire more emotional value and secure the protagonist. Without the protective halo of the heroine, Qi Xiaocheng genuinely fears for her safety. What began as a conversation has devolved into soliloquy. I am uncertain how much time has passed when the rooftop door is suddenly thrust open with a resounding bang. An anxious voice breaks the silence. Xiaocheng, Su Tao has arrived. She gasps for breath, leaning against the wall to prevent herself from collapsing under the weight of her trembling legs. The iron door clangs violently in the wind, her gown thoroughly drenched, clinging to her skin as each step grows more arduous. Despite this, she presses on, stepping outside and calling out into the wind, Xiaocheng, where are you? Yet, upon reaching the ground floor, there is no sign of the so-called corpse or ambulance. Xiaocheng must be all right. She reassures herself with unwavering conviction. Xiaocheng. Following the sound, Su Tao is elated to discover Qi Xiaocheng hiding beneath the awning. Her body, which had been straining against the tension, suddenly relaxes, and her legs give way, causing Su Tao to fall into Qi Xiaocheng's embrace, holding her tightly as tears mingle with raindrops cascading down her cheeks. Leaning against her shoulder, Qi Xiaocheng basks in the warmth of that loving embrace, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Ah! To be enveloped in such an all-encompassing love is truly a heartwarming experience. Within her heart lay a myriad of emotions, yet her acting remained impeccable. The feelings of anxiety and fear surged towards Su Tao alongside her frail sobs. I'm sorry, Tao Tao. The 14th floor is too high. I cannot jump down. I'm so sorry, so sorry, so sorry. Upon hearing these words, Su Tao felt a pang of sorrow within her. She understood that Qi Xiaocheng had misconstrued her intentions. However, she did not hold it against her. Instead, she was filled with self-reproach for failing to communicate clearly, almost leading to Xiaocheng's demise. Overwhelmed by guilt, Su Tao took a deep breath, gently cradling Qi Xiaocheng's face, her thumb tenderly wiping away the tears. There is no need to apologize. It is my fault for not expressing myself clearly. What matters is that you are safe, that you are all right. Qi Xiaocheng sniffled, her voice still frail. Will Tao Tao not blame me? I have done so many wrong things in the past, and now I have worried you. Hush. Su Tao placed her slender finger against Qi Xiaocheng's lips, her forehead lightly touching hers. How could I ever blame you? Everyone makes mistakes. You are already on the path to making amends, are you not? We agreed to have a chat tonight, remember? Qi Xiaocheng's tears subsided, replaced by a hesitant smile as she began to fumble beside her. Su Tao, curious, inquired, what are you looking for? A gift. A gift? Su Tao was puzzled by Qi Xiaocheng's words until a realization dawned upon her. Oh, you wanted to talk to me about what happened during the day on the rooftop? Qi Xiaocheng fumbled for a moment before finally locating the delicately wrapped bottle adorned with a satin ribbon. With great care, she handed it to Su Tao, who had earlier that day refused to drink water in Qi Xiaocheng's presence while with Yi Liang. Su Tao paused momentarily, then with a mixture of amusement and exasperation remarked, Is this really about that? Xiaocheng, you are truly utterly foolish. She remained oblivious to the unease that Qi Xiaocheng harbored, perceiving the late-night gift as an apology for the earlier incident. A curious thought crossed her mind. Was it possible that Qi Xiaocheng felt a twinge of jealousy? As she accepted the gift, the darkness enveloping them obscured Qi Xiaocheng's expression. However, Su Tao could sense the hopeful glimmer in her eyes. All right. Qi Xiaocheng's voice was particularly soft, imbued with an endearing lilt reminiscent of her childhood. This brought to Su Tao's mind memories of their middle school days. Realizing that Qi Xiaocheng had reverted to her former self. Although it was somewhat concerning, there was an undeniable charm to it. Without further contemplation, Su Tao acquiesced to Qi Xiaocheng's intent and accepted the present. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed, accompanied by blinding flashes of lightning that illuminated the night. It felt as though the darkness itself was being banished, and the so-called gift came into view. Su Tao's pupils constricted sharply as she felt the cold raindrops striking her skin like icy daggers. Chapter 20. The transformation is all because of you. What should have been a beautiful moment of resolving misunderstandings and exchanging heartfelt warmth shattered upon witnessing the other's eerie gaze and unsettling smile while holding the gift. In an instant, The scene from the basement flooded my mind, restrained, unable to move. She forcibly grasped my cheeks, whispering words laced with madness and affection into my ear, in a manner both peculiar and fundamentally wrong. Yet, in Qi Xiaoqing's eyes, such a gift embodied a simple kind of love. Su Tao, however, was oblivious to the twisted perception of a deranged affection where love could manifest in any form. She hastily cast the gift aside, her gaze fraught with terror. Earlier tonight, she had contemplated leaping from the upper floor due to a single remark. Now, the notion of receiving a gift was unfathomable. Amidst the suffocating dread, her breath came in labored gasps, and her mind spiraled into chaos. The icy raindrops striking her skin were a stinging reminder, preventing her from succumbing to the same madness she had experienced in the basement. A flicker of rationality lingered, urging her to ponder Qi Xiaoqing's motives. What could the gift possibly be? Why was the box so exquisitely adorned? What lay behind this gesture? Suddenly, Su Tao recalled a phrase Qi Xiaoqing had uttered in the basement. You can only like me. Oh Tao Tao. Could this be the reason? Yet, such extremity felt utterly absurd. Countless questions flickered through her mind as she caught a whiff of a scent that transcended mere earthiness. Don't you like it? Came a soft, delicate inquiry from beside her. Su Tao stiffly turned her head, damp strands of hair obscuring half of her eye, concealing the glimmer of fear within. A flash of lightning illuminated the pitch-black night for a brief moment, and in that instant, she could not help but notice the crimson hue of Qi Xiaoqing's eyes, glowing like embers against the backdrop of the storm. The delicate voice did not attend to her feelings of terror, continuing to linger in her ears. Did Tao Tao not like the mineral water during the day, nor this? Oh, I see. Qi Xiaoqing displayed an expression of sudden realization, skillfully raising that enchanting smile, her tone gradually taking on a sickly quality. Did Tao Tao prefer Yi Liang's gifts instead? Yi Liang. Why was he mentioned again? Before Su Tao could even process this, Qi Xiaoqing had already taken further action. Tao Tao, could you utter a single word of affection for me? A warm breath brushed against her nose, and another flash of lightning illuminated Qi Xiaoqing, who was leaning in close, her gaze profound. It was as if she were observing her prey, the crimson pupils flickering with an eerie light in the darkness. Was it truly as simple as just a word of affection? As she beheld that smiling gaze, Su Tao felt a growing sense of fear, the tenderness from earlier fading away. It was only now that she genuinely understood. Qi Xiaoqing's behavior in the basement was not a mere coincidence. Things had reverted to how they were before. This version of Xiaoqing felt unfamiliar to her. Tao Tao, why do you look at me with such eyes? Did you not say you would not dislike me? If you do not dislike me, does that not imply you harbor feelings for me? The delicate voice grew increasingly melancholic, tightening Su Tao's heart. She had an inkling that if she could not soothe Qi Xiaoqing soon, she would indeed plunge into the depths of her understanding, just as before. Swallowing hard, she bit her tongue to force herself awake, stifling the discomfort in her throat, using pain as a means to clarity. Su Tao forced a strained smile at Qi Xiaoqing. Xiaoqing, I certainly do not dislike you. It's just, well, slowly raising her head, she fixed her gaze on Su Tao's eyes in the darkness, questioning, if you don't like me, does that mean Tao Tao has feelings for Yi Liang? As she spoke, her hands moved without pause, gently caressing Su Tao's cheek, her thumb brushing and stroking the skin, sending shivers through Su Tao like a prick of a needle. In a hurry, Su Tao took out her phone and turned on the flashlight. Her pupils dilated suddenly, and her hand trembled, causing the phone to slip from her grasp and fall to the ground. The flashlight illuminated Qi Xiaoqing's delicate face from below. She wore a beguiling smile, one that seemed almost sickly, her eyes believing themselves to radiate love. Little did she know, such affection appeared utterly terrifying to Su Tao, as her beautiful eyes seemed ready to burst forth with a crimson glow. Horror, fear, breath quickening. Su Tao's mind became a tumultuous whirl once again. At that moment, she met Qi Xiaoqing's enchanting crimson gaze. Without uttering a word, Qi Xiaoqing raised her hand, revealing a photograph of herself with Yi Liang. Rain cascaded down her cheeks, mingling with her lips, yet Su Tao still felt her lips parched. The photograph was torn to shreds, as if attempting to obliterate the bond between her and Yi Liang. Su Tao had no time to ponder further. She realized that if she did not intervene, Qi Xiaoqing's pathological state could worsen. Biting her tongue once more, Su Tao hastily seized Qi Xiaoqing's hand, her voice breaking. Xiaoqing, please don't do this. I have never disliked you, nor have I given you up because of Yi Liang. Can you trust me? It seemed as if Qi Xiaoqian had not heard the words spoken, as she wore a foolish yet contented smile, leaning her cheek closer. Su Tao's breath quickened. Though this charming visage was undeniably adorable, it now instilled a sense of fear within her. Raising her gaze, she met Qi Xiaoqian's eager crimson eyes, as if urging her to express her affection swiftly. With a determined bite of her lip, Su Tao tightly closed her eyes, her trembling body stiffening. Yet she summoned the strength too. She had to take the initiative to convey her feelings, to prove that her emotions surpassed those for Yi Liang. Amidst the rain, she felt nothing but softness. However, the memory of Qi Xiaoqian's frail gaze continued to terrify her. Qi Xiaoqian observed this scene with satisfaction, a glimmer of excitement gracing her features. After tonight, surely Su Tao would no longer disregard her. She would seek to understand why Qi Xiaoqian had transformed in such a manner, and during this period, she would undoubtedly defend her even in front of those male protagonists. Indeed, that was the way of it. The pitiable visage Qi Xiaoqian had worn earlier was now but a memory. Bowing her head, she nestled her nose into Su Tao's damp hair, savoring its faint fragrance. Her expression was one of rapture, lips curving upward, resembling a hunter watching her prey fall into the snare. At last, she had completed this third step. Both her body and spirit had reached their limits. Perfectly. She could now succumb within Su Tao's embrace. Tao Tao, it is indeed because of you that I have become this way. Gradually, Qi Xiaoqian's heart relaxed, and weariness washed over her. With a soft thud, she collapsed onto Su Tao. Pinned down by a petite figure, Su Tao gradually lifted her head, panic enveloping her as she grasped Qi Xiaoqian's shoulder. Xiaoqiang! A thunderous roar resonated once more. Chapter 21. The heavens are knocking. The rain began to subside. Tick-tock. Tick-tock. Dongfang Yang closed his umbrella, shook off the droplets from his attire, and hurried into the girls' dormitory. Fortunately, a power outage masked his entrance, allowing him to slip in unnoticed. After being ensnared in traffic for half an hour, he finally arrived here after receiving a call from Su Tao. His mood mirrored the dark clouds above, heavy and foreboding, for he was acutely aware that something grave had transpired that evening. This was the first time he had witnessed Su Tao in such a state of urgency, yet the cause of her distress was not himself. Moreover, he remained oblivious to the events that had unfolded, merely playing the role of a bystander throughout the night. First, he observed Yi Liang's pretentiousness, desperately trying to assert his presence, only to be delayed by traffic. He had failed to assist Su Tao, and upon finally reaching the school, he received a call from her requesting help in the girls' dormitory, help that was meant for Qi Xiaoqiang. He felt as though he were merely a tool in this scenario, which inexplicably stirred a sense of jealousy within Dongfang Yang. Even though the object of his envy, Qi Xiaoqiang, was a girl. However, he mused, after tonight, surely Su Tao's feelings towards me would intensify. Climbing the stairs, he found himself filled with anticipation. Upon reaching the rooftop, he did not bother with his umbrella, hastily searching for Su Tao's figure. Yet, as he did, his smile faltered. Beneath the rain shield, he beheld two beautiful maidens nestled closely together. Su Tao cradled the curled-up Qi Xiaoqiang in her arms, as if fearing she might catch a cold. With utmost care, she enveloped the delicate little girl, voluntarily leaning into the rain to shield Qi Xiaoqiang from the droplets carried by the wind. The two seemed to succumb to exhaustion and dozed off, the raindrops causing their hair to cling together. Observing the two beautiful young women nestled against each other, Dongfang Yang felt a pang of envy. Such a Mary Sue narrative should be reserved for the protagonist and heroine, not for Qi Xiaoqiang. Had he mistakenly picked up the wrong script? A tumult of emotions surged within him, yet he quickly roused Su Tao. Su Tao, wake up! Don't sleep here. You might catch a cold. He gently tapped her shoulder, and Su Tao awoke with a start, instinctively calling out, Xiaoqiang, feeling the warmth and softness in her embrace. Su Tao felt a wave of relief wash over her. The girl was still there. All was well. This scene only deepened Dongfang Yang's discontent, twisting his features with jealousy. He had pursued Su Tao for 3 months without even holding her hand. Fortunately, the night concealed his expression. Taking a deep breath to steady his emotions, he reassured himself that the close bond between Qi Xiaoqiang and Su Tao was merely that of close friends. Such intimacy was quite normal among girls. He extended his hand to help Su Tao up. Let us go. We should head down first. All right, Su Tao replied, leaning against the wall and glancing at Qi Xiaoqiang. My legs feel a bit numb. Could you lend me a hand? Of course. Dongfang Yang crouched down, intending to lift Qi Xiaoqiang, but But upon noticing a color on the ground that was starkly different from the clear rainwater, his eyes widened in surprise. "What is this?" he uttered in confusion, immediately noticing the numerous marks on Qi Xiaoqing's hands. He had no idea how such marks had come to be. Had she bumped into something? Or had she been harmed? Taking a deep breath, he turned to Su Tao. "Is this what you meant by life-threatening? Does she wish to leave this world forever?" After a brief silence, Su Tao replied, "First, let us take Xiaoqing to the hospital. I will explain everything shortly." "All right." He effortlessly lifted Qi Xiaoqing and they hurried downstairs. Once they reached the car, they both exhaled in relief. Dong Fanyang calmly ignited the engine. "Let us head to the nearest hospital. My private one is too far away. She has a high fever, and I fear delaying could lead to serious consequences." Su Tao sat beside Qi Xiaoqing, holding her hand, praying for no traffic. "If we get stuck, I'll just have someone fly a plane over," Dong Fanyang said fiercely, turning on the headlights and speeding away from the school. It would take some time to reach the hospital, and he couldn't help but glance at the rearview mirror. He saw Su Tao continuously tending to Qi Xiaoqing with tissues, first drying her hair and neck, then wiping away the cold sweat that had accumulated. Her eyes were filled with compassion, and her movements were gentle. Su Tao paused, biting her lip. Qi Xiaoqing was gradually returning to normal. Yet that scene seemed etched into her soul. She spoke slowly, "My mind is quite chaotic as well. I haven't had much contact with Xiaoqing over the past 2 months, and I am unaware of what has transpired in her life. The marks on her hands are all self-inflicted." After contemplating for a considerable time, Su Tao chose to conceal the fact that Xiaoqing had gifted her something. She was acutely aware of Dong Fangyang's feelings for her. Revealing such a disturbing matter made her fear he might react as aggressively as Yiliang did. However, even disclosing it partially would be shocking. Dong Fangyang, having witnessed numerous peculiar occurrences, appeared somewhat astonished. "Are you suggesting that Xiaoqing has been prone to self-harm?" The dissonance visible on her delicate hands was heart-wrenching. As he spoke, Dong Fangyang suddenly recalled something and exclaimed, "Wait a moment, perhaps it wasn't voluntary. She may have been coerced." Coerced? Su Tao was momentarily taken aback. She was certain that it was indeed Xiaoqing's own choice, and it was for her sake. But why had Dong Fangyang drawn such a conclusion? Dong Fangyang explained, "In fact, yesterday, I had someone investigate what has transpired in Xiaoqing's life over the past 2 months. Perhaps, without your protection, she has faced a series of unfortunate events during this time." Su Tao furrowed her brow. Dong Fangyang continued, "Setting aside her actions against you, Xiaoqing has been enduring a prolonged state of bullying." He sighed. If she were indeed coerced, it would not be surprising for her to harm herself. Upon hearing this, Su Tao gradually fell silent. Undoubtedly, Dong Fangyang had provided her with a compelling excuse, yet just moments ago, she had held Xiaoqing in her arms. "Peach, I have always cherished you. You have consistently told me that I am your most precious friend, your most significant person, your favorite. Yet, given your declarations, why then do you betray me?" Leaning against the seat, Su Tao felt a lump rise in her throat. She gazed at the overcast sky, where the lightning seemed to descend in accordance with her sorrowful thoughts, whispering to her. You offered her hope, guided her thoughts, and when she was hopelessly enamored with you, yearning for you, depending on you, you then led her into despair. If this is the case, why do you still concern yourself with her? The rain pelted against the window, as if the heavens were knocking, urging her to open the door and send Qi Xiaoqing away. The howling wind seemed to murmur in Su Tao's ear. Rather than enduring this wretched life alongside the girl, it would be better for her to return and find peace. Chapter 22. Rest assured, I am not truly a Yandra. Ugh, my head aches terribly, and I feel utterly exhausted, as if my body is about to fall apart. Pale light streamed from above, illuminating a pristine hospital bed, where Qi Xiaoqing's delicate frame was enveloped in layers of white sheets. The scent of disinfectant mingled with the frailty of her body, slowly rousing her from unconsciousness. How long have I been in a coma? Qi Xiaoqing did not speak, instead inquiring within her mind to the system while squinting her eyes to adjust to the hospital's brightness. She may have been unconscious, but the system was not. The host has been unconscious for 3 hours. It is now 1 a.m., and the host is in the 3rd People's Hospital of Jiuzhou City, brought here by Su Tao and Dong Fangyang. An unexpected presence has joined the plan. Dong Fangyang embodies the persona of a cheerful young man, possessing a bit of intelligence and a warm heart. His presence alongside Su Tao complicates matters. During such times, a world shared by two is truly the most harmonious. Upon hearing Qi Xiaoqing's complaints, the system fell into a brief silence. Host, at such an hour, you still dwell on trivial matters? I advised you to replenish your energy, yet you chose to ignore it. Otherwise, you wouldn't have weakened to the point of fainting. Qi Xiaoqing opened her eyes, staring blankly at the ceiling. A smile crept upon her lips. One must fully commit to the act. With so many injuries on display, it would raise suspicion if her body remained as robust as a bull. It is easy to deceive Su Tao, but the doctors would see through her facade. But did you really have to be so harsh? Doesn't it hurt? In truth, it was quite painful. Qi Xiaoqing replied, without the skill to diminish pain. I doubt I could have endured this ordeal. Intermediate acting skills are indeed formidable. Without them, the impact of this operation would have been significantly lessened. After all, my performance at that moment was rather chilling. I fear Su Tao may not be able to accept it. If, in the future, every time Su Tao encounters Yi Liang, she feels compelled to lean towards Xiaoqing, lest she risk something going awry, that would be simply splendid. System, how much emotional value do I possess now? In total, there are 2,135 points, of which Su Tao contributed 1,400 points, while the remainder was supplied by Yi Liang and Dongfang Yang, with Yi Liang providing nearly 500 points. Yi Liang must despise me now, doesn't he? In the original narrative, after Su Tao had her face marred, she still attended the banquet on the cruise, not only flaunting her superiority and earning the approval of Yi Liang's parents, but also encountering a male lead, a miraculous physician who had spent 20 years in seclusion in the mountains. After all, this is a quintessential Mary Sue story, and the more male leads involved, the greater the entanglements of love and hate, which only serves to delight the readers. Undoubtedly, the miraculous physician will eventually develop feelings for Su Tao due to certain events and will employ his so-called miraculous skills, akin to the infamous Tai-13 needles from urban novels, gradually healing the protagonist. Setting aside the subsequent plot, this banquet holds immense significance for Yi Liang, as it pertains to his status and reputation in the capital. Yet now, it has all been utterly ruined by his own actions. Coupled with the previous banquet, it seems he might genuinely be fostering a vendetta. You were too impulsive, host. The male leads are shrouded in a halo, and we, as antagonists, cannot confront them directly. A voice remarked. Indeed, it was a rash decision. Qi Xiaoqing nodded in acknowledgement. However, the memory of Su Tao, in despair on the rooftop, pleading and submitting to her, ignited a thrill within her. Though impulsive, it was undeniably worthwhile. Moreover, with over 2,000 emotional points, she could indulge in 2 rounds of 10 consecutive draws. Having personally experienced the formidable prowess of the system's skills, she realized that the more she had, the better it was for her. For now, the imminent concern for Qi Xiaoqing was the girl lying beside her bed. Su Tao sat upon a small stool, her hands delicately intertwined, one half of her charming face resting against her arm, as she dozed beside Qi Xiaoqing's bed. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. Rather, it was the overly rosy hue of her complexion and the fever-reducing patch adorning her forehead that drew attention. She was unwell. Since taking you to the hospital, aside from bathing and changing into a fresh set of clothes, she has remained steadfastly by your side. Later, it was discovered that her fever had reached a staggering 39 degrees. After hastily consuming some medicine, she continued to sit there, undoubtedly exhausted. Are you not the villainous system? Do you not feel a twinge of satisfaction witnessing her suffer? Amidst this mental banter with the system, Qi Xiaoqing felt an overwhelming sense of comfort and warmth. After bringing herself to the hospital, she could have chosen to rest, ideally awakening to rush over and show her concern. Before losing consciousness, Qi Xiaoqing thought such attentiveness was already commendable. Who could have anticipated that, even with a high fever, Su Tao would remain steadfastly by her side? Is this not why the female lead is often described as the captivating and ethereal white moonlight? With great effort, Qi Xiaoqing extended her hand, gently caressing one side of Su Tao's face. The warmth was somewhat elevated, yet her skin was exquisitely delicate, each fleeting touch evoking an irresistible fondness. A few strands of raven hair cascaded down, beautifully illuminated by the light, rendering her naturally enchanting without any embellishment. Were she to adorn herself properly, how many could withstand her allure? Qi Xiaoqing herself was undeniably beautiful, yet the word adorable seemed to encapsulate her appearance rather aptly. In contrast, Su Tao possessed a rare charm, one that grew more captivating the longer one gazed upon her. System, she pondered, might there come a day when I, like those male protagonists, find myself irrevocably enamored with Su Tao after lingering by her side for too long? Does the host not like the female lead now? She is acutely aware that she does not harbor romantic feelings or desires for Su Tao. If she truly cherished and loved her, she would not have acted in a manner that caused her harm, as she had just done. After all, she is not genuinely a Yandra. Moreover, aside from being influenced by the original host's memories, she has only known this female lead for a mere 2 or 3 days since her arrival in this world. Amidst her thoughts, Qi Xiaoqing savored Su Tao's gentle profile, perhaps with a bit too much intensity, causing the drowsy Su Tao to awaken slowly. Qi Xiaoqing's face lit up with a sincere smile, expressing her gratitude. I'm fine, thank you, Tao Tao. Su Tao exhaled softly and rose to adjust the blanket for Qi Xiaoqing. Perhaps feeling weak herself, she stumbled slightly, nearly losing her balance. After resting for a moment with her hand on her forehead, Su Tao managed to rearrange the disheveled blanket and gently touch Qi Xiaoqing's forehead, noting that the fever had yet to subside. I'm just a little tired. I'm fine. Qi Xiaoqing gently shook her head, her chestnut hair swaying gracefully, reflecting on how wonderful it was to have Tao Tao by her side. Upon hearing this, Su Tao's gaze faltered momentarily. Always, she grasped the essence of Qi Xiaoqing's words and discerned a deeper significance in the tone. The events that transpired on the rooftop still eluded her understanding. After a brief hesitation, she averted her gaze toward the doorway, saying, You should rest. I will fetch the doctor. Qi Xiaoqing nodded softly, emitting an endearing nasal tone. In her crimson eyes, the frail silhouette of Su Tao's departure was reflected. So obedient, yet so blissful. Chapter 23. Let the protagonist fall in love with me before long. Su Tao entered with the doctor, accompanied by Dongfang Yang. It was late at night, and his concern was not for Qi Xiaocheng, but rather for Su Tao. Now that Qi Xiaocheng had awakened, he could finally persuade Su Tao to take a proper rest. The doctor approached first, assessing Qi Xiaocheng's complexion before checking the various instruments connected to her. He then inquired, How do you feel now? The doctor nodded. You were already in a weakened state. Your primary concern is the high fever. Aside from that, there are no other serious issues. You need ample rest and nutritional replenishment. It would be wise to stay in the hospital for a few days to monitor your condition. Do not cease the medication. After a moment of silence, the doctor glanced at Su Tao and Dongfang Yang, hesitating before adding, Also, regarding the injury on your hand, please refrain from such actions in the future. The doctor then lifted his gaze to the 4-drip connected to Qi Xiaocheng and hurriedly left to prepare new medication based on her awakened state. Once he departed, Su Tao gently resumed her seat on the small stool beside the bed. Dongfang Yang leaned against the table, a playful expression on his face. Come on, tell me what is going on with you. Qi Xiaocheng glanced at Dongfang Yang and turned her little head away, unwilling to speak. You, Dongfang Yang chuckled, taking a deep breath. After causing such a commotion tonight, do you intend to remain silent? Su Tao has developed a high fever because of you. Yi Liang is likely contemplating your demise. Apologies. Qi Xiaochen lowered her head once more, gazing at Su Tao, her voice softening. This statement was directed at Su Tao. Her crimson eyes, devoid of their usual allure, were veiled by a mist of tears that stirred a pang of compassion within. Dongfang Yang cast a helpless glance at the two, letting out a long sigh. Well, Su Tao, you should rest as well. Your condition is not significantly better than that of Qi Xiaochen. I'll stay with Xiaochen a little longer. Once she falls asleep, I shall retire. Su Tao was acutely aware that her hospital room was just next door, and it was imperative to first soothe Qi Xiaochen's emotions. Qi Xiaochen, too, yearned for slumber, exhausted and weary, but the presence of Su Tao compelled her to linger, wanting to gaze at the girl who cared for her even amid a high fever. There were thoughts she wished to share with Su Tao, yet with Dongfang Yang present, she suppressed those inclinations. After the doctor arrived to change the 4-drip, she ultimately could not endure any longer and succumbed to sleep, comforted by Su Tao's gentle coaxing. Once it was confirmed that Qi Xiaochen was truly asleep, Su Tao rose quietly, tenderly tucking her small hand beneath the covers and smoothing out the errant strands of hair that had fallen across her face. With that, she and Dongfang Yang stealthily exited the room, holding her head in her hands, battling against her own frailty and discomfort. Dongfang Yang expressed, Thank you for tonight. Without your support, I would have been at a loss. Throughout their journey, he had indeed rendered her immense assistance. At Su Tao's words of gratitude, the corners of Dongfang Yang's lips curled upwards, a sweet warmth blossoming within him. Since this concerns you, I cannot remain indifferent. You should rest well. I shall arrange for someone to look after you both. One day, I shall invite you to dine with me again. Very well. If Su Tao were to fall ill, and Dongfang Yang were to accompany and care for her with such dedication, it is likely that her fondness for him would grow considerably. Yet, at present, her thoughts are solely occupied with Qi Xiaocheng, feeling more gratitude towards Dongfang Yang than anything else. Caught in the emotional turmoil of love and affection, her mind is too chaotic to contemplate such matters. As she steadied herself against the wall and entered the hospital room, sleep eluded her for a long while. At 8 a.m. the following morning, after a night of rest, Qi Xiaocheng was awakened by a young nurse. With her assistance, she freshened up, changed her dressings, and had breakfast. By the time everything was ready, it was already 9 o'clock. After eating, her complexion improved significantly, and her spirit was far better than the previous night. Leaning against the bed, she idly fiddled with her phone, calculating that at least during her hospitalization, she was relatively safe. Yi Liang would not cause her any trouble. However, preparations for her discharge must also be considered. Moreover, with Su Tao, these days present a crucial opportunity to enhance their rapport, and she needed to devise a plan. At that moment, the system in her mind suddenly spoke up. Host, I have a scheme that can illuminate the situation from its current obscurity. The female lead is now utterly unable to let you go. Following the host's actions from yesterday, it is entirely feasible to continue this Yandere facade in the coming days, thereby deepening Su Tao's impression of the host. There is even no necessity to cultivate affection. Given the female lead's persona, the host merely needs to exhibit a defiant attitude, suggesting that if you do not comply, I shall perish. This should effectively manipulate her. And this process can be further enhanced through psychological manipulation. Listening to the system's words, Qi Xiaocheng couldn't help but roll her eyes. You think you can consume several Soul Hall elders at once? Such arrogance. She helplessly explained her thoughts. Employing a Yandere act to bind Su Tao is merely a temporary measure. As a friend, she would never sit idly by. Instead, she would seek to understand me and correct my ways. What happens if I continue to feign despair in front of her day after day? Thus, cultivating affection is essential. The first step is to make Su Tao care for me, placing me in a position even higher than that of the protagonists, Dongfang Yang and Yi Liang. This is something I deliberately orchestrated with the death misunderstanding from last night. As time passes, she will regain her composure, and now is the time to seize the moment. I must make her realize that I am endearing and her one and only. Only then can I truly bask in the protection of the female lead's halo. But we are the villains. Shouldn't we engage in more nefarious deeds? How crude. Qi Xiaocheng snorted softly. I never claimed to be a villain. While my plans may be somewhat extreme, my intentions are sound. Just look at Su Tao's plot in the later stages. Struck by the sudden onslaught of a female antagonist, the male protagonist betrays her, leading to the tragic demise of family and friends, ultimately culminating in her self-inflicted death. I do not act out of selfish desire. Rather, I am compelled to take extreme measures for her salvation. Qi Xiaocheng proclaims with righteous fervor. What of a sickly sweet, malevolent little girl? Please, my moral compass is impeccably aligned. Just as she was engrossed in her conversation with the system, Qi Xiaocheng's phone vibrated unexpectedly. It was a message from Chen Xian sent to her alternate account. What have you done to Su Tao? She inexplicably messaged me this peculiar question early in the morning. Qi Xiaocheng raised an eyebrow, a smile gracing her lips. After merely 2 days of securing Chen Xian and placing her beside Su Tao, the results appeared swifter than anticipated. It was the perfect moment for her next plan to unfold. Chapter 24. Are you familiar with the concept of a Yandere? Long before winning over Chen Xian, Qi Xiaocheng had contemplated this. At this moment, Su Tao, facing her, must be utterly perplexed. Due to her unique circumstances, she would not confide in Yi Liang, Dongfang, or Yang, which meant she would inevitably seek information from others regarding her situation, having just entered university 2 months prior. Among the supporting characters with whom Su Tao shares a bond, the lurking Chen Xian is one. Should Su Tao inquire about her with Chen Xian, the scope for maneuvering would greatly expand. With this thought in mind, Qi Xiaocheng sent a message to Chen Xian. What did she say to you? Chen Xian, the things she mentioned were rather strange, speaking of someone who was perfectly normal suddenly becoming odd, exhibiting signs of distress, and asking about the taste of oranges and such. Chen Xian, you've gone to great lengths, but what does she mean by that? Qi Xiaocheng, why do you think it's me? Qi Xiaocheng felt a slight flush of embarrassment. Was it that obvious? She sent over a WeChat account, suggesting that Su Tao add this contact, a professional psychologist. Chen Xian, a psychologist? Just say that it's a reliable acquaintance of yours. Qi Xiaocheng quickly switched to another WeChat account and logged into one of her alternate profiles. This psychologist was indeed a fictitious persona she had crafted, with both the content of the moments and the contacts meticulously disguised. Initially, Qi Xiaocheng did not see much value in this skill. The original owner was merely an ordinary student, and she felt fortunate not to be burdened with debt. She certainly could not afford a series of hacking tools, let alone possess a bot to engage in hacking. However, upon reflection, she realized that even without tools, she had acquired relevant knowledge, allowing her to perform basic concealment of her information. For instance, she had created this seemingly impeccable psychologist account. Additionally, she was aware that her changes would be scrutinized by Dong Fangyang and Yi Liang, so she disseminated plenty of misleading information to mask her peculiar transformations. For example, the narrative of being bullied. The original owner had always been a target of bullying, and Qi Xiaocheng could easily attribute her psychological changes to such experiences. Given Su Tao's character, she would undoubtedly feel guilty for not protecting her well, right? Although Chen Qian did not understand Qi Xiaocheng's motives, she followed her suggestion and recommended this psychologist's WeChat to Su Tao. Soon after, Su Tao added Qi Xiaocheng's alternate account. Qi Xiaocheng cast a sidelong glance at the wall to her right, seemingly spotting Su Tao seated on the hospital bed, her phone in hand. With a slight furrow of her delicate brows, a gentle smile graced her lips as she initiated the conversation. Dr. Cheng, hello, handshake. Taozi, hello, doctor. I sincerely apologize for bothering you. Dr. Cheng, no worries. It is my duty as a physician to alleviate the concerns of my patients, especially since you are referred by my distant niece. Please, feel free to express your concerns. Taozi, well, I have a friend who, due to certain circumstances, has someone around her acting quite strangely. Allow me to organize my thoughts briefly and convey it to you succinctly. Upon reading this message, Qi Xiaocheng couldn't help but let out a soft chuckle. Ah, the classic I have a friend. Taozi, your innocence makes you rather susceptible to deception. Without hesitation, Qi Xiaocheng dismantled Su Tao's facade. Miss Taozi, I am a doctor, and we are essentially strangers. Perhaps you doubt my capabilities, and we could sever ties, but there is no need for pretense. How can I provide a thorough analysis if you do not tell me the truth? The lengthy message left Su Tao in the adjacent ward blushing furiously. She instinctively recoiled from Qi Xiaocheng's peculiar demeanor. Such matters were difficult to articulate. Alas, she had already sought the assistance of her distant uncle. She could not dismiss her good intentions. Thus, Su Tao steadied her mindset, beginning with the basement and then the rooftop, emphasizing that Qi Xiaocheng exhibited a significant inclination towards self-harm. At last, she inquired, Doctor, what do you believe could have caused her to become this way? Qi Xiaocheng feigned deep contemplation for a considerable time before typing. A profound transformation in one's character must arise following certain unacceptable events, which gradually lead to change. Has your friend experienced any disparity due to something related to you? Upon receiving this message, Su Tao instantly recalled Qi Xiaocheng's admission of affection towards her. Hence, I often comfort her with words such as, you are the most important person to me, and I shall never leave you, even though I genuinely hold these sentiments. For many years, everything was harmonious. However, now that I have entered university and attracted the attention of numerous boys, she has misconstrued the situation, leading her to self-harm and utter phrases like she loves me and imploring me not to seek others. Doctor, is it possible that Xiaocheng harbors misguided feelings for me? Misguided feelings? Certainly not. I absolutely adore you, Tao Tao. So it is indeed the case. After all, we are both girls. And her declarations of affection leave me somewhat perplexed. However, that possibility is quite slim. Based on what you have shared, if she is pressuring you to express love for her and is contemplating drastic actions, it seems she may genuinely have feelings for you. What? But we are both girls. That is not the crux of the matter. Isn't that the main point? Dr. Cheng, I have attended to countless patients, and issues related to same-sex affection are quite common in my experience. It is perfectly natural. As long as there is love, gender can indeed transcend barriers. Dr. Cheng, I digress. The crux of the matter lies in the condition of your dear Xiao Cheng. Dr. Cheng, based on my extensive experience, there is an overwhelming likelihood that she cannot separate from you. This represents an unhealthy psychological condition, comparable in severity to common depression. In the adjacent room, Su Tao was momentarily taken aback, completely led astray by the topic introduced by Qi Xiaocheng. to the extent that she failed to notice certain inconsistencies in the chat messages. She hurriedly inquired, "Doctor, please do not keep me in suspense." "Dr. Cheng, Miss Tao. Please do not rush. I wonder if you have heard of individuals referred to as Yandra?" Yandra. Chapter 25. Have you ever held affection for her? This was the first time Su Tao had encountered this term. She had never been immersed in the expansive ACG culture, nor had she enjoyed a stable upbringing like most individuals. Orphaned from a young age, she had often struggled for survival. Before she met Qi Xiaocheng, she lived with an elderly woman who scavenged for a living. The elderly woman's son neglected her, and she had no grandchildren. Thus, their companionship was a mutual care arrangement. Thanks to the elderly woman's guidance, Su Tao, despite her tender age, possessed a remarkable sense of maturity. Tragically, the elderly woman passed away after helping her endure one of the most challenging periods of her life. Subsequently, she encountered Qi Xiaocheng, who also came from a similarly impoverished background, yet welcomed her with open arms. Subsequently, apart from working part-time, she devoted herself to her studies. The fleeting joys of her childhood were primarily brought by Qi Xiaocheng. Each time she heard a delightful little voice calling her sister from behind, she felt it was all worthwhile, regardless of the circumstances. Even now, her interests remain rooted in reading and listening to music. She does not indulge in binge-watching dramas, nor does she read novels or engage in gaming, let alone partake in video streaming. Her engagement with the internet is largely limited to following the news. When Qi Xiaocheng introduced the concept of Yandra, she immediately sought information online. Meanwhile, in the adjacent hospital room, Su Tao stared in astonishment at the results of her search. Based on Xiaocheng's demeanor, it appeared that the so-called Yandra described by the doctor might indeed be accurate. To her surprise, this was even regarded as an endearing trait online. Su Tao was flabbergasted. Whether in the basement or on the rooftop, she felt an intense apprehension towards Qi Xiaocheng's peculiar state. Yet, to internet users, this was considered a charming characteristic belonging to the realm of anime. As she read through the annotations, she carefully articulated each word, a pathological distortion of love resulting from possessiveness, accompanied by extreme thoughts or behaviors that lead to actions incomprehensible to the average person. These extreme behaviors included fervent declarations of love, exclusivity, stalking, and self-destructive tendencies when faced with rejection. Su Tao pondered deeply. Did Xiaocheng not embody these traits? The fervent expressions of love, possessiveness, and self-harm seemed to align perfectly. How could such a warped perspective be perceived as adorable by others? Did it imply that no one had ever experienced love? Curious, Su Tao then searched whether Yandra could be cured. Few physicians offer insights on this matter, as Yandra in reality refers to a form of mental illness. The more one investigates, the more startling the revelations become. In extreme cases, a Yandra may descend into darkness, with numerous internet users citing examples that involve dismembering individuals and storing their remains in a refrigerator, a thought that sends shivers down Su Tao's spine. After some time, Su Tao, filled with hope, sought out Dr. Cheng. "Peach, doctor, I just researched what a Yandra is, and I feel my friend might be in serious trouble. Do you have any solutions?" "Dr. Cheng, of course, I have been consulting for 30 years. There is little I have not witnessed. Managing Yandra cases is my specialty." "Peach, that is wonderful. What are your fees?" "Dr. Cheng, for patients with such mental health issues, it is crucial that you employ both actions and words for their psychological treatment." Upon hearing this, Su Tao felt a wave of relief wash over her. Chen Qian was indeed a true friend, looking out for her well-being. The uncle she was introduced to not only possessed the necessary expertise but was also diligent and responsible. She had previously worried that he might demand exorbitant fees. After all, she had limited funds and would need to borrow if the costs were substantial. Qi Xiaocheng smiled, snapping her fingers lightly. Perfect. Now she could fully embody the role of the doctor, crafting a more effective Yandra treatment plan that would compel Su Tao to undertake bolder actions for her healing. The persona she had previously fabricated for herself was now proving to be quite instrumental. She typed to Su Tao, "Miss Peach, there are many types of Yandra. In my opinion, your friend seems to exhibit characteristics of dependency, though there have been instances of her attempting to kidnap you, indicating she may also possess some possessive traits." Dr. Cheng remarked, "However, you mentioned that she is mostly normal, so her primary trait is likely dependency, with possessive tendencies being relatively rare. The former gradually develops a distorted affection towards you and becomes reliant. Should you distance yourself or fail to prioritize her, she may experience various negative emotions. with severe cases leading to suicidal tendencies. The good news is her possessive traits are minimal, and her reliance on you will not pose societal risks. As long as you treat her kindly and accommodate her thoughts, she is unlikely to behave excessively. During their conversation, Qi Xiaoqing sent Su Tao annotations on various Yandra traits. For instance, the exclusionary and aggressive types, who resort to murder, are truly terrifying. Yet, this still left Su Tao feeling troubled. After a brief hesitation, she finally posed the question that had been weighing on her mind to Dr. Chung. Doctor, if I understand correctly, Xiaoqing has feelings for me. Then in terms of treatment. Dr. Ching interjected, do you have feelings for her? Peach replied, well, I mentioned that we are both girls. Dr. Chung countered. I also stated that this is not the main point. Peach insisted, but it is the main point. You may think it insignificant as a doctor, but as the person involved. Two girls. This isn't right, is it? Qi Xiaoqing observed the palpable anxiety woven through Su Tao's words and, with a composed smile, reflected on the naivety of youth. Truly, adorable girls are the treasures of this world. Two such delightful souls would surely double the joy. She continued to type, adopting the tone of a physician, stating, in truth, you find yourself in a misconception. There is no necessity for you to genuinely harbor affection for her. Merely feigned concern for her preferences will suffice. A spark of realization illuminated Su Tao's expression. Indeed, doctor, that is a viable strategy. First, I shall soothe her emotions. And then, through gradual healing, help her untangle her heart's knots. Once she regains her composure, all will be well, correct? Precisely, replied the doctor. You have grown up together and share a strong bond. If you cannot accept her as she is, then employ this method. Pretend to care for her. However, there is a crucial point to heed. The emotionally fragile often possess a keen sensitivity. Should she discover that your feelings are feigned, the psychological fallout could be quite severe. The doctor cautioned. That, Su Tao hesitated. Thus, I inquired whether you genuinely like her. This is of paramount importance. If you hold no affection whatsoever, masquerading may prove quite challenging. Have you truly never felt any fondness for her? Chapter 26. Do you like her? Do you truly like her? Su Tao set her phone down and leaned against her pillow, strands of hair cascading delicately over her shoulders, with a wistful gaze fixed upon the ceiling. She gradually became lost in thought. It pained her to see her dear one in distress. She was someone of great significance to her, and Su Tao longed for her presence by her side. She took a deep breath and typed, I believe there is no affection between lovers. I regard her more as a sister. Upon reading this line, Qi Xiaoqing silently acknowledged the truth of the matter. In terms of romantic affection, Dongfang Yang might actually surpass her. However, in overall significance, they were not on par with her. Qi Xiaoqing shifted her approach and asked, Miss Tao, do you find Xiaoqing beautiful? Would you reject her as a potential partner? Tao, of course, Xiaoqing is quite beautiful. Adorable might be a more fitting description for her. In terms of physical appearance, she holds her own. Yet, as for your subsequent question, I cannot say for certain. Without having truly experienced it, how could one decisively express whether they could accept another? Even when hypothesizing, Su Tao found herself overwhelmed with uncertainty. Humans are peculiar creatures. When confronted with two or more choices, one can easily fall into indecision, feeling as though they are wavering. The reality is that when you hesitate over whether to pursue something, your inner self has already made a choice. You simply lack sufficient justification to convince yourself. A straightforward example, you stay up late every night engrossed in novels and videos, occasionally pondering whether this indulgence is detrimental and contemplating whether to rise early the next day to make a change. Yet, you often find yourself torn over whether to stay up just one more night. The very act of hesitating indicates a desire to continue indulging. Then, cocooned in a small blanket, lying on her side with her hand as a pillow, the glow from her phone screen, though dim, illuminated her silly, smiling face. Seeing Su Tao hesitating, Qi Xiaoqing understood in her heart that the other party was not entirely devoid of feelings. Such a spark could ignite into an all-consuming flame. The plan was indeed feasible. She typed suggestively, Miss Tao, I believe I have grasped your situation. The notion of feigning affection toward her is quite valid. According to your account, her fondness for you is one aspect, while her dependence on you is another, as she wishes for you to regard her as your sole focus. You merely need to approach this from the latter perspective. Shower her with words and actions that reassure her, without the necessity of genuine affection, merely fostering the impression that you truly care for her. Tao replied, All right, thank you, doctor. What about medication? Dr. Chung responded, I am unaware of her physical condition, and I cannot prescribe recklessly. If necessary, I can provide you with some commonly used medications that have minimal side effects and can stabilize her emotions. However, it would be prudent for you to consult a psychologist for her. Tao acknowledged, I understand. Dr. Chung continued, if you have any further questions, feel free to seek my assistance. It is our responsibility as doctors to strive to heal every patient. Although I cannot prescribe medication based on her physical condition, I can guide you on addressing certain psychological issues. Tao expressed her gratitude. Thank you very much. As the conversation concluded, Qi Xiaocheng set her phone aside. She was well aware that, given Su Tao's character, if she assumed the role of Dr. Chung and engaged her in conversation a few more times to earn her trust, much of what she said would surely be heeded. The lack of affection now was inconsequential. There was still ample time ahead. Meanwhile, Su Tao, having gathered her emotions, also rose from her bed to move about a bit. Her constitution was inherently robust during her school days. She consistently triumphed in the women's long-distance events at sports competitions. After resting for a night, her fever had significantly subsided. She stood hesitantly before Qi Xiaochen's hospital room, contemplating whether to enter. The words of Dr. Chung weighed heavily on her mind. Xiaochen's affliction was of a non-threatening nature towards others, yet she posed a danger to herself, and thus could not be neglected. It was also essential for her to believe that she was cherished. I'm sorry, Xiaochen. I do not intend to toy with your feelings, Su Tao murmured, closing her eyes to gather her thoughts. Gradually, she opened the door. Good morning, Xiaochen. How is your health today? Upon entering, Su Tao immediately inquired about Qi Xiaochen's condition, her concern genuine. She yearned more than anyone for Xiaochen to return to her former self. Qi Xiaochen sat obediently on the bed, her small hands delicately folded over her abdomen, the blue and white hospital gown concealing her petite figure. She offered a soft smile as she gazed at Su Tao. Though her fever had not completely subsided, her spirits appeared considerably lifted. Have you had breakfast, Tao Tao? She asked, reaching out to ring for the nurse to request a meal. However, as she raised her left hand, Su Tao noticed faint scratches on it, and a surge of compassion welled up within her. She hurried to Qi Xiaochen's side, gently taking her small hand in hers. I've already eaten. The hospital provides breakfast. As for you, if you haven't tea rested enough, you might as well sleep a little longer. I can't seem to sleep, Qi Xiaochen replied, feeling the warmth of Su Tao's hand. Suddenly, she suggested, shall we have a chat? Certainly, Su Tao responded, pulling up a small stool to sit before Qi Xiaochen. As she lifted her gaze towards her, she noticed something intriguing, settling down beside her on the edge of the bed. What happened? Qi Xiaochen glanced back, only to find Su Tao pressing a comb against her head. Stay still. You haven't even tidied yourself upon waking. Your hair is all tousled. With that, she gently caressed Qi Xiaocheng's flowing locks. Qi Xiaocheng leaned back, savoring the moment while engaging in casual conversation. Tao Tao, you smell delightful. Su Tao paused momentarily. Is this what we're discussing? She reached out to twirl a strand of Qi Xiaocheng's hair, momentarily at a loss for words. Perhaps it's the scent of the hospital's shower gel? Not at all. Qi Xiaocheng replied with a smile. I simply lack your enchanting fragrance. And no. Xiaocheng, you also smell quite lovely. The atmosphere turned awkward as Su Tao's toes, clad in slippers, fidgeted restlessly. She had longed to have an open-hearted conversation with Qi Xiaocheng, and now the opportunity had arisen. Yet they found themselves discussing whose scent was more pleasant. Desperate to shift the topic, she struggled to find the right words. Fortunately, Qi Xiaocheng did not delve deeper into the scent comparison, but seemed to ponder something. She glanced at her attire and remarked, by the way, when I woke up last night, I noticed my hair was dry, my clothes had changed, and there was a new phone here. Who bathed me? Su Tao quickly responded. It was I who bathed you last night. The phone was changed by Dongfang Yang. That's a relief. I thought someone else had given me a bath. If it wasn't clean, you would surely dislike me, right? Qi Xiaocheng exhaled a long breath. Thank goodness it was you, Tao Tao. Su Tao gently scratched her cheek, feeling that Qi Xiaocheng's words were rather peculiar. However, recalling her conversation with Dr. Chung, she responded, Xiaocheng, don't overthink it. No matter what, I could never dislike you. Such comforting words should suffice to reassure Xiaocheng, she thought. Yet, to her surprise, Qi Xiaocheng followed up with a question. Then, do you like me? Su Tao was taken aback. Like what? My cuteness. Chapter 27. She is quite adorable. This left Su Tao momentarily speechless, her mind racing. If it were an ordinary person, the inquiry might pertain to whether her figure was charming or something of that nature. However, Qi Xiaocheng was a yandere. She harbored self-harming tendencies, and her thoughts deviated from the norm. Reflecting on her previous understanding of yanderes, Su Tao felt that her options were far from ideal. Hey, I don't like you. This could lead Xiaocheng to misconstrue her feelings, exacerbating her condition and potentially plunging her into that strange state, or worse, causing her to spiral into darkness or despair. B. I do like you. This was certainly a safer choice. But the dilemma lay in her intention to help Xiaocheng overcome her yandere tendencies. Feigning affection might deepen the misunderstanding. After a moment's contemplation, Su Tao recognized that this was indeed a straightforward question with a singular answer. Qi Xiaocheng blinked innocently, inquiring, "Then what do you like the most about me?" Your hands, perhaps." She felt a twinge of guilt, fortunate that at this moment, she was positioned behind Qi Xiaocheng, tidying her hair, thus concealing her inner turmoil. Such were her thoughts. Yet, she heard Qi Xiaocheng's soft voice, "Since Tao Tao likes it, how about I give you my hand?" Su Tao paused momentarily. Give? Qi Xiaocheng gently nodded. Yes, would Tao Tao prefer the left hand or the right? I can cut it off and present it to you. Suddenly, Su Tao's hesitant gaze transformed into one of panic. She hurried to Qi Xiaocheng, forcing a smile. Her tone as gentle as possible. There's no need to give me anything. I prefer a healthy, whole Xiaocheng. Oh, I see. Yes, exactly. Qi Xiaocheng exclaimed. All right then, I will eat more meat to nourish my body. A charming smile blossomed on her cheeks, utterly adorable. Su Tao momentarily found herself entranced. In that instant, she seemed to have discovered a remedy for Qi Xiaocheng, because she expressed a fondness for hands. Qi Xiaocheng mistakenly believed that Su Tao would be delighted only if she offered her a severed hand. Now that Su Tao expressed her wish for her to be healthy, Qi Xiaocheng would genuinely strive to enhance her nutrition and restore her health. So this is what a lovesick person is like. As long as she keeps an eye on her, it appears that no issues will arise. Observing Qi Xiaocheng squinting with a silly grin, her small, sharp canine tooth barely visible, Su Tao couldn't help but reveal a relaxed smile. Indeed, the normal Xiaocheng is quite charming. She chose to overlook the matter of the hand. And the atmosphere between the two eased into a harmonious exchange, finally beginning a normal conversation. After a night of rain, the morning outside the window gradually brightened. With a beam of sunlight streaming in, perfectly illuminating Su Tao, she donned a patient gown, her face adorned with a radiant smile as she animatedly spoke, her delicate fingers gently swaying, as if painting a vivid picture of her words for Qi Xiaocheng. The sunlight cast a golden hue upon her dark tresses, and the serene, gentle profile she presented made Qi Xiaocheng's heart skip a beat. How enchanting! As Su Tao, engrossed in a conversation about school, caught Qi Xiaocheng's remark, she paused momentarily, bewildered. What? Qi Xiaocheng, revealing a shallow dimple, softly confessed, I like you. Su Tao froze, her head instinctively tilting away. Truly, she was once again uttering such sentiments. A blush graced her exquisite face, conveniently cloaked by the sunlight, leading Qi Xiaocheng to perceive her as even more captivating. However, this tender and ambiguous atmosphere was fleeting. A gentle knock sounded at the door, and Dongfang Yang entered alongside a doctor. The doctor glanced at Qi Xiaocheng and inquired, Have the patient's family been contacted? Their signature is required here. Su Tao and Dongfang Yang turned their gaze towards Qi Xiaocheng. The signature should have been obtained yesterday. But due to the urgency of the situation and Dongfang Yang's assurances, it had been postponed until now. Su Tao remarked, I initially intended to reach out to Qi Song. But upon reflection, I thought it best not to burden them with such matters, so I planned to wait until you, Xiaocheng, awoke to reassess the situation. Qi Xiaocheng hesitated for a moment and asked, Can I sign it myself? From her memories, she learned that the original owner came from a humble background, with parents who had been farmers for generations, residing in a village that was not affluent, far removed from Jiu City, rendering their arrival impossible. As a supporting character with a nefarious role, she also had a similarly villainous brother. 3 years ago, her brother learned from a teacher at her school that Qi Xiaocheng had excelled in her first year of high school. After 2 years of diligent effort, she had the potential to gain admission to a prestigious university. However, upon entering college, he chose to drop out and immerse himself in the underworld. Lacking skills and being rather naive, he was deceived and ended up following a gang leader. A year ago, he took a knife for this leader, resulting in the loss of one arm. Yet, this sacrifice earned him a position of trust, and he managed to secure a commercial apartment in the inner ring of Jiuzhou City, which is now Qi Xiaoqing's residence. Nevertheless, Qi Xiaoqing was aware that, regardless of his involvement in illicit activities, her brother had always been good to their family. Although she had traversed through time, she held great respect for this bond and felt no need to distress her original brother. Her primary concern lay in preventing any conflict between him and the male protagonists, as that would indeed complicate matters. In this regard, her glance towards the doctor subtly conveyed her unspoken troubles. The doctor, with an impassive expression, glanced at Dongfang Yang, who casually remarked that it was nothing significant, suggesting that she should simply sign for the procedure. The doctor nodded, refraining from further comment. After handing over the medical advice for Qi Xiaoqing to sign, he quietly departed. Qi Xiaoqing cast a timid glance at Dongfang Yang, activating her acting skills to appear adorably fragile. However, with Su Tao present, she refrained from overdoing it. "Thank you, young Master Dongfang," she said softly, which in Su Tao's eyes translated to a hint of fear. Huh. Dongfang Yang pointed to himself. How have I frightened her? He had only spoken a single sentence since entering the room. "Su Tao, your gaze frightened her. Just behave as you usually do. You are not suited to feign aloofness." Dongfang Yang. He felt quite aggrieved. He had chosen to remain silent out of consideration for the doctor, yet it seemed misunderstood. Su Tao gently grasped Qi Xiaoqin's small hand and reassured her, "It's all right, Xiaoqin. He won't scare you like before." Qi Xiaoqin nodded softly, then turned to Dongfang Yang. I apologize." Dongfang Yang waved his hand graciously, dismissing her concern. "It's nothing really." No. Qi Xiaoqin hurriedly shook her head in explanation. "What I meant was, when you first entered, I knew you wouldn't harm me, yet I still felt a bit scared. I must apologize for that. You have helped me so much. And yet I thought that way." She lowered her head, her chestnut hair catching the sunlight, creating a delicate golden haze around her. Her frail appearance only served to enhance her charm. Dongfang Yang touched his cheek, feeling somewhat bashful. Was her reason for apologizing truly this? And was she blushing as she bowed her head? It seemed rather adorably peculiar. Chapter 28. Lies human beings are curious creatures. Initially, Dongfang Yang felt a tinge of grievance for being overlooked by Su Tao. However, when Qi Xiaoqin compensated for his emotional value, he found it insignificant. He couldn't help but ponder, was this genuine Qi Xiaoqin? Were her previous attempts to disguise herself and her confessions merely a response to the bullying she endured? He had indeed conducted some discreet investigations into Qi Xiaoqin. Unbeknownst to others, after acquiring her hacking skills, Qi Xiaoqing simply circulated a series of her own information, creating a semblance of deception online. Coupled with Su Tao's endorsement, her investigation fortuitously aligned with Qi Xiaoqing's anticipations. This inevitably evokes the notion that her actions were, in fact, compelled by external pressures. However, Dongfang Yang would not exhibit the same level of emotional consideration as Su Tao. Upon sitting down, he scrutinized Qi Xiaoqing's arm, remarking that there seemed to be no immediate issues, yet pressed her to disclose her circumstances, particularly given the severity of the events from the previous night. Although the matter of self-harm was not explicitly mentioned, his slightly raised eyebrows indicated to Qi Xiaoqing that avoiding a candid discussion might not be an option. One question led to two individuals. Qi Xiaoqing, with her head bowed, concealed her expression, while Su Tao, standing nearby, felt a surge of anxiety. The concepts of obsession, self-harm, and the implications of such admissions loomed large. Whether or not others would believe her was uncertain, yet it was clear that Qi Xiaoqing represented a potential threat. Su Tao was acutely aware of Dongfang Yang's burgeoning affection for her, should he discover the truth, or if it were to reach Yi Liang and others. The situation could escalate. They might emerge unscathed, but what about Qi Xiaoqing? If they did not inflict harm upon her, could she not do so to herself? Su Tao grew increasingly anxious, her mind racing to devise a solution. Suddenly, the conversation from the previous night with Dongfang Yang resurfaced in her thoughts. Qi Xiaoqing was indeed under duress, bullied and threatened, which explained her drastic actions. It was clear that as long as Qi Xiaoqing aligned her responses with Su Tao's narrative, they could momentarily obscure the truth from Dongfang Yang. With a surge of resolve, Su Tao contemplated a solution, but before she could articulate her thoughts, Qi Xiaoqing spoke first. "The injuries on my arms are all self-inflicted," she declared. "Xiaoqing." Su Tao stared at Qi Xiaoqing, momentarily at a loss for words. Dongfang Yang furrowed his brow, observing her silence. Taking a deep breath, Qi Xiaoqing continued, "I do not wish for Tao to be with Yi Liang." She lifted her chin, her crimson eyes brimming with unwavering determination. Dongfang Yang paused, curiosity piqued as he inquired, "Why? Do you not have feelings for Yichen?" "I certainly do not," Qi Xiaocheng retorted, pouting slightly. "He is so fierce and perpetually wears a stern expression. In the past, I've even witnessed him berate those assisting him." She expressed her disdain. If one does not perform well, they are bound to face his wrath. "I certainly do not want Cao Cao entangled with him." Lowering her gaze, she reflected, the banquet last night was of great significance. Previously, he attempted to bring Cao Cao to such an event to satisfy his vanity. I can easily imagine him proclaiming that Cao Cao is his girlfriend. With so many affluent individuals present, once he utters those words, the news would spread like wildfire. Qi Xiaocheng turned her gentle gaze towards Su Tao. Cao Cao is just an ordinary person. Can she truly resist the scrutiny of so many? If Yichen were to become displeased, who knows what might ensue? If she were to become his girlfriend, she would undoubtedly face daily torment. Indeed, the original Su Tao was so meek that she rarely opposed the actions of the male leads, enduring their whims and mistreatment as if it were her fate. The eventual betrayals by the male leads and her coerced suicide were tragedies that need not be elaborated upon. Qi Xiaocheng's remarks stirred significant ripples in the hearts of Dongfang Yang and Su Tao. Su Tao realized that the primary reason for Xiaocheng's previous outburst in the basement was that Yichen had intended to publicly declare her as his girlfriend. However, this was merely a fade, an act to create a scene. Yet, Xiaocheng remained oblivious to the pretense. Her previously docile and compliant demeanor was perhaps due to the fact that matters had not yet encroached upon her boundaries. It dawned on Su Tao that Xiaocheng's previous affections directed towards Yichen, even her confessions, were ultimately for her sake. Viewing the situation from Xiaocheng's perspective, Su Tao couldn't help but feel a sense of warmth. Conversely, Dongfang Yang held a different viewpoint. He pondered how Xiaocheng had professed her feelings for Yichen so many times, only to do so for Su Tao's benefit. He genuinely believed that Xiaocheng harbored feelings for Yichen. After colliding with Su Tao, he perceived her as someone who had usurped his companion, hence his antagonism towards her. Is there truly a friendship that would compel one to sacrifice oneself for another? At that moment, Xiaocheng cast another glance at him and gently remarked, "In truth, I believe you are far superior to Yichen." Dongfang Yang was taken aback. Could it be that Xiaocheng considers him more suitable for Su Tao than Yichen? Her previous confessions were born out of disdain for Yichen, as she wished to prevent Su Tao from falling into his grasp. Yet, she had also expressed her feelings for him, albeit less frequently and with little antagonism. Does this not suggest that she might harbor a semblance of affection for him? She was even willing to jeopardize the relationship between Yichen and Su Tao for his sake. Well, Dongfang Yang felt that he might be overthinking. At first glance, he thought there was nothing wrong with what Qi Xiaocheng said, yet the contradictions in her logic were still evident. He was simply led astray and failed to consider that perspective. Upon hearing this issue, Su Tao's heart tightened. Qi Xiaocheng averted her gaze from Dongfang Yang, thinking to herself that since no one wanted her, if Cao Cao and Yichen ended up together, they would definitely no longer need her. She might as well be gone. Although Qi Xiaocheng did not finish her sentence, both understood her implication. Dongfang Yang wanted to continue the conversation, but was interrupted when Su Tao tugged at his sleeve, shaking her head as she led him out of the room. "What's wrong?" Dongfang Yang inquired, puzzled as he looked at Su Tao. She twirled a lock of hair nervously, her agitation evident. "Dongfang Yang, you shouldn't ask so many questions. Can't you see that Xiaocheng is clearly struggling with some psychological issues?" Dongfang Yang paused. "I perceive her to be quite normal. Though, and regarding her arm injury and thoughts of self-harm, there must be a resolution, right? Aren't you concerned that such incidents may recur?" He frowned and sighed. "All right. I'll heed your advice and refrain from further inquiries." He immediately sensed that Su Tao was concealing something from him, likely related to Qi Xiaocheng. Perhaps the truth was not so straightforward. However, he decided to let it go. Su Tao must have her reasons, and he would not delve deeper into the matter. Dongfang Yang glanced through the door crack at the dazed Qi Xiaocheng, realizing that the issues with that group of unruly girls could be postponed for the time being. "Su Tao, why don't you consider how to explain things to Yichen after leaving the hospital? That fellow, I believe he will not easily let go of Qi Xiaocheng." Chapter 29. Why don't you act coy towards me? Upon returning to the hospital room, the two tacitly refrained from mentioning the earlier incident. However, there remained an unavoidable matter for Qi Xiaocheng, the exorbitant medical expenses. Gazing at the bill in her hand, she felt her head spinning, perplexly looking at Dongfang Yang. 23,000. Why is it so expensive? Dongfang Yang replied nonchalantly. Have you considered the type of room you are in and the services you are receiving? The doctors and nurses are on standby for you around the clock, not to mention the extensive use of medical equipment and the highest quality medications. 23,000 is quite reasonable. Qi Xiaoqing's hand trembled slightly as she held the bill. This time, her tears were genuine, but this amount is simply too much. And that doesn't even account for your phone. Dongfang Yang gestured toward the new phone in her hand, stating casually, I had someone buy it for you last night. Costing 14,400. Just round it off and repay me 25,000. Hearing this, Qi Xiaoqing turned to Su Tao with tearful eyes, calling out softly, Tao Tao. Her voice was sweet and melodious as she playfully took Su Tao's hand, leaving Dongfang Yang utterly astonished. This delicate, tender, lowly voice, which man could resist? His previously negative impression of Qi Xiaoqing, combined with Su Tao's presence, often caused Dongfang Yang to subconsciously overlook an undeniable truth. Qi Xiaoqing was a legally recognized beauty, rivaling Su Tao in allure. Both were stunning young women, capable of holding their own among the many noble ladies she knew. Su Tao sat beside, awkwardly curling her hair. Her charming profile turned towards Dongfang Yang. In his eyes, the proximity of the two girls was a source of immense delight. He felt that if he could assume the position of either one of them, it would hardly be a loss. Su Tao cleared her throat softly and said, I'm sorry. Xiaocheng, I don't have much money either. My part-time salary for this month hasn't been dispersed yet, and I only have 2,000 yuan on me. How about I lend you 1,500? Although she could only spare that amount, it brought a glimmer of joy to Qi Xiaocheng. Nevertheless, in comparison to the substantial 25,000, it was but a mere pittance. She leaned back against the headboard, contemplating how to leverage the advantages of being a time traveler to earn some quick cash. Currently, she possessed merely 400 yuan. Tossing away her phone had indeed been an impulsive decision. In her previous life, Qi Xiaocheng had just graduated from university, having studied new media for several years. Apart from the tuition provided by her family, her living expenses were solely funded through writing novels. Despite her efforts over the years, she had remained unsuccessful, earning only about 1,000 yuan per month, just enough to make ends meet. However, upon traversing into this parallel world, she had gathered some insights. It was called the Great Zhou Kingdom, although the system and fundamentals bore a resemblance to her previous life in China. This narrative primarily catered to powerful male protagonists within a female-centric genre, while the setting did not delve into absurd urban supernatural elements. The existence of ancient martial artists was acknowledged in the Great Zhou Kingdom. Enriching the narrative with established lore, the story focuses on pure love without upgrades or cultivation in the latter stages. Primarily, one must prioritize self-preservation, and only thereafter consider repaying the debt. Given Dongfang Yang's considerable wealth, perhaps he would forget the sum after a decade or so. Qi Xiaoqing's gaze fell upon him, and coincidentally, he met her eyes. With a teasing smile, Dongfang Yang remarked, if you were to act as charmingly towards me as you did with Su Tao just now, I might be inclined to forgive you a portion of your debt. He wore a demeanor of unshakable confidence, pondering that if she were to sweetly address him as brother in that endearing tone, a waiver of 2,000 yuan might not be out of the question. However, to his surprise, as soon as he uttered those words, the hopeful glimmer in Qi Xiaoqing's eyes transformed into one of disdain. She turned her head aside, pouting no. The corner of Dongfang Yang's mouth twitched. Only moments ago, she had expressed affection for him, yet now she seemed so dismissive. Qi Xiaoqing huffed softly. I only act cute with Tao Tao, observing Qi Xiaoqing's outright rejection. Su Tao recognized that her earlier confession to Dongfang Yang might have stemmed from a desire similar to Yi Liang's, a reluctance to see herself with Dongfang Yang. Her professed affection was continuously manifested through her actions. Feeling a warmth in her heart, Su Tao turned to Dongfang Yang and suggested, how about this? I will also shoulder part of Xiaoqing's debt. Considering your financial stability, it shouldn't be an urgent matter for you. We will gradually repay you within a year. Witnessing Su Tao advocate for Qi Xiaoqing, Dongfang Yang experienced an undeniable sensation of being usurped. Just a few days prior, she had been quite affectionate towards him. Now, everything seemed to revolve around Xiaoqing. He ran his fingers through his hair and sighed, forget it. I've invested in a CAF outside the school. Qi Xiaoqing, you'll oversee the shop for 3 months and consider this amount waived. Is that truly possible? Qi Xiaoqing's eyes sparkled. As long as you don't mess it up, it's just a casual family obligation. Thank you, young Master Dongfang. Qi Xiaoqing flashed a cheerful smile. her delicate little canine tooth adorably prominent. Yes, yes. Dongfang Yang's lips curled into a smile. Come on, call me boss, let us hear it. Boss Dongfang. Qi Xiaoqing sweetly exclaimed, her voice as melodious as a lark, captivating all who heard it. This fellow is indeed somewhat charming, Dongfang Yang mused, stealing glances at Qi Xiaoqing's lovely face before awkwardly shifting his gaze elsewhere. After conversing for a while longer, the doctor arrived to conduct a second examination on Qi Xiaoqing, and only then did Su Tao leave the room alongside Dongfang Yang. Dongfang Yang nodded faintly, concerned for her well-being. With my reputation, Yi Liang should refrain from directly confronting her. Su Tao paused in surprise, realizing he had this intention as well. What else would it be? Dongfang Yang shrugged, adding that asking her to return the money was merely a jest, 20,000 ISNT even sufficient for a proper meal. And her previous use of cosmetics that cost mere tens of dollars indicated her financial constraints. Su Tao scratched her cheek. I was worried you might dislike her. There was a bit of that before, Dongfang Yang replied, hands in his pockets, recalling her sweetly calling him boss, a smile creeping onto his face. However, now I find her quite agreeable. Though it was an unexpected turn of events, the outcome ultimately proved favorable. Deep down, Qi Xiaoqing understood that after being bullied, Dongfang Yang harbored a desire to protect her. This young master exuded a certain charming arrogance. Time swiftly passed, and after a 3-day respite, Qi Xiaoqing completed her discharge formalities. During this period, Su Tao remained by her side almost incessantly, even feeding her on the very first day. Although still a young girl, a hint of a mature charm reminiscent of a wife subtly emerged within her. She relished this attention and found joy in it. The process unfolded without any unforeseen incidents, and she behaved particularly well, further convincing Su Tao that Yandra could indeed be cured. In Chapter 30, the system rewarded her with a substantial enhancement. Upon exiting the hospital, Qi Xiaoqing began to stretch her limbs. Despite having received intravenous treatment for 3 days, she felt less robust than before. Upon her arrival in this world, she was already physically frail and had been relentlessly pursued. The night before, she had suffered a high fever due to her plans. Had it not been for the system's medication, she felt she would have been gravely ill, requiring hospitalization for 3 to 5 months. For days of discharge would not significantly hinder her ability to keep pace with the novel's plot. Returning home, Qi Xiaoqing first indulged in a soothing bath, appreciating the allure of her feminine form. Before donning a petite dress from her wardrobe, she lowered the neckline slightly with her thumb, while her index and middle fingers formed a playful gesture. With a click, she captured a selfie. Droplets of water clung to her skin, tracing the delicate contours of her collarbone and flowing into the gentle curves of her figure, while strands of hair adhered to her charming face, exuding a blend of cuteness and a hint of allure. Afterward, she changed into a more ordinary outfit and took a rather unremarkable photo, which she shared on her social media with a caption, "Is it not better to appear without makeup? It is visible to all." The photo is laden with shadows, exposed in some areas, and the angle is rather mundane, resembling the work of an amateur photographer. Although it lacks brilliance, Qi Xiaoqing's beauty remains undeniable. Even a casual snapshot can be breathtaking. In recent days, due to a lack of noteworthy events, the emotional value accrued has been minimal, with the most significant memory being that stormy night. I am now able to perform 2 sets of 10 consecutive draws. While the odds of this system remain a mystery, there is a guaranteed minimum of 2 skills. As Qi Xiaoqing peruses the system's shop, she ponders how to allocate this substantial fortune. System. Let us commence with the first 10 draws. After a period of treading carefully, it is indeed time for this seemingly useless system to prove its worth. 10 cards lay sprawled across the central panel of the system, one shimmering in gold and another in a faint white hue. Qi Xiaoqing raised an eyebrow. 2 skills? With a flick of her wrist, the contents of the draws were revealed. Acquired delicate gummies 1. Consuming these will enhance skin texture. Acquired sleep chocolate 3. Consuming these allows one to enter at least 6 hours of deep sleep within a minute. Significantly restoring fatigue. Acquired Cinderella's handkerchief 1. The holder of this handkerchief will involuntarily think of the host. Acquired liqueur chocolate 3. Consuming these swiftly induces a tipsy state. Congratulations. The host has acquired the passive skill. Cat's Eye, Beginner. Cat's Eye, Beginner when the host gazes at others for an extended period and experiences intense emotions. Their pupils will become mesmerizing and emit an illusory light, exerting a powerful, intimidating effect. Congratulations. The host has acquired the skill. Epidermal Restoration, Intermediate. Epidermal restoration. Intermediate accelerates the recovery of any epidermal damage suffered by the host, eliminating scars and restoring the skin to its original state. 8 items, 2 skills. And they all appear to be quite practical, particularly that Cinderella's handkerchief. In Qi Xiaocheng's view, its effects are no less significant than those of the 2 skills. If given to Su Tao, it would undoubtedly deepen her impression in Su Tao's mind. Moreover, Qi Xiaocheng feels that these 2 skills were specifically paired for her by the system. Her eye color is already an unusual crimson, and each time her acting skills are activated, she strives to make her gaze appear somewhat deranged. Now, with the cat's eye skill, she need not squint like a startled chicken. The other skill, epidermal restoration, speaks for itself. Recovery skills are akin to divine abilities for her current self, and to think they claim that the lottery is entirely random. It seems the system has a touch of arrogance. If you cherish me, just confess openly. With just over 1,000 points remaining, Qi Xiaochen contemplated indulging in another 10 consecutive draws. Yet, reason ultimately triumphed over impulse. She exchanged for a strengthening elixir at the shop. Strengthening elixir. 800 emotional points. Exchange successful. A vial of crimson potion materialized in her hand, promising a slight, yet permanent enhancement of her physical prowess. Without hesitation, Qi Xiaochen consumed it. A wave of warmth surged from her abdomen throughout her body, and she exhaled a breath of stale air, gazing at the system panel. Host, Qi Xiaochen, age, 18, physical condition, weak and suboptimal health, emotional points, 533, skills acquired, acting, intermediate, pain reduction, intermediate, hacking, intermediate, skin regeneration, intermediate, additive liquid, beginner. Cat eyes, beginner. With 533 emotional points remaining, Qi Xiaochen decided to save up. Her attention was drawn to an intriguing item in the system shop. Status glasses, 3,000 emotional points. Wearing these glasses will visually represent others' affection and attitudes towards the host in both numerical and textual formats. The glasses can be upgraded and modified with emotional points. This was indeed a valuable item, albeit quite expensive. Everything seems to demand emotional points. Shutting off the system panel, Qi Xiaochen sprawled on her bed, legs apart. Xiaohua remarked, "Why is Xiaochen posting on social media without makeup again? Without a touch of powder? Her complexion appears somewhat ghostly. Did she not receive my cosmetics? Perhaps she should come to school tomorrow. I'll make her look stunning." Soda Water replied, "Xiaohua, how petty. Are you envious of her natural beauty? It appears that the earlier makeup style of Xiaocheng was a result of your instigation. Having a friend like you is indeed unfortunate." "Xiaohua, how can you speak like that? What does a foul man like you know about girls? Kuan, adorable. Young, can't even take a proper photo, utterly foolish. Wishing to be Xiaocheng's pet. Yang, the young master of the East. Last time you mentioned Xiaochen flaunting her bare face. When shall we dine?" Yang, observing the joyful interactions online, Qi Xiaocheng couldn't help but chuckle. The following morning, Qi Xiaocheng awoke with renewed vigor. The effect of the medication was remarkable. Usually, she would experience discomfort upon rising, but today was much improved. It was Friday, and she decided to skip school. Perhaps she would visit the CAF owned by Dongfang Yang. As he suggested, upon her discharge, she would be expected to start working. After brushing her teeth and freshening up, she had a light breakfast of cereal and eggs. Qi Xiaocheng donned a light blue sweatshirt and stepped outside. It was still a bit chilly. It was high time to save up for a warm coat. Feeling the outdoor temperature, she rubbed her hands together, and the warm breath escaping her mouth formed wisps of white mist. Exiting her residential complex, she greeted Mr. Zhang at the entrance before making her way directly to the school gate. The Moonlight CAF, what a delightful name. It was not far from the school South North Street, though she was unsure of the circumstances. Upon arriving at the school gate, Qi Xiaocheng squinted slightly. Outside a milk tea shop nearby, Su Tao was deep in conversation with a boy, her gaze lowered as she nervously kicked at a pebble, her expression troubled. That boy must be Yichen, the other male lead from the novel. Had he sought out Tao Tao, or was it she who approached him? Chapter 31. Crisis, suspicion arises. Beneath the shade of the trees, Qi Xiaochen rotated her eyes, contemplating whether to approach and eavesdrop on the conversation between the two men, or perhaps interject to heighten her own presence. Standing still, her mind wandered through the memories of the original host and her connections with Yichen. Yichen, a tall figure standing at 1.9 meters, donned glasses. Yi Liang, initially of modest standing within his family, had, At a young age, adeptly utilized familial resources to construct his own commercial empire, thus re-establishing his position within the clan. On the other hand, Dong Fangyang, the sole heir, was the recipient of boundless affection, living life on his own terms, indulging in his enterprises with great ease. Yichen differed from Yu Yang and Dong Fangyang. As the second son of the Si family, he was marginalized in the familial strife, ultimately finding himself exiled to Jiuzhou from the capital. However, as time passed, his interactions with Su Tao kindled a fondness for her, igniting competition with various male leads. The original host had minimal interaction with him, having confessed her feelings only once. That occasion, it seemed, was marred by her perception of Yichen, with his ominous demeanor behind his glasses, rendering her unable to muster the courage to approach him again after that singular confession. Yet, the information at hand was insufficient. Now, due to her presence, a butterfly effect had already taken root, rendering the subsequent plot developments mere references. Memories surged into her mind like a gust of wind, prompting Qi Xiaoqian to furrow her brow. Indeed, as she had suspected, the unfolding narrative had strayed considerably from its original trajectory, now pivoting around the quest to heal her injuries. Yi Liang appeared to be in a favorable position, harboring the highest regard for Su Tao, frequently clashing with this esteemed healer and male lead. Meanwhile, Yichen was still en route, galloping towards her, although the subsequent plot has yet to delve into it. The relationship between this individual and Su Tao has not yet intensified. Perhaps it is an opportune moment to leverage this. Qi Xiaoqing narrowed her eyes as she observed the two conversing, hesitating whether to advance and assert her presence. Suddenly, Yichen, who had been engaged in conversation with Su Tao, abruptly turned his head, his deep-set eyes radiating a serpentine aggression that sent a shiver through Qi Xiaoqing. She quickly lowered her gaze and slipped into the crowd, extinguishing her earlier intentions. Her intuition warned her that this person was perilous. After her hasty departure, Su Tao became aware of Yichen's unusual demeanor and turned to inquire, "What's wrong?" Yichen extended his slender middle finger to adjust his glasses, a flicker of brilliance passing through his profound gaze. He smiled faintly. "Nothing. What were we discussing?" Su Tao replied, "We were talking about how one might treat a Yandera if such a being existed in reality." She silently admonished herself to refrain from provoking Yichen until she ensured her own safety. Soon, she arrived outside the Moonlight CAF. Having informed Dong Fangyang prior to her departure, the young master was now idly standing at the entrance, engrossed in his phone. She took out her phone to glance at her appearance. A charming bear hoodie concealed her petite figure, while her chestnut hair cascaded down, adorned on either side by delicate white lotus hairpins that held back a few strands. Unlike the conventional twin ponytails, these accents swayed in harmony with her movements, evoking the innocent charm of a neighborhood girl. She approached, deliberately positioning herself out of Dong Fangyang's line of sight. Suddenly, she leaped out, "Boss, were you waiting for me? Your little darling has made an unexpected appearance." Dong Fangyang was momentarily startled, and the words instantly flashed through his mind. He clenched his fist by his lips and cleared his throat. The CAF had just turned on the air conditioning, making it a bit warm, and he was merely enjoying the cool breeze outside. "I see." Qi Xiaoqing sighed, gazing intently at him. "If the boss said he was waiting for me, I would be quite delighted." Caught in her hopeful gaze, Dong Fangyang felt an inexplicable flutter in his heart. He then chuckled derisively, "Don't get ahead of yourself, you fool. It's merely a coincidence that I ran into you." With that, he stepped into the CAF first. Following closely behind, Qi Xiaoqing wore a playful smile. "Oh, you little tsundere, can't you handle such straightforwardness?" Upon entering the CAF, Dong Fangyang began to explain her duties to Qi Xiaoqing. "Your task is simply to sit here when there's nothing to do, whether that means collecting payments or chatting with customers. If you're unsure how to make coffee, just let Chu Sen assist you." The stout man at the bar smiled gently at Qi Xiaoqing. "Hello, miss, my name is Chu San." Dong Fangyang waved his hand dismissively. "No need to be so formal. She's just another worker." He then turned back to Qi Xiaoqing. "Currently, it's just the two of you in the CAF. If you have questions, ask Chu San. I won't interfere with what you do, but don't drive my CAF into the ground, understood?" Qi Xiaoqing nodded weakly. "Boss, am I allowed to play on my phone while at work?" Dong Fangyang twitched the corner of his mouth. "Not if it interferes with your responsibilities." "All right then," she replied. "So that means I can play." It appears that one is merely seeking a pretext to justify the repayment of debts. It seems he has little hope of successfully managing this CAF. Finding a justification for settling debts and shielding oneself remains paramount. Although the initial motivation may stem from the protagonist, Su Tao, it is evident that Dong Fangyang's perception of himself has markedly shifted. With a sigh, Qi Xiaocheng bowed once more, earnestly declaring, "Thank you, young Master Dong Fang. I shall strive diligently." This expression of gratitude was heartfelt. This individual is not malicious. Rather, he simply holds a differing perspective. "Rest assured, Dong Fangyang, I shall take excellent care of Tao Tao," he continued. "In the future, whether in tender moments or in the intimacy of the bedroom, I shall silently invoke your name in gratitude for your contributions, allowing you to partake in the experience." Dong Fangyang's visit to the CAF primarily served to familiarize Qi Xiaocheng with the surroundings. Having completed his introduction, he intended to take his leave. Yet, before departing, he felt compelled to mention the matter of hospitalization. "Though I am unaware of what you and Su Tao may be concealing from me, I do hope that you will act with prudence in your endeavors, so as not to hurt Su Tao's feelings, particularly regarding the previous incident. Do not act impulsively again." Upon hearing this, Qi Xiaocheng felt a sudden jolt of alarm and nodded fervently, like a chick pecking at grains. The previous incident referred to the basement. Suspicion had indeed arisen. While Dong Fangyang's opinion of him had improved considerably, the lingering doubts in his heart were unmistakably unchanged. The rationale that he was bullied, leading to an emotional breakdown and subsequent psychological issues, needed validation. He required a despairing suppression to serve as the catalyst for his troubled disposition. In an instant, flashes of Dong Fangyang's recent skepticism and Yichen's serpent-like gaze coursed through his mind. She took out her phone and sent a WeChat message to someone saved under the ID Lu Guijia. "Lu Guijia, when will you repay the money?" At this moment, "I am but a vulnerable and easily deceived little girl." Qi Xiaocheng slowly raised her head, her rational eyes betraying a hint of ruthlessness. Chapter 32. Former Sisters. Lu Guijia, like Huang Limei, was one of the 3 bullies who tormented the original protagonist during high school. Although she had only managed to enroll in a junior college, she had still made a name for herself in Jiuzhou City. Over the past 2 months, Lu Guijia had repeatedly troubled the original protagonist, each encounter filled with verbal insults. Should the original protagonist dare to resist, she would be met with a beating, followed by coercion to hand over her money. This behavior could undoubtedly be classified as criminal. However, the original protagonist lacked the courage to report it to the authorities or to fight back. The oppressive environment had twisted her spirit, and coincidentally, the incident involving Su Tao had become an outlet for her pent-up emotions. Despite this, Su Tao continued to treat the original protagonist with kindness, hoping to influence her, demonstrating the allure of her idealized persona. With inherent conflicts between them, how could one expect not to be bullied? Qi Xiaocheng glanced at the message she had sent, a playful smile gracing her lips. Sure enough, Lu Guijia responded, "All right, I'll be waiting for you at your house." Qi Xiaocheng needed no guesswork to realize that her counterpart was now laughing in anger. A person who had long been bullied suddenly demanding repayment. The immediate reaction was naturally one of scorn. What sort of lowly trash dares to fight back? It seemed she had yet to learn her lesson. However, if no one was aware of the bullying, the efficacy of this plan would diminish significantly. After a moment of contemplation, Qi Xiaocheng cast a glance at the sturdy man at the bar. Chu Sen nodded. "All right." Waving her petite hand, Qi Xiaocheng briskly stepped out of the shop, eliciting a tender expression from the gentleman, who thought to himself how wonderful it would be to have such an adorable daughter. Unfortunately, at the age of 35, he found himself without a wife. Accepting a friend request on WeChat, Chu San continued to linger at the bar. With keen eyes, he suddenly spotted a handkerchief left on the table where Qi Xiaocheng had just been seated. The fabric, a delightful blend of pink and orange, was adorned with charming little cartoon oranges, exuding a faint, lingering fragrance that seemed to belong solely to a girl. Curiously, he approached, blinking in surprise. Had that young lady forgotten it? It appeared she would return tomorrow, so he decided to keep it aside for her. As he picked up the handkerchief, Chu San furrowed his brow. What if it held significant value? Perhaps he should notify her after all. Changing his mind, he sent a message to Qi Xiaocheng. The reply came in the form of a voice message, laced with urgency. "Oh no, I thought I had lost this handkerchief. How wonderful to find out it was left at the CAF." She patted her small chest, visibly relieved. Holding the handkerchief, Chu Sen felt a peculiar sensation and inquired nervously, "Is this item of great importance to you?" "Yes, it's a gift I intended for someone else. However, I'm quite overwhelmed at the moment." Could you do me the favor of delivering it, Uncle Chu? Just after sending the voice message, Qi Xiaocheng added, "Oh, but that seems too troublesome for you. I'll send you the address. And if you could arrange for a quick delivery, I'll cover the cost." "Thank you so much, Uncle Chu." With that, she sent him her location. Accompanying the floor and room number, Chu San felt a growing warmth in his heart as he listened to these words. Such a thoughtful little one. He mused, how could she consider herself a bother when she called for a quick delivery? She is undeniably charming. Why does the young master always label her as a little fool? Very well, thank you for your trouble. As he finished speaking and prepared to close the door with a handkerchief in hand, he noticed Su Tao approaching from outside. "Uncle Chu, are you heading out?" Isn't Xiaoqing here?" Su Tao had assumed Qi Xiaocheng was present, curious to observe her work environment. "Oh, I was just about to find Xiaocheng. Allow me to deliver it for you." Chu San hesitated momentarily. Su Tao smiled reassuringly. "Uncle, you need not worry. Xiaocheng and I have reconciled. Or else she wouldn't be with Dongfang Yang, would she?" Previously, she often confided in Dongfang Yang about matters concerning Qi Xiaocheng at the CAF. So over time, Chu San had gleaned a general understanding of their situation. Hearing Su Tao's words eased his apprehension. "Then I shall trouble you, Miss Su." As she accepted the handkerchief, Su Tao felt a peculiar sensation. The soft fabric evoked the delicate touch of Qi Xiaocheng's gentle hand. It was her first experience of such an enchanting feeling. Unbeknownst to her, this was the effect of the Cinderella handkerchief. The person who held it could not help but be reminded of Qi Xiaocheng herself. Meanwhile, Qi Xiaocheng had already arrived at the community. Carefully placing her phone aside, the audience was prepared. She patted her cheeks and stepped into the elevator, removing the hairpin that held her light ponytail, and gave her hair a few vigorous scratches. She clicked her tongue in dissatisfaction, pouting slightly. Sometimes, having hair that was too smooth and a beautiful appearance could be a disadvantage, making it difficult to convey a sense of composure. Before stepping out, she had made a deliberate effort to cultivate a favorable impression on Dongfang Yang. But now, facing those who bullied the original owner, she needed to exhibit a semblance of weakness to encourage their advances. With no other option, Qi Xiaocheng pulled the hood of her sweatshirt over her head and vigorously rubbed it to generate static electricity, resulting in a tousled mane. Yet even so, her inherent charm remained undeniable. But that was sufficient for her purpose. As the elevator doors opened, Qi Xiaocheng, donning her hood, slightly hunched her shoulders. It was time to act. She presented herself as a timid and harmless girl. Upon exiting the elevator, she noticed two girls waiting in the corridor. Dressed in revealing outfits that exposed their midriffs and thighs, sporting dyed blonde hair, smoking, adorned with lip piercings and heavy eye makeup. They were the quintessential image of rebellious youth, complete with various chains and accessories. This was the classic portrayal of antagonists. Glancing at herself, she realized she was also cast in the role of an antagonist, but lacked any imposing presence. As she walked into the corridor, the sound of her canvas shoes echoed crisply with each step. Chapter 33. Stepping on a landmine, Lu Guijia leaned against the wall, a playful glint in her eyes as she observed Qi Xiaocheng idly toying with her phone. At the same time, she gave a gentle kick to her companion, who was squatting on the ground. The girl, wearing black-framed glasses and with her hair down, appeared sullen as she looked up in surprise, hastily stowing her phone away. She stood up, head bowed, fixating her vacant gaze on Qi Xiaocheng. The cold, piercing stare from Lu Guijia, the dominant figure, only intensified the fear she instilled in others. Qi Xiaocheng steadied her breath, reaching up to adjust her cap, pulling the hoodie down to obscure half of her face, with her crimson eyes merely glinting a faint red in the shadow of the hood. In the presence of such a bully, the more one displays weakness, the more they will take advantage. Qi Xiaocheng was acutely aware of this, timidly approaching Lu Guijia. With her head bowed, a stray lock of hair slipped from the hood. As she extended her small hand, nervously uttering, "Please, return my money," Lu Guijia chuckled, about to unleash a torrent of scorn, but was swiftly restrained by her accomplice. Irritated, Lu Guijia turned her head, questioning, "What is it?" The accomplice, maintaining composure, pointed towards a corner of the hallway that emanated a red glow. Lu Guijia's pupils constricted momentarily, her tense shoulders relaxing as she gestured toward the door, saying, "Since we're here, shouldn't we be invited in? It's freezing outside, and the snow has been late this year. It will fall in a few days. It's rather chilly, isn't it?" As she spoke, she and her accomplice stepped aside from the entrance. Qi Xiaocheng cast a glance at a surveillance camera positioned in the hallway, installed by the property management, with several on each floor to prevent mishaps. If they were to make a move here, it would be most beneficial. Nevertheless, it mattered little, as Chu San would come looking for her due to the handkerchief. Qi Xiaoqing opened the door and stepped inside, and once Lu Guijia and her accomplice followed, she shut the door, leaving it slightly ajar. Once inside, Lu Guijia nonchalantly flung open the refrigerator, retrieving a bottle of cola as if she were in her own home, and plopped down onto the sofa with an air of entitlement. Qi Xiaoqing remained silent, merely observing as she opened a can of cola and took a sip. Gradually, she walked before her, lifting her small head, inquiring if it was time to repay her debt. Lu Guijia turned around, looking down at Qi Xiaoqing from her elevated stance. Sure, how much do you wish for me to return? Qi Xiaoqing bit her lip, her delicate expression reflected in Lu Guijia's gaze. 3 years, not counting the middle school debts. You could simply return 7,000 yuan. Lu Guijia sighed. 7,000? I didn't realize I had borrowed so much from you. Even she found it hard to believe. After all, Qi Xiaoqing, like herself, was desperately poor, with her family unable to afford her tuition, relying solely on her brother, who was out in the world. With a hint of derision in her eyes, Lu Guijia regarded Qi Xiaoqing. Repay? Qi Xiaoqing appeared shocked, stepping back in fear. What? What do you mean? You don't intend to repay me, do you? You promised you would. Lu Guijia, with her thumb and finger pinching her mouth, stifled a laugh. She then placed her hand on her forehead, pushing back her bangs, and burst into laughter. Ah ha ha. You dare to mention repayment? Are you trying to kill me with laughter? She lifted her head proudly, raising her fist in a rhetorical challenge. When did you muster the audacity to defy me? Who granted you such courage? Yang Jingru? A sharp scream pierced the air. Bang! A heavy fist struck Qi Xiaoqing's face. A powerful force stirred the wind, lifting Qi Xiaoqing's hood and causing her to tumble towards the ground. After rolling twice, she crashed into a chair, the impact heavy, leaving her face stinging with pain. Even though the sensation was dulled, Qi Xiaoqing still felt a fiery ache on her cheeks, a discomfort reminiscent of the self-inflicted injuries she had planned. Yet, it was bearable. She refused to let anger cloud her judgment. The pain only heightened her clarity of thought. All she needed to do was wait for Chu San to deliver the handkerchief. The harsher her actions, the more justified her descent into self-harm, a consequence of being bullied, would seem. This punch was part of her plan. There was no need for outrage. Qi Xiaoqing understood this well. As she lifted her head, her previously calm gaze transformed into one of anxiety, fear, and fragility. Her lips trembled uncontrollably. How could you do this? She cried, covering her cheeks, tasting the salty iron of blood in her mouth. The blow had caused her to bleed slightly, a distasteful sensation. A fleeting shadow of the uncanny crossed her vision as Lu Guijia rose to her feet, and Qi Xiaoqing's body began to tremble. The old fears surged back to the forefront of her mind. Lu Guijia stepped closer, her yellow hair swaying as she approached. Honestly, I never expected you to dare ask for your money back. This is perfect timing. Reaching Qi Xiaoqing, she crouched down and seized the brown hair, yanking her head upward. You've been avoiding me for half a month. It's time you remembered who the master is. With a sharp crack, another slap landed on Qi Xiaoqing's face, the soft touch and crisp sound causing Lu Guijia to frown slightly. At this moment, Qi Xiaoqing should be kneeling, tears and snot streaming down her face, pleading for the torment to cease. What does such a placid reaction signify? Do you look down upon me? And that face? TSK. Once more, she swung her palm. Always that face, always that face. By what right do you possess such beauty, with a fragile demeanor that captivates so effortlessly? Why? With a swift motion, she drew a small knife from her lower back, pressing it menacingly against Qi Xiaoqing's face, a sinister grin etching her features. Qi Xiaoqing, tell me, what do you think will happen if I mar your lovely visage? Qi Xiaoqing's pupils dilated, fear etched across her countenance as she shook her head, desperate to resist. Observing this, Lu Guijia's face finally broke into a satisfied smirk. She commanded her lackey, "You, go check if the window is tightly shut." It would be disastrous if she were to scream. The lackey crouched on the floor, leaning against the sofa, knees drawn up, arms wrapped around himself, trembling as if enduring the same torment as Qi Xiaoqing. Noticing the lack of movement behind her, Lu Guijia frowned in displeasure and snapped, "What is the matter? Did you not hear my command?" "Why, yes." The lackey nodded vigorously, hastily scurrying towards the large, open window on the balcony. Meanwhile, Lu Guijia, satisfied with the scene, turned her gaze back to Qi Xiaoqing. "Do you see? You ought to become like her, rather than daring to glare at me now. Unbeknownst to her, Qi Xiaoqing concealed a calmness within her eyes. The cold blade grazed her cheek as Lu Guijia proclaimed her victory. I too am curious. After 3 years of training you, why have you not yet transformed into a mere dog? Who has granted you such hope? Her gaze shifted, deep in contemplation, ultimately settling upon a photograph of a couple beneath the television. A cold laugh escaped her lips. Is it that wretched Su Tao? Suddenly, a small hand seized Lu Guijia's wrist with a fierce grip, the crimson irises narrowing like those of a cat guarding its prey. Dare to repeat that? Chapter 34. Signs of darkening. Though Qi Xiaoqing's strength was modest, the grasp on Lu Guijia's wrist was painfully tight. Her scarlet eyes resembled those of a frenzied feline, instilling a sense of dread. Lu Guijia, taken aback, yanked her hair with renewed force, gritting her teeth in anger. What did you say? How dare you defy me? Are you not aware of who reigns supreme here? Speak another word, and I shall mar your face. With a resounding slap, Qi Xiaoqing's face flushed, crimson droplets trickling from the corner of her mouth. Her cascading hair obscured half her eye, rendering her expression a mystery. As the sting of the blow lingered, Lu Guifang's initial fury, fueled by Qi Xiaoqing's unnerving gaze, began to dissipate. She let out a derisive laugh, declaring, no matter how you glare, you remain nothing but refuse. Surely, it is Su Tao who emboldens you? With a disdainful huff, she continued, she is no better than you, feigning purity while exuding that unbearable stench. Humph. Were it not for my inability to best her, she would have joined you and that fool behind me, reduced to nothing more than a dog. Spitting on the floor, she failed to notice the growing darkness in Qi Xiaoqing's expression. Continuing, she remarked, relying on her beauty to seduce others is utterly repulsive. Yet, it seems she is quite concerned about your appearance. With that, she lifted Qi Xiaoqing's face, grasping her chin. I wonder, if I were to use you as leverage against Su Tao, how would she react? Would she show concern for you? Qi Xiaoqing opened her eyes languidly, her cat-like vertical pupils glowing crimson in the dimly lit room. Her voice was hoarse as she responded, I too am curious about the answer to your question. What did you say? Lu Guijia furrowed her brows. Qi Xiaoqing burst into laughter, crimson threads spilling from her lips, trickling down her chin. She no longer maintained the facade of a wronged damsel, as if she had momentarily forgotten her own scheme. Weren't you intent on marring my face? Why not act on it directly? Qi Xiaoqing leaned in closer, seizing one of Lu Guijia's hands once more, her strength inexplicable. She forcefully pried Lu Guijia's hand away from her hair, leaning in even closer, their noses nearly touching. What are you doing? Lu Guijia was taken aback by the intensity of her gaze, instinctively taking a step back. What kind of eyes were those? They were not akin to human pupils, but rather eerily slitted, radiating a blood-like glow that instilled fear merely through their gaze. It resembled the fierce protectiveness of a wolf guarding its offspring. No, that was not quite right. It was more akin to a young wolf fiercely defending its injured mother, driven by primal instinct. Yet, Qi Xiaoqing moved even closer, the knife held by Lu Guijia pressing against her face. A small wound was inflicted, a crimson stain emerging, unlike the vivid blood that flows from a beating. This was the result of Qi Xiaoqing's deliberate approach, accentuated by her haunting crimson eyes, which instilled a profound sense of dread. Qi Xiaoqing exhaled a warm breath, her hand delicately grazing the blade, tender as if caressing a lover. What is this? Are you afraid, or were your words merely bluster? Why you? Don't come any closer. Lu Guijia abruptly sank to the ground, her hands brandishing the knife defensively. This was a posture of self-preservation, born from fear. She harbored the unsettling intuition that should she thrust the knife forward, Qi Xiaoqing would willingly embrace it. There was not a trace of fear in her eyes. How could this be someone who had endured bullying for 3 years? The dynamics of presence are indeed peculiar, especially when confronted with the unknown or the illogical. The human mind can momentarily retreat into a protective state, often referred to as a system crash. It is akin to facing imminent death. Everyone knows they should flee. Yet the paralysis of fear renders them immobile. Lu Guijia felt precisely this sensation now. Qi Xiaoqing's gaze seemed to suggest a desire to devour. The roles had shifted. With a menacing grin, Qi Xiaoqing taunted, Lu Guijia, you are quite the bully of the meek. I summoned you here precisely to be tormented. Your slaps and punches were quite forceful, and I found them satisfying. However, Qi Xiaoqing leaned in closer, her voice laced with intensity. You mentioned that Cao Dao displeased me. Though I am not a Yandera, nor do I harbor any affection for her, She remains my sole support for survival at present. How monumental would it be to conquer the heroine? Qi Xiaocheng muttered to herself, her expression gradually transforming into one of excitement. As mere supporting characters, often relegated to the role of cannon fodder, we exist solely to pave the way for the protagonists. Yet do you know? Even so, Cao Cao still casts her radiant light upon us, the side characters. It is truly remarkable that, despite the egregious actions of the original owner, Su Tao forgives me and treats me with such tenderness. What a wonderful girl she is, unlike the one I once loved, who, after I had given everything, betrayed me. You have no idea what it feels like to have your heart laid bare and then sealed up again. A perpetrator of cruelty. Qi Xiaocheng rose abruptly, seizing Lu Guijia's small knife. Lu Guijia, in a panic, attempted to withdraw the blade, shouting, "Let go." But the knife remained steadfast, its hilt firmly gripped by Qi Xiaocheng. Did she not feel pain? With a swift motion, the knife handle slipped from Lu Guijia's grasp. The blade was now reversed in Qi Xiaocheng's hand, droplets of crimson cascading from its tip, filling the air with an acrid scent. You dare not even make a move? Qi Xiaocheng let out a cold laugh, brushing aside her hair and pressing the knife's tip against her forehead. Just above her brow, with a swift motion, a vivid scarlet line appeared, slicing from above her left eyebrow to the right. The liquid poured forth like raindrops gliding down a glass pane, cascading over her eyes and trickling down her cheeks. At that moment, Qi Xiaocheng's face was a striking tableau, hauntingly beautiful. Her peculiar vertical pupils refracted a vivid crimson hue, and a strange smile curled at the corners of her lips. If you do not act, how will others know I am the one being bullied when they arrive? It is you who should be concerned. Qi Xiaocheng took a bold stride forward, mounting Lu Guijia's lap, looking down from her elevated position. She remarked, "It is one thing to strike me, but why must you utter so many words? Is it to vent your emotions as the victor?" As she toyed with the small knife in her hand, crimson droplets fell onto Lu Guijia's skin, searingly hot. Qi Xiaocheng continued leisurely, "In truth, there is one thing you said that resonates with me. I too am curious about how Cao Dao would react if my life were used as leverage. However, there is another statement of yours that I find utterly erroneous." Her gaze suddenly sharpened. "You claimed you would train Cao Dao like a dog? Do you not comprehend? She belongs to me. Even if she were to become a dog, she would still be mine. In this world, only the female lead can shield herself from the pursuits of other male leads and survive. This fate of being a mere pawn must be altered. Someone, close the window. I fear she may scream too loudly shortly." Qi Xiaocheng cast a cold glance at the henchman with disheveled hair and a sullen expression. Then, she extended her tongue to lick the blade, suggesting, "How about you experience the taste of the blows I just received?" Chapter 35, not an act fear, trembling, and an inexplicable cold sweat soaking her back. Lu Guijia could sense that Qi Xiaocheng before her exhibited no physical alterations. With just a slight exertion, she could subdue this frail individual. Yet her body refused to comply. She felt utterly immobilized. Those eerie, crimson-slit pupils, her face awash in scarlet like a delicate stream cascading downwards, her tongue caressing the glinting blade, as if savoring her own essence. "Death, death, 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 death." Lu Guijia trembled as she raised her hand, yet found herself devoid of any strength. Her gaze quivered as she searched desperately around her, casting a pleading look towards the disheveled figure, huddled and clutching her knees. However, the scene that unfolded before her caused her pupils to constrict once more. The attendant crouched on the ground, fixated on her with an intensity that was unsettling. Lu Guijia noticed a change in her expression. The gloom that once shadowed her face had transformed into a peculiar, obsessive smile, her eyes gleaming with an unfamiliar brightness. It became painfully clear to Lu Guijia that she would not come to her aid. Despair enveloped her as she realized that, like Qi Xiaocheng, the attendant was merely another pawn in this cruel game. Why would she lend a hand at this moment? After all, they were both but dogs in the same yard. Perhaps it was the surge of indignation that rekindled a flicker of strength within Lu Guijia. Gritting her teeth in a grimace, she glared at Qi Xiaocheng, attempting to instill fear within her. "If you have the guts, kill me now. Otherwise, you are doomed, and not just you, but also Su Tao, that." Before she could finish, a sharp pain seared through her thigh. The intimidation had morphed into provocation. Qi Xiaocheng, half squatting, half kneeling before her, wore a faint smile at the corner of her lips. "I didn't quite catch that. Could you speak a little louder? The windows are all securely shut." "Host, remain calm." At that moment, the system could no longer refrain from intervening. If something goes awry, we as antagonists will be utterly bereft of any chance of redemption. Not even the heroine's halo could save us. Rest assured, system. Qi Xiaocheng's composed voice echoed in Lu Guijia's mind. Upon hearing this, the system finally breathed a sigh of relief. As long as you maintain your sanity, host, I am relieved. I feared you had lost your rationality due to the female lead, Su Tao. In truth, I am aware that despite having traversed into this realm and being bound to you, the original inhabitant is, in fact, not deceased. I have merely usurped her existence. Occasionally, when I exhibit unusual behavior, I attribute it to the residual thoughts of the original host influencing me. Her analyses are as rational as she herself claimed. Just like now. You might presume my actions are driven by impulsiveness regarding Su Tao, yet I am cognizant that this is not the case. It is the lingering thoughts of the original host that sway me. She endured 3 years of torment and harbors an intense hatred for Lu Guijia. Even when bullied, she lacked the courage to resist. However, I am different. Qi Xiaocheng's gaze is resolute. I fear her not. Thus the remnants of the original host's consciousness compel me towards revenge. This is the principal reason behind my current demeanor. In reality, my rationality remains intact, and I am not swayed by Su Tao. Engaging in a dialogue with the system within my mind, my lips involuntarily utter a remark. For I have previously asserted that I am not genuinely deranged. Yet, host, you truly do not appear to be acting. How is it that I, as the system, could not detect the original host's thoughts and soul? I am so frightened. If you could detect subconscious elements, you would not be so inept. The fear that had long been pent up has now overflowed completely. She widened her eyes in horror, extending a finger towards Qi Xiaocheng, seemingly oblivious to the pain in her legs, softly murmuring, "Insane, insane." What nonsensical words were being uttered? It turned out she was already mad. No wonder, no wonder. Ha 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 ha. Lu Guijia shed tears as she laughed heartily, realizing that madness had indeed taken hold. How unsurprising. How unsurprising. Ha ha ha. But in reality, who was truly mad? Perhaps the raucous laughter echoed beyond, as hurried footsteps approached in the corridor. Her little ears perked up, and a mysterious smile graced her lips. With a swift motion, she extracted the knife embedded in her leg, its crimson stain marking her palm as she playfully patted Lu Guijia's cheek. The sticky sensation abruptly silenced the laughter. Qi Xiaocheng grinned. "Don't be like that. You are the true tormentor." She thrust the knife into Lu Guijia's hand. Qi Xiaocheng then suddenly reclined to the side. Thud! Her chestnut locks cascaded around her as she fell into the warm, crimson pool. Meanwhile, Lu Guijia knelt before her, hands rigidly clutching the small knife. Her face a mask of horror. Even the lackey squatting behind them was filled with bewilderment, questioning Qi Xiaocheng's actions. Why resort to such measures? Just then, the previously ajar door was forcefully flung open. "Xiaocheng, what has happened?" Su Tao gasped, having heard the inexplicable laughter upon exiting the elevator. Initially, she thought someone was going mad, but upon listening closely, she realized it was emanating from Qi Xiaocheng's suite. Moreover, that voice was inexplicably familiar. Rushing without pause, the scene before her caused her pupils to constrict. There lay Qi Xiaocheng, sprawled against a pool of crimson, her back turned to Su Tao, while directly opposite her, Lu Guijia gripped a small knife, her gaze hauntingly directed this way. In the distance, a girl with hair nearly obscuring her face stood, her eyes seemingly radiating admiration. Anyone unaware of the circumstances witnessing this tableau would undoubtedly misconstrue it, and Su Tao was no exception. Clenching her fists, she strode forward. "Lu Guijia, what have you done to Xiaochen?" Lu Guijia's eyes widened in shock as she abruptly tossed the knife aside, retreating in fear. "I did nothing. It was all Qi Xiaochen's doing. She did it all. Do you think I would believe you? What can I do if you don't believe me?" Lu Guijia shouted, her voice a frantic wail. "It's her own madness. She orchestrated this herself. It has nothing to do with me." Su Tao closed the distance in a few strides. Bang! A single punch sent Lu Guijia sprawling. "Ah!" Lu Guijia's cries fell on deaf ears as Su Tao knelt, disregarding the mess, her heart aching as she attempted to lift Qi Xiaochen. Yet, upon seeing her face, her pupils constricted once more. With a voice laced with suppressed fury, Su Tao uttered, "Lu Guijia, if anything happens to Xiaochen, you madness, sheer madness." Before she could finish her thought, Lu Guijia covered her head and fled toward the door in a panic. Su Tao instinctively moved to stop her, but reason forced her to regain her composure. A voice quietly emerged beside her. Perhaps we should call an ambulance?" It was that girl with the sullen expression. After uttering these words, she swiftly followed Lu Guijia out of the room. Su Tao remained silent, quickly retrieving her phone. Hello, is this Dongfang Yang? Could you send your doctor over? The address is at Xiaocheng's home. Chapter 36. Fragmented Personas. Is that you, Tao Tao? Just as Su Tao ended the call, Qi Xiaocheng stirred from her faint slumber, her voice hoarse and tinged with tears. Su Tao's expression softened, filled with concern as she asked, Xiaocheng, please do not speak. You are still injured. The doctor from Dongfang Yang will arrive shortly. Qi Xiaocheng managed a strained smile. It's nothing, Tao Tao, just a bit of pain in my forehead and some discomfort on my face, but otherwise, I'm fine. Su Tao then noticed the visible bruise on her face as she gently wiped away the moisture. With a tender touch, she parted Qi Xiaocheng's hair, revealing a broad yet shallow gash on her forehead, which still glistened with a hint of crimson. Su Tao gasped, forcing herself to remain composed. Qi Xiaocheng, observing Su Tao's subtle expressions, could easily discern her thoughts. With a tone laced with both anxiety and relief, she inquired, Tao, is my face going to be all right? If it becomes unappealing, will you still want me? Her lips trembled, as if she were on the verge of tears. Just moments ago, she had threatened to mar my face, and had I not evaded that blade, I would have truly been disfigured. Oh, Tao, please, do not abandon me. In a state of panic and helplessness, Qi Xiaocheng wept profusely, her performance in full swing. Su Tao, who had initially been composed, felt a surge of anger upon hearing these words. She reached for an apple nearby, as if to vent her emotions, and with a forceful motion, she crushed it. Bang! The apple exploded under her grip. Qi Xiaocheng, who had been feigning tears, momentarily froze. She was aware of Su Tao's considerable strength, but this seemed rather excessive. How had the original owner managed to knock Su Tao out and confine her in that little dark room? Despite her astonishment, the show must go on. She continued to weep until Su Tao gently wiped away her tears. Xiaocheng. Su Tao offered a reassuring smile. Rest assured. When have I ever said I would forsake you? Such thoughts must not cross your mind again. After a gentle admonition, Su Tao examined Qi Xiaocheng thoroughly, confirming that aside from a minor forehead scrape and some lingering marks on her face, she was otherwise unharmed. Helping her to a chair, Su Tao softly said, Xiaocheng, please wait a moment. I shall attend to your wounds. With that, she moved towards the cabinet beneath the television, skillfully retrieving the emergency medical kit. Yet, as she rummaged through the supplies, she found herself momentarily startled. This scene felt eerily familiar, as though it had transpired many times before. She merely claimed to have fallen. Could it be? Su Tao, her mind heavy with contemplation, approached Qi Xiaocheng, armed with antiseptic and cotton swabs. The disinfection may sting a bit, but bear with it, all right? It's nothing. I'm accustomed to it. Qi Xiaocheng obediently closed her eyes and slightly lifted her head. In her mind, the system's fragmented voice echoed. Emotional value 3. Emotional value 5. Emotional value 10. She understood that Su Tao had experienced a significant emotional upheaval due to her words, which the system had duly noted. Regrettably, emotional values would gradually diminish as the protagonists adapted. Qi Xiaocheng could not exploit the same situation repeatedly to accumulate emotional value. For instance, her plight initially elicited a strong emotional response from Su Tao, but subsequent attempts to evoke pity would yield far less emotional gain. Every single point was of utmost importance. She staunched the bleeding, applied the medication, and temporarily bandaged her forehead. Su Tao was not a trained physician. She had merely learned some basic first aid techniques. The true extent of the situation would have to await the assessment of a qualified doctor. As if summoned by fate, the previously closed door swung open, and Dongfang Yang entered swiftly, accompanied by 2 doctors. Their immediate reaction was to the pool of crimson on the floor, causing their pupils to constrict. What is happening here? Su Tao rose and explained, some troublesome girls from Xiaocheng's high school caused her harm. By the time I arrived, she was already injured. Caring for Xiaocheng was my priority, and I did not pursue those girls after they fled. Dongfang Yang exchanged glances with the 2 doctors, signaling them to proceed. 2 doctors exchanged nods and locked eyes. The female doctor handed the medical kit to her male counterpart and took on the responsibility of examining Qi Xiaocheng. There was a slight amount of bleeding and facial trauma, but fortunately, the interior of the mouth was unscathed. However, to prevent swelling and pain, external treatment was necessary, and a light diet was recommended for the time being. The female doctor's reassurances brought a collective sigh of relief to those present. Soon after, Su Tao suggested, Xiaoqing, why don't you take a moment to rest and then have a shower? At that moment, Qi Xiaoqing looked at Su Tao with anticipation and asked, Tao Tao, could you help me wash? Upon hearing this, Dong Fangyang raised an eyebrow. Qi Xiaoqing glanced at Su Tao's attire, which had become soiled during the emergency treatment, and proposed, how about we wash together? I made your clothes dirty too. Dong Fangyang's lips twitched in amusement, his gaze darting between Qi Xiaoqing's and Su Tao's faces. Had this been a different time, Su Tao would have readily agreed. However, now aware of Qi Xiaoqing's peculiar feelings towards her, along with the latter's fragile state, reason urged Su Tao to decline the request. She smiled gently and suggested, perhaps we should let the doctor assist you. As a medical professional, she would know precisely where not to get wet. Seeing this, Dong Fangyang stepped forward and nodded. If you're recovering, you can manage on your own. In this cramped little place, won't two people be a bit crowded? All right, I suppose, Qi Xiaoqing responded, a hint of disappointment in her demeanor, though she did not protest. Upon witnessing the scene, Su Tao rubbed her temples in frustration. It was not only the troublesome matter of the delinquent girl, but also the issue of Xiaoqing's sickly disposition that weighed heavily on her mind. If Dong Fangyang were not present, would she have insisted on bathing with her? With a sense of remorse, she addressed Dong Fangyang, expressing her gratitude. I apologize for the trouble this time. Why don't you take a seat while I attend to the floor? Like a diligent housewife, she donned an apron and skillfully set about her chores. As Dong Fangyang stepped outside, he looked up at the corridor's surveillance camera and spoke to the bodyguard in the hallway. Let us check the footage from the property management. Arriving at the property management office, his status as a young master ensured that the security personnel did not impede his entry. Soon enough, the monitor revealed the moment when Qi Xiaocheng encountered Lu Guijia. In the footage, Qi Xiaocheng appeared timid and hesitant, not daring to meet the gaze of the delinquent girl. It was indeed foolish. Dong Fangyang nodded, noting that he could discern nothing unusual about Qi Xiaocheng. However, there was one thing that puzzled him. Turning to the bodyguard behind him, he inquired, what do you perceive in Qi Xiaocheng? The bodyguard hesitated, perhaps accustomed to being bullied, for she hardly resembled someone demanding repayment. Indeed, her character is quite timid, Dong Fangyang mused, stroking his chin. Yet, I cannot fathom why. In the past, she dared to commit the grave offense of kidnapping Su Tao. Surely, Yu Liang is far more terrifying than this group of delinquents. Upon reflection, he realized something was amiss. Qi Xiaoqing's professed devotion to Su Tao seemed rather unconvincing. Her demeanor was far too timid. Who bestowed upon her such impulsive courage? Chapter 37. Dispelling doubts, however, it is also possible that my understanding is not sufficiently comprehensive. After all, Dong Fangyang has indeed changed his perspective on Qi Xiaoqing considerably. He does not believe that the foolish, clumsy, and cowardly individual he observes is merely feigning such traits. At this moment, there were 2 knocks on the door of the monitoring room. Dong Fangyang stepped aside to make space, gesturing towards the screen. The situation arose when Qi Xiaoqing sought to reclaim her money from the young man with yellow hair, whose hostile demeanor was quite evident. Yet, Qi Xiaoqing, being overly timid, allowed him entry into her home. The outcome, well, it goes without saying. The surveillance footage does not capture the sounds that transpired within the house, only occasionally catching a laugh or 2 escaping into the air. Su Tao, what is your perspective on this? Dong Fangyang pulled out a chair and sat down upon her. Su Tao's eyes simmered with suppressed anger. After exhaling deeply, she remarked, Xiaoqing must be trying to repay you, which is why she sought money from Lu Guijia. However, I am astonished at how much Xiaoqing borrowed from her, 7,000. Over 3 years, it may not seem like a large sum. Yet considering Qi Xiaoqing's impoverished background and her frail state, a result of early nutritional deficiencies, it is quite significant. Yet, what truly concerns Dong Fangyang is not this aspect. What I meant to inquire is your thoughts on the stark contrast in Qi Xiaoqing's character. Su Tao paused, momentarily bewildered. What do you mean? I shall be direct. Dong Fangyang adjusted the surveillance feed, halting at the moment when Qi Xiaoqing, cowering in fear, entered alongside Lu Guijia and his followers. You must realize, had you not intervened to stop Yi Liang during the incident in the basement, Qi Xiaoqing might have encountered a grave situation, wouldn't she? Su Tao bowed her head, seemingly deep in thought, and nodded gently. The information she possesses differs significantly from that of Dong Fangyang. She is acutely aware of it. Qi Xiaoqing's courage stems from her. Xiaoqing is a delicate soul, prone to impulsiveness regarding her own affairs, often devoid of rationality. Perhaps it is precisely this trait that compels her to confront Yi Liang boldly. Disregarding her status, However, in the presence of Lu Guijia, Dongfang Yang continued, there is another crucial question. Although I have been mindful of your emotions and refrained from inquiring, I cannot fathom how Qi Xiaoqing managed to abduct you. Surely, with just one hand. You could easily subdue her, couldn't you? Su Tao lowered her head, falling into silence for a moment. Regarding the abduction, that was my fault. Su Tao sighed and recounted the circumstances at that time. I owed Yi Liang a favor due to the previous incident, and he insisted that I accompany him to a banquet. I thought it was merely a matter of showing my face and having a meal, so I agreed. Subsequently, Xiaoqing approached me, claiming she wished to mend our past grievances. Dongfang Yang nodded, and then, she said, in a gesture of apology, she had even purchased coffee for me. Su Tao sighed again, admitting that she did not think much of it at the time and merely followed her lead. What transpired after I drank it remains a mystery to me. When I awoke, I found myself confined in a basement. Strands of hair cascaded from her temples, brushing against her cheeks. Lowering her head caused her bangs to obscure her eyes, rendering her gaze inscrutable. The sunlight filtering through the window gradually faded, casting a gentle shadow upon her. Su Tao continued, as for the courage you mentioned that Dongfang Yang showed in confronting Yi Liang, it should be credited to me. Shouldn't it? Dongfang Yang looked somewhat taken aback, as this notion had never crossed his mind. Indeed, Su Tao replied, hands clasped behind her back, lifting her head with a smile that bore both resignation and affection. Over the past 2 months, she had undertaken numerous endeavors, yet I never once held her accountable. Whether it was regarding you or Yi Liang, I had been advising all along, hadn't I? In the past, when he harbored disdain for Qi Xiaoqing, Su Tao had indeed offered him counsel. I see now, he murmured, as the uncertainties in his heart gradually unraveled. It was her forbearance that had emboldened Qi Xiaoqing. Dongfang Yang turned his gaze back to Su Tao. Then what about her being bullied? At this point, Su Tao's fists clenched tightly, anger igniting in her eyes as she fixed her gaze on Lu Guijia in the surveillance footage. I recognized that troublemaker. She was a delinquent in high school, notorious for her abysmal grades and penchant for bullying the weak to assert her own presence. In the past, she had bullied Xiaoqing, but after I had given her a couple of thrashings, she became fearful and ceased to appear before me. I had initially thought she was seeking to avoid conflict, but it seems she has been stealthily retaliating against Xiaoqing all along, and I was utterly oblivious to all of this. She had foolishly smiled and told me not to worry, and I had thought she was quite sensible and genuinely kind. In retrospect, those wounds were born from bullying. Dongfang Yang inhaled softly. Then why has she never confided in you about the fact that this troublemaker demanded 7,000 yuan over 3 years, enduring bullying for that long? She may not want to implicate me, right? Su Tao glanced once more at the astonished Dongfang Yang, hesitating briefly before softly articulating, moreover, it is possible that due to these unknown matters, Xiaoqing has developed some psychological issues, which were exacerbated by prior inducements, leading to the events of the past 2 months. Upon hearing this, Dongfang Yang suddenly comprehended. Everything fell into place. No wonder he felt that the drastic changes in Qi Xiaoqing's demeanor were so perplexing. It turned out there were so many underlying truths he was unaware of. Reflecting on the large pool of bright red on the floor upon entering the room, Dongfang Yang sighed inwardly. It appears he had misjudged Qi Xiaoqing. The lingering doubts he had were swiftly dispelled. Perhaps he should persuade Yi Liang. After all, Qi Xiaoqing is also a pitiable soul. Noticing Su Tao's slightly despondent mood, Dongfang Yang sought to console her, stating, although the journey was somewhat convoluted, the outcome is ultimately favorable, is it not? Qi Xiaoqing is no longer as she was 2 months ago. She has returned to a state of normalcy, has she not? She reconciled with Su Tao and herself. Now, only Yi Liang remains. However, these words struck a chord of anxiety within Su Tao. Indeed, she has become normal. Her smile appeared somewhat forced, and her eyes betrayed a hint of unease. Let us not discuss this further. Dongfang Yang continued, regarding those who bullied Qi Xiaoqing. How do you wish to address them? Perhaps I could handle it. I could investigate them thoroughly and ensure their disappearance. Sending a few individuals to Siberia to cultivate potatoes would be exceedingly simple. Yet, Su Tao shook her head. The anger in her eyes could no longer be suppressed. Dongfang Yang, you have already assisted me immensely. I shall not trouble you further. They dare to treat Xiaoqing in such a manner. I shall personally teach them a lesson. The image of Qi Xiaoqing, terrified and weeping at the thought of losing herself, made Su Tao's fists clench involuntarily. No one shall bully my Xiaoqing. Chapter 38. Su Tao. Is Xiaoqing truly a delicate flower? Su Tao possessed a remarkable decisiveness whenever a thought crossed her mind. She would act upon it, provided no pressing matters impeded her, just as she did now. After ensuring Qi Xiaocheng was settled, she hurriedly boarded a bus. Her destination was her former high school, or more precisely, a house nestled in a chaotic alley nearby. In the evening, Lu Guijia sat in a dilapidated room, nursing her injured leg, typing something into her phone, her expression icy and forbidding. Qi Xiaocheng, Su Tao, I shall make you pay sooner or later. She gritted her teeth in resentment and glanced at her sullen accomplice kneeling beside her. Grabbing a fistful of her hair, she hissed, You wretched servant. Why didn't you assist me just now? The girl was forced to tilt her head back, her scarred face betraying her fear. She bit down hard, trembling and unable to utter a word. Observing this, Lu Guijia, in a fit of rage, slapped her and bellowed, Incompetent fool. You're heading to Chiu Li's place soon, right? Make sure to tell that wretch to gather everyone. I will deal with those two wretched girls. No, tomorrow I shall annihilate them. Her fists tightened, the knuckles cracking ominously. Under her command, there were merely a dozen unruly individuals, and with the addition of two sisters, a throng of 40 to 50 surged forward. No matter how formidable Su Tao might be, could she truly triumph over such a multitude alone? After receiving a slap, her minions seemed unfazed, responding weakly. We cannot contend with Su Tao. Is it wise to bolster others' spirits while diminishing one's own? Lu Guijia's expression twisted in frustration, and she forcefully kicked her subordinate aside. Rising in anger, had it not been for Qi Xiaoqing's recent madness, which startled me, I would have certainly matched her blow for blow. Just then, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from outside. A disheveled delinquent girl burst in, exclaiming, Not good, Sister Head. Su Tao is coming. What? Lu Guijia sprang to her feet, only to wince in pain from a twisted ankle. She quickly inquired of the young minion, How could Su Tao have arrived here? We're at least an hour's drive from Jiuzhou University. I don't know, sister. The minion sobbed. It seems she's here for revenge. We're all adults. What is she thinking? Lu Guijia swallowed hard. Revenge. She is avenging Qi Xiaoqing. But to flee? This is our home, our stronghold. What would the other two sisters think if I ran away now? Lu Guijia inhaled deeply, her gaze turning fierce. You go summon the sisters. Su Tao is but one person. Can she truly overpower us all? Today, I shall engage her in a test of strength. As soon as the words fell, the door was gently pushed open, and a cold voice slowly emerged. Oh, is that so? Su Tao. The messenger, taken aback, surveyed her and, seeing that she was completely unscathed, fainted with a closed eye. Su Tao cast a glance at the fallen messenger and said indifferently, Leave. I'm only here for Lu Guijia today. The fainted messenger, upon hearing this, widened his eyes in astonishment, offered a sheepish smile to Su Tao, and scurried out the door in a hasty retreat. Only Lu Guijia and her subordinate remained in the room. The latter shrank into a corner, a fringe obscuring her eyes. Curiously observing Su Tao, Lu Guijia, gritting her teeth, questioned Su Tao, What do you mean by this? You just struck Xiaocheng, and now you pretend to be innocent? With a frosty demeanor, Su Tao's intention for being there was unequivocally simple, or perhaps more bluntly, it was for vengeance. Had it not been for the unexpected incident today, she would have remained oblivious to the fact that Qi Xiaocheng had been bullied by this person for 3 years. It seems you have yet to learn your lesson from high school, haven't you? Lu Guijia, through clenched teeth, replied resentfully, I already said. I did nothing to Qi Xiaocheng. At most, I merely struck her once. I did nothing else. She then pointed at her leg, bandaged from the injury, insisting, Even this was caused by a poke from Qi Xiaocheng. Su Tao regarded her as if she were a fool. Do you truly believe I would be persuaded? That injury is clearly the result of an accident during Xiaocheng's resistance. Do you take me for a simpleton? Lu Guijia's eyes widened. In that moment, she realized that Su Tao was indifferent to any so-called truth. She had come solely for her own retribution. Could she still escape? There was simply no chance. Lu Guijia exclaimed, suddenly bending her waist. Do not presume that I am still that clueless delinquent from high school. I have learned a few moves from my brother in the underworld. Su Tao, you shall meet your end. With that, she executed a series of military-style punches, exuding an aura of fierce determination. Su Tao perish. With a single step forward, bang. Lu Guijia was swiftly knocked down by Su Tao's punch. Crouching on the ground, she covered her face, her head buzzing. Is this all? Su Tao seized her sleeve and lifted her up, saying, After 3 years of high school and now still stuck in this dilapidated place, had it not been for today's incident, I would have never known you had bullied Xiaocheng for so long. Lu Guijia, feeling wronged, protested. It was one thing before, but today she was clearly the one bullying me. Still stubborn? Su Tao wasted no time, unleashing a barrage of punches that left Lu Guijia weeping profusely. Her once golden hair had become soiled, and through her tears, she cried out, "You wouldn't believe me if I told you. Yet you think I'm obstinate if I don't say anything. What am I to do?" Initially, she demanded repayment, and when I refused, I struck her. Who knew she would suddenly go mad? Lu Guijia, now terrified and rambling, voiced her grievances with a choked voice, insisting she was the victim, while also mentioning something about a Yandra. I felt as if she might kill me. Why won't you believe me? At this moment, the spirited bravado she had moments ago had vanished. However, Su Tao, upon hearing these words, genuinely paused. Furrowing her brow, her expression perplexed, she asked, "Did you just say Xiaocheng mentioned something about being a Yandra?" Lu Guijia wiped away a tear and nodded slightly. At that moment, she was atop me, toying with the knife while muttering to herself, "You won't believe me anyway," all the while striking me, demanding that I speak the truth. "Are you even human?" Su Tao scratched her cheek, a flicker of guilt instinctively crossing her mind. Yet, upon reflection, she realized that this person was utterly vile, and she had no reason to feel remorse. Currently, there were far more pressing matters at hand. Thus, she seized Lu Guijia by the collar and said menacingly, "Tell me everything that transpired in this room, in detail." She was well aware that Xiaocheng was a Yandra, yet she found herself perplexed as to why Xiaocheng would willingly mention the term Yandra. If she was cognizant of what it meant, could she truly still embody that persona? A vague sense of unease crept over her, suggesting that the events surrounding Xiaocheng were far more intricate than she had initially perceived. Chapter 39. The Yandra you nurtured, unbeknownst to you? After receiving a thorough beating, Lu Guijia abandoned her stubbornness. She settled into a chair, dabbed her face with a tissue, and began recounting the occurrences in Xiaocheng's room, focusing on the crux of the matter. "I never intended to harm her. I merely sought to intimidate her. And then I remarked that both Xiaocheng and you were not virtuous individuals." Following that, Xiaocheng seemed to spiral into madness. She declared that while she could be insulted, no one was allowed to speak ill of Lu Guijia, and she even lunged towards my knife. I warned her that it was only a matter of time before I turned her into a mere dog. To which Xiaocheng retorted that even if I were a dog, I could only be hers and had no connection to her. Then she snatched my knife away. After inflicting a wound upon her thigh, she proceeded to carve a mark upon her forehead, proclaiming that I should hasten to take action, as she was the true victim. In a moment of self-reflection, she muttered that she was not a Yandra. Lu Guijia, merely contemplating this, felt a shiver of dread. She instinctively recoiled, and then, upon your abrupt entrance into the room, you struck me without uttering a single word, rendering me the victim in this scenario, if you will. Su Tao furrowed her brows, questioning, "Are you not deceiving me?" Upon hearing this, Lu Guijia's blood pressure surged. Disregarding the flush of crimson upon her cheeks, she sat upright and retorted angrily, "If you think I'm stubborn in my words, then you don't believe me when I speak. If I were to deceive you, I would doom my entire family." Su Tao stroked her chin and inquired further, what was Xiaocheng's demeanor at that time? What was her expression like? In this regard, she was not lying. Su Tao recalled that whether in the basement or on that fateful rooftop, Xiaocheng had exhibited a similar state. She tentatively labeled it a Yandra phase. Generally, she seemed quite normal, yet upon reaching her limits, she would devolve into a state of pathological mania. However, therein lies the conundrum. She had diligently studied the characteristics of a Yandra. Undoubtedly, the behavior previously displayed by Xiaocheng was indicative of such pathology, self-harm, a fervent desire for death, and the like. Yet, another prominent trait of a Yandra is their adeptness at deception. Furthermore, a physician had stated that typically, a Yandra is unaware of their own condition. Yet, Xiaocheng was conscious of her Yandra tendencies while simultaneously asserting that she was not one, despite manifesting various pathological behaviors. Thus, the question arises, is she truly a Yandra? Su Tao had never realized that Xiaocheng possessed such a degree of theatricality. A headache ensued. Su Tao rubbed her temples, realizing that she could not fathom the situation alone. Noticing that dusk was settling outside, she took out her phone and turned to Lu Guijia, demanding the transfer of the 7,000 yuan owed to Xiaocheng. Lu Guijia's expression stiffened. I have no money, only 300 on me." Su Tao cracked her knuckles, producing a series of sharp sounds, and slowly inquired, With no money at all, how do you propose to resolve this? I. Lu Guojia's face reflected panic, terrified that Su Tao might strike her again. Her thoughts were muddled, and she blurted out, "Would my body suffice?" She shrank back slightly, adding, "Your relationship with Qi Xiaocheng must be rather special, considering you managed to train her into that state. If you don't mind, I—" "Stop." Su Tao recoiled in disgust, taking a step back. "Do not repulse me." Comparing herself to Lu Guojia, she felt as though the latter was a toad. In terms of charm, Xiaocheng was undeniably superior. The image of Xiaocheng's adorable face and her sweet, gentle smile brought some relief to Su Tao's heart. She exhaled deeply, stating, "1 month. If you cannot produce this money, I shall return. Should I discover that you continue to bully the weak, prepare to spend a lifetime in prison." With that, Su Tao intended to leave. However, her keen eyes caught sight of a small figure huddled in the corner. It resembled Xiaocheng in its diminutive stature, but was tattered, with unkempt hair and filthy skin exposed to the elements. With a fierce glare directed at Lu Guojia, she approached the little follower and extended her hand. Her smile radiated like the moonlight, assuring, "Fear not, she shall not dare to bully you again. I am Su Tao, and what is your name?" To Su Tao's surprise, the girl before her shrank back once more, quickly shaking her head, refraining from touching the outstretched hand. Initially, Su Tao assumed the girl was simply frightened. However, she soon heard a timid voice utter, "Thank you," followed by another shake of the head, this time a definitive rejection. It appeared she too had been a victim of bullying, yet she chose to refuse Su Tao's kindness. It felt rather peculiar. Nonetheless, Su Tao chose not to press further, respecting each individual's choices. Lu Guojia covered her face, staring at Su Tao as if she were a fool. "Isn't this you're doing? The dog you raised?" "No. The person you brought along has ended up like this, and you're unaware?" Stepping outside, the sun had already set, with the moon peeking through the clouds, beginning its dance with the stars. As winter approached, darkness fell more swiftly, bringing with it a chill. Su Tao exhaled a puff of warm breath and slowly ventured into the narrow alley. The following morning, after a night's rest, Qi Xiaocheng awoke, cradling her head. "System, what is my emotional value now?" This was a routine she confirmed each morning. By analyzing the time and quantity of emotional value provided by the main characters, she could gauge whether any significant events had transpired. Yesterday evening, the protagonist Su Tao and the male lead Yi Liang each contributed a portion of emotional value. It was no simple task to quickly accumulate emotional value without actively engaging in major events. Typically, she would only garner a few points here and there. Yet now, her score had inexplicably surged by several hundred points. What transpired yesterday evening? Su Tao as well, merely preoccupied with her own affairs, leading to an emotional response. Suddenly, a notification chimed on the phone. Qi Xiaochen picked up her device. It was a message from Chen Qian via WeChat. "Qi Xiaochen, today marks the 7th day. Where is the antidote you promised me? I'm starting to develop rashes on my face. Please send me the remedy." At that moment, Qi Xiaochen recollected their agreement to provide Chen Qian with the so-called antidote weekly. However, the previously enhanced mineral water was nothing more than plain water. Rashes. Could it be due to hormonal imbalance or an allergy? Chen Qian, that fellow is quite foolish, believing anything said casually. Coupled with the last time you mentioned referring her to a psychologist, her trust in me has grown immensely. Yichen. Qi Xiaochen raised an eyebrow, conjuring an image of a scheming man sporting glasses. He is also one of the pivotal male protagonists in the narrative, and his character type happens to be the very sort that Qi Xiaochen finds exceedingly challenging. She messaged Chen Qian to wait for her at the moonlit CAF, assuring her she would bring the antidote. Chapter 40. You can only be mine. After casually purchasing a bottle of mineral water from a roadside vendor, Qi Xiaochen swiftly arrived at the moonlit CAF. At that moment, her head was wrapped in a bandage, cleverly concealed by her chestnut hair, resembling a scarf, which added a vibrant charm to her sweet and lovely appearance. The bloodstained sweatshirt from yesterday had been sent for washing, and with no autumn attire on hand, Qi Xiaochen reluctantly donned a sailor suit, layering it with a t-shirt for warmth. Her inherent charm was accentuated by the sailor uniform, which adorned her like a cascade of stars, rendering her utterly captivating. Indeed, it was a case of adorability devoid of warmth. Upon entering the CAF, she spotted Chen Qian anxiously awaiting her arrival. After a fleeting glance, she greeted Uncle Chu San at the counter. "Good morning, Uncle Chu. I'm here for work." Chu San smiled and responded, Our CAF's prices are rather steep. Despite being situated next to the school, we seldom see more than a handful of customers in a day. Miss Chi, feel free to find a spot to rest. I'll keep an eye on things here. It became evident that Dongfang Yang had sent her here merely to pass the time. In her 2 visits, she had yet to see a single patron. Qi Xiaochen glanced at the price list in astonishment. Goodness, the cheapest cup of coffee was over 100 yuan, with less than 300 yuan to her name. She couldn't even afford a decent winter coat, let alone a meal. Sighing inwardly, she approached Qin Qian. Taking a seat across from her, she handed over a bottle of mineral water. Here, drink this. Qin Qian looked at the bottle of Nongfu Spring, instinctively shivering. Is this an antidote? Qi Xiaochen replied nonchalantly. You'd best keep your voice down. I notice there are no cameras here, but being too loud could be detrimental. Uncle Chu is affiliated with Dongfang Yang. If it weren't for the elegant background music, even their hushed conversation might have been overheard. Qin Qian swallowed hard, scrutinizing the bottle of mineral water. The cap was unsealed, the label untouched, and the production date was clearly visible. It appeared to be nothing more than a bottle of water purchased from a convenience store. Was this truly an antidote? Qi Xiaochen remarked. This is merely a temporary measure. It amounts to a 2-week supply. You may consume half a bottle at a time. Just as before. It is a guise. If you do not believe me, taste it for yourself. Qin Qian, though skeptical, unscrewed the cap and inhaled. There was no discernible scent. She took a sip. It was somewhat sweet, reminiscent of grape juice. The poison she had ingested previously was bitter. Upon experiencing this different flavor, Qin Qian's doubts dissipated, and she drank half the bottle in quick succession. Afterward, she exhaled deeply, whether it was a psychological effect or not. She genuinely felt a bit more invigorated, less fatigued. Seeing her finish, Qi Xiaochen inquired, what about Su Tao and Yichen? Qin Qian nodded. Having played the role of a double agent for a week, she had grown accustomed to it. Last night, they had only spoken for 10 minutes. The content of their conversation unknown to her. However, she had seen Su Tao leave early that morning, likely to meet Yichen. Upon hearing the word leave, Qi Xiaochen raised an eyebrow. Was she dressed up? Qin Qian was puzzled by Qi Xiaochen's question but replied honestly, not really. She just wore a down jacket and went out. Then it seems she is not going on a date. Qi Xiaochen murmured, a flicker of concern crossing her mind. She genuinely feared that Su Tao might be meeting some male protagonist. In her eyes, Su Tao belonged to her, and she would not permit any of these male figures to intrude. However, that unconscious murmur sparked a peculiar look in Qin Qian's eyes. Upon hearing this, Qi Xiaochen felt an increased sense of urgency. Yichen had the advantage of psychological influence. The topic of inquiry was undoubtedly related to her own obsessive tendencies. She hurriedly asked, and then? Then I was at a loss. Qin Qian pouted slightly, although I endeavored to remain close to her. Whenever she mingled with those affluent young lords, I found myself without the opportunity to accompany her, as we were clearly not from the same social circle. This indeed posed a dilemma. Qin Qian found herself unable to penetrate the upper echelons of society. If it were not for her tenuous connection with Su Tao, it is likely that Dongfang Yang would not spare her a glance. As a spy, her utility was limited. Has anything else transpired this week? Qin Qian pondered with a furrowed brow, suddenly recalling something she had nearly forgotten. There is indeed a matter concerning you. What is it? It was discovered while you were hospitalized. I intended to inform you upon your discharge, but almost overlooked it. Qin Qian replied slowly. I heard that you have incurred the wrath of Yi Liang, disrupting her banquet. As an apology, Su Tao has agreed to serve as Yi Liang's maid for 3 days, starting on the 15th, which is a Wednesday. Qi Xiaocheng responded with a stunned expression. Her previously bright red eyes abruptly darkened, exuding an aura of dread. Su Tao is to become Yi Liang's maid? For reasons unknown, Qin Qian perceived Qi Xiaocheng as particularly menacing at that moment. After swallowing hard, she nodded. According to Su Tao, it seemed she had embarrassed Yi Liang at that banquet, and Yi Liang had forcefully demanded that she serve as a maid for 3 days. Moreover, it appeared that this was intended to mollify Yi Liang, to dissuade her from targeting you. Ha 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 ha. Qi Xiaocheng let out a cold laugh. I pondered why Yi Liang had not sought me out these past few days, only to discover this matter at hand. In the original narrative, the ensuing plot did not unfold in this manner. My heart fluttered with increasing urgency, considering my ailment. Su Tao would undoubtedly refrain from discussing this issue with me, and even other informants would be cautioned by Su Tao not to disclose anything. If it weren't for Qin Qian, I would have remained oblivious to Su Tao being completely consumed by Yi Liang. After some contemplation, Qi Xiaocheng reached into her pocket and produced a small pill, tossing it to Qin Qian. You have performed admirably. This is a token of appreciation. What is this? Qin Qian inquired, holding the tiny pill. Qi Xiaocheng's expression remained impassive. A cutting-edge remedy that will eliminate blackheads from your nose, with visible results in no time. Really? Qin Qian, whose skin was less than perfect, always applied a thick layer of foundation when going out. Having witnessed Qi Xiaocheng's prowess, she was filled with delight at the prospect of this product's authenticity. Without hesitation, she consumed the pill, undeterred by the possibility of being deceived. Detected gratitude from supporting character Qin Qian towards the host, emotional value. 7. This is indeed a pleasant surprise. The pill itself held an emotional value of 30 points within the system, which Qi Xiaocheng intended to use to win hearts. She had overlooked the system's stipulation that any character with a name, whether protagonist or supporting role, could generate emotional value. And Qin Qian happened to be a relatively significant cannon fodder antagonist. She had been worried about lacking a trump card against Yi Liang. If that is the case, Qi Xiaocheng took out her phone and gazed at a multitude of contacts. Gradually, she selected the ID labeled Unrivaled Brother. Just wait, Tao Tao. I shall rescue you from Yi Liang's grasp. You are mine. You can only harbor feelings for me. Chapter 41. The villainous brother turns out to be a member of the Qingao faction? Boss, the venue has been secured. In an underground tavern in Lizzie City, a robust henchman adorned with a golden chain dragged a suited man to the side of a one-armed, scar-faced man. The henchman spat on the floor and hurled the suited man before him, scoffing at the man's arrogance as he claimed to be from the Yi family, asserting that he could easily send them flying with a mere wave of his hand. It was utterly laughable. The fallen suited man, a manager of the tavern, had one side of his face swollen and, when he spoke, revealed a missing front tooth. Let me go. I belong to young Master Yi Liang. You ruffians are truly oblivious to the consequences of your actions. If you do not release me, calamity will befall you tomorrow. Upon hearing this, the henchman pointed at the manager and burst into laughter. What nonsense! Young Master Yi, are you writing a novel here? With that, he was about to deliver a kick. All right, let us not be too harsh on him. Qi Song lit a cigarette and shook his shoulder, which bore the absence of an arm, directing his attention to the manager. I am indeed familiar with young Master Yi Liang. He is currently attending the same school as my younger sister. However, his roots lie in Jiuzhou City, while this Lizzie City is as chaotic as Gotham. So, the renowned young Master Yi wishes to dabble in the gray industry as well? Exhaling a puff of smoke, the scar on Qi Song's left cheek quivered with the movement of his facial muscles, rendering him an intimidating figure. Yet, beneath this fierce facade lay a deep-seated sigh of resignation. He was acutely aware that his younger sister harbored feelings for Yi Liang, which troubled him greatly. Although he lacked formal education, he understood the vast chasm that separated their social standings. Even if Yi Liang were to take an interest in his sister, the influential figures behind him would likely disapprove. Moreover, from his sister's perspective, their family background was utterly dismal. Her brother was an uneducated thug, and their parents had toiled for decades in the fields without any semblance of knowledge. Alas, in moments of profound emotion, this rugged man let out a sigh. Observing this, his subordinate mistakenly assumed that Qi Song was displeased with the responsible party. He abruptly lifted him and asked, "Boss, shall we deal with this guy?" The responsible individual, upon hearing this, felt a chill run through him, his body trembling involuntarily. Qi Song waved his hand. Did you not hear what Longa said? Just give him a lesson. Do not create a situation that leads to loss of life. Furthermore, he intended to convey more, but at that moment, his phone in his pocket began to ring. His subordinate frowned in discontent. Who dares to call you at this time? Qi Song glanced at his phone. A WeChat call from his sister. Startled, he nearly dropped the device. Boss, who is it? The subordinate leaned in, only to be kicked away by Qi Song. Get lost. You are the one with audacity to speak like that. After saying this, he wiped the phone on his clothes, ready to answer, but then nervously glanced down again. At that moment, he was clad in a sleeveless shirt, his bulging muscles accentuating his tattoos, rendering him particularly fearsome. Lend me that shirt of yours, he said, pointing at a younger companion adorned in a white shirt. He hastily set aside his phone, fervently hoping that the caller would not hang up too soon, as he clumsily changed his attire. Meanwhile, Qi Xiaocheng, waiting in the CAF, was left in a daze. The system's notification echoed incessantly in her mind. Supporting character Qi Song is experiencing tension, excitement, and worry due to the host's emotions. Emotion value 16. Emotion value 22. Emotion value 29. She could not help but glance at the WeChat note. Invincible brother. Initially, she had been skeptical. But now, I declare, my brother is indeed invincible. It was merely a phone call, one that had not even connected. Yet the emotional value he provided was no less than that of several protagonists. After a considerable wait, and with an emotional value boost of 200 points, Chisong finally answered the call. Dressed in a white shirt, he leaned against a wall adorned with a poster of a beautiful woman. Casting a sideways glance at Chi Xiaoqing, seemingly attempting to conceal his empty arm on the other side, a hearty smile graced his face, dispelling the earlier image of a hardened gang leader. Sister, have you had breakfast? What prompted you to call me? Having garnered a wealth of emotional value, Chi Xiaoqing was in high spirits, her smile effortlessly bright, for she had missed her brother. The power of a girl's smile is immensely potent. Chisong was momentarily taken aback, then moved to the brink of tears. After all, his relentless toil outside was all for the sake of his sister. Upon entering university, one indeed becomes significantly more mature. Chisong wiped the corner of his eye, revealing a warm smile. As long as my little sister wishes to speak to me, she can call me anytime. As he spoke, he noticed the bandage wrapped around Chi Xiaoqing's forehead. Little sister, what happened to your forehead? Were you bullied again? Chi Xiaoqing quickly shook her head. It's nothing. I just fell earlier and scraped my skin a bit. That's a relief. Chisong sighed, then inquired with genuine concern. What about your living expenses? Is it sufficient? I still have some money here. I can transfer you 2,000 yuan shortly. Chi Xiaoqing initially wanted to decline, but recalling that she couldn't even afford winter clothes, she nodded gratefully. Thank you, brother. Then she added, please give me an address. I would like to buy you a couple of clothes. Certainly. Chisong felt a surge of emotion, and their exchange yielded a substantial amount of emotional value. After chatting for over 10 minutes, Chi Xiaoqing had accrued nearly 500 points of emotional value. However, due to a system bug, Chisong's emotional value related to joy and gratitude was gradually reaching its limit. By the way, little sister, how are things going with you, Liang? Chi Xiaoqing was taken aback by the question and cautiously replied, I no longer have any relationship with Yu Liang. Due to certain matters, things have become rather unpleasant. Upon hearing this, Chisong's eyes lit up. You no longer have feelings for Yu Liang? Do you wish for me to be with Yu Liang? No. No, certainly not. Chisong sighed, expressing that he had previously mentioned to his little sister that they were not of the same ilk as those young masters. As her brother, he harbored a touch of selfishness. She was his only little sister. He felt that even the thought of her dating was hard to bear, let alone the idea of her marrying one day. He believed that Su Tao was quite a suitable match. What? Chi Xiaoqing was taken aback. Feeling a surge of emotions for her brother, Chisong cleared his throat and continued, I won't interfere. You are free to pursue love. However, I have watched you grow up, and while I have not sought a wife myself, I can discern that Su Tao seems to possess a certain possessiveness towards you. You are so endearing. With a little effort, you might. Of course, I advocate for free love, and I will support whatever you choose. Now, I must leave you to your thoughts. With that, he hung up the call, leaving Chi Xiaoqing in a state of daze. She understood her brother's protective nature. After all, she was quite charming. The original persona had not been well liked, save for a few male leads, but before entering university, she had been quite obedient and lovable. What surprised her was discovering that her brother had an affinity for Yuri. If her memory served her right, he seemed to have a good relationship with Su Tao. After pondering for a moment, she decided to apply a little pressure on Su Tao. Thus, she messaged her brother, Brother, I have no objection to Su Tao. If you think it's feasible, I wouldn't mind giving it a try. However, I'm unsure if Su Tao likes me. Could you perhaps gauge her feelings? All right, just remember to be discreet. Rest assured, my brother has praised me for being meticulous in my endeavors. Chisong expressed his certainty. Meanwhile, Su Tao, who was strolling alongside Yichen, received a rather surprising message. Xiao Tao, do you have feelings for my sister? Chapter 42. The reason she likes you at Linghu Park. Su Tao had been walking but suddenly froze upon glancing at her phone. Beside her, Yichen, with his glasses perched on his nose, had his hands tucked into his pockets. His keen gaze turned curious as he inquired, Why have you stopped? My brother just sent me a message, and it has left me somewhat bewildered, Su Tao replied, holding her phone out for Yichen to see. Yichen adjusted his glasses and remarked, Aren't you an orphan? You have a brother? And what does he mean by that question? Su Tao lowered her phone and looked up at the sky, exclaiming, I truly do not understand why Chi Song would ask such a thing. She ran her fingers through her hair, feeling overwhelmed by the recent events. As if she might lose her mind. Yichen stated, this must be related to Qi Xiaocheng, asking whether you like his sister. Wait a moment. Yichen suddenly grasped a critical point, turning to Su Tao in astonishment. Earlier, you mentioned that Qi Xiaocheng is a Yandere and the outrageous things she has done to you. I've been puzzled about her motives, and you have always hesitated to share, appearing reluctant to talk about it. Now, it seems clear to me. Qi Xiaocheng's Yandere behavior stems from her affections for you? Su Tao scratched her cheek, turning her face away in embarrassment. Yichen's mouth twitched slightly. It seems quite likely that she has developed feelings for you. Su Tao? We are indeed friends, yet why do you still speak in defense of Xiaocheng? With a sense of resignation, Yichen made his way towards the pavilion. A renowned psychology professor from Cornell University once conducted an extensive survey on sexual orientation, revealing that among strictly heterosexual individuals, the male population surpasses that of females. While in the realm of bisexuality, females outnumber males. Women are inherently drawn to strength. This explains why many early adolescent girls often find themselves entangled with delinquent boys. At that tender age, their minds remain unrefined, and they rarely contemplate careers or futures. The ability to engage in fights and display a semblance of maturity often renders them appealing in the eyes of some. We must not impose adult reasoning upon children. Familial circumstances, societal environments, and the breadth of their experiences significantly shape their thought processes. You once confided in me that you rescued Qi Xiaocheng after she had been bullied. At that time, she had no friends, and even her teachers did not favor her. Your presence became her sole refuge. Yichen raised one finger, followed by a second. Furthermore, as a childhood companion, you naturally assumed the dominant role. The admiration and dependency children exhibit can easily lead them to absorb erroneous knowledge, resulting in negative transformations. For instance, after watching a melodramatic romance on television, where the protagonists declare their eternal love, one might naively attempt to replicate such sentiments in reality, only to face misunderstandings. Additionally, there is another crucial point to consider. Yichen cast a glance over Su Tao, exclaiming in resignation, "You are simply too beautiful." Su Tao paused momentarily, questioning if this was truly a point of contention. Although you may lack decisiveness and are easily swayed, your spirited demeanor and striking appearance make it entirely natural to attract both genders, does it not? Su Tao found herself momentarily speechless, grappling with the implications. Yichen resumed. Counting on his fingers, consider this. You have become someone Qi Xiaocheng depends on, providing her with a sense of security. And you often utter words that can be easily misconstrued as romantic. Growing up hand in hand, making promises for 100 years, it's only logical that, regardless of her being a girl or even an extraterrestrial, Qi Xiaocheng would develop certain feelings. With a sigh, Yichen continued, Miss Su Tao, we live in an era of free love. One day, if Qi Xiaocheng scrolls through Douyin and encounters a plethora of Yuri content, in this tender age of budding emotions, who could possibly resist? The more Su Tao listened to Yichen's analysis, the more she felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. Please, stop. Your words are adding immense pressure. Yichen regarded her with a calm expression, saying, You see, you're evading the issue once again. Su Tao pouted, feeling aggrieved. I came to you to analyze whether Xiaocheng truly has a Yandere disposition, not to divert the conversation. Right. Yichen shrugged, opting to comply. Propping his chin on one hand as he sat back in his chair, he inquired, So, why do you now believe she is not a Yandere? Su Tao, seated opposite him, composed herself and recounted Lu Guijia's earlier observations, summarizing and reiterating the points made, accompanied by my own analysis. It is generally observed that a Yandere is often unaware of their own nature. However, when Xiaocheng expresses such sentiments, it creates a paradox. I stop. Yichen interjected, interrupting Su Tao. I have dabbled in psychology. Although my knowledge is superficial, it is evident that you cannot accept the notion that Qi Xiaocheng embodies the traits of a Yandere, which compels you to stubbornly seek validation. Su Tao, flustered, retorted, But it truly is a paradox. Yichen replied, Should I say that Qi Xiaocheng kidnapped you, fervently declared her love, engaged in self-harm, and threatened to jump from heights, all merely for the sake of toying with you? From the moment Qi Xiaocheng expressed jealousy over my affection for you, I sensed the distortion within her character. He and Su Tao are merely ordinary friends of the opposite sex, and to this day, that remains unchanged. He fails to comprehend why Qi Xiaocheng felt jealousy at that time. Yichen recalls the beginning of the school year, when he fortuitously encountered Su Tao and assisted her in carrying some luggage, which consequently incited Qi Xiaocheng's animosity. Animosity is one thing, but the subsequent and inexplicable confession left Yichen utterly perplexed. Although it occurred only once, he pondered why, if she harbored animosity towards him. Her chosen form of retaliation would be a declaration of love. Disguised in that ghastly manner, Yichen found it unappealing, and a mere glance was sufficient to deter him. As the conversation progressed, under Yichen's meticulous unraveling of the situation, Su Tao ultimately bowed her head in defeat, admitting, "Well, I still find it difficult to believe that Xiaocheng is a Yandera and harbors feelings for me." As Yichen observed Su Tao's despondent demeanor, he couldn't help but let out a sigh. If one must seek validation, there are currently two methods worth exploring. What methods? Su Tao's eyes sparkled momentarily. Deep within her, a flicker of hope lingered, a yearning that Qi Xiaocheng was not, in fact, a possessive individual, and that this was all merely an act. Yichen replied nonchalantly, "The first method. In a few days, you will be serving as a maid for Yi Liang, right? You could express your desire to part ways with Qi Xiaocheng and gauge her reaction. Are you willing to give it a try? Dare I?" Su Tao sat in a daze upon the stone bench, one hand resting on the stone table, her fingertips brushing against the cool surface. Despite the warm sunshine and the clear blue sky, she felt as though she had plunged into an icy abyss. "I will try." Merely uttering those words conjured a plethora of scenarios in which Qi Xiaocheng exhibited her possessive tendencies. Anxiously, Su Tao confided in Yichen, "Last time, when Yi Liang took me to a cruise gala, I had to pretend to be his girlfriend to support him, and once that reached Xiaocheng's ears, she seemed to develop a faint inclination towards self-harm." Qi Xiaocheng clutched herself, tears mingling with raindrops, soaking her elegant dress. As she wept, she expressed her guilt and fear, murmuring that the 14th floor was too high and that she dared not jump. While she emerged unscathed, her phone had plummeted to the ground below, shattered. Su Tao even envisioned Qi Xiaocheng standing precariously at the edge of the rooftop, trembling as she urged herself to leap, her instinct for survival battling against despair. What transpired during that ordeal and the psychological struggles Qi Xiaocheng endured remained an enigma to Su Tao. Yet the shattered phone, reduced to a mere fragment of its former self, seemed to unveil the fate of Qi Xiaocheng in an alternate reality. A sense of relief mingled with trepidation enveloped Su Tao at that moment. Yichen, beside her, sighed, asking, "So, are you afraid?" Su Tao pressed her lips together and nodded, confessing her fear that she might become extreme again. This was why she asserted that Yichen was evading, that he was frightened. Yichen removed his glasses and gently polished the lenses with a cloth he retrieved from his pocket. "According to your perspective, if Qi Xiaocheng were not a Yandera, then even if she were to become extreme, she would not pose a threat to her own life. If she were truly to perish, you would never see her again. As for self-harm, I cannot predict that," he said, snapping his fingers. "Then let us employ a second method. I shall help you probe her." Su Tao looked up, intrigued by the notion of probing. "After all, you have consistently described her as a Yandera, yet I have yet to witness it myself. If I observe her expressions and gestures up close, I should be able to draw some conclusions. No matter how skilled an actor, they cannot conceal the subtle shifts and micro-expressions, can they?" Su Tao bit her lip, hesitating. Could there be danger? She is merely a 1.5-meter tall girl. How much danger do you believe she can pose to me? Yichen retorted, standing at a towering height of 1.94 meters. With no other options and her mind in disarray, Su Tao ultimately acquiesced to Yichen's proposal. She took out her phone, lost in thought. Should I perhaps consult Dr. Cheng? Her heart was a tempest of emotions, yet devoid of affection. It was at this moment that Yichen suddenly remarked, "It is snowing." Su Tao looked up in astonishment, realizing that the sun had been obscured by clouds, and delicate strands of silver were cascading down from the sky. The first snowfall in Jiuzhou City had arrived, albeit a tad late. Exhaling a breath of warm mist, she lowered her gaze and sent a message in the chat box. "Apologies, Brother Qi Song. I have always regarded Xiaocheng as my little sister." A gust of wind swept by, carrying snowflakes that landed upon Su Tao. She shivered, her hair dancing in the chill. How cold it is. Inside the CAF, Qi Xiaocheng received her brother's bank transfer, 2,145 soft sister coins. Coupled with the system's notification that resonated at that moment, supporting character Qi Song experienced happiness due to the host's actions. Emotional value 12. The precise, non-integer change reflected his joy brought about by his sister's smile. Qi Xiaocheng was certain that this sum of over 2,000 coins might very well represent her brother's entire wealth. How delightful! She sighed as the money felt warm in her hands. With the original owner no longer present, her feelings towards this brother were minimal. Such selfless concern was something she had never experienced in her past life as an orphan. Qi Xiaocheng was not devoid of empathy. Only by altering her own tragic fate could she save herself, rescue Su Tao, and fulfill Qi Song and the family's aspirations. System, what is the current emotional value? Qi Xiaocheng's gaze sharpened with determination. Let us go for a tenfold draw. She recognized that she was still too weak, often finding herself in a passive position. The persona of a frail and pitiful character only served her in certain situations. In the face of unforeseen events, she remained perilously vulnerable. Qi Xiaocheng was fervently eager to elevate her own capabilities. With a flick of her wrist, she unveiled all 10 cards. This time, to Qi Xiaocheng's delight. One of the cards radiated a vibrant orange-red glow. This signifies a high-level skill. Host is drawing cards. Acquired Hacker Tool Set 1. A set of common hacking tools for intrusion and protection. Acquired Nutritional Sauerkraut Beef Noodles 3. A total of 3 boxes. Each containing 10 packets, enriched with trace nutrients, completely harmless to the body. Note: the sauerkraut has been stepped on by a white-haired beautiful girl. Soft bone powder 4. Consumption renders one's bones soft and body weak, making resistance impossible for half an hour. Congratulations. Host has acquired the active skill, Voice Mimicry, Beginner. Voice Mimicry, Beginner. The host can actively learn and adopt the vocal tones of others, regardless of gender. Congratulations. Host has acquired the passive skill, Darkening, Advanced. Darkening, Advanced. To wash away weakness is to diminish it by 3 parts, while to embrace darkness amplifies it tenfold. In a state of anger, the host will darken, with combat power increasing by 3 to 10 times. The greater the fury, the higher the enhancement in combat prowess. Qi Xiaocheng's expression shifted intriguingly. After drawing cards several times, she understood that the items provided by the system were merely embellishments. The true treasure lay in the skills. While she found the voice mimicry somewhat limited in application for her current self, the advanced skill of darkening could significantly boost her combat capabilities. Yet, why was it a passive skill? Must she be enraged to unleash her true strength? That is not the case, host. The system provided clarification. In the depth of one's heart, one might harbor disdain for a certain individual, or perhaps wear a seemingly cheerful facade while suppressing a tempest of rage within. In such a state, one is undeniably engulfed in anger, with a minimum amplification of 3-fold. Should one be overtaken by fury, their combat prowess may surge to an astonishing tenfold. At this moment, Qi Xiaocheng comprehended that her fundamental physical abilities were of paramount importance. The more formidable she was, the more potent she would become post-amplification. Yet, she mused inwardly, this seemed of little utility. Qi Xiaocheng sighed, convinced of her rationality, believing it was improbable for her to be overwhelmed by anger. Instead, her thoughts turned to more practical matters, such as financial gain. Suddenly, a chime resonated from her phone. It was a message from her secondary account as a doctor. Qi Xiaocheng's gaze flickered with surprise as she read the message from Su Tao. Dr. Cheng. Do you think a Yandera is aware of their own nature? Chapter 44. Dr. Cheng. I am the foremost expert on Yanderas. Soon after, another message followed. Chen Qian inquired. Qi Xiaocheng, what does Su Tao mean by this? Have you been masquerading as a Yandera to train her? The screenshot sent by Chen Qian mirrored the query from her doctor account. Is a Yandera aware of their own nature? This was perplexing. Qi Xiaocheng lightly tapped her fingers against the table, astonished that Su Tao would question her authenticity as a Yandera. This was simply not right. With the previous encounters in the basement and on the rooftop, coupled with the affair involving Lu Guijia, Qi Xiaocheng had executed a series of strategic maneuvers that should have left Su Tao utterly disoriented. Otherwise, she would not have sought out Qi Xiaocheng under the guise of a doctor. Yet now, why was there a lingering doubt? A few minutes later, Chen Qian sent over several screenshots. Due to their close relationship, Su Tao confided many matters to Chen Qian, including the words spoken by Lu Guijia. Qi Xiaocheng remarked, just say you don't understand, and let her consult your uncle, the psychologist. After sending the message, Qi Xiaocheng's expression grew peculiar. System. Did I ever utter such words while being bullied by Lu Guijia? Host, allow me to clarify. It was you who was bullying Lu Guijia. Do not digress. I was clearly the victim. Qi Xiaocheng had no recollection of that. She considered herself a rational persona, and now, having transmigrated as a mere supporting character, she was even more cautious. The notion of feigning a sickly persona was utterly inconceivable for her to reveal. Host, you indeed made those statements at that time. I assumed you intended them for her, perhaps with ulterior motives. Did I truly say that? Indeed, not only did you deny being a sickly persona, but you also alluded to matters concerning the protagonists. Qi Xiaocheng gasped in disbelief. I have no recollection whatsoever. Perhaps you entered a sickly state, allowing anger to cloud your judgment? Nonsense, I am not a sickly persona. I was communicating with you at that time. Such a thing is impossible. Qi Xiaocheng lowered her head in contemplation, surmising that it must have been the remnants of the original host's thoughts influencing her. Although it was quite endearing, it was evident that transmigration would indeed have its effects. The system fell silent, and as Qi Xiaocheng untangled the threads of her thoughts, she began to discern Su Tao's intentions. She had inquired with Si Chun, then with Qin Qian, and now she was questioning Dr. Cheng. She seemed reluctant to believe that I was a Yandera, evading the truth and harboring fears. When she was in my presence, she exhibited such gentleness that I had begun to think she was gradually entrusting her feelings to me. Thus, Su Tao meticulously recounted Lu Guijia's remarks to Dr. Cheng, while also mentioning a strategy provided by Si Chun. The plan involved serving as a maid for Yi Liang for 3 days as a form of repayment, all the while feigning a rift with Qi Xiaocheng to observe her reactions and ascertain whether she indeed exhibited Yandera tendencies. Qi Xiaocheng narrowed her eyes. Had it not been for Dr. Cheng's alias, she would have been oblivious to Su Tao's intentions. Yet, it was evident that she remained in a state of indecision. In light of this, let us stoke the flames of determination. Dr. Cheng remarked that, in general, Yanderas are unaware of their condition. Although there exist a few rational individuals who exhibit mild Yandera traits, they may possess a vague awareness of their abnormality to the extent of revulsion towards themselves. Dr. Cheng suggested that if Su Tao felt uneasy, she might consider employing this method as a form of testing. Su Tao expressed her apprehension about potential complications. Dr. Cheng reassured her that as long as she remained close to her friend to soothe her emotions, everything would be manageable. However, 2 points warranted caution. Su Tao urged him to elaborate. Dr. Cheng explained that Qi Xiaocheng appeared to fall into the category of mild Yandera. He cautioned that her reactions, prompted by Su Tao's pretense, required careful observation. She might not inflict harm upon Su Tao, yet she would likely endanger herself. Therefore, it was imperative that Su Tao assuage her emotions and temporarily acquiesce to her thoughts. Secondly, regarding Yi Liang, it is advisable that you may need to soothe Xiaocheng's emotions for a few days. During this period, it would be best to keep your acquaintance away from Xiaocheng to prevent any deterioration in her condition. Such matters must be addressed in advance. At that point, you can begin to gauge her feelings. She requires the courage to take action. Qi Xiaocheng's lips curled into a smile as she immediately typed, "Do not worry. I am well versed in the intricacies of the sickly suite." Coincidentally, Qi Xiaocheng had no intention of allowing Su Tao to become Yi Liang's maid. Oh no. It is absolutely forbidden for her to take on such a role. Tao, for the next few days, let us remain together. Thereafter, Qi Xiaocheng began to devise her plans. The 2,000 yuan her brother had sent, aside from purchasing 2 outfits, would be just right for her needs. In the blink of an eye, 2 days passed. Under the report from the traitorous Qin Qian, Qi Xiaocheng learned that Su Tao was to visit Yi Liang's home the following evening. Using the account of Cheng Yichen, she discerned that Su Tao intended to stand Yi Liang up, opting instead to use this opportunity to test whether she truly embodied the essence of a sickly sweet character. If a test is to be conducted, then let it be thorough. As dusk approached, the setting sun cast a blood-red hue across the sky. Qi Xiaocheng exited the school, treading along the familiar path home. Suddenly, a tall figure obstructed her way. Standing erect and robust, even in late autumn, he donned a stylish white shirt. The sun's rays refracted off his glasses, creating a blinding glare. Qi Xiaocheng, may we have a word? The visitor was Si Chun. Alarm bells rang in Qi Xiaocheng's mind, and she instinctively took a step back. Is there something you need? At this moment, she slightly lifted her head, locking eyes with the sharp gaze beneath Si Chun's glasses, reminiscent of a venomous serpent surveying its prey. Qi Xiaocheng quickly lowered her head, her bangs concealing her delicate brows, which furrowed in contemplation of Si Chun's intentions. Si Chun, Su Tao, the test, the delicate psyche. Oh dear. This individual has a background in psychology. The likelihood of my intermediate acting skills being discerned is alarmingly high. Qi Xiaocheng resolved to evade, pulling the hood of her sweatshirt over her head, and softly murmured, "I apologize, young Master Si Chun, but I have matters to attend to and must take my leave." "Do not be hasty." Si Chun chuckled lightly. "It concerns Su Tao. Since you are fond of her, wouldn't you wish to discuss it with me?" "Qi Xiaocheng, Su Tao has even mentioned my fondness for her. Or could it be that this person has deduced it? There is nothing to be astonished about. I was merely testing you, yet I did not anticipate that you genuinely harbor feelings for Su Tao." In Si Chen's glasses, the reflection of her petite figure was evident. Instinctively, she shielded her head with the hood, betraying her trepidation, and the slight tremor of her body confirmed his suspicions. "This place is crowded and filled with prying eyes. Shall we converse in a quieter alley?" Si Chen suggested, his hands tucked into his pockets as he turned away. Qi Xiaocheng gazed at his imposing silhouette, her hands instinctively clenching. Moments later, she slipped her hands into her pockets, and before long, she exchanged some items in the system store for a fruit knife. Clutching the knife provided her with a sense of reassurance. With her eyes lowered, Qi Xiaocheng cautiously followed him. The setting sun cast its golden rays, elongating Si Chen's shadow. The petite girl gradually drew nearer, enveloped within the cloak of darkness. Every day, there are stable updates. In Chapter 45, Darkening, the two individuals walked slowly into the depths of the alley, one in front of the other. The surroundings were chaotic, permeated by a musty odor, and the dim shadows were only occasionally interrupted by the faint sounds of cats meowing, leaving only the whisper of the wind. Si Chen halted his steps and turned around. Habitually gazing ahead, his eyes then descended. Noticing Qi Xiaocheng still wearing her hood, her shoulders hunched in caution, he spoke softly, "Rest assured. As a descendant of the Si family, I would never bring you to such a place for any misconduct. I merely wish to discuss a few matters with you." Qi Xiaocheng remained vigilant, taking a step back, her body pressed against the wall, her right hand still tucked within the pocket of her sweatshirt. Si Chun, with a hint of exasperation, shrugged. "Really now? You previously confessed your feelings for me. Is it truly necessary to fear me so?" His bringing her to this place was not intended for mockery, but rather to ascertain a certain truth. He decided to be forthright. "You have feelings for Su Tao. I am not mistaken in this, am I?" Qi Xiaocheng furrowed her brows, but nodded nonetheless. "So what?" In the presence of this man, the delicate pretense she maintained before Dong Fangyang was rendered futile. A mere expression or gesture would be easily discerned by him. Thus, she had no choice but to confront his serpent-like gaze with her true self. Si Chen spread his hands and chuckled lightly. "It is nothing serious. Merely a small revelation I wish to share with you." Qi Xiaocheng raised an eyebrow, and in an instant, her pupils constricted. The once gentle and smiling Si Chen suddenly leaned closer to her, his lips pressing into a thin line, his gaze piercing like a dagger aimed at Qi Xiaocheng. The setting sun cast its glow away from Si Chen, shrouding Qi Xiaocheng entirely in his shadow, compelling her to descend into darkness. At last, the male lead's voice emerged, low and menacing. "Qi Xiaocheng, I warn you, Su Tao is my woman." "What did you say?" In an instant, the depths of Qi Xiaocheng's eyes transformed with an eerie intensity, her vertical pupils resembling those of a fierce stray cat, fixated on Si Chen. Despite being engulfed in shadow, her eyes radiated defiance. One hand tightly gripped the small knife concealed within her pocket, her resolve unwavering. A peculiar sensation surged within Si Chen. He felt an unexpected pang of fear, an emotion akin to that of a small creature being stalked by a predatory tiger. In that moment, he realized that at a height of 1.9 meters, he had been startled by a mere 1.5-meter girl. The indignation swiftly overshadowed his fear as he straightened. Calmly asserting, "I said, Su Tao is my woman." As he spoke, he observed Qi Xiaocheng's demeanor, noting that this petite figure merely hung her head, showing no signs of movement. He scoffed inwardly. If she were truly a deranged admirer, she would have already made her move. Perhaps Su Tao's concerns were unfounded after all. Si Chen resolved to stoke the flames further, eager to gauge her reaction. He stepped back, extending one hand, his fingers curling into a fist, as if the world lay firmly within his grasp. At this moment, snowflakes fluttered down from the sky, seemingly harmonizing with his movements. Si Chen spoke with a tone laced with mockery, deliberately slow. "What is so surprising about this? A woman as flawless as Su Tao would naturally be adored by many. Surely, you do not believe that Su Tao would be fond of you, do you? Do not be ridiculous, as a girl. What advantages do you possess that could captivate Su Tao? She has long been mine." His voice gradually deepened, exuding an air of pressure. "After you were bullied, Su Tao sought me out to confide her troubles. Do you remember the last time at the school gate? You must have seen me then when we were on a date. He spat the final words with a malicious tone, eagerly awaiting Qi Xiaocheng's reaction. Yet, he found that this petite girl still hung her head low, one hand tucked into her pocket, her body quivering slightly, but making no further movement. Yichen raised an eyebrow, astonished. Such restraint, it seemed she was not merely a lovesick girl. Finally, after a long silence, Qi Xiaocheng broke her silence. You are lying to me. Her voice was hoarse, as if suppressing something within. Snowflakes landed on Qi Xiaocheng's figure, only to swiftly melt away. A cloud obscured half the sunlight that fell upon her, casting a long shadow of her delicate form against the wall. Yichen chuckled, arriving at a conclusion. Qi Xiaocheng, stop pretending. You are deceiving yourself. With a scoff, Yichen added, so what if I am deceiving you? I have heard that Su Tao is going to be a maid for Yi Liang. The girl you fancy is about to be claimed by another. If there were no anger, then this infatuated character would surely be a mere illusion. Yichen displayed an expression of triumph. Yet, in the next instant, his visage transformed into one of astonishment. A sharp pain coursed through his calf as an overwhelming force propelled him against the wall. Almost immediately, his legs throbbed again, leaving him feeble and unable to stand, collapsing onto the floor. Standing at a height of 9 meters, he could now only gaze up at Qi Xiaocheng. Before he could utter a word, a small knife, propelled by a gust of wind, hurtled toward him. Yichen instinctively turned his head away. The wall erupted with dust as the knife embedded itself 3 inches deep. Qi Xiaocheng, with one hand braced against the wall and the other gripping the knife lodged within it, leaned closer to Yichen. Her pair of cat-like crimson vertical pupils appeared both bizarre and terrifying. A line of blood, only now registering in his awareness, was drawn across his left cheek. A vivid red akin to paint splattered upon the wall, oozing forth and trickling down. You are deceiving me. A breath of warm air brushed against Yichen's face, and the figure before him was no longer that of a fragile little girl, but rather resembled a wild beast. The grin revealed not fangs, but rather monstrous tusks. Yichen swallowed hard, his throat constricting, eyes wide with horror. Sweat mingled with the warm crimson fluid dripped onto the ground, dissolving the snow beneath his feet. Despite his self-proclaimed rationality and composure, his heart raced uncontrollably. He averted his gaze, stealing a glance at the small hand Qi Xiaocheng had pressed against the wall. As her shoulder moved, he instinctively sought to resist and halt her advance. However, he was unprepared for the fact that Qi Xiaocheng was swifter than he. She seized his shoulder with force, a sharp crack resonating as his back collided heavily with the wall, a piercing pain radiating through him, leaving his entire right arm feeling utterly out of control. My shoulder is dislocated. How is it that Qi Xiaocheng possesses such immense strength? The hand pressing down on his shoulder feels as though it bears the weight of 1,000 pounds. Tao Tao is mine, Qi Xiaocheng's feeble voice echoed. With a sharp sound, the small knife was withdrawn from the wall and thrust fiercely, mere inches from Yichen's skin. Out of the corner of his eye, he could even sense the cold glint emanating from the blade. Tao Tao is mine. This time, Qi Xiaocheng's voice was a blend of suppressed rage and madness. Yichen felt his breath quicken and his lips dry. A voice of regret resonated within him. Is this the essence of a Yandere? Chapter 46. Host. Please behave normally. This system is terrified. Oh no, oh no, oh no. Qi Xiaocheng appeared to have lost her sanity. Surely, she wouldn't truly attempt to kill me. Yichen felt the small knife pressing almost against his face. Despite the crimson trickling down from his chin, he felt no pain, only an overwhelming chill. He turned his gaze towards Qi Xiaocheng's face. Her fair, slightly flushed visage bore a pair of peculiar vertical pupils that fixed intently on him, with strands of chestnut hair cascading down her cheeks like sharp, delicate wires. He felt an overwhelming sense of tension. Yichen's mind raced, realizing that it was imperative to avoid a stalemate. Otherwise, a sudden movement of the knife by Qi Xiaocheng could spell disaster. Strive to relax your body and suppress any potential aggression. Yichen chuckled awkwardly. Well, Qi Xiaocheng, I was just deceiving you. In reality, He gasped sharply as the tip of the blade traced upwards along his line of sight, severing his delicate strands of hair, which ultimately rested just above his ears. Alarmed, Yichen hastily continued, in truth, I do not harbor any affection for Su Tao. Rather, I support your union with her. I have found that insufferable Yi Liang to be quite disagreeable for some time now. Su Tao's role as his maid was indeed forced upon her. I can assist you in resolving this matter. He managed to utter this entire string of words in less than 3 seconds, scarcely daring to breathe. Feeling a prickling sensation on his skin as goosebumps spread across his body. At last, he observed the crimson glow in Qi Xiaocheng's eyes diminish somewhat. Are you lying to me? This time, I am not deceiving you. Yichen hastily betrayed Su Tao, stating, I merely intended to test whether your feelings for her are genuine. That is why I said such things. Su Tao fears that your affection may not be sincere. She belongs to me. I cherish her more than anyone else. The dagger was drawn and plunged into the wall once more. Yichen nodded fervently, akin to a chick pecking at grains. Yes, I was previously oblivious, but now I comprehend. Su Tao and I are merely ordinary friends. My preference lies with petite, charming young women. I truly do not harbor feelings for her. Qi Xiaocheng furrowed his brow again. Are you implying that you find Tao Tao unattractive and unappealing? Of course not. Yichen was truly sincere. Su Tao and you were the epitome of beauty, a perfect match indeed. What was Yi Liang, a mere fool, daring to vie for Su Tao's affection? Qi Xiaocheng, I swear to the heavens, I stand firmly by you and Su Tao. Such heartfelt and earnest words gradually calmed Qi Xiaocheng. The peculiar vertical pupils began to fade away. Without the pressure from Qi Xiaocheng, Yichen found himself unable to support himself and nearly collapsed. Simultaneously, he felt an overwhelming sense of relief. Thankfully, she was not beyond redemption as a deeply troubled individual. A glimmer of rationality remained. Qi Xiaocheng stood quietly to the side, observing Yichen with an air of innocence. Do you have a way to prevent Su Tao from becoming Yi Liang's maid? Yichen swallowed hard. Realizing that Yi Liang's demand for Su Tao to serve him stemmed from being stood up at the last cruise dinner. I could leverage my family's influence to create some trouble for him, ensuring he has no time to pay attention to Su Tao. Excellent. Qi Xiaocheng responded affirmatively, disregarding Yichen's thoughts, considering it a decision to assist her. She then glanced at his face, half stained with crimson, and retrieved a pack of tissues from her small bag. Taking 2 steps closer, she offered them to him. Additionally, she feigned awkwardness, turning her head aside to create a sense of normalcy, her voice barely above a whisper. I'm sorry. After uttering this, she tossed the tissues to the ground. Qi Xiaocheng pulled her hood over her face and took small steps toward the alley's exit, leaving Yichen seated on the ground, staring blankly at her unsteady, retreating figure. Afterward, she picked up a tissue, and for reasons unbeknownst to her, the image of her pale, awkwardly turned face as she apologized floated into her mind. This individual, when she is being normal, she seems rather pleasant. Ouch. It hurts terribly, despite her seemingly frail appearance. Where does she derive such strength? While enduring the aftershock of pain, Yichen wiped his cheek and glasses with the tissue. Just as he was about to retrieve his phone to summon a bodyguard, he suddenly froze in place. His mind was filled with the disconcerting transformations of Qi Xiaocheng during her earlier illness. Then, an incredulous look crossed Yichen's face. Could it be? Her approach towards Su Tao was driven by that same intent? If that were the case, Yichen took a deep breath, as if internally deliberating between Qi Xiaocheng and Su Tao. Almost immediately, his legs weakened, and he sank directly onto the cold floor, exhaling deeply, at last. It seemed he had managed to get through it. Were you just acting, host? Of course, Qi Xiaocheng retorted silently. Why does this system constantly question me? What else could I be doing besides acting? But I felt as though you were about to kill him. Had he not turned his head, wouldn't that have struck his face? I aimed precisely. Yichen's identity is too sensitive. Coupled with the male lead aura, there's no way things could go awry so easily. If I couldn't make him lose his composure first, he would undoubtedly see through my performance. It was simply unavoidable. As she spoke, Qi Xiaocheng rose and walked calmly towards her room. The system, upon hearing this, fell silent, pondering whether human acting could truly convey anger so convincingly. Just moments ago, the activation of the darkening skill had a multiplier of 7. Yet, the host appeared quite composed, having engaged in conversation with Yichen just moments prior. Perhaps the system was overthinking. After a period of rest, a soothing bath, and a quick order for takeout, Qi Xiaocheng gradually shed her weariness. Meanwhile, as time passed without a message from Qian, she realized that Su Tao would not confront her tonight. Tomorrow evening marked her visit to Yiliang. Perhaps she would have to wait until then. With these thoughts in mind, Qi Xiaocheng retired to bed early, consuming a sleep-inducing chocolate won from a previous lottery before drifting into slumber. The next morning, with the alarm ringing, Su Tao awoke early. Her hair cascaded loosely, and her eyes were still heavy with sleep. After a long yawn, She noticed that someone in the dorm had risen even earlier than herself. Qian, good morning, she greeted. Qian, sitting on her bed engrossed in her phone, replied, Morning, Su Tao? Up so early. Are you heading to see young Master Yi? Su Tao chuckled and shook her head. No, today holds more pressing matters. I have decided against visiting Yi Liang. Qian's eyes sparkled momentarily. Is it about Qi Xiaocheng? Indeed, Su Tao confirmed, running her fingers through her hair. For some reason, a sense of unease lingered within her. Do you think if I speak to Xiaocheng in that manner, her reaction might be too extreme? Rest assured, what could she possibly do? Is she going to imprison you? The fleeting danger within Qian's smile vanished in an instant. If anything arises, feel free to call me. I will assist you. Thank you, Qian. Su Tao replied, lightly patting her cheek and revealing a spirited smile. No need for gratitude. We are the best of friends. After rising from bed and freshening up, Su Tao swiftly prepared herself and made her way to the dormitory corridor. Gazing upwards at the sky, an inexplicable sense of unease began to swell within her. Today, the clouds hung heavy, foreboding a potential downpour. Chapter 47. Here we are. The cold wind silently traversed the winter campus as desiccated branches swayed in the breeze, emitting a faint rustling sound. Upon exiting the dormitory, Su Tao distinctly perceived that the sky was even gloomier than she had anticipated. Beneath her thick gray tights, her short boots crunched upon the snow, while her gaze flitted over the passing pedestrians, occasionally locking onto the adoring glances of certain girls. Both genders were captivated. Su Tao couldn't help but recall the words spoken by Yichen. In the past, she would have never misconstrued such glances. Yet now, she found it impossible to overlook them. Among the many girls, one was Qi Xiaocheng. Was she merely playing the role of a lovesick maiden? Or was it truly as Yichen had suggested, an unfortunate misunderstanding between her and Qi Xiaocheng that had transformed her into a genuine lovesick maiden? The answer, however, would likely surface today. She first sought out her counselor, securing a 3-day leave, and then proceeded to find Yi Liang. After hailing a taxi, she arrived at the base of his company building. Miss Su, the security guard recognized her and slightly bowed. Are you here to see the young master? Is Yi Liang available? The young master has asked me to convey to you that the matter we agreed upon is to be temporarily set aside until he has the leisure to discuss it further. Su Tao furrowed her delicate brows and inquired, What has happened? The security guard shook his head, stating that the young master had not divulged anything to him, merely instructing her to wait for the time being. This fellow. Su Tao, feeling disgruntled, kicked at the snow beneath her feet and pouted, yet ultimately swallowed her dissatisfaction. Very well, Miss Su, she bid farewell to the guard. After contemplating for a moment, she could not contain her vexation and bent down to gather a handful of snow, forming a snowball that she hurled against the wall with considerable force. As if it were Yi Liang. One or two of them act with such self-importance, showing no regard for others. At the last cruise banquet, she had been the one to break their arrangement, causing Yi Liang to squander a significant amount of money and connections. As compensation for her absence, she had reluctantly agreed to serve as his maid for 3 days, only after he had insisted upon it. In preparation for those 3 days, she had humbly negotiated shift changes with her colleagues, taken on extra hours, and concocted elaborate excuses to present to her school counselor, ultimately signing a guarantee letter to secure her leave. She had also been burdened with the incessant gossip that occasionally surfaced, all while trying to keep the matter concealed from Qi Xiaocheng, enlisting various acquaintances to ensure the information remained undisclosed. Coupled with the psychological pressure exerted by this delicate yet troubled girl, Su Tao had endured several sleepless nights. She had originally intended to use this opportunity to gauge Qi Xiaocheng. If she truly exhibited signs of being a Yandera, then perhaps she would have to heed the advice of a doctor and take measures to soothe her. Conversely, if she were merely feigning such behavior, they could clarify matters, after which she would assume her role as Yi Liang's maid. Yet now, without warning, she had vanished. Su Tao tucked her phone into her pocket and let out a long sigh. Perhaps it was for the best to focus her thoughts on Xiaocheng. After all, she truly was a delicate soul, responding to my words. Su Tao recalled the last time she had comforted Xiaocheng in the hospital. A gentle whisper, a warm embrace, followed by kind words. Surely, after expressing her hopes, Xiaocheng would align with her intentions? Because she held affection for me, she would heed my words? The doctors had mentioned it was worth a try, so there must be no issue. Su Tao suppressed her inner anxieties. As the sky darkened and rain loomed, she hurried toward Xiaocheng's neighborhood. A low rumble of thunder echoed ominously. Approaching the community, Su Tao glanced up at the sky, shielding her head as she began to run. Oh, if only the rain would delay its descent. With hurried strides, she finally entered the building where Xiao Cheng resided. Just as the torrential rain began to pour, almost as soon as she stepped inside, a deluge fell from the heavens. A fierce wind seemed intent on pulling her back outside, pushing the rain violently against the door. Startled, Su Tao quickly retreated a few steps within the building, still shaken. This rain arrived without warning. Even with an umbrella, one would surely be drenched on one side. Ah, I should let Yichen know. Su Tao turned and walked toward the elevator, simultaneously sending a message to Yichen. Yichen, I'm going to try out the idea we discussed last time at Xiao Cheng's house. Don't go. 3 exclamation marks conveyed the sender's palpable fear. Su Tao blinked in confusion. Why not? Had Yichen already conducted some sort of test? Last time, Yichen proposed 2 methods. She did not agree to the first, which prompted Yichen to independently conduct a test for her. Until now, Su Tao had assumed that Yichen had not yet taken action. Yichen remarked, well, I have actually conducted the test. To put it simply, Xiao Cheng does indeed exhibit some Yandra tendencies. Yichen continued, therefore, you need not go. Provoking her may lead to unforeseen dangers. Su Tao responded, is that so? I can't shake the feeling that you are concealing something from me. As the elevator doors opened, Su Tao slowly approached Xiao Cheng's door, casting a glance towards the tightly shut window on the other side. The howling wind and torrential rain pounded against the window like an anxious hand, as if urging her to refrain from entering. Yichen assured her, I am merely concerned for your safety. Should anything arise, please do call me. After sending Yichen a final message, Su Tao refrained from further reading and tucked her phone into her pocket. She extended her index finger to adjust her bangs and rang the doorbell. Ding dong. The door swung open, revealing a playful tuft of chestnut hair, quickly followed by an adorably innocent face. It seemed she was confirming whether the visitor was a threat, her little head peeking out cautiously. Upon recognizing Su Tao, her expression brightened. Tao Tao, come in, come in. It's cold outside. The cheerful, soft voice filled Su Tao with warmth, reflecting on her connections with several affluent young gentlemen, whose concern often manifested merely as casual inquiries about her well-being. Xiao Cheng's genuine warmth felt almost angelic in comparison. She appeared quite normal. How could she possibly be considered Yandra? Su Tao weighed her boots and stepped through the door. The air conditioning was on, and the warmth enveloped her. I knew you would come today, she said. And without hesitation, she took one of Su Tao's hands, bringing it to her lips to gently exhale a breath of warmth. Her adorable face lifted again, adorned with a silly yet contented smile. Isn't it warm? Seeing Xiao Cheng like this, Su Tao felt a sudden ache in her heart. She was so kind to me. If I were to mention the matter of Yi Liang and the maid, it would surely sadden her. A pang of reluctance washed over her. But who could discern whether this charming visage was genuine or merely a facade? Was cuteness her true nature? Or was it the twisted affection that lay beneath? Forgive me, Xiao Cheng. Su Tao's resolve solidified as she padded further into the room in her slippers. Oblivious to Xiao Cheng standing by the door, a faint smile gracing her lips as she pressed a button on the electronic lock. The sound of the mechanism turning echoed in the air. The door was locked. Chapter 48. A fleeting warmth having completed this, Xiao Cheng joyfully approached Su Tao. Tao Tao, would you like something to drink? How about some black tea? Yes, thank you for your trouble, Xiao Cheng. She watched Xiao Cheng crouching beneath the television cabinet, her little rear end raised as she rummaged for the elusive black tea, and couldn't help but chuckle. How odd. I thought the black tea was kept here. Xiao Cheng scratched her head, emitting an adorably foolish sound. Su Tao couldn't restrain herself from reminding her. It should be in that cabinet on the right. We put it there together, and you've already forgotten? Is that so? Su Tao rested her hands on the sofa, gazing at her gently. Suddenly, her eyes caught sight of a small trinket. This item is still here? She reached out. Beside the drawer containing the remote control, a delicate necklace dangled, adorned with a meticulously crafted peach at its top. This was the very necklace they had been tricked into purchasing by a rogue vendor during their summer vacation in their senior year. This little trinket had cost 30 yuan, whereas it could have easily been acquired for just 5 yuan at a toy store. The embarrassing words that slipped from her lips seemed to be as commonplace as daily conversation. Yet, these casual remarks bore no trace of jest or frivolity. They were imbued with the same earnestness as solemn declarations of affection, overflowing with boundless love. A twinge of discomfort stirred within Su Tao as she chose to sidestep the topic. Have you found the red tea? Yes, Xiao Cheng exclaimed, holding up a small jar that was well hidden. Just wait a moment. I will boil some water. Like one unacquainted with household chores, she fumbled about, eventually managing to pour water into a cup. However, just as she lifted the cup, her hand trembled, and scalding water splashed onto her arm. In the kitchen. Qi Xiaocheng let out a scream, drawing Su Tao's attention. The young girl hurriedly dashed from the sofa. What met her eyes was a reddened arm and steam rising from the puddle on the floor. Without hesitation, she took out her handkerchief, rinsing it in cold water. And while tending to the injury, she couldn't help but scold. Really, you burned yourself again. How could you be so careless? I'm sorry, Qi Xiaocheng replied, biting her lip, tears welling in her eyes as if they were about to spill over. Upon witnessing the scene, Su Tao's heart softened, and her tone of reproach became gentler. She took Qi Xiaocheng's hand and said, "You go ahead, I will attend to it for you." She motioned for Qi Xiaocheng to sit on the sofa while she knelt before her, her gaze focused and tender as she wiped the small arm with a towel. "Does it hurt?" Su Tao inquired softly. Qi Xiaocheng shook her head, "Not at all." As she spoke, her eyes fixed on Su Tao's exquisite and fair face. Her gaze drifting to Su Tao's concentrated movements, a sense of satisfaction blossomed within her. Host, was this injury intentional? The system inquired within her mind. Who could say whether it was deliberate? Like the original owner, I am merely a clumsy little creature. Is it not quite normal to get hurt? Only in this way will Tao Tao care for me, feeling pity for me. Unconsciously, the corners of Qi Xiaocheng's lips curled into a bewitching smile, gazing at Su Tao, who was crouched before her, tending to her injury. When Su Tao's eyes met hers, Qi Xiaocheng quickly transformed into a pitiful figure, filled with self-reproach. With a quivering voice, she asked, "Tao Tao, am I really foolish?" Su Tao gently wrapped a bandage around Qi Xiaocheng's arm, stood up, and affectionately patted her head. "Yes, you have always been rather foolish. Even boiling water seems to be your lifelong adversary. You've been scalded a few times before, haven't you? You never learn." "I'm sorry," Qi Xiaocheng murmured. "Then be more careful next time, all right?" Su Tao said with concern as she tidied up the medical kit and moved to clean the kitchen. She effortlessly prepared tea. "What would you like to drink, Xiaocheng?" Listening to Qi Xiaocheng's voice, "I'll drink anything, as long as you like it, Tao Tao." Su Tao's lips curled into a gentle smile. She had always been this way. Adorably charming. Yet, such sweetness concealed a sinister layer, leaving one perplexed. A cup of coconut juice and a cup of hot black tea were brought out together. Qi Xiaocheng sat obediently on the sofa, her delicate legs dangling, her little feet clad in white socks swaying playfully, exuding cuteness. This scene inevitably reminded Su Tao of their senior year in high school, before graduation. At that time, Qi Song had just acquired this apartment, and both were filled with surprise and curiosity. Every weekend, they would cohabitate for 2 days. Back then, Qi Xiaocheng was just as she is now. While Su Tao busied herself in the kitchen, Qi Xiaocheng would sit quietly watching television, seemingly attentive to her every move. Whenever Su Tao glanced over, this adorable little one would respond with a warm and soothing smile. Was this little Chung truly a Yandra? Relaxed by the fleeting warmth, Su Tao was once again reminded of her purpose for being there, to test. She needed to ascertain whether this warmth was merely a transient illusion or a lasting truth. No hesitation, Su Tao. This was all for Xiaocheng's sake. If she was indeed a Yandera, she must be cured, or trouble would inevitably arise. Approaching Qi Xiaocheng, Su Tao placed the orange juice and red tea on the table. Just as she was about to speak, she noticed Qi Xiaocheng pulling out a packet of powder from her pocket. "Tao Tao, do you want to add some of this?" Su Tao curiously gazed at the grayish-white powder. What could it be? Qi Xiaocheng poured a glass of warm water beside her and added a dash of a powder, stating softly, "This was prescribed at the hospital. The doctor mentioned it is a benign medication that can help regulate the body and dispel fatigue. You can drink it like a beverage. Just add a little when you have water." She then glanced at Su Tao's slightly haggard face. "Tao Tao, you look a bit unwell. Have you been very tired these past few days? Perhaps you should add a little too?" Noticing that Qi Xiaocheng had prepared some for herself, Su Tao thought little of it and replied, "Thank you, Xiaocheng. It's important to rest well." She slowly poured the powder into her red tea. Meanwhile, Qi Xiaocheng picked up her glass of coconut juice and took a gentle sip. The sound of rain battered against the window, and Qi Xiaocheng closed her eyes in enjoyment. Su Tao, holding the red tea, seemed to hesitate about something. For a moment, silence enveloped them. The wind howled against the window, and a chilling sound seeped through the cracks, sending shivers down their spines. Strangely, The light seemed to dim slightly. Su Tao, cradling her red tea, turned to seriously regard the girl with chestnut hair beside her. Xiaochen, I have something to discuss with you. Chapter 49. I play the role of a delicate flower, not a madwoman. Do not hesitate. Do not feel pity. Su Tao tightened her grip on the teacup, feeling her heart race. In the reflection of her pupils, Qi Xiaochen tilted her head, smiling brightly. Tao Tao, what's wrong? Strands of hair cascaded down from her ear, swaying in the air. Her smile was both adorable and blissful. But who could tell if such a facade was merely a disguise? Having made her decision, Su Tao suddenly gulped down the red tea in one go. A warm current surged through her body, emboldening her spirit. Her gaze suddenly sharpened with resolve. She earnestly addressed Qi Xiaochen. Xiaochen, this evening, I shall serve as a maid for Yi Liang. Qi Xiaochen's lips parted slightly, still clutching the coconut juice. Though this was not the first time she had heard such news, the way it fell from Su Tao's lips imbued it with a distinct flavor. Her rosy lips, parched and beginning to harden, mirrored the diminishing brilliance in her eyes. Why? Her tone, devoid of emotion, conveyed a sense of indifference. The last banquet had caused him considerable trouble, and as an ordinary person lacking wealth and connections, she felt compelled to compensate in the manner he anticipated. This was the crux of the matter, yet Su Tao understood that she could not articulate it thus. To do so would feel like an explanation, leading to incessant clarifications under her relentless inquiries. A decisive proclamation was imperative. Su Tao inhaled deeply, for I too hold affection for Yi Liang, and I do not resent this arrangement, hence I acquiesced. The word like ultimately remained unspoken, whether of facade or genuine emotion. She could not genuinely claim to be enamored with Yi Liang. It was merely a hint of admiration and yearning for the opposite sex. So, Xiaochen, I apologize for not being able to accompany you in the coming days. Upon uttering these words, a heavy stone seemed to lift from her heart, granting her a sense of relief. She hoped not to provoke her further, adhering to Dr. Cheng's advice. Surely, this should suffice? Just as she finished speaking, her hand was suddenly grasped by Qi Xiaochen. A sharp sting coursed through her, prompting a silent shock. When had Xiaochen's grip grown so strong? Looking up, she finally noticed that Qi Xiaochen was in a most peculiar state. Breathless, her shoulders trembled, resembling a drowning person clinging desperately to a last straw. Were we not meant to remain together forever? Why do you still seek Yi Liang? Apologies, Xiaochen. Su Tao forcefully shook off Qi Xiaochen's arm, rising to her feet. She intended to further observe Qi Xiaochen's reaction, which was still within the realm of her expectations. No, you mustn't. Qi Xiaochen's voice, as faint as a whisper, caught Su Tao's attention. She had anticipated that Qi Xiaochen would rise to prevent her, but to her surprise, Qi Xiaochen merely sat on the sofa, her hand still cradling that cup of coconut juice. The smile on her face was exceedingly complex. Tao Tao, you mustn't go to Yi Liang. He will hurt you, abandon you, and toy with your emotions. In this world, only I wholeheartedly cherish you. Therefore, you mustn't go? With that, she offered Su Tao a sweet smile, yet this sweetness seemed laced with poison. Su Tao furrowed her brow and began to step away, but as she extended one foot, a sudden wave of weakness washed over her. This is sleep-inducing red tea, Qi Xiaochen declared, setting down her orange juice and joyfully opening her arms, welcoming her. Her head began to swell, her limbs grew increasingly feeble, and an overwhelming drowsiness enveloped Su Tao, leaving her unable to resist any longer. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of the cup of plain water that Qi Xiaochen had not touched. Little the words had yet to escape her lips when she found herself toppling toward Qi Xiaochen. Accompanied by a faint fragrance, the girl fell into her embrace. Qi Xiaochen buried her nose in her flowing locks, inhaling gently. Leaning closer to Su Tao's earlobe, she whispered softly, Tao Tao, you mustn't leave me, all right? You are utterly exhausted. A mere 6 hours of deep slumber is ample. Just rest peacefully. With tender care, Qi Xiaochen placed Su Tao upon the sofa, her gaze imbued with a delicate melancholy as she murmured, Oh, Tao Tao, now that you are aware of my Yandera nature, why do you still choose to test me? Do you not realize that to provoke a Yandera is a perilous endeavor? Testing fate can lead to dire consequences. Is this a jest to be taken lightly? She rose, stretching languidly, reflecting, Only I am a pretender of madness. Had I been a true Yandera, you would have been in grave danger long ago. And as for that Yi Liang, despite being a young master, a genuine Yandera would have sought a tragic end alongside him. So, host, what shall we do next? Shall we confine her? I would never resort to such measures. I merely observe that Tao Tao is fatigued and wish for her to enjoy a restful slumber. We shan't engage in unlawful acts. We have dismantled the barriers between sisters, mending our bond. Su Tao took a leave to stay at my home for 3 days to care for my ailment. Is this not a part of our daily lives? System. Do not express it so harshly. This is for Tao Tao's own good. A 3-day devoted maid, residing in her home. Perhaps an unexpected occurrence at night may ignite some sparks. Thinking in the melodramatic tropes of romance novels, such notions may indeed be considered mild. No one shall lay a hand on my Su Tao. All of this is to prevent her from enduring the same tragic fate as in the original storyline. Qi Xiaoqing sighed softly as she laboriously lifted Su Tao, gently carrying her into her room. She laid her on the bed, tucking her in with utmost tenderness, whispering for her to rest well for at least 6 hours. At that moment, a voice echoed in her mind. Host, do you not perceive this as an opportune moment? An opportune moment for what? We are the antagonists, and presently, the heroine, Su Tao, is utterly defenseless. You understand, do you not? Oh. Now you remember you are a villain, system? Qi Xiaoqing rolled her eyes. Throughout their days together, due to Su Tao's striking beauty and her gentle temperament, coupled with the meticulous care she received in the hospital, Qi Xiaoqing found herself somewhat fond of this literary heroine. Yet, she scorned the thought of engaging in such behavior. It would be a desecration of Su Tao. She was to portray a lovesick character, not a lunatic. Seating herself beside the bed, she reached out to smooth Su Tao's disheveled hair and addressed the system. Su Tao harbors emotional turmoil. She is evading her feelings, terrified of the truth that I am a lovesick character. Currently, she cannot even confront me, let alone develop affection for me. The significance I hold in her heart is primarily due to the original host's close bond with her, having relied on each other since childhood. She is reluctant to abandon the original host, and it is this sentiment that binds her. In terms of romantic inclination, I suspect both Yi Liang and Dongfang Yang hold greater favor in her eyes than I do. Qi Xiaoqing was acutely aware. If Su Tao did not amend her attitude towards her, then even if her condition worsened, she would not grow to love her. This simply would not do. She ought to wholeheartedly fall in love with me. No, not just ought to, but must. Chapter 50. Her time. Only for her Su Tao required a respite of 3 days. And naturally, it was imperative that the outside world remained oblivious to any discrepancies. The 6 hours she had preemptively set aside served as a preparation period for Qi Xiaoqing. Only after she had completed her preparations could she indulge in tender moments with her beloved Tao Tao without the threat of interruption. If discovered, the consequences would be dire. One must tread carefully, considering 3 steps ahead. This has always been Qi Xiaoqing's modus operandi. Although playing the role of a lovesick individual, the ultimate outcome of feigning death before Su Tao would not be entirely unsatisfactory. Yet given the current level of affection, even in death, Su Tao would not be driven to heart-wrenching sorrow. Such a demise could never become an everlasting ache within her heart. With these thoughts in mind, Qi Xiaoqing reached for Su Tao's phone. Upon glancing at the device, she noticed a plethora of messages awaiting her. As for the phone's password, she cast a furtive glance at Su Tao's fingers, guessing and deducing as she entered a 6-digit code. The phone screen flickered momentarily. Unlock successful. At the moment the password was validated, Qi Xiaoqing's gaze towards Su Tao grew increasingly fervent. The password was, in fact, my birthday. Oh, Tao Tao. How can I possibly disregard you like this? With the phone unlocked, Qi Xiaoqing turned her attention to the WeChat messages. 3 individuals were pinned at the top of her chat list. The first was Xiao Cheng, the second was Dr. Cheng, and the third was Yi Liang. Qi Xiaoqing's eyes narrowed as she fixated on the name of the third individual, a chill creeping into her gaze. She then turned to look at Su Tao, her expression laden with unspoken melancholy. To her surprise, none of the pinned contacts were her own. It seemed that Tao Tao still required some guidance. Glancing at her phone, she discovered that many of the messages were trivial exchanges, with several familiar names likely belonging to other acquaintances. Qi Xiaoqing discreetly committed these names to memory before noticing some crucial information. First and foremost was Yichen, who had sent several messages to Su Tao, urging her not to seek him out to test whether he was a Yandera. It appeared that Yichen had been unsettled by her and firmly believed in her Yandera tendencies. However, she found these messages displeasing. If he was truly on her side, why hadn't he persuaded Su Tao to reconsider? Last time, it was all mere platitudes. All right, I'll handle this. She attempted to mimic Su Tao's tone, gradually eliminating any potential threats that might disrupt the next 3 days. Once finished, she used her own phone to message Chen Qian, asking her to keep an eye on Su Tao in the coming days. If anyone sought her out, or if there were any unfinished matters, she requested Chen Qian's assistance. Qi Xiaoqing, did the pills I gave you for blackhead removal work? Chen Qian, do you still have more? Qi Xiaoqing, this time it's for skin beautification. If it works well, I'll give you some next time. Chen Qian, you know me, Qi Xiaoqing. I've always been Su Tao's good sister and will help her with anything she needs, no questions asked. After attending to all her responsibilities, Qi Xiaoqing began to rearrange her room. She retrieved the automatic adhesive stickers purchased with her emotional value from the system. Once she had drawn the curtains tightly, she sealed the windows completely, leaving only a few breathing holes. Visibility from the outside, 0. Immediately, the wall clock and the small alarm clock on the table were removed, along with Su Tao's wristwatch, all taken away. Host, what are you doing? Of course, this was to prepare for Tao Tao's restful slumber. As the window was open and the outside light was too bright for sleep, the presence of multiple clocks could lead to an excessive awareness of time, which in turn could induce stress, an undesirable outcome. Although only 3 days remained, Qi Xiaoqing had numerous tasks ahead. Her singular aim was to alter Su Tao's perception of her within this brief span. It was not about correcting the Yandra tendencies, but rather facilitating the realization that such tendencies could not be rectified. If they could not be corrected, then acceptance, embrace, fondness, and love were the only recourses. The intention was to eliminate her fixation on time, while introducing an array of Yandra-themed Yuri literature. Even mealtimes would necessitate her feeding herself. The mere thought excited Qi Xiaoqing. To have the protagonist firmly within her grasp, compelling her to fall hopelessly in love. Achieving this in such a short time might seem implausible, but as long as she advanced towards this goal, Qi Xiaoqing felt invigorated. Tao Tao, we have ample time ahead. Outside, the sound of rain intensified, yet the room remained profoundly tranquil. The space, meticulously organized by Qi Xiaoqing, contained little beyond the essentials: table, chairs, and bed. A few carefully chosen books lay on the table, all pertaining to the theme of Yandra affection. It was noteworthy that while the protagonists in these narratives exhibited Yandra behavior, the term itself was never explicitly mentioned. Enclosed, oppressed, lonely, and anxious, these myriad emotions can only be alleviated through the beloved Xiaocheng. Time swiftly passed, and gradually, Su Tao awoke. It was evening, yet Xiaocheng had previously tested the efficacy of the system's medication. After consuming it, she had slumbered for 6 hours. Upon awakening, she felt as though she had rested for an entire month, invigorated yet still under the lingering effects of the medication. Presently, Su Tao found herself in the midst of this after effect. Her mind was foggy, and her body felt utterly devoid of strength. She attempted to lift her hand to soothe her head, only to discover, for reasons unbeknownst to her, that her hand bore no strength whatsoever. What time was it? What had Xiaoqing done to me? What transpired after that cup of red tea? Su Tao blinked forcefully, her vision gradually returning. Before her sat Xiaoqing. Perched on a chair, her hands resting on the armrests, chin cradled in her arms, gazing at Su Tao with a gentle smile. Did you sleep well? Desiring to move, yet still unable to muster any strength, Su Tao remained reclined, turning her head to observe Xiaoqing. Her throat was parched, as if engulfed in smoke. With a dry cough, she licked her chapped lips and inquired of Xiaoqing, What have you done to me? Nothing at all, Xiaoqing replied, adorably tilting her head. I simply thought you were too weary and wanted you to rest properly. Rest? Here? Su Tao glanced around the room, which was tidy and unadorned, with windows shrouded in an unfamiliar black fabric. Recalling her knowledge of the sickly suite, her heart sank. Nevertheless, she had not lost her wits. After all, Xiaoqing was rather frail. Once she regained her strength, she could easily subdue her and engage in a proper conversation. Indeed, do not provoke her, nor mention any recent events. Simply divert her attention gradually. With this thought, Su Tao managed to smile. Xiaoqing, I'm a bit parched. May I have some water? It was vital to regain her strength. Qi Xiaoqing smiled softly. Of course you can. Having experienced the discomfort of waking up with a dry throat, she had prepared a cup of warm water in advance. Approaching Su Tao's bedside, she remarked, But you can't get up right now. How will you drink? Su Tao opened her mouth. I believe I can manage slowly. Yet, she saw Qi Xiaoqing lift her little head, a mischievous grin adorning her face. No. Tao Tao is unwell and requires care. You should say, Xiaoqing, please feed me some water. Su Tao blinked and chuckled awkwardly. Then, Xiaocheng, could you feed me some water? Of course. Xiaocheng tilted her head back, pouring half a cup of water into her mouth before returning to Su Tao's side. Xiaocheng. Su Tao's pupils dilated, seemingly anticipating Xiaocheng's intentions, her breath becoming increasingly erratic. Xiaocheng smiled gently. Chapter 51. Love her. And give her everything. The parched throat found relief, a warm current seemingly flowing throughout her body. As the water gradually diminished, breathing became more arduous. No. It was becoming increasingly difficult to breathe. Huff. Finally, nearing her limit, clarity returned to Su Tao's vision. She gasped for air, tears welling at the corners of her eyes as she struggled to gaze at Xiaocheng. The petite girl blinked, seemingly comprehending Su Tao's meaning. With a gentle smile, she said, "Are you wondering why? It's simply because I like you." There was still half a cup of water remaining. Su Tao's heart raced, and shaking her head, she replied, "No need, I'm not thirsty. Really, that's not acceptable." Weary and weak, she found it impossible to refuse Xiaocheng's insistence. Soon, her breathing became labored once more. The passage of time felt both fleeting and prolonged. By the time Su Tao regained her senses, Xiaocheng had already placed a small incense burner on the table. Tao, you're unwell, and you can't leave until you're better. This little gadget, I've tested it, will help you relax your body. Now, just rest easy," she said, and like one tidying up the room, she picked up a stack of books and headed towards the door. The pile was heavy, and Xiaocheng swayed as she walked. One book suddenly slipped from her arms, yet she seemed oblivious, continuing forward until she exited the room. It was at that moment that Su Tao gradually regained a modicum of strength. However, it was only a slight improvement, enough for her to struggle to sit up. She felt as if she could scarcely lift a jug of water. Leaning against the headboard, she pressed her temples with her fingers, frowning as she murmured to herself, "What on earth is happening? Am I now being restrained by Xiaocheng?" Her fingers absent-mindedly brushed against her lips, forcing herself to think rationally. After a while, once she managed to rise from the bed, she began to survey the room. Judging by the layout, it was undoubtedly Xiaocheng's chamber. The windows were sealed, leaving only a small breathing hole. There is no way to observe the outside world through the ventilation hole, yet the sound suggests that the rain has subsided. How long have I been asleep? Has it been a continuous downpour, or is this the second rain that has been falling for quite some time? Would Xiaocheng venture outside on her own? What could possibly motivate her to do so? Contemplating these questions, Su Tao could only manage a bitter smile of regret. It was all for the sake of the test. In this predicament, regardless of whether she played the role of a Yandere, she could adeptly conceal her past. Could she not? Rising to her feet, Su Tao picked up the book that Xiaocheng had carelessly dropped. What a careless individual, leaving so many clues behind. She glanced at the title, "If you love her, give her everything." The cover depicted two girls embracing, surrounded by blooming crimson roses. Does Xiaocheng typically enjoy reading such romantic light novels? With some idle time on her hands, it would be a perfect opportunity to understand Xiaocheng's preferences better. Although constrained, Su Tao felt a sense of calm within. She was well aware that Xiaocheng would not harm her, and once she regained her strength, subduing her would be effortless. Just a little longer, she thought. As she opened the table of contents, the contents within startled Su Tao profoundly. And, what is this? Her hand trembled, her fear rendering her unable to hold the book steady. The narrative within was undoubtedly that of a Yandere. At that moment, Su Tao recalled the words of Si Chun, who had remarked that one's character could shift due to societal and environmental factors. With increased exposure during a formative age, one might inadvertently gravitate towards the darker aspects, even yearning for them. Su Tao swallowed hard. Had Xiaocheng been reading such material long ago? No. Perhaps the table of contents was merely a gimmick. Su Tao picked up the novel and casually flipped to a page. A chill ran down her spine. She felt a cold sweat trickling down her back, as if she had encountered a scene reminiscent of the past. Creak. The door swung open. Instantly, Su Tao concealed the book behind her, her gaze towards Xiaocheng now tinged with a hint of fear. Xiaocheng, observing Su Tao, tilted her head in confusion. Tao, why are you looking at me like that? Are you unwell? I'm here to take care of you, she said, entering with a bowl of soup. It's time to eat. Her demeanor was utterly normal, as if she were genuinely tending to a patient. A stiff smile lingered on Su Tao's lips as she fixated on the bowl of soup before her, her hand gripping the book trembling slightly. Xiaocheng, actually, I'm not that hungry. How about we chat for a while? Not hungry. A fleeting glint of meaning flickered in Xiaocheng's eyes before she broke into a simple smile. Tao Tao has slept for so long. You must be starving. Come on, let's eat. The takeout I ordered should be delicious. Upon hearing this, Su Tao let out a long sigh. She was so tense that she had momentarily forgotten that the Qi Xiaoqing she knew couldn't cook. But then again, it was a novel. After secretly wiping away her cold sweat, she heard Qi Xiaoqing ask, Tao Tao, have you regained some strength? Can you eat by yourself? Or do you need me to feed you? No, I can manage. Su Tao recalled the earlier moment when she was fed water and quickly waved her hand. I can eat on my own. However, what puzzled her was that it seemed a considerable amount of time had passed, yet her strength had still not returned. Once again, she found herself only able to act with great reluctance. There was no time for deep contemplation. Qi Xiaoqing had already brought over a chair and sat before her, hands neatly placed on her thighs, her crimson eyes gazing at her with eager anticipation, as if waiting for her to partake of the soup before moving on to the meal. After such a long time, Su Tao indeed felt the pangs of hunger. Only by satisfying her appetite could she regain her strength. As she scooped the fragrant chicken soup adorned with scallions, Su Tao cautiously inhaled its aroma. There were no off-putting scents. It was unmistakably akin to what one might find at a restaurant, laden with ample MSG, its fragrance rich and inviting. She blew gently on the steaming liquid before bringing it to her lips. However, at the very moment it was about to enter her mouth, her hands trembled violently, causing the spoon to clatter to the floor with a startling chime. Her frightened gaze darted to Qi Xiaoqing, who had, unbeknownst to her, leaned slightly forward. Resting her knees against her thighs, her hands cradling her chin as if to shield her delicate face, her smile radiant as she watched Su Tao. Why have you stopped eating, Tao Tao? Is it not to your liking? Chapter 52. She is a true Yandera. Perhaps there was a distortion in her sense of taste. Or perhaps the overwhelming pressure was simply too terrifying. Despite it being a bowl of chicken soup, Su Tao found it nearly impossible to swallow. A cacophony of flavors, sour, sweet, bitter, spicy, seemed to converge within it, compounded by Qi Xiaoqing's slightly eerie grin. Vivid memories surged through her mind. The basement, where Qi Xiaoqing had whispered urgently in her ear, insisting that she must not develop feelings for Yi Liang, questioning why Su Tao would forsake her. The rooftop, where she had forced herself to declare her affection amidst the thunderous rain. The face, consumed by obsession, incessantly repeated the words, "We shall be together forever." Akin to a malfunctioning black-and-white television set, replaying fragmented scenes in her mind accompanied by a harsh, rasping sound that quickened in tempo. Her heartbeat accelerated, and the only sound that remained was the resounding roar following an explosive silence, echoing endlessly. Everything that transpired felt like a fleeting moment of disorientation. Until Qi Xiaoqing's voice broke through, "What is the matter, Tao Tao?" Su Tao suddenly looked up, her lips trembling, unable to articulate the concoction of flavors that resembled a broth infused with chili, bitter melon, and vinegar, a fusion of unpalatable tastes. What kind of establishment was this, serving such culinary abominations? Qi Xiaoqing tilted her head in confusion, picking up a piece of chicken with her chopsticks, declaring it normal in flavor. Could it be that my sense of taste is the issue? Thunder rumbled outside the sealed window, reminiscent of that fateful night on the rooftop. The crimson rain-soaked night, whether it dispelled the darkness or merely deepened its shadows, remained uncertain. Xiaoqing was indeed a true Yandera. Perhaps she was unaware of her own contradictions, possibly harboring dual personalities. Yet without a doubt, Su Tao at that moment could affirm that Qi Xiaoqing was indeed a Yandera. A wave of fear and trepidation spread from her spine throughout her body, rendering her breath labored. It was not her own sense of taste that faltered, but rather something amiss with Xiaoqing. She had truly transformed into a Yandera. In her ears, Qi Xiaoqing's disappointed voice echoed once more, "Tao Tao, do you not like the takeout I ordered? Does that mean you do not like me?" Disheartened, she turned away, rising like a marionette. She hastily exclaimed, "No, of course. I don't dislike Xiaoqing. In fact, it's just that the takeout is so delicious that I momentarily found myself fond of it." Su Tao's smile froze, tinged with bitterness, as she quickly picked up her bowl, eating while extolling the virtues of Qi Xiaoqing. There was no choice. She had to express her fondness for Xiaoqing. This was the pressure that Qi Xiaoqing imposed. Failure to profess affection would render one akin to a lovesick fool. It inexplicably felt as though she were being gradually choked, struggling to breathe. She merely pretended to like Xiaoqing, feigning affection merely to appease her. It was unavoidable, wasn't it? Su Tao reassured herself in her heart, suppressing her fear of Qi Xiaoqing, and struggled to finish the meal. With a forced smile, she thanked Xiaocheng. Yet, this smile was painfully contrived, rather than a genuine expression of joy. It resembled Su Tao's strenuous attempt to manipulate her facial muscles to placate the seemingly irrational girl before her. Radiant with joy, utterly adorable, yes. As long as Tao Tao is happy. The strange vertical pupils returned to a more human-like appearance, the crimson in her eyes gradually fading. Throughout the entire meal, Su Tao found the takeout exceedingly unpalatable, as if it were not food meant for a normal person, devoid of any familiar flavor. Halfway through, she began to find it difficult to swallow and promptly pushed the remainder away. In truth, she wasn't particularly hungry. This was more than sufficient. Speaking of which, how long had she been asleep? She swiftly shifted the topic, sensing her taste buds protesting. Qi Xiaochen merely lifted the bowl, shook her head lightly, and said, I have no idea how long it has been. Since Tao Tao is full, I shall return in an hour. With that, she left no opportunity for Su Tao to inquire further and happily strode towards the door. It was only when the door closed with a soft click that Su Tao abruptly grasped the edge of the nearby table. Bending slightly as she lowered her gaze to the floor, one hand clutching her heart, gasping for breath. The pressure exerted by Qi Xiaochen was overwhelming. The takeout from the shop resembled a culinary nightmare. Even in her childhood, when she scavenged for scraps alone, she had never found a meal so distressing. Su Tao felt a throbbing headache, and she was even more perplexed about Qi Xiaochen's true intentions for placing her in this room. She felt uncertain and dared not glance at the novel hidden beneath her pillow. Instead, she lay weakly on the bed, lost in thought. The 6-hour respite had alleviated her physical fatigue, yet the mental turmoil weighed far heavier. An hour, Su Tao murmured to herself. Perhaps if Xiaochen's emotions stabilized, she could ask again. She silently counted the minutes, but just as she sensed that 15 minutes had subtly passed, the door creaked open. Qi Xiaochen entered, laboriously carrying a bucket of water, swaying slightly as she announced, Tao Tao, it is time for your bath. Towels, shampoo, body wash, and a change of clothes. Everything was prepared in abundance. Qi Xiaocheng placed all the accompanying items on the floor and offered a gentle smile to Su Tao. I apologize, but the bathroom is out of order, so you'll have to manage in the room. The floor is wet, but that is no concern. I will clean it up shortly. Su Tao's smile faltered once more. She had become increasingly certain that Qi Xiaocheng intended to keep her here indefinitely. Her strength still eluded her. Had an hour truly passed so swiftly? Why, after such a duration, did she still feel so drained? Noticing Su Tao's lack of action, Qi Xiaocheng tilted her head in confusion, suddenly remembering something that caused her face to flush bright red. Glancing to the side shyly, she stammered. See, could it be that Tao Tao wants me to help you bathe? Isn't that a bit too soon? Oh dear, how embarrassing. And no, that's not necessary. I can manage on my own. The thought of someone else bathing her, especially in such an open, nearly barren room, overwhelmed Su Tao with a profound sense of shame that eclipsed her underlying anxiety. Qi Xiaocheng placed her finger on her lips, a mysterious smile gracing her features. Then I shall return shortly. The time is half an hour. Wait, Xiaocheng. Su Tao called after her. Once I finish bathing, can we have a proper conversation? Of course. Qi Xiaocheng replied cheerfully as she slowly exited the room, gazing at the drizzling sky. Su Tao felt a surge of joy as she made her way to the sofa. Host, how could you possibly let such a splendid opportunity slip away? You are hardly embodying the role of a villain. Physical contact requires her to develop a curiosity about me first. The thought, what makes Xiaocheng so exceptional among girls, causes a blush to bloom on my cheeks, marking what you deem a golden opportunity. Such matters must not be allowed to predispose Tao Tao too early. After all, she must come to realize that I, as a girl, am also unique. With the glass of water I had today, she must have perceived my delicacy by now. Qi Xiaocheng retrieved an item won from a system lottery, delicate gummy candy, which promises to enhance the fineness of one's skin. Shall we delve deeper? Chapter 53 necessitates thorough treatment. Since acquiring this candy that could refine her skin, Qi Xiaocheng has refrained from consuming it, wishing to bestow it upon Su Tao at a moment when it could render her even more flawless. Yet, plans often succumb to the unpredictability of change. Qi Xiaocheng tossed the candy into her mouth and seized a mirror from the countertop. The transformation occurred in an instant. Under the warm glow of the light, her skin appeared more radiant. She reached out to touch her arm. Silky, tender, fair, and exquisite. A mere snapshot might lead others to believe she had applied a beauty filter. Qi Xiaocheng then traced her fingers to her lips, sensing no significant change there. However, Let all of this be an experience for Tao Tao. In my quest to be more endearing to you, I am willing to strive for perfection. A fleeting glimmer of enchantment passed through Qi Xiaocheng's eyes as she glanced at the time. Only 5 minutes had elapsed. Host, isn't there a room next door with an ensuite bathroom? Wouldn't that room be preferable? As it stands, it must be quite inconvenient for the female lead, Su Tao, to shower, and it poses a hassle for you as well. Isn't this a case of misplaced priorities? An ensuite is not suitable. Since Qi Xiaocheng has made her decision, she certainly has her own plans in mind. The process of learning is a journey of acquiring knowledge. I have transformed from the foolish child who once scored 0 into the extreme individual who now achieves 60. Only when she realizes that I can no longer revert to my former self will she accept the growth I have undergone. The moment she willingly takes the initiative to teach me is when our plan will be half fulfilled. Is this only half? What else could it be? Qi Xiaocheng's gaze was profound, her tone imbued with excitement. I am utterly devoted to her, and she should reciprocate that devotion. After speaking, Qi Xiaocheng glanced at the time again. 15 minutes had elapsed. The allotted time for a shower was 30 minutes. She rose and approached the door, knocking gently. Tao Tao, 30 minutes have passed. I'm coming in. Wait a moment. Through the crack of the door, she could hear the rustling sound of clothes being put on. After a while, a hesitant voice replied, it's ready. Qi Xiaocheng's lips curled into a smile as she opened the door. Upon seeing Su Tao clad in a teddy bear t-shirt, an expression of blissful foolishness illuminated her face. We're wearing matching outfits, just like a couple. Su Tao, upon hearing this, gradually subdued her smile. This was an article she had stumbled upon in the wardrobe, a remnant from their cohabitation days, where she had left behind 3 sets of clothes. They were purchased together with Qi Xiaocheng back in the day. The same style, the same color. Purchasing one means acquiring 2. Initially, this served as a testament to their close relationship, yet at this moment, it was misinterpreted as a couple's outfit. Su Tao suppressed her thoughts and sat upright, gazing at her. Xiaocheng, why are you doing this? Qi Xiaocheng tilted her head in confusion. Why? Because Tao Tao is ill, and I am taking care of her. I am not ill. Su Tao emphasized the words. The one who is sick is you, Xiaocheng. Furthermore, you have confined me here for care, while others will be looking for me outside. This could easily lead to trouble. You should let me go. It's all right. Qi Xiaocheng shook her head dismissively. As long as I can be with you, nothing else matters, even if Yu Liang comes. In an instant, her eyes glimmered with determination. At worst, I will perish alongside him. Having said that, she gazed at Su Tao with infatuation. Tao Tao, rest assured, I will never allow him to harm you. The one who will be harmed is you. Su Tao felt a surge of anxiety, but also understood that Qi Xiaocheng, even if capable of communication, was limited to mundane topics. Once the conversation shifted to herself or Yi Liang, she would become fixated, rendering any argument futile. With growing urgency, Su Tao asked, if I am ill and you are caring for me, how can I recover and be discharged? Tao Tao is the heart's ailment that requires healing. Qi Xiaocheng replied with an unwavering smile. Naturally, you will be discharged when you fall in love with me. Currently, Tao Tao has feelings for Yi Liang, right? That cannot be. Right now, Tao Tao does not like me at all, does she? There is no remedy. Tao Tao once cherished me dearly, yet now professes a fondness for Yi Liang. How distressing. Tao Tao. Qi Xiaocheng's tone gradually veered into a sickly demeanor, revealing her adorably aggressive little tiger teeth, proffering an ultimatum. You can only love me. Oh dear. It seems I have become overly agitated once again. Qi Xiaocheng appeared to realize her outburst and reverted to her usual self, her once threatening tiger teeth transforming into a subtle charm. Su Tao observed this entire exchange, feeling a pang of discomfort in her heart. She is truly a Yandra. Communication. Utterly ineffective. A wave of helplessness washed over Su Tao as she raised her head, her peripheral gaze catching sight of Qi Xiaocheng's delightful face. How long have we been confined here? How long have I slept? Judging by the fatigue upon awakening, it must have been 2 days, perhaps. What is happening outside? Are the 3, Cheng, Qianqian, and Siqing, who are privy to the truth, searching for me through their own means? There is but one course of action. Su Tao clenched her fist. Though she had yet to regain her strength, subduing the fragile Qi Xiaocheng might just be within reach. Su Tao scrutinized the seemingly harmless Qi Xiaocheng, her delicate and fair arm appearing devoid of strength. It could be worth a try. Yet, should I fail, it would undoubtedly provoke Qi Xiaocheng further. Su Tao's gaze gradually turned resolute. Will I succeed? In a flash, Su Tao made her move, her palm darting towards Qi Xiaochen's shoulder. However, Qi Xiaochen merely tilted her head, effortlessly grasping Su Tao's hand. With a gentle push, she deftly pinned Su Tao onto the bed. A guaranteed loss. Disheveled hair cascaded around her, and Su Tao's eyes widened in astonishment, her expression gradually solidifying. With her head rigidly tilted to one side, her gaze filled with trepidation as it fixated on the tabletop, Su Tao murmured, "That incense burner." Qi Xiaocheng offered a subtle smile, an unspoken understanding lingering in the air. How would a doctor treat a disobedient patient? A solitary tear trickled slowly down Su Tao's cheek. Despite her immense inner resistance, she remained oblivious to the marvel of the human body, which is inherently beyond complete control. Her breath and heartbeat gradually quickened. How about we implement a new update rule? For every certification from a deity, an additional chapter could be added, with the quantity of extra chapters increasing in accordance with the value of gifts received. Without any upper limit? Chapter 54. The Endless Cycle of Despair. Peach, it's time to eat. Qi Xiaochen called out. You're unwell, and your body is weak. How about some soup? She continued. Are you thirsty? Would you like some water? Do you need me to feed you? She asked, her concern evident. Or perhaps you desire something else. Perhaps it was her altered sense of taste that rendered all food's flavors bizarre. Su Tao's eyes appeared somewhat vacant, and she lost track of how much time had elapsed. At times, she felt as though time sped by, while at others, it dragged on interminably. Each encounter with Qi Xiaocheng's morbidly peculiar demeanor evoked memories of the basement and the rooftop, leaving her in a state of disorientation. She felt utterly at a loss, unable to fathom how to cure Qi Xiaocheng's affliction. The exhaustion of her mind ultimately outweighed the burdens of her body. With a creak, Qi Xiaocheng entered once more. Su Tao, unsure of how much time had passed, inquired, Xiaocheng, what time is it now? Qi Xiaocheng blinked, uncertain. However, Tao, your complexion appears quite poor. Have you been resting well? Indeed, it seems so. Su Tao chuckled self-deprecatingly, as if surrendering to fate, and resignedly lay down on the bed. How long will this last, Xiaocheng? Until you come to like me, she replied, climbing onto the bed. Su Tao cast a curious glance at Qi Xiaocheng, wondering what her intentions were this time. Each time Qi Xiaocheng entered, she carried with her a specific purpose. Yet this time she appeared empty-handed, doing nothing. Qi Xiaocheng observed Su Tao's weary, listless eyes and eagerly said, This time, I am here to treat you, Tao. The treatment will cease only when you accept me and come to like me. With that, she pulled out a sleep mask from her pocket, followed by a pair of earplugs designed to shield one from external disturbances, facilitating rest. In an instant, the world fell silent. As the bright light was extinguished, the piercing shadows that lingered in the darkness vanished without a trace. Only a vague silhouette could be discerned. The eyes could not see, and the ears could not hear. Su Tao could even hear the rhythm of her own heartbeat, each heavy breath feeling oppressively pronounced. Lying on the hospital bed, she felt utterly weak and incapacitated due to her illness. Time trickled by, and her heartbeat quickened, tension mounting. A signal from Qi Xiaocheng reached her. It was unbearable. She wished to evade it. Once, twice, again, and again. She, as the patient, was being tended to. Loathe. Why must it be this way? What are we, truly? Friends, sisters, confidants. I adore you. Suddenly, the earbuds were removed, and a heartfelt confession filled the air. Peach, I like you. Is it happening again, just as before? Su Tao's countenance grew increasingly haggard, her complexion worsening. The lights illuminated the room. Qi Xiaocheng stood to the side, her smile unwavering. Indeed, it still lacked a certain depth. A day had elapsed, during which she had utilized her skills to alter the flavor of all the food accessible to Su Tao, resulting in the current state of affairs. The relentless pressure and psychological strain finally culminated in a significant reaction. Words of concern flowed from Qi Xiaocheng's lips as she gently patted Su Tao's back, taking the initiative to handle the cleaning. It was akin to the tenderness of a devoted wife. Su Tao absorbed this scene, her expression a tapestry of complexity. Once the task was complete, Qi Xiaocheng thoughtfully fetched toiletries. With everything in order, she remained silent and exited, placing Su Tao once more in this room, alone. Upon stepping outside, Qi Xiaocheng stretched languidly. The sky hung heavy and dark, and after a day and night of incessant rain, it had finally ceased. Excluding the initial night, this marks the first evening of Su Tao's 3-day leave. From her perspective, at least 2 or 3 days have passed, perhaps. Nevertheless, her plans have proceeded smoothly, free from any troublesome individuals. In her dealings with others, aside from the occasional inquiries from Yichen, the rest have remained undisturbed. Chen Qian has perfectly assumed the role of a loyal accomplice, thwarting a multitude of classmates and friends seeking Su Tao. However, this has also resulted in Qi Xiao Cheng going nearly a full day and night without sleep. After confirming Su Tao's condition, she consumed the last piece of sleep-inducing chocolate and succumbed to a deep slumber. For her, 6 hours slipped by in the blink of an eye. Yet for Su Tao, time dragged on painfully. She realized that Qi Xiao Cheng had not visited for quite some time, likely indicating that night had fallen, yet sleep eluded her. Her body was weary, and her spirit felt drained. Qi Xiao Cheng had left her a piece of bread, but upon taking a bite, Su Tao found it incredibly dry and difficult to swallow. Why? Why was it like this? Everything tasted like a dissonance of flavors, as if it were the most unpalatable thing in existence. Had her sense of taste deteriorated? Exhaustion washed over her, and ultimately, she succumbed to sleep, the light still illuminating the room. However, it felt as though she had barely closed her eyes when the door opened once more. Tao Tao, it's time to rise. Outside, the clock indicated it was 2 in the morning. Qi Xiaoqing entered the room, bearing toiletries and a bucket of bathing water. After rousing Su Tao, she stepped back outside. The pressure of the environment was already substantial, leaving no need for superfluous words. Her mind would wander on its own. Upon witnessing the bucket of bathwater, Su Tao felt as though she had discovered a lifeline. Her weary, despondent eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope. Regardless of the peculiar and unpalatable nature of the food she had encountered, this bathwater was not sustenance, and thus it must hold promise. She hastily descended from her bed and knelt before the bucket, cradling a handful of water. Droplets cascaded down her cheeks, tracing a path to her chin and gradually flowing down her neck. Silence enveloped her, a profound despair. The bathwater, too, echoed this sentiment. Time persisted in its relentless march. Meals were served, water, fruit, cream-laden pastries, but each offering was unbearably distasteful. Why must all these foods possess a jarring amalgamation of sour, sweet, bitter, spicy, and salty flavors? The pressure mounted to an unbearable crescendo. Su Tao felt on the brink of madness. She alternated between eating and vomiting, her empty stomach twisting in agony. This was the essence of a Yandra. At long last, she could no longer restrain herself. When Qi Xiaoqing arrived once more with food, Su Tao seized her sleeve, her voice in near plea. Xiaoqing, is there something with a different flavor? I implore you. Indeed. Qi Xiaoqing responded with a cheerful smile, her delicate finger resting on her rosy lips. She whispered conspiratorially, did you not notice, dear Tao? This possesses a different taste. Chapter 55. The uniqueness of a Yandra's love. For Kira's request, humans have their limits. The more one is suppressed, the more challenging it becomes to think clearly. Like a drowning person clinging desperately to a straw, even when unable to rise above the surface. One holds onto the last flicker of hope, yearning to pull that straw into the depths. After dedicating nearly 2 days to creating such an environment, the straw left by Qi Xiaoqing is undoubtedly something that can completely transform and captivate Su Tao, such as the nature of a girl, delicate, rosy, soft, and sweet, resembling the finest creations of the world, irresistibly alluring. Previously, Qi Xiaoqing's punishments were not few, yet Su Tao remained resolute in her resistance. Her mind entirely detached from that realm. Confusion and aversion enveloped her. Even when the sensations were pleasant, her subconscious would bury such feelings, as though an iron door sealed her heart completely. In such an atmosphere, how could one appreciate Qi Xiaoqing's allure? But now, the gates to her heart have been willingly unlatched. Unable to bear the solitude, when she realizes that no food tastes palatable and is, in fact, even more repulsive than excrement, such reactions inevitably arise. With a glimmer of hope, one does not succumb to despair. Moreover, she is the protagonist, the radiant moonlight, endowed with an aura. If she were to easily falter, how could she remain the sole perfect being within the narrative? Qi Xiaoqing continues to tap her finger on her lips, her smile gradually transforming into one of anticipation as she awaits Su Tao's response. Unbeknownst to her, her previously calm crimson eyes have unknowingly taken on an enchanting quality, a hint of unnatural flush adorning her cheeks, lost in a trance. This transformation is strikingly evident to Su Tao. In the past, she would feel fear and trepidation, pondering how to soothe Qi Xiaoqing's emotions and guide her from her fragile state back to her usual charming self. Yet now, Her gaze was filled solely with the delicate cherry blossom hue at her fingertips, a sweetness distinct from any sustenance. With a decisive step forward, Su Tao grasped Qi Xiaoqing, closing her eyes in a movement both greedy and unrefined. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until reason surged within her, meeting Qi Xiaoqing's satisfied smile. Her eyes, glazed with infatuation, questioned whether she enjoyed this. Su Tao's throat tightened, rendering her speechless, her expression dazed as if struggling to comprehend her own actions. Qi Xiaoqing, unhurried, leisurely retreated to the doorway, bringing forth a bowl of rice. Leaning close to Su Tao's ear, she gently licked the earlobe, whispering, "I truly like you, Tao Tao. Consider this a reward." When Su Tao glanced up again, she realized that Qi Xiaoqing had already exited, deliberately granting her time for reflection. Su Tao swallowed hard, realizing her hunger was becoming quite urgent. She feared the rice would be just as unpalatable, a haphazard blend of sour, sweet, bitter, spicy, and salty, a culinary abomination. Nevertheless, she dismissed her concerns. Could she truly starve herself? With a faint, obscure smile, she scooped a spoonful and tentatively tasted it. A robust and fragrant essence danced upon her tongue, prompting a stream of warm tears to cascade down her cheeks. The flavor was normal. She began to devour the rice with reckless abandon, her clarity gradually returning. Ah, a reward, she mused, recalling the 2 answers Dr. Chung had once shared with her. Answers to questions she had posed when she first met him. If it is confirmed that Xiao Cheng is indeed a Yandra and there is no solution to the situation, what should one do? A. If one does not wish to change cities yet desires to thoroughly extricate themselves from her, sending her to a psychiatric institution for vigilant supervision would be the most prudent course of action, akin to the extreme measures taken in internet addiction rehabilitation schools to combat addiction. B. Since resistance is futile, one might as well attempt to savor the experience. A Yandra's love is truly one of a kind. Su Tao's gaze grew complex. She did not like it. Yet, it did not seem entirely intolerable. All her emotional fluctuations were transmitted to Qi Xiaoqing's phone through a concealed camera in the room. Observing her expression gradually restore as she sat in contemplation, Qi Xiaoqing realized that her plan had succeeded. The first step had been accomplished. How wonderful! Qi Xiaoqing licked her lips, exhilarated to the point of dancing with delight. Ordinarily, at this juncture, the system would offer some sardonic commentary. The absence of those familiar sounds left Qi Xiaoqing feeling unsettled. System, what is the total emotional value now? In merely 2 days, Su Tao had provided such a wealth of emotional value. It was a veritable win-win situation. Typically, you were quite loquacious, yet now you remain silent. Shouldn't you express some opinion regarding Su Tao? I fear that if I say the wrong thing, you might turn on me. You are my sole golden finger, my source of support. Why would you entertain such thoughts? Qi Xiaoqing remarked. However, your acting skills are truly remarkable. Being only at an intermediate level, you are impressively adept. I find it effortless to perform. Last time, Yichen did not perceive anything amiss, and this time, Su Tao was completely deceived by me. Following the acknowledgement of her efforts, Qi Xiaoqing became entirely engrossed in her studies with Su Tao. The usual food remained unpalatable, and only upon Su Tao's earnest requests would Qi Xiaoqing bestow any rewards. Moreover, after allowing Su Tao to enjoy an uninterrupted 8 hours of sleep one night, the nearly overwhelmed protagonist regained much of her former composure and rationality. It seemed she had fully acclimated to the life of a patient. Su Tao continued to shine brightly, treating her with gentle affection like a radiant moonlight. Thus, 2 days passed, leaving only 1 day until Qi Xiaoqing's initially planned 3-day retreat concluded. Having nearly vanished from society for 2 days, Qi Xiaoqing's attempts to conceal her absence ultimately failed to evade notice. Among those perceptive individuals was the astute Yichen. After several attempts to communicate via messages, he decisively called Su Tao on the morning of the 3rd day. The familiar ringing resonated outside, momentarily startling Qi Xiaoqing, who was engaged in conversation with Su Tao. In response to Su Tao's astonished gaze, she slowly stepped outside, saying, "Tao Tao, please wait a moment. I will answer this call for you." At this moment, Su Tao belatedly realized something significant. How many days had passed since the beginning? For the first time, she felt the terrifying adaptability of human beings. Meanwhile, upon closing the door and picking up the phone, Qi Xiaoqing's calm demeanor remained unchanged. Clearing her throat softly, she prepared to employ her impersonation skills. "Hello? Is this Yichen?" Qi Xiaoqing mimicked Su Tao's tone, producing an identical voice. The last time Yi Liang had called, Qi Xiaoqian had similarly dispatched him using this very vocal technique. Confronted by Yichen, she grew increasingly composed. Upon hearing her voice, Yichen seemed to exhale in relief and inquired, "Su Tao, where are you now?" Yichen continued, "Really?" To which Qi Xiaoqian responded, "Ah? Why do you ask that?" However, after hearing this retort, Yichen fell into a prolonged silence. After more than 10 seconds, Yichen coldly uttered, "Su Tao, I like you. Be my girlfriend." In that instant, Qi Xiaoqian's faade crumbled. The pretense was swiftly torn away, and her crimson eyes flashed with a chilling glint as she almost uncontrollably rasped her original voice. "Try saying that again." Chapter 56. A single finger. The youthful tone was particularly jarring, reminiscent of a cornered beast displaying its aggression. Nevertheless, Yichen, having prepared himself mentally, was still taken aback by this sound. He chuckled awkwardly over the phone, his tone betraying his unease. Just joking. I guessed it was you, Qi Xiaoqian. I'm not here looking for Su Tao. I specifically came to find you." Yichen seemed to know how to navigate the situation. Seizing the opportunity before Qi Xiaoqian could unleash another outburst, he quickly added, "You like Su Tao, right? I have a good relationship with her. I can act as your ally to help you win her over. How does that sound?" Qi Xiaoqian's hoarse tone did not wane. "You have a good relationship?" Cough, cough. I'm into platonic friendship. I swear I have never liked Su Tao. But you just said you wanted Su Tao to be your girlfriend." "Oh, that's just my second personality acting up. I can't seem to control my tongue." As the sound echoed, 2 crisp slaps followed. "Regarding Su Tao, let us engage in a serious and rational discussion, shall we?" Qi Xiaoqian, confident in her emotional control and convinced she was not a Yandera, settled onto the sofa. Abandoning pretense. "What do you mean by joining forces?" she inquired. Yichen replied, "Surely you are aware of Su Tao's true identity?" Qi Xiaoqian paused, instinctively retorting, "True identity? You don't know?" Yichen's voice conveyed notable astonishment. His choice to abandon Su Tao in favor of Qi Xiaoqian was a decision he had pondered deeply. Why, then, did this choice now seem somewhat dubious? Realization dawned upon Qi Xiaoqian, and she quickly addressed Yichen, "Wait a moment." With that, she promptly opened the system interface. "System, I wish to view the original novel's table of contents." To be candid, Su Tao emerged from the classic orphanage narrative, embodying a tragic female protagonist. From the original character's memories, Qi Xiaoqian found little of value. She was utterly oblivious to any hidden identities Su Tao might possess. 50 chapters would cost a total of 250 emotional points. If acquiring Yichen's assistance could be achieved through this, it was a small price to pay for her current self. Qi Xiaoqian decisively made the purchase, and the content of the original novel surged into her mind like a vivid recollection. She suddenly comprehended everything. Su Tao had angered the male lead, a divine healer, who, in turn, infuriated Yi Liang, notorious in the story for being a supreme jealous figure. As punishment, Yi Liang forced Su Tao to reside in his dog's kennel, subjecting her to various torments. However, those who write novels understand that it is the escalation of conflict that captivates readers. Sweetness merely serves as a seasoning. At this opportune moment, the enigma surrounding Su Tao's lineage was unveiled. She was not an orphan, but rather the daughter of a formidable war god residing abroad. Her father stood in opposition to the male protagonist, Yi Liang, leading to a tumultuous cycle of love and hatred, fraught with conflict. Although the narrative surrounding Yichen was somewhat sparse, Qi Xiaoqian managed to deduce Yichen's intentions from the preceding events. Indeed, in the eyes of such individuals, the concept of friendship was merely a facade for the exchange of benefits. However, there was a caveat. Tao Tao is mine. Her father, who dotes on his daughter, would undoubtedly side with me. With my own system and the ability to peruse the original novel, assisting Yichen would pose no challenge. Adhering to the principle of envisioning grand possibilities, Qi Xiaoqian took up her phone and addressed Yichen. "You are referring to Su Tao's father, correct?" "I am aware." "You truly do know." Yichen exhaled in relief. "Qi Xiaoqian, your peculiar demeanor leads me to speculate that you intend to have Su Tao hopelessly fall in love with you. I can assist with that. Furthermore, facing Yi Liang alone is a formidable undertaking. Although my influence is limited, I can divert some of his attention." It must be said that Yichen's proposal was difficult to decline. As a rational character with a background in psychology, he had astutely assessed Qi Xiaoqian's current predicament. After articulating these thoughts, Yichen began to strategize. Although Qi Xiaoqian was an unpredictable and obsessive individual, their 2 encounters had gradually revealed her vulnerabilities. That vulnerability lay in Su Tao. As long as one continues to utilize Su Tao as an excuse, one can manipulate her rationality and guide her actions. Once her limits are tested, such an irritable madwoman is far easier to control than the rational Su Tao. However, scarcely had this thought crossed his mind when he heard the doubtful voice of Qi Xiaoqing on the phone. Does she truly hear everything I say? Yichen adjusted his glasses, a glimmer of brilliance flashing across his eyes. Yichen, am a man of my word. Then, what is the price? As Qi Xiaoqing's voice echoed softly, Yichen was momentarily taken aback. What price? Such a transaction is not equivalent. Qi Xiaoqing's tone seemed to have lost its initial normalcy. Without you, I could still win over Tao Tao. I adore her, and she will only love me. Yichen hastily retorted, I can also help you restrain Yi Liang, not to mention that fellow Dong Fangyang. With my presence, I can better assist you in navigating Su Tao's social relationships and circumstances. That is already a fair exchange. However, I am not fond of your intention to make Tao Tao your girlfriend. You know, in the alley, and regarding the earlier phone call. You do not think I have forgotten, do you? She is mine. She is mine. She is mine. With such declarations, how can you expect me to believe you? His voice grew increasingly frigid, almost echoing the hoarse growl of a small beast. Yichen touched the scar on his cheek, a remnant from that alley, which had yet to fade. He had thought the matter would be dismissed. Yet Qi Xiaoqing still held it close to her heart. Yichen closed his eyes in contemplation, exhaling deeply before inquiring. What is it that you wish for me to do? I swear I do not harbor any feelings for Su Tao. Those words were merely a test orchestrated by her. All of this, it is Su Tao's doing. I will not permit you to speak of Tao Tao in such a manner. She would never engage in such actions. Qi Xiaoqing's tone was icy and resolute. You must have manipulated her. Upon hearing this, Yichen was nearly driven to smash his phone in frustration. This infatuated individual was simply impossible to communicate with. Suddenly, Qi Xiaoqing coldly stated, one finger. Yichen paused, momentarily confused. What did you say? In a hoarse voice, Qi Xiaoqing replied, I demand one of your fingers as a token of your apology to Tao Tao. Chapter 57. Qi Xiaoqing's three-step plan, one finger. Upon hearing this, not only Yichen but even the system felt that this demand was excessive. Concerned, it inquired, Host, Yichen is, after all, a young master. Even in his downfall, he wields considerable influence. If he chooses to side with Yi Liang, could this not backfire? You are being overly impulsive. No, I am quite rational, Qi Xiaoqing asserted, her alluring crimson pupils unwavering. Yichen poses a significant danger. I am merely testing whether he is worthy of trust. Should he falter, it would reveal his weakness and inability to withstand trials. Such a person must not be spared. If he attempts to substitute another's hand for his own, it would indicate his cold-heartedness and lack of humanity. Such a person must not be spared. The presence of such a person beside Su Tao raises the question, are they an ally, or will they ultimately become an accomplice to others? The male protagonist in female-centric literature is certainly not to be underestimated. If Yichen were to realize he is not a mere Yandra, would he still choose to ally with himself rather than Su Tao? Pressure must be exerted. Yet Yichen also feels the weight of pressure from Qi Xiaoqing. Holding his phone, he is suddenly overwhelmed by a chilling sensation, causing his scalp to prickle. He has witnessed the ferocity of a Yandra before. He constantly reminds himself to navigate the delicate balance while interacting with such a character. However, he is unprepared for Qi Xiaoqing's remarkable capacity for vengeance. Even he feels fear at the thought of losing a finger. Yet, Su Tao's enigmatic father remains the only source of support he has found over the years. After glancing at the fruit knife resting on the table, he takes a deep breath. Qi Xiaoqing, may I propose an alternative method of apology? The scar on his face has already impacted him significantly. He cannot bear the thought of losing another finger. Thus, he addresses Qi Xiaoqing. I can carve words into my back with the knife, and I will certainly maintain my distance from Su Tao. This time, I assure you, it is truly the last. It seems that only through shedding blood can he pacify Qi Xiaoqing's Yandra tendencies. The initial notion of Su Tao controlling Qi Xiaoqing has vanished without a trace. One misstep could lead to total ruin. The unpredictability of a Yandra's actions is daunting. Yichen's proposal catches Qi Xiaoqing off guard, yet she ultimately agrees. Recognizing that her own strength is limited and the support of this male protagonist is indeed indispensable. After hanging up the phone, Yichen sat in his chair, letting out a deep sigh. He tapped the table and a bodyguard entered. Young master, how may I assist you? Please write a few words on my back. Yichen replied. The bodyguard hesitated for a moment before turning to leave. Very well, Young master, I shall fetch a pin. No need. Yichen indicated the small knife on the table. Just carve it. You can apply some force. I can endure it. The bodyguard's face twitched as he trembled while picking up the knife. Would he truly carve words, risking his own safety? After much hesitation, he finally asked, Young master, do you really wish to proceed? It will be quite painful. The bodyguard suggested, then, loyalty to the country? Yichen cast a solemn glance at the bodyguard, remaining silent for a long while before resolutely stating, never loved Tao. Just those 4 words. Having known Su Tao for nearly 3 months, he secretly harbored a fondness for the cheerful and beautiful girl. Yet, for the sake of his aspirations, that fleeting fondness must be obliterated, with determination solidifying into resolve. Yichen grasped the edge of the table and shouted for courage. Come. Before long, the office echoed with cries akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Subsequently, a rumor inexplicably emerged, suggesting that young Master Yichen was homosexual, entangled in an office romance with his suited bodyguards. Naturally, that was a matter for another time. After sending Yichen away, Qi Shaoqing turned her gaze back to her room. Today marked the final day. Tomorrow, Su Tao's various leaves of absence would come to an end. After 3 days of absence, Qi Shaoqing could no longer allow her to stay in her home. A sense of inexplicable reluctance enveloped her. Qi Shaoqing walked towards the room, her heart filled with contemplation. She mused, how wonderful it would be if this moment could last forever, confined in a small space with Su Tao, nestled together for eternity. Host, have you yet achieved the objective this time? Is half a day sufficient? Just barely. In Qi Shaoqing's plan, the first step was to alter Su Tao's mindset. Thus far, this phase had progressed reasonably well. Once she assumed the guise of a doctor and coaxed Su Tao into therapy, the act of treating her obsession would transform into a shared enjoyment of it. The second step, naturally, was to ensure that Su Tao would not resist her, starting with a change in taste through food, leading to the notion that she was irreplaceable. Undoubtedly, this step had been the most successful. The blurring of time in relation to the outside world, the oppressive environment, and the extreme distortion of nourishment had left Su Tao perceiving that nearly a week had passed in the last 2 days. Every engagement with the external world was meticulously guided by Qi Shaoqing. The food, while appearing fresh, was actually decayed, compounded by the suffocation brought on by Su Tao's obsession. There was nothing around her that felt normal. In this state, Su Tao, when tense, found it difficult to think, instinctively clinging to Qi Shaoqing as her last lifeline. After 3 days, coupled with Qi Shaoqing's assertive treatment, there had been numerous encounters of varying lengths. Once Su Tao ceased to resist her, it was time to implement the final step of the plan, to inspire romantic feelings in her. To cultivate affection for someone under duress over 3 days seemed utterly fanciful. So Qi Shaoqing set her sights low. If she could merely evoke a sense of entanglement and fondness in Su Tao, that would suffice. Now was the moment to undertake this final endeavor in the remaining half-day. With a determined resolve, Qi Shaoqing opened the door, only to find Su Tao standing by the entrance, her demeanor betraying a sense of startled guilt. She had been eavesdropping. Unfortunately, the soundproofing of the room was remarkably effective. Qi Shaoqing smiled gently and inquired, "What are you up to, Tao Tao?" Rather than exposing her deception, she took Su Tao's hand joyfully, teasing, "Do you really like me that much, especially after looking at me with such fear in your eyes earlier?" Su Tao found herself momentarily at a loss for words, unsure how to articulate her feelings. Even now, a trace of trepidation lingered in her heart towards Qi Shaoqing. However, alongside that fear, a tumult of mixed emotions swirled within her. Was there truly a possibility for her to escape this place, or was she destined to remain here for eternity? Chapter 58. The beginning of Su Tao's downfall, for the sake of adding to Okishisi. Wait, the prospect of escape? Su Tao suddenly recalled that she was not entirely devoid of chances to leave. The relentless pressure and the exhaustion that seemed insurmountable had nearly made her forget something Qi Shaoqing had once mentioned. One could leave if they fell in love with her. While the possessive nature of Qi Shaoqing was somewhat daunting, it had only been so at the outset. As the days passed, Su Tao found herself gradually accepting her circumstances, realizing that Qi Shaoqing exhibited moments of normalcy. Thus, could she then adopt the previous strategy of feigning affection? As for the matters that would arise after her departure, she would contemplate those later. With this thought, clarity washed over Su Tao. Observing Qi Shaoqing's currently composed demeanor, she felt a wave of relief. Yes, as long as she refrained from provoking her, everything would be fine. Su Tao extended a hand, cautiously inquiring, "Shaoqing, may I touch your head?" Touch my head. Qi Xiaocheng exclaimed with delight, seizing Su Tao's hand and leading her towards the edge of the bed. Come here, Tao Tao. Yes, sit by the bed. Qi Xiaocheng directed Su Tao, and then urged her, now, open your hands. Is this how? Su Tao, a bit flustered, spread her arms in front of Qi Xiaocheng. Well, here I go. Qi Xiaocheng took a step back and launched herself into the embrace Su Tao had offered. The softness enveloped her. The impact was not painful, but rather, it felt incredibly comforting. Yet, the thought of Qi Xiaocheng's delicate state stirred a hint of trepidation within her heart. However, it was swiftly dispelled by Qi Xiaocheng's presence. All right, Tao Tao, you can touch my head for as long as you wish. Su Tao, now fully aware, reached out to caress her silky hair. The chestnut tresses cascaded down to her waist, flowing freely, abundant and impeccably smooth, reminiscent of silk, making it impossible for Su Tao to resist. As she savored the warmth and softness in her embrace, Su Tao couldn't help but reflect. It seemed as if, ever since their quarrel during the summer after high school graduation, they had not shared a proper hug for 4 long months. This sensation was, as always, soothing and reassuring. Qi Xiaocheng nestled within the embrace, her voice filled with affection. Tao Tao, your hug is so comfortable, so warm, I cherish it. Having been confined indoors for so many days, Su Tao finally revealed a genuine smile, reminiscent of the way she used to express herself. But there are differences from before, aren't there? Qi Xiaocheng smiled playfully, becoming softer and more comfortable. Her slight movements caused Su Tao to flush, dismissing it as mere illusion. Xiaocheng, please don't tease. Are you shy? After all, we are both girls. What is there to be shy about? Su Tao playfully ruffled the small head in her palms, but soon halted, her body frozen in place. Indeed, why should they feel shy? It was once the same for them. The affection that Qi Xiaocheng had long harbored had ultimately engendered feelings that transcended mere friendship. Once such emotions erupted, they would be impossible to contain. Speaking of which, Xiaocheng's hair appeared even more delightful than before, exuding a fragrant aroma. She felt so soft, reminiscent of a child untouched by the rigors of nature. Her embrace and her smile could heal a weary heart. Just as Su Tao was savoring the moment, Qi Xiaocheng stirred, emerging from her embrace. Gently closing her eyes, she lifted her head slightly and playfully said, Tao Tao, give me a kiss. Though they had tried many things in recent days, this close proximity and direct sensation was a first. This felt wrong, didn't it? A voice within Su Tao admonished her, reminding her that Qi Xiaocheng was her lifelong companion, and such feelings were distorted, unhealthy. You mustn't act this way. Don't do this. Yet, could she truly resist? If she refrained from yielding to her desires, would she ever escape this entanglement? If she were too timid to act, how could she pretend to harbor affection? Yes, she was merely pretending to love her, after all. Gradually, she had become accustomed to it, uncertain whether it was an act of will or a retreat. This time, free from the pressure of Qi Xiaocheng's obsessive tendencies, Su Tao still chose to acquiesce. The internal struggle within her gradually intensified, soon transforming into a sense of enjoyment. This was the sole source of affection she had experienced in recent days. Tao Tao, may I touch your head? Once both had concluded their indulgence, Qi Xiaocheng eagerly climbed onto the bed, gazing at Su Tao with excitement. At that moment, Su Tao was convinced that the current Qi Xiaocheng was indeed the normal and endearing little orange. Thus, she felt at ease, smiling as she nodded. My hair may not be as splendid as yours. Who said that? I adore everything about you, Tao Tao. Qi Xiaocheng extended her small hand, resting it upon Su Tao's head, her face radiating satisfaction. Come to think of it, I've never had the chance to pet you like this, she mused. Akin to treating a cherished pet, which brought a sense of comfort. As she spoke, Qi Xiaocheng seemed to realize she had misspoken. Her cheeks flushed as she quickly clarified. I didn't mean to imply that I see you as a pet. It's just that, how should I put it? Because I like you. I wish to explore all roles and identities with you during this limited lifetime. Of course, this includes the dynamic of a master and a pet. With a playful grin, Qi Xiaocheng leaned closer to Su Tao, inquisitively asking, what kind of pet do you like, Tao Tao? Cats? Dogs? Or perhaps? She extended a finger to point at her own cheek, her expression hopeful. Do you like me? Her endearing charm was palpable, and her words emanated from the depths of her heart. At present, Xiaocheng is undoubtedly in a normal state. Yet her infatuation seems to have seamlessly integrated into the ordinary. Her alluring voice resembles that of a charming little demon, with just a nod of agreement. One could acquire an adorable pet, Su Tao pursed her lips and slowly inquired, if I profess my fondness for Xiaocheng, will she truly heed my words? Of course, Qi Xiaocheng replied with a naive nod. As a pet, I must certainly listen to Tao Tao, my master. The enticing lowly voice was sweet and melodious. The final note lingered delightfully. Anyone else might have succumbed to the moment. Su Tao swallowed hard, averting her gaze. I suppose I still prefer cats. Is that so? Qi Xiaocheng tilted her head, inching closer, her little hands mimicking cat paws, meowing playfully. So cute. Chapter 59. You've already gained a bit of affection for me. Qi Xiaocheng is inherently adorable. However, aside from passers-by, those who gaze upon her often do so through a tinted lens. Take Su Tao, for instance, having grown up alongside her. How could she be unaware of Qi Xiaocheng's beauty? She had simply become accustomed to viewing her from an elder sister's perspective, taking her charm for granted and perceiving her endearing antics as clumsy. This was a unique trait of girls. In this moment, detached from her sisterly identity, Su Tao herself felt a stirring in her heart. Her gaze shifted, gently pushing Qi Xiaocheng away from her embrace, her flustered demeanor seeking an escape. Next time, Xiaocheng, please refrain from saying such things. How could I ever bear to treat you as a pet? You shall always be my dear sister. Qi Xiaocheng blinked her eyes, her finger playfully tapping on her lips, as she cheerfully inquired, are you truly just a good sister? Or perhaps she mused, given the circumstances, can you still be merely a good sister? I must confess, I am rather greedy. Qi Xiaocheng then approached Su Tao, nestling into her embrace. Just as Su Tao was about to utter a word, Qi Xiaocheng pressed her finger against Su Tao's lips, saying, Tao Tao, don't speak. Would you allow me to take a nap in your arms? Xiaocheng. Su Tao felt a surge of emotion. Qi Xiaocheng held her tightly, her voice soft. Tao Tao, you must have begun to harbor some affection for me. Haven't you? Your gaze towards me has changed, you see. Once I awaken, you shall be discharged from the hospital. Discharged. Su Tao murmured the word, pondering its meaning. Does it signify that she could leave this place? The passage of time had blurred in her memory, but it must have been around a week, she surmised. In just a week, had she truly developed feelings for Xiaocheng? As Su Tao reveled in the warmth of the embrace, her expression grew complex. No, perhaps it had been more than a week. Moreover, she had not genuinely liked Xiaocheng. She had merely pretended to. Xiaocheng had been deceived by her, hence her utterance of such words. Let us sleep for a while. Upon waking, everything will revert to normal. Su Tao cradled the petite figure, lying down together on the bed. She closed her eyes, yearning for sleep, yet slumber eluded her. The words Qi Xiaocheng had spoken lingered in her mind. You have already developed feelings for me, even if just a little. When one becomes aware of a sentiment that starkly contrasts with their inner self, yet feels unprepared to accept it, it becomes an incessant thought, leading them to defend their own feelings. This is all a subconscious form of protection. In reality, Qi Xiaocheng understands the situation better than Su Tao herself. There is hardly any genuine affection. At most, there are mere feelings of fondness. The stark contrast between her previous morbid state and her sudden transformation into a well-behaved and endearing persona profoundly impacts Su Tao's psyche and misleads her emotions. At this juncture, Qi Xiaocheng merely needs to provide a gentle nudge to further induce Su Tao's self-deception. She will incessantly ponder this matter, continually denying her own feelings until, over time, the image of Qi Xiaocheng becomes indelibly etched in her mind. There is no need for Cinderella's handkerchief to achieve this effect. The incense burner, infused with softening powder, continues to exert its influence, yet the door to the room remains ajar. Su Tao yearns desperately to escape this place. She longs to retrieve her phone and discover what has transpired in the outside world over the past week. Why has no one come to find her? The doctor may be oblivious to her true circumstances, but what of Xichen? What of Chenxian? Why, after all these days, has there been no sign of life? However, upon noticing that Qi Xiaocheng seems to be peacefully slumbering in her embrace, her restless heart gradually finds solace. These past few days must have been exhausting for Xiaocheng as well. The vitality in her voice has diminished compared to usual. Moreover, regarding the food, Su Tao suppresses her discomfort and begins to analyze the situation. Taking water as an example, anything fed through Xiaocheng's small mouth not only retains its original flavor, but possesses an enticing sweetness. This indicates that her taste buds remain intact. Those peculiar, seemingly putrid flavors may very well be the result of the bizarre culinary concoctions from the outside establishments. But why is this so? Is Xiaocheng subtly implying that she is, in fact, the most beautiful one? Seeing Qi Xiaocheng peacefully asleep, Su Tao couldn't help but gently caress her head. Yet, after extending her hand, she felt a surge of trepidation. The love of a Yandera can be excessively burdensome and extreme. But can this be blamed on Xiaocheng? A bitter smile crossed Su Tao's lips. If she hadn't tested her, such circumstances would not have arisen. Despite knowing that she was a Yandera, her heart still struggled to believe it, and she provoked her with Yi Liang. The current situation was entirely self-inflicted, causing Xiaocheng to slip into a Yandera state, further endangering her already fragile health. In her self-reproach, Su Tao's embrace of Qi Xiaocheng became increasingly tender. If Xiaocheng were to discover that Su Tao attributed all the blame to herself, she would undoubtedly lament once more. This is the essence of the white moonlight protagonist. Merely being by her side makes one unwittingly fall in love. Therefore, to prevent her from being entangled with others, she must be securely kept close at hand. Outside, the sun poured down, yet its rays could not penetrate through the gaps in the window. The room remained shrouded in darkness even after the lights were extinguished. Su Tao drifted in and out of sleep, yet somehow, it never seemed to reach the next day. Her mind felt foggy, weighed down by fatigue. Each passing moment was an unbearable torment. The sole comfort lay in the soft warmth cradled in her arms. The gentle snores occasionally drifting to her ears, dispelling her oppressive thoughts. Qi Xiaocheng silently conveyed to her, "No matter when, I shall always be by your side." The darkness, it seemed, was not so terrifying after all. After an indeterminate period, Qi Xiaocheng, resting in Su Tao's embrace, finally stirred awake. Rising to rub her bleary eyes, she wondered what time it was. "Tao Tao, why didn't you wake me up?" she remarked, recalling similar moments from her high school days when she had overslept and was nearly late. Su Tao, standing beside her, flicked on the light. "I don't even know what time it is. It should be morning, I suppose." "Oh, right," Qi Xiaocheng responded, grasping Su Tao's hand as they made their way to the door. With Su Tao's recovery, it was time for her to be discharged from the hospital. Like a bird finally catching a glimpse of freedom after being caged, Su Tao felt a weighty, yet hopeful anticipation in her steps. As she crossed the threshold of the room, a blinding ray of sunlight nearly blinded her. The fading light reflecting off the window gradually diminished, allowing her to squint and approach the window. The dawn's glow spread like flames, staining the clouds with crimson hues. Was it the sunrise or the sunset? The afterglow caressed her face, intertwining warm rays with shadowy memories. In a daze, Su Tao reached for the phone that Qi Xiaocheng had already placed on the table. Time had barely passed 3 days. Chapter 60. The illness of affection, truly ill. It was hardly 3 days. Su Tao had thought a week had slipped by. Her hand trembled while holding the phone, as if her strength had not yet returned. Her slender fingers, in disbelief, pressed against her lips. 3 days, that meant, excluding the day she had nearly surrendered, it was merely 2 days that she had mistakenly believed to be a week. Each time Xiaocheng remarked about the passage of time, she felt as though it raced by with unsettling swiftness. While bathing, the clarity of her thoughts became especially pronounced. Although half an hour was mentioned, she felt that merely 10 minutes had elapsed since Qi Xiaocheng's arrival. The stifling atmosphere instilled a sense of terror within her, and her confusion about the outside world only heightened her unease, compounded by the presence of that peculiar cuisine. Yet, the sole source of solace was Qi Xiaocheng herself. She possessed a duality that was both unsettling and endearing. This stark contrast made Su Tao acutely aware that it was not merely the allure of a deranged Qi Xiaocheng that was captivating. Rather, it was the question of whether such a troubled soul could truly be healed. Mechanically, Su Tao turned her gaze towards Qi Xiaocheng, who was busily engaged in some task beside the sofa. Only by harboring genuine affection for her could one emerge from the confines of the room. Indeed, without reaching such depths of feeling, how could one feign affection? This was a necessity born of circumstance. Qi Xiaocheng attended to her tasks with meticulous care. Aside from imposing restrictions on her, there were no repercussions affecting Su Tao's life. Events had transpired, yet it felt as though nothing had truly occurred. Secrets remain veiled because they are concealed deep within the heart, unseen by others, yet they continuously press upon the soul, once unveiled. They unleash a torrent akin to a flood breaking its dam. Tao Tu. Amidst her tangled thoughts, Qi Xiaocheng's voice broke through. Su Tao's attention was drawn to the petite figure who had turned to face her, holding a sachet embroidered with a citrus pattern. "This is for you." Su Tao accepted the sachet, inhaling a fragrant and familiar aroma. Qi Xiaocheng elaborated, "This sachet aids in soothing the spirit alleviating fatigue and promoting restful sleep. The moment she beheld the sachet, Su Tao could not help but recall the incense burner, causing her hand, which held the sachet, to tremble involuntarily. Qi Xiaoqing was acutely aware of Su Tao's sentiments. With a gentle smile, she reassured, "Do not worry, I have not tampered with this. Over the past 3 days, Tao Tao must have been quite exhausted, hardly having a good night's sleep, right?" Apologetically, Qi Xiaoqing lowered her gaze, appearing as innocent as a child who has erred. Holding the fragrant sachet, Su Tao felt an inexplicable alleviation of her fatigue, perhaps a mere figment of her imagination. The aroma wafting from the sachet was delightful, instilling a sense of tranquility within her. "I believe you," Su Tao declared, cradling the sachet and tenderly stroking Qi Xiaoqing's head. "In truth, I was also at fault in this matter. I apologize, Xiaoqing." Qi Xiaoqing, her head bowed, trembled slightly at the gentle caress, seemingly overwhelmed by the comfort it brought. After much deliberation, Su Tao earnestly stated, "So, let us consider these past few days as if they never transpired, shall we?" Remember to keep the sachet close." Qi Xiaoqing replied, "Certainly. It was I who had taken her into my home and subjected her to such unfair treatment, yet she still willingly shouldered all responsibility, treating me with such kindness. This is what a cherished moonlight feels like. Truly endearing." As she gazed at Su Tao's silhouette while putting on her shoes, a sense of reluctance welled up in Qi Xiaoqing's heart, accompanied by an inexplicable impulse to have Su Tao settled in her home like this, and to continue this way forever. Once her shoes were donned and her clothes draped on, Su Tao opened the door, and a rush of cold air distinct from the warmth of the room enveloped her. The crispness of the fresh air invigorated her spirit. At last, she was free to depart. At this moment, would Xiaoqing feel a sense of loss? A surge of emotion welled up within Su Tao as she stepped outside, instinctively glancing back at Qi Xiaoqing in the fleeting moment before closing the door. What a pair of eyes they were! A blend of crimson, tinged with reluctance, affection, longing, and a sense of loss. Su Tao found herself oddly attuned to the emotions emanating from Qi Xiaoqing. Her fondness was not merely a fleeting pretense. With a soft click, the door shut, and the enchanting figure vanished into the depths of the entryway. Qi Xiaoqing exhaled deeply and sank onto the sofa, lamenting how 3 days felt all too brief. How splendid it would be to have a week instead. "Host, during these 3 days, you have accumulated a total of 2,185 emotional points from the female lead, Su Tao. After deducting the 1,000 points required for the mental incense pouch, you currently have 15 points remaining. Would you like to draw a card? For now, I shall refrain from drawing, saving it for later. 1,200 points may seem ample, yet they can vanish in an instant. Over these days, I have already spent several hundred points on items from the marketplace. The incense burner that left Su Tao feeling utterly drained, the secretly appropriated light novel of Yandra literature, and various decorations for the room were all purchased within the system. However, host, this incense pouch seems rather unnecessary, given its steep price. It is absolutely essential." Each time I encountered Su Tao, there was a hint of weariness etched upon her face. She had studies to attend to, work to manage, and the incessant troubles from those male leads to contend with, leading to a likely perpetual state of sleeplessness. Over these 3 days, her pallor had grown even more haggard. Yet, despite it all, she still mustered her strength and a smile to engage in conversation with me. My heart aches for her. If this continues, even if I do nothing to her, she will inevitably collapse. Moreover, since I have altered the narrative, she seems yet to have encountered the divine physician, the male protagonist. Without anyone to help her restore her health, how much longer can she endure? Bestowing gifts is merely incidental. Genuine concern is paramount. Furthermore, this serves to solidify my persona as an infatuated yet fragile character. Qi Xiaoqing made her way to the balcony, her gaze falling upon Su Tao's figure as she strolled towards the community entrance. It felt as if she were speaking to the system. Yet it was also a soliloquy, an infatuation that is merely a sickness devoid of allure. Violence, be it through harming others, confinement, or even cannibalism, under the guise of affection and love to unleash the darkness within, is not the essence of a lovesick character, but rather that of a lunatic. The formula for a lovesick persona does not revolve around killing or consuming others. Illness breeds turmoil, while charm evokes affection. It is the combination of both that defines a lovesick character. Should I solely exert pressure on Su Tao, showcasing my terrifying side, I might manipulate her feelings for the original character to keep her close. However, what would the ultimate outcome be? She would shatter, unable to endure. perceiving me as a madman, ultimately losing her sanity or becoming a mere plaything for my whims, with countless subplots but never reaching the one she truly desires. This is not what I wish to achieve. Qi Xiaoqing's gaze turned colder as she watched Su Tao's retreating silhouette. Thus, a crucial step towards earning her affection is to eliminate anyone who obstructs her, one by one. From a distance, a man was conversing with Su Tao at the community security booth. Yiliang, this fellow has audaciously arrived in the very community where I reside. Chapter 61. Crisis. Yiliang arrives. At the entrance of the community, even Su Tao did not anticipate an encounter with Yiliang here. Clad in a suit, he had evidently just finished work. Upon seeing Su Tao, his dissatisfaction was palpable, as if the words "Why did you not heed my advice?" were written plainly on his face. Su Tao instinctively recoiled, hastily glancing at her phone to review the conversation history with Yiliang. It turned out that over the past 3 days, Yiliang had intermittently sent her messages, most of which were met with perfunctory responses from Qi Xiaoqing. Repeated inquiries had been brushed aside with excuses of illness and the need for care. This morning, however, Yiliang had imperatively commanded her to meet him at his company. At that time, Su Tao was still in her room, and Qi Xiaoqing had, as usual, declined the request. The consequence, it seemed, was to incite the ire of this formidable man. Yiliang strode forward, his voice resonating like thunder. "What are you looking at on your phone? Why did you not listen to me?" Su Tao pressed her lips together, meeting his gaze directly, and echoed the lie woven by Qi Xiaoqing. "Did I not mention? Xiaoqing is unwell, and I am taking care of her. Is that the reason you chose not to come to my office?" Yiliang reached out to grasp Su Tao's shoulder. To his surprise, she instinctively stepped back to evade him. The assertive Yiliang raised his chin, his displeasure palpable. His hand lunged once more, forcefully. Smack. This time, Su Tao resolutely swatted his hand away. Yiliang maintained a steady tone. "What do you mean by that? And what do you mean?" she retorted. Su Tao voiced her objections, standing her ground before Yiliang's tall and robust figure, unwavering in her stance. Yiliang stepped forward, demanding, "Say that again. What's the matter?" A glimmer of tears welled in Su Tao's eyes, seemingly a release of the burdens she had borne over the past few days, as she exclaimed, "What do you mean, just because of this incident? Is there something wrong with me caring for Xiaoqing when she fell ill? She is fully capable of taking care of herself. Why should I be the one to look after her? You are perfectly capable as well. So why must I come to your office and serve as your maid?" Su Tao defiantly raised her chin, continuing, "Yes, you believe Xiaoqing hinders you, and she may have left you with a poor impression, but can you not consider my feelings for her from a perspective beyond your own? When you need me, I am summoned at your convenience. When I am no longer required, I am dismissed without thought. You expect me to compensate for serving as your maid for 3 days. I agreed, setting aside time to learn how to fulfill that role, to prepare the essentials, to request leave, and to negotiate my schedule with my colleagues and boss in a subservient manner. Oh, you suddenly had the time for those 3 days. So I was expected to comply without a second thought. Did you ever consider me in this arrangement? I had organized everything meticulously, only for you to leave me waiting while you attended to some matters without a word of explanation in advance via WeChat." Holding her phone aloft, she wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes with the back of her hand, declaring, with such behavior, "What right do you have to speak ill of Xiaoqing? Furthermore, I am not your servant. Do not command me as you do your subordinates." The more Su Tao reflected, the angrier she became, unleashing all her past grievances against Yiliang. Yiliang furrowed his brows, gripping one hand tightly. He was acutely aware that Su Tao's words held a ring of truth. Yet, his pride and the accustomed demeanor of someone in a position of power made it intolerable for him to bear such defiance. In a composed tone, he retorted, "How many times must I tell you that I possess ample wealth? Even within the school, a single word from me would deter the principal from acting against you. I can provide you with both time and money. What more do you strive for? Laboring at part-time jobs, striving to learn, and associating with those lackluster friends who squander their days. Are you not working towards a better future? Everything you desire, I can offer you. All you need to do is be my girlfriend, and there is nothing you cannot attain." Yet, the last words caught in his throat, for he noticed Su Tao weeping. Her gaze filled with disappointment as she said, "You profess to care for me, yet you remain oblivious to my desires." Yiliang felt as if struck by lightning. Standing rooted in place, his hand outstretched. "You are far inferior to Xiaoqing." The image of Qi Xiaoqing's sweet smile flashed in his mind. In the span of 3 days, the first 2 were filled with confusion, oppression, and fear, even entailing various forms of coercion from Qi Xiaocheng. However, in the final moments of today, she radiated happiness, warmth, and comfort, an unpretentious charm that had long been her heart's desire. When it came to expressing affection, her sincerity far surpassed his. Without comparison, there could be no pain. This held true for both Su Tao and Yi Liang. He stood there dazed, his mind echoing Su Tao's parting words, "You are far inferior to Xiaocheng." He was reminded of the tumultuous evening of their quarrel, with thunder and rain raging outside. "To me, Xiaocheng is far more significant than you." Qi Xiaocheng. Qi Xiaocheng. Yet again, it's Qi Xiaocheng. It seemed he had sensed a gaze upon him, prompting Yi Liang to abruptly lift his head toward the 5th floor. There stood Qi Xiaocheng, her petite figure poised on the balcony, hands clasped behind her back, a mocking smile tugging at her lips as if ridiculing his disheartened state. This person. Yi Liang's eyes darkened as he strode purposefully toward her. Observing from the security booth, Uncle Zhang, munching on sunflower seeds, couldn't help but murmur, "Ah, to be young is truly wonderful." However, unlike the elder's leisurely demeanor, Qi Xiaocheng remained unfazed as Yi Liang approached. It was the system that grew anxious first. "Host, what should we do? Yi Liang is coming straight over. He is currently the greatest threat to us. Should we lock the door and keep him out? Shall we hastily expend our emotional points to draw a skill for self-defense first?" "Don't panic." Qi Xiaocheng pondered, lowering her head as she inquired, "System, what do you think would happen if I were to stab Yi Liang?" "That would be impossible. After all, he is the male lead, and the world's will would surely intervene. Besides, he's coming directly toward us. If something goes awry, we, the villainous cannon fodder, would be done for. Self-preservation is paramount. The best course is to avoid provoking him." Indeed, the thought of harming him was too far-fetched. "So, shall the host draw a prize first? What is there to fear?" Qi Xiaocheng remained unfazed. "Should Yi Liang resort to violence, simply utter words to provoke me, and I shall enter a state of wrath, amplifying my power tenfold to subdue him." "Host, have I truly incited your anger? Are you certain that I shall not be the first to feel the blade once you succumb to darkness?" "Fear not, my dear sovereign. I seem to have devised a plan in my heart." Qi Xiaocheng turned with a nonchalant demeanor, her gaze directed towards the doorway. At that moment, a resounding thud echoed as the door was forcefully struck. Yi Liang has arrived. Chapter 62. Sovereign, why is your dark transformation skill ineffective? Qi Xiaocheng strolled over leisurely, and upon opening the door, she found Yi Liang standing before her, his presence as oppressive as a brewing storm. At 166 meters. Su Tao is no match for Yi Liang's towering 186 meters. Qi Xiaocheng had to tilt her head back to meet Yi Liang's gaze. "Qi Xiaocheng?" Yi Liang inquired, his eyes narrowing as he scrutinized her unadorned yet charming visage. The anger that initially fueled his words faltered, giving way to a flicker of doubt. During the last basketball match, although Qi Xiaocheng had delivered water, Yi Liang had never truly acknowledged her. In a world that prizes beauty, her face, enhanced by the soft glow of youth, radiated a sheen that left Yi Liang momentarily questioning if this was indeed the same person he had known. Qi Xiaocheng, lacking any intent to conceal her feelings, instead greeted Yi Liang with a bright smile. "I just saw you upstairs, please come in." Her intermediate acting skills activated subtly. Yi Liang furrowed his brow and stepped inside, neglecting to change his shoes, standing at the threshold with an unwavering gaze fixed upon Qi Xiaocheng. "Are you Qi Xiaocheng?" "It is I." Qi Xiaocheng smiled sweetly, a smile that, if directed at Dong Fangyang, would have surely rendered that cynical and proud young master utterly disarmed. Yet, in Yi Liang's eyes, it appeared more as a derision. In an instant, his anger flared. He stepped forward, leaning in with a fierce glare, demanding, "What kind of enchantment have you cast upon Su Tao?" Nevertheless, Qi Xiaocheng's mirth remained undiminished, not even a hint of evasion in her gaze. "What do you mean, Yi Liang? Do you truly believe that with Su Tao advocating for you, I would dare not confront you?" Yi Liang extended a hand, slowly curling his little finger into a fist, fixing his fiery red eyes upon Qi Xiaocheng as he enunciated each word. "This is my final warning to you. Should you dare to appear before Su Tao and me again, I possess ample means to ensure your disappearance." As the heir and president of a prominent family, orchestrating an accident for Qi Xiaocheng would be remarkably simple. His restraint thus far had been a courtesy extended due to Su Tao's protection. However, Qi Xiaocheng's audacity had now breached his boundaries. The aura of authority emanated from him unabashedly. as he sought to witness the same fear and trepidation in Qi Xiaoqing's expression that he had once seen, hoping to shatter her facade. Yet, as his words hung in the air, Qi Xiaoqing did not so much as blink. Her gaze, however, gradually grew colder, the semblance of normalcy she had feigned beginning to retract. What did you say? Qi Xiaoqing narrowed her eyes. I said I refuse. In a swift motion, Yi Liang's previously raised hand lunged towards Qi Xiaoqing. In an instant, he seized her neck, effortlessly lifting her off the ground. With her feet dangling, Qi Xiaoqing struggled for breath, her complexion tinged with a faint flush. Yet, her expression bore no trace of fear or trepidation. Instead, a more sinister smile crept across her face. Yi Liang, if you possess any courage, then end my life right here. Yi Liang tightened his grip momentarily, his countenance swiftly shifting before ultimately casting Qi Xiaoqing onto the ground. The matters concerning me and Su Tao are not for you to meddle with. Before he could finish his sentence, Qi Xiaoqing interrupted him. Why can't I intervene? She retorted, clearing her throat as she rose from the ground, clutching her neck. Her crimson eyes fixated intensely on Yi Liang. She resembled a cornered beast, gasping for air, her terrifying smile juxtaposed against her otherwise charming visage, creating an unsettling dissonance. At that moment, she embodied the essence of a twisted obsession. The once radiant red glow of her eyes had dimmed, leaving a lackluster impression, while her demeanor exuded power. It lacked a certain grace. Nevertheless, Yi Liang found himself momentarily immobilized by Qi Xiaoqing's anguished outburst. With his brows furrowed, he declared, I have made it clear that I could never be attracted to someone like you. Your interference with me and Su Tao will only intensify my aversion. His tone was less aggressive than before. It was evident to anyone that Qi Xiaoqing was in an abnormal state. Does this mean he harbors such feelings for me? She mused, before erupting into laughter, her voice spiraling into madness. Yes, whether you like me or not is irrelevant. I never expected you to. But Su Tao is a different story. Only her, you must not. Qi Xiaoqing shouted. As if suddenly struck by a thought, she paused for a moment, realizing that this was indeed a golden opportunity. Clearly, her frenzy startled Yi Liang, who, despite his worldly experience, felt an ominous premonition creeping in, causing his scalp to tingle. Instinctively, he took a step back. What on earth are you saying? Qi Xiaoqing tilted her head with a smile, her hand, which had been hidden behind her, slowly revealing itself. In her grasp was a delicate fruit knife. Yi Liang, how about you remain here forever? Qi Xiaoqing's voice dripped with a strained malice. That way, you will never be able to approach Tao Tao again. She stood her ground, slightly bending forward, poised as if to pounce. Yi Liang reacted swiftly, instinctively adopting a defensive stance. However, Qi Xiaoqing did not charge at him immediately. Anxiously, she called out to the system, System, my performance should exude rage right now. Where's the darkness? I should be embodying a sinister transformation. Activate my skills, or I won't stand a chance against Yi Liang. For a moment, she gathered her composure, caught in a dilemma. Ultimately, with a determined bite of her lip, she continued to channel the remnants of her acting prowess. Yi Liang, you shall remain here. With an exaggerated flourish, she lunged at him. Yet, before her knife could strike, he effortlessly countered her assault, all the while furiously exclaiming, Qi Xiaoqing, have you lost your mind? Indeed, I have lost my mind. I shall sever your hands and feet, ensuring you cannot take a single step beyond this room, thus preventing you from ever approaching Su Tao again. Qi Xiaoqing trembled, attempting to summon her anger and embrace the darkness. Yet she discovered that the system's abilities had failed to activate. A gentle push sent her staggering back several paces. Confusion enveloped her. She could trigger her dark transformation in the presence of Si Chun, yet before the even more detestable Yi Liang, she faltered. Determined, she resolved to try once more. However, as she took a step forward, her left foot stumbled over her right. She fell flat on the ground, her small knife slipping from her grasp. Ironically, no matter how she wielded the blade, she could not touch Yi Liang, and now, it fortuitously lodged itself into his thigh. The usually brooding young master's face contorted in agony. As her plan spiraled awry, Qi Xiaoqing's expression grew stiff. The system had proven ineffective. She was truly rendered powerless. She had intended to play the role of a Yandera and darken her essence, aiming to instill fear in Yi Liang, even if she could not keep him forever. Yet, where had her acting skills, which even Yichen could not see through, gone? Where was her tenfold battle strength in darkness? Oh, system, come forth and lend a hand. Your skills have faltered. Chapter 63. Her Yandera target is Su Tao. In Qi Xiaoqing's original script, She was to feign the role of a Yandere, perhaps delving deeper into darkness to evoke a tremor of fear in him, thereby temporarily diverting his attention from her connection with Su Tao, all while harvesting a wave of emotional currency. Thus, Yi Liang's attention would shift from Su Tao to herself. It would be most effective to create an impression of being formidable enough that even he, the son of fortune, would retreat. What Qi Xiaoqing desired was to alter Yi Liang's perception of her, as he had perpetually harbored disdain, constantly targeting her. If he were to feel intimidated, she could then deliberately exhibit a distancing from Su Tao, which might lead him to overlook her. As long as he refrained from excessively interfering with her role as Su Tao's ordinary female friend, Qi Xiaoqing would have ample opportunities to sway her beloved Tao Tao. However, Qi Xiaoqing could hardly fathom that the intermediate acting skills she employed were becoming increasingly difficult for her to maintain. Could it be that Yi Liang's protagonist aura was so overpowering that it diminished her capabilities? Clearly, her performances in front of Su Tao and Si Chun had posed no issues. She had convincingly embodied a delusional character before. So why were there so many flaws this time? Plans often falter in the face of unforeseen changes. And she certainly did not anticipate a malfunction in the system at this juncture. Presently, the knife had slipped from her grasp and inadvertently struck someone in the thigh. Well, she might as well continue to feign unconsciousness. Qi Xiaoqing serenely closed her eyes, one hand concealed beneath her abdomen, ever ready to procure another knife from the system's marketplace should an unexpected situation arise. Alas, the system has betrayed me. Host, the acting skill has been in continuous use. You cannot blame me for this. Then why, in my fury, did I not succumb to darkness? Mother hen. Furthermore, can feigned anger truly be considered genuine anger? The system indicated its reluctance to bear the blame, given the circumstances. Qi Xiaoqing's dizziness after her fall had become an undeniable reality. After enduring a bout of agony, Yi Liang gritted his teeth. His gaze filled with trepidation as he looked at Qi Xiaoqing. This individual turned out to be a true Yandere. Yi Liang had a modicum of understanding of the second dimension, albeit limited. He had never contemplated taking drastic measures against Qi Xiaoqing. At most, he intended to intimidate and control her. Yet, to his astonishment, she appeared to harbor intentions of harming him. Did she wish to bind him to this place eternally? Gradually, the anger in Yi Liang's eyes dissipated, the pain restoring his clarity of thought, directing his focus towards healing. He summoned a private physician, who provided rudimentary treatment before Yi Liang's attention shifted to Qi Xiaoqing, now slumbering on the sofa under the care of the nurse. He tapped his index finger rhythmically on the table, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on her adorable visage. This was not the Qi Xiaoqing he remembered. She bore no resemblance at all. She was a far cry from the short, clumsy girl whose makeup was thicker than the grime on the soles of shoes. If it weren't for the absurdity of the thought, Yi Liang would have been inclined to believe that she had undergone a complete transformation, inside and out. Humans are inherently visual beings. When beauty transcends a certain threshold, being short morphs into petite, and awkwardness transforms into endearing clumsiness. Her relentless interference with his relationship with Su Tao had escalated to an obsessive fixation. Was her intense affection for him the reason she had once targeted Su Tao, even severing their sisterly bond? And now, what could possibly motivate her to reconnect with Su Tao? Yi Liang pondered these questions, his expression remaining grim. A significant reason for his affection towards Su Tao was her distinctive charm, which set her apart from ordinary girls. Gentle, meticulous, resilient, and unyielding to the allure of wealth and power, she radiates a sanctity akin to the luminous glow of the moon, evoking a sense of reverence that precludes any thought of desecration. Such a girl, Yi Liang believes, is truly one of a kind in this vast world. Yet now, the individual sprawled upon the sofa before him is, paradoxically, the very person whom he perceives as unique, and whom this extraordinary girl cherishes. Observing Qi Xiaoqing, Yi Liang's expression darkens with increasing gravity. He remains seated in the living room until dusk descends, lost in contemplation, while Qi Xiaoqing bears an immense weight of pressure. She has been waiting for Yi Liang to leave so that she might feign slumber and evade the situation. However, he persists in waiting for her to awaken. After enduring an additional half an hour, Qi Xiaoqing finds herself compelled to rise, only to meet the depths of his gaze, which fills her with trepidation. Yi Liang raises an eyebrow, inquiring with a hint of mockery, "Your expression suggests you have returned to your senses. What is this? Do you not wish to keep me here?" Qi Xiaoqing lowers her head, refraining from responding. Yi Liang scoffs, "Speak up. Since you harbor such disdain for Su Tao, What is your true intention in drawing near her? Intention? Qi Xiaoqing, half her eyes obscured by her bangs, feigns a sinister demeanor as she gazes at Yi Liang. Of course, it is to take her away from you. Take away? Yi Liang blinks in confusion, seemingly unable to comprehend her words. Qi Xiaoqing chuckles, indeed. You are quite concerned about Su Tao, and I intend to seize her from your grasp and make her my possession. Upon hearing this, Yi Liang abruptly rises, incredulous. Take her away? You? A girl? What of it? Regardless, you shall not be with her. Ah ha ha ha. Yi Liang laughed heartily, mockingly gazing at Qi Xiaoqing. I truly commend your ingenuity in concocting such a scheme. Su Tao is not the type of girl. She will undoubtedly favor me and will certainly marry me in the future. You. Qi Xiaoqing's crimson eyes suddenly deepened, an undercurrent of madness seeping through. What did you say? The shift in her demeanor was stark. As if Yi Liang uttered another word, she would leap at him in a frenzied confrontation. Yi Liang himself was taken aback by the intensity of Qi Xiaoqing's reaction upon the mention of Su Tao. I merely alluded to her. Yet you appear on the verge of a transformation. Do you truly harbor such affections for me? A complex glimmer flickered in Yi Liang's eyes as he grappled with how to navigate the situation with Qi Xiaoqing. Should he issue a warning? Given her current state, it seemed futile. Resorting to harsh measures? If Su Tao were to discover any inkling of hostility, the already tenuous relationship would likely shatter completely. At that moment, Dong Fangyang or Si Chun could seize the opportunity, leaving Yi Liang with no chance whatsoever. Perhaps he should simply disregard her? No, that was not an option. He could not ascertain what action she might take against Su Tao. Even if she harbored feelings for him, she must be sidelined. Her dangerously obsessive tendencies posed a substantial threat. His possessiveness over Su Tao was no less than that which Qi Xiaoqing exhibited. However, that single remark was akin to a dagger, piercing through the thin veil of pretense enveloping Qi Xiaoqing. The emotions she had previously concealed erupted forth, her crimson eyes transforming into a bewitching and aggressive slit pupil. Yi Liang. With a swift motion, Qi Xiaoqing brandished a knife, stepping forward decisively to thrust it towards Yi Liang's waist. It was only at this moment that Yi Liang began to comprehend the situation. This individual had merely been acting all along. Her ailing paramour was Su Tao. In a sudden rush, the blade aimed directly at his midsection approached with such speed that Yi Liang barely had time to react. He managed to twist his body just in time, but the fabric of his suit was still torn, a crimson thread spilling forth from the tip of the knife. You wretched fiend! Yi Liang sidestepped, lowering his head slightly, only to meet the gaze of Qi Xiaoqing, whose vertical pupils glimmered with a hint of crimson, resembling a frenzied, fierce feline. In the blink of an eye, Qi Xiaoqing tossed the knife into the air, deftly catching it with her other hand, and, employing a seamless motion, lunged once more towards Yi Liang. Her petite form moved with remarkable agility. However, Yi Liang, as the male protagonist, was no mere pushover. Startled, he quickly regained his composure and forcefully shoved Qi Xiaoqing's knife-wielding hand aside. In the same breath, he retreated 2 steps to reassess his stance. Like an enraged lion, he thought to himself, initially, I refrained from acting on Su Tao's pleas, yet you dare to vie for her affection. This is entirely your own doing. What threat could a diminutive girl of merely 1.5 meters pose? Given her earlier feeble attacks, Yi Liang was confident that if he could subdue her once, he could effortlessly do so again. Striding forward, he reached out with an imposing demeanor, intending to grasp Qi Xiaoqing's neck, only to be taken aback at the sight of her delicate, soft hand blocking his advance. With a delicate grip, her small hand effortlessly seized Yi Liang's wrist, rendering his every attempt to advance futile. How could her strength be so formidable? It was incomprehensible, especially since she had not exhibited such power moments before. In his shock, a sudden crack echoed, followed by a hoarse scream. Ah! In one swift motion, Qi Xiaoqing dislocated his entire arm with a twist of his wrist. No, no, no. Yi Liang recoiled in terror, beads of cold sweat cascading down his face, his breath a chaotic tempest. How could such a slender figure possess such immense strength? Moreover, Yi Liang's gaze fell upon the advancing Qi Xiaoqing, and he could not suppress a gulp. At that moment, her chestnut hair hung disheveled, partially obscuring her cheek, leaving only one eye visible beneath her tousled bangs, its pupil elongated and glowing with a sinister red glimmer. The hand that gripped the small knife hung limply at her side, crimson droplets trickling from the blade's tip. Drip drop, the liquid fell, painting the floor with a vivid crimson rose. It was soon overshadowed by a looming shadow as her small feet trampled upon the blossoms, advancing step by step towards him. The darkness had intensified, Eightfold. Tao Tao, she belongs to me. Qi Xiaocheng whispered with a chilling fervor, and in an instant, she lunged forward. Damn it. Yu Liang nearly tumbled as he scrambled towards the door, shouting, "What are you all doing outside? Get in here and help." The door to the room remained ajar, and the bodyguards dutifully stood guard outside. Upon hearing Yu Liang's frantic call, the suited man who had pursued Qi Xiaocheng in the basement abruptly burst in. He cast a fleeting glance at the darkened Qi Xiaocheng, only to see his young master frantically fleeing with one arm clutched tightly, a long, crimson wound marring his waist. Yi Liang glared fiercely at the man in the suit, urging, "What are you waiting for? Go eliminate that scoundrel." Me? The suited man, meeting Qi Xiaocheng's peculiar vertical pupils, was instantly gripped by terror. One of the effects of cat-like eyes was to instill fear in those who made eye contact. This fellow was clearly not right. The suited man felt a chill run down his spine and, without a second thought, hoisted Yu Liang and fled. "Young master, we should head to the hospital first. After years in this profession, I have no desire to strike a woman." Until their departure, Qi Xiaocheng did not pursue them, only regaining her senses belatedly before collapsing in exhaustion at the entrance. As her eyes gradually regained their clarity, Qi Xiaocheng exhaled, realizing her impulsiveness. "Host, have you recovered? I was never truly in danger." Qi Xiaocheng peeked her head out and glanced at the corridor's surveillance camera, relieved that her darkened powers had activated at a critical moment, albeit inconsistently, which was quite vexing. "System, do you think it was because Yi Liang mentioned Su Tao? Perhaps her male lead aura was diluted by the female lead aura, allowing me to unleash my darkened powers at that pivotal moment? Host, could it be possible that you have not realized, even slightly, I mean, just a tad, that you possess a hint of Yandra tendencies, which triggered your darkened powers?" "Huh?" Qi Xiaocheng scoffed. "Am I not aware of whether or not I'm a Yandra? Regardless of the dependency, possessiveness, or exclusion I exhibit, it's all a conscious act on my part, you know. I am certainly not a Yandra." Qi Xiaocheng waved her hand, appearing perfectly normal. "All right. Let us not dwell on this matter. I am well aware of my own circumstances. Rather, it is worth noting that whether during the last incident or this one, the activation of the dark transformation ability renders me exceedingly weak. What could be the reason for this? Although the dark transformation significantly amplifies the host's combat prowess, it essentially compresses the body's potential. Once the dark state dissipates, the negative repercussions of weakness will manifest according to the amplification ratio." "I see," Qi Xiaocheng exhaled, her expression growing increasingly complex. "Truth be told, the real trouble lies ahead. This dark transformation not only leaves me feeble afterward, but it also impairs my rationality. Otherwise, I would not have acted so impulsively just now. At this point, even Tao Dao may not be able to save me. Given the recent circumstances, it is no exaggeration to say that I have reached an irreconcilable conflict with Yi Liang. Confronting one of the male protagonists as a mere antagonist is indeed a formidable challenge. Host, it would be wise to act promptly. Yi Liang's character will undoubtedly seek revenge. Perhaps you could enlist the help of the female lead. Su Tao? Absolutely not." Qi Xiaocheng's voice was resolute. That individual previously attempted to coerce Tao Dao into becoming her maid. Having torn away the facade, she will undoubtedly impose restrictions on Tao Dao. However, this also presents an opportunity. Qi Xiaocheng retrieved her phone, murmuring as she gazed at Su Tao's WeChat avatar. The rift between herself and Yi Liang had widened, intensifying their conflict. As the object of contention, Su Tao, despite her intentions to remain uninvolved, would inevitably face a choice. Would she side with me? Should I still harbor some affection for Yi Liang? Tao Tao, you simply cannot choose Yi Liang. Qi Xiaocheng's eyes flashed with a crimson glimmer as she navigated through Cheng Doctor's alternate account. She devised a new scheme to incite discord between Su Tao and Yi Liang. However, prior to that, I require a bodyguard. A bodyguard? The system expressed its perplexity. Host, although you have accumulated 635 emotional points, including the few hundred provided by Yi Liang, you cannot purchase a person from the store. Shall I suggest the other male lead, Yichen? Yichen is still not to be trusted. Qi Xiaocheng shook her head and accessed a contact on WeChat. Invincible brother. All right, I will be home by midnight. To be honest, she did not wish to involve her brother. Yet, plans often fall prey to unforeseen changes. Qi Xiaocheng scrolled back to Cheng Doctor's alternate account and slowly composed a message to Su Tao. So, in the matter between Yi Liang and myself, Tao Tao, will you choose me? Will you indeed, or perhaps not? Chapter 65. Finding a psychologist for Xiao Cheng, it seemed as though a telepathic connection existed. Just as Xiao Cheng used Cheng Doctor's account to send a message of concern to Su Tao, Su Tao simultaneously expressed her worries. Cheng Doctor, I have confirmed that Xiao Cheng is indeed a Yandra. She has kept me confined in the house these past few days. What should I do? She probably remains engulfed in confusion. Such occurrences, even the closest of friends, like Tao Tao, might hesitate to disclose. Those who once shared a reasonably amicable relationship, such as Chen Xian or Si Chan, who fancied himself a friend, or perhaps others of whom she is unaware, may also be affected. In the realm of reality, she would likely refrain from divulging this matter, for fear of being subjected to peculiar glances, or worse, being apprehended. Even in the face of such circumstances, she is willing to conceal secrets for my sake. Qi Xiaoqing feels her heart racing, gazing longingly at the WeChat ID of someone named Taozi. As if she could perceive the entangled and perplexed Su Tao on the other end of the phone. Those around her dare not confide in her, leaving their feelings bottled up inside. Online acquaintances are few, and the only person she can rely on, though they are strangers to one another, is Dr. Cheng. This is truly splendid. As Dr. Cheng, I must certainly provide care for the ailing Tao Tao. Naturally, Qi Xiaoqing would not discuss any vulnerabilities, feigning ignorance instead. Miss Taozi, how did she confine you? Haven't you been conversing with me these past few days? Did she take your phone? Yes, indeed. Su Tao, in her dormitory, felt a flicker of relief and excitement on her face. Dr. Cheng, as an expert in the psychology of the lovesick, has astutely deduced her predicament. She continues typing. 3 days ago, I tested whether she was truly lovesick, only to be rendered unconscious by her. Cut off from the outside world until now when I was finally released. Taozi, doctor, what should we do? Is there still hope for Xiaoqing? To this day, she has not relinquished the possibility of treatment in her heart. What if, after all, Dr. Cheng, I cannot say for certain. Theoretically, there remains a chance for treatment. Yet I am unaware of the specific circumstances regarding your friend Xiaoqing, so I cannot draw a conclusion. Dr. Cheng, she can still release you from the confines of the small dark room. From your description, it doesn't seem so severe. Peach, Dr. Cheng, I am in Jiuzhou City. Would you be able to come over to observe Xiaoqing? I will reimburse any necessary expenses along the way. Dr. Cheng, I apologize, but I am currently attending to a very critical patient and cannot spare the time. Peach, is she also a sickly sweet type? Dr. Cheng, yes. The person she loves could not endure her obsession and abandoned her. She attempted to jump off a building yesterday, but we managed to save her just in time. Peach, that sounds serious. Did she really jump? Dr. Cheng, yes, from the 12th floor. Although we caught her, she still sustained a broken leg. I find myself quite troubled by this case. Peach, what should I do now? Dr. Cheng, I recommend that you avoid any stimuli for her. Those who are sickly sweet are often unaware of their condition, and their descent into darkness can escalate. Initially, it may be mild, but it will intensify as they sink deeper. Dr. Cheng, the general approach to treatment is to remain by her side, observing your behavior. No matter what happens, stand by her and refrain from provoking her. Once her emotions stabilize over time, she will come to regard it as normal. At that point, you can gradually attempt to introduce her to others, starting with the lightest interactions and incrementally deepening the connection, supported by medication, until she returns to a state of normalcy. Peach, is there truly no other way? Peach, Dr. Cheng, when will you have time? Dr. Cheng, I should be available in about 3 months. 3 months is quite a long wait. Su Tao sighed. Considering Qi Xiaoqing's current state, it was likely that she would end up in another dispute with Yi Liang. The mere thought of Yi Liang made Su Tao's brows furrow ever so slightly. If the two were to meet, Xiaoqing would undoubtedly slip into a state of obsession. Such a scenario must be avoided at all costs. Su Tao, Dr. Cheng, do you know any other doctors specialized in this field? I would like to consult someone for Xiaoqing. Dr. Cheng, I would not recommend anyone who hasn't specifically studied the rare condition of obsession. If your friend is misdiagnosed with a typical psychological disorder and treated as such, it would truly be a lost cause. At home, Qi Xiaoqing found herself with a headache. As for Dr. Cheng, he could only operate within the confines of the internet. It was reasonable for Su Tao to seek help from a doctor. But she was not truly obsessed. She couldn't allow a doctor to examine her. Si Chun, with his half-baked knowledge of psychology, had already seen through her act. Bringing in a proper licensed psychologist would only expose her unstable intermediate skills. Peach, thank you, doctor. I think I understand now. I have a rather wealthy friend with extensive connections. I will inquire if he can find a suitable specialist. Oh no, could I truly be exposed? A wealthy friend? First, I must rule out that little brat Yiliang. That leaves either Dong Fongyang or Si Chun. Qi Xiaoqing, unable to ponder further, received another message from Su Tao. By the way, Dr. Chung, is there any special medication that can alter the taste of food to make it seem as if it is spoiled, while keeping its appearance intact? Dr. Ching replied, this. I am a psychologist, and I must admit my knowledge in this area is rather limited. Su Tao responded, all right then. Dr. Chung continued, however, if you are certain that your taste buds are functioning properly, it may not necessarily be a matter of medication. It could also be related to the quality of the ingredients. You might want to consult some chef friends for advice. With a sigh, Su Tao acknowledged her lack of close friends. Indeed, it seemed rather troublesome to pursue such matters. A red envelope of 200 yuan was sent her way. Su Tao said, I'm sorry, but I don't have much money at the moment. I'll make sure to compensate you once I receive my part-time paycheck at the end of the month. Qi Xiaoqing accepted the 200 yuan with ease, reminding her, didn't I mention that such payment isn't necessary until we see results? This sum should suffice for our consultations over the coming month. Accepting it will surely put your mind at ease, and you can still reach out to me with any concerns. Su Tao expressed her gratitude. Thank you, doctor. I'll ask around to see if I can find a doctor with expertise in this area. Upon finishing her words, Qi Xiaoqing inhaled sharply. Oh no. Could it be that the truth about my obsession would be unveiled? Chapter 66. The brothers return. Brother Long, I have come to bid you farewell. Qi Song entered the hall, draped in a jacket, shaking off the snowflakes from his hair. His scarred face bore an unsettling appearance. Brother Long, possessing only one ear, shared a similar scarred visage with Qi Song. Qi Song took the cigarette, and as he reached for his lighter, he noticed Long Gu offering a flame. The fierce countenance of Long Gu broke into a hearty smile. In my younger years, I had wronged my parents, severed ties, and ventured into the world, leaving behind only this one younger sister. Long Gu raised an eyebrow, seemingly considering whether he intended to use us as pawns. Qi Song nodded, surmising that the individuals bearing the surname Yi were indeed those dispatched by Yi Liang. Should I proceed with full force, Long Gu? You must deliberate on this matter, he advised. Are you leaving this late? Long Gu inquired. Indeed, I've purchased a high-speed rail ticket, Qi Song replied. Long Gu gazed at him in astonishment. Songzi, have I not treated you well over the past 2 years? Surely several million should suffice for a vehicle? Qi Song scratched his head sheepishly. My younger sister has always been frail. She suffered several psychological traumas in her earlier years. Remember that formidable doctor I met back in my hometown? He mentioned that treatment requires substantial funds. I have devoted all my earnings over the past 2 years to assist in her treatment. Long Gu furrowed his brow. What kind of injuries could warrant millions? You aren't being deceived, are you? Qi Song reassured him, I don't believe so. He frequently updates me on my sister's condition and provides various photographs. Just the other day, during a video call, she appeared quite spirited. Moreover, isn't money meant to be spent? My sister's improved complexion indicates that the funds were well utilized. It's inconsequential. All right, thank you, Long Gu. After dispatching Qi Song, Long Gu lit another cigarette and tapped his fingers on the table. Shortly thereafter, another subordinate entered. Long Gu, what are your instructions? Send someone to investigate the doctor contacted by Qi Song and discern the nature of their dealings. Additionally, there are a few disabled fellows in the gang who have been expressing a desire to find some work. Indeed, my younger brother nodded, explaining that they were dispatched to oversee the warehouse, yet they claimed it was exceedingly dull and wished to continue idling like Deputy Hall Master Qi, asserting that their disabilities were inconsequential. A stubborn bunch. Brother Long flicked the ash from his cigarette and instructed them to go to Qi Song's hometown, advising them to cultivate a plot of land there for their retirement, under the pretense of protecting Qi Song's parents. Off you go. After speaking, Brother Long took another drag from his cigarette and gazed out the window, his expression heavy. Jiuzhou City is the stronghold of the Yi family. This could prove troublesome. As time passed, after a lengthy journey of 7 hours, Qi Song and 10 of his younger brothers entered the territory of Jiuzhou City. It was now 3 a.m. Although the 3 younger brothers sharing the car with Qi Song were fatigued, a glimmer of anticipation remained on their faces. Song Gu, we will arrive at your home in half an hour. What is your sister's name? Orange, is it? Will she call me brother as well? The driver, a dark-skinned man, appeared to be in high spirits. Qi Song chuckled in jest. If you dare to have thoughts about my little sister, just watch me break your legs. Hey, that has quite a statement. Liang He shrugged. We are brothers, so naturally, your sister is like my sister. At my age, I have no family, and it seems unlikely I'll find a wife. Is it too much to wish for my sister to call me brother? Get lost. At your age, you're old enough to be an uncle. I'm only 28. How can I be an uncle? I'm still young. Chi-song spoke with a serious demeanor, stating, "Let me make this clear beforehand. If we truly encounter anyone, refrain from mentioning any gang-related matters, understood? The brothers here are merely acquainted through hard labor." He continued, however, "It has been nearly 3 years since I last saw my little sister. I wonder how she is faring now. I hope she does not despise me for being a cripple." "Song, the brothers have already headed to the hotel," came a voice. "Wait a moment." Chi-song, sitting in the car, squinted and halted Liang He, who was about to exit. Noticing Chi-song's grave expression, Liang He flicked the headlights twice, causing the doors of the other 2 vehicles that had just opened to shut once more. They were being watched. Chi-song turned his head and noticed 2 burly men at a roadside stall, indulging in late-night snacks. Across the street, a figure wrapped in a padded coat was slumbering on a bench, clearly an outsider, glancing over intermittently, his gaze and head turning this way. Liang He's voice grew somber. "There are only 3 individuals visible from our vantage point. We just arrived, and they've already taken notice of us. Did they fixate on us so swiftly upon entering Jiuzhou City? It seems they are targeting my little sister." Chi-song's expression darkened. He had initially assumed that the trouble his sister, Chi Xiaoqing, referred to merely involved some local ruffians. He was shocked to realize the situation was far more dire than he had envisioned. "Song, what shall we do?" Chapter 67. I fell into the water with Yi Liang. "Who will you save?" Chi-song sat in the passenger seat, his head bowed in contemplation. He was uncertain as to why these individuals were fixated on his sister, or the extent of the bullying mentioned in the WeChat messages. Lost in thought, he raised his gaze, his eyes suddenly icy. Regardless of the circumstances, this group of individuals undoubtedly harbors ill intentions towards the younger sister, and they must not be allowed to remain. I will disembark shortly. You all should move the vehicle and ascertain whether there are any hidden sentinels. If not, apprehend these 3 individuals. Understood. Liang He nodded, and the others swiftly commenced their actions. Chi-song stood at the entrance of the community, lighting a cigarette while perusing his phone. He contemplated calling Chi Xiaoqing to inquire about her well-being, but reconsidered, thinking it might disturb her slumber. Thus, he opted to remain there, braving the cold wind. Fortunately, it was not snowing at that moment, and his jacket provided a semblance of warmth against the chill. After standing there for nearly half an hour, Liang He sent a message. "Songgu, no sentinels found." Chi-song's gaze turned frosty. "Then we'll take them all down and interrogate them to uncover who sent them." Liang He replied, "Could this provoke an alert? What if it's a misunderstanding? What if they are not surveilling Xiaoqing? Wouldn't that be even better?" Chi-song chuckled softly. "I am not here to seek out my sister. I am merely passing through. Remember to keep an eye on the roadside cameras." "Understood, Songgu. Regardless of the situation, we shall proceed." Chi-song cast another glance at the robust men before striding into the community. He felt reassured with his subordinates handling the matter. If those individuals were indeed dispatched to monitor his sister, the situation had escalated dangerously, making it wiser to escort her back to Lizzie City, where he would have the advantage of familiarity and safety. Without disturbing the slumbering security guard, Chi-song deftly maneuvered through the gate and soon arrived at his doorstep. He entered the electronic passcode and opened the door. Chi-song refrained from turning on the lights, stealthily slipping inside, as if he were a thief. As I illuminated the room with my flashlight, I discovered a thermos resting on the table, beneath which lay a note inscribed in elegant handwriting. "Dear brother, there is hot water in the thermos, and the rice cooker has warmed up some food for you." The living room was devoid of anyone. Yet the air conditioning unit hinted that Chi Xiaoqing had already retired for the night. Chi-song ventured into the kitchen and lifted the lid of the rice cooker, revealing not only warm rice, but also several sausages and vegetables neatly arranged on a plate, all heated atop the rice. Clutching the thermos, Chi-song felt a sudden warmth in his eyes. Despite having endured countless hardships without shedding a tear, he found himself momentarily choked with emotion. He swiftly cradled the rice cooker and proceeded towards the door to gather his group of friends, leading them to a nearby restaurant for a meal, proudly boasting, "How did you know my sister left me food?" Meanwhile, Chi Xiaoqing savored the cool air of the air conditioning, blissfully sleeping through the night until dawn. "Yichen, not yet. I only saw the message after waking up. I sensed something was amiss on your end, so I wanted to check in." Upon reading the message, Chi Xiaoqing exhaled in relief. Thank goodness. It seems Su Tao has sought Yichen's assistance. If that is the case, there's no need to worry. Just hire a psychologist as she suggested, but when the examination occurs, your doctor must collaborate with me to fabricate a false medical record for her. Yichen, are you sure? Su Tao mentioned specific requirements when I inquired about finding a doctor, particularly concerning your, mental health issues. Qi Xiaochen, I understand. She merely wants to engage a psychologist to assess whether my Yandera tendencies can be treated. Yichen could be considered quite a reliable ally. Having previously come to evaluate his own situation, Qi Xiaocheng was clear in her heart and decided to speak candidly. However, Yichen was taken aback. Wait, do you realize that you are a Yandera? Isn't it said that Yanderas are unaware of their own nature? Qi Xiaocheng replied, Of course, I am not a Yandera. Yichen exclaimed, What? Qi Xiaocheng continued, Now that we're on the same page, I won't hide anything from you if you need my assistance. Last time we were together, I was merely acting. Yichen was bewildered. Huh. Qi Xiaocheng explained, Why are you so surprised? If I were truly a Yandera, it wouldn't have been as simple as just scratching your face last time. Yichen countered, No, seriously. If it weren't for my quick reflexes, my face would have been severely injured. And that frenzied state you were in. How can you claim you're not a Yandera? Yichen fell silent for a moment, contemplating whether to call Qi Xiaocheng again to confess his feelings for Su Tao and gauge her reaction. Yet, feeling the lingering pain in his back, he dismissed the thought. The notion that a Yandera is unaware of their identity seemed accurate. This girl truly believed she was merely performing. Seated at his computer, Yichen's expression shifted rapidly. Finally, he messaged her. So your idea is for me to find a psychologist for you, and then in front of Su Tao, declare that you are indeed a Yandera, and quite severely so? Qi Xiaocheng replied, Precisely. It would be best if you could present some case of psychological trauma to give Su Tao the impression that if she leaves me, I would perish before her eyes, just like a true Yandera. You understand, right? Yichen, I truly cannot distinguish. I am utterly confused. Yichen sighed. I believe I comprehend your thoughts now. Apart from matters concerning Su Tao, is there anything else? Qi Xiaocheng. Oh, indeed there is. Yichen, pray, enlighten me. Qi Xiaocheng. I had a falling out with Yelyong. You ought to take care of him. What? I haven't seen you for just a few days. And such a significant issue has arisen. Yichen gazed at the chat records, inevitably questioning his life choices. Was selecting Qi Xiaocheng truly the right decision? He felt as though he had boarded a pirate ship. Qi Xiaocheng. Then you should guide Su Tao, belittling Yelyong while elevating my status. Yichen, very well. I understand what I must do. Humph, even the psychologist is on my side. How shall you escape from my grasp, Tao Tao? First, let us administer a strong dose. Qi Xiaocheng immediately opened Su Tao's WeChat contact. Tao Tao, good morning. Upon waking up without you by my side, I find it quite unsettling. On the day you departed, Yelyong also reached out to me, and we had a minor disagreement. Therefore, I have a question to pose to you. If both Yelyong and I were to fall into water simultaneously, whom would you rescue? Chapter 68. Tao Tao, I have been watching you all along. Qianqian. In the dormitory, Su Tao sprang out of bed early in the morning, hurriedly approaching Qianqian, presenting the content from her phone. Why on earth would Xiaoqing pose such a question to me? If Yelyong and I fell into the water, whom would you save? Isn't this just the classic dilemma of your mother and your girlfriend falling into the water? In contrast to Su Tao's bewildered panic, Qianqian merely cast a casual glance before resuming her application of the facial mask. Her tone remained composed. What else could it be? Qi Xiaocheng had fallen ill again. Su Tao's voice was laced with conflict. For her, it truly was a case of one wave crashing after another. She had only just emerged from the dark confines of yesterday's troubles. And now Qi Xiaocheng presented yet another issue. The relentless tide of pressure enveloped her, akin to a constricting serpent. Do you have feelings for Yelyong? Qianqian inquired, glancing at Su Tao. Su Tao bit her lip, initially shaking her head, but hesitated mid-motion. There was a hint of fondness, yet it could hardly be described as affection. Qianqian internally sighed in displeasure, but maintained her composure. Following Qi Xiaocheng's earlier instructions, she remarked, You are foolish. What use is it to be so concerned about Yelyong? Su Tao gazed at her in confusion. Qianqian turned away, gently peeling the mask from her face, and sincerely stated, Logically, I ought not to interfere with your choices, but as your close friend, I simply cannot bear to see you this way. I fail to comprehend what is so admirable about you, Liang. Qianqian began to enumerate her points. Look, he summons you with a wave of his hand, never bestowing upon you a pleasant demeanor. Each time, It's you who rushes to meet him at his behest, taking a taxi merely because he called. Why doesn't he come to you? At least Dongfang Yang drove his sports car right to your dormitory. What does that say about Yi Liang's attitude? He doesn't even reimburse your taxi fare. Professing affection and offering everything one desires. Yet where are the actions? What a farce of aloofness and dominance. Apart from his handsome visage, what else is there? I truly cannot fathom what draws you to Yi Liang. At that moment, a roommate, still ensconced in slumber, stretched out a hand and interjected, Taozi, Yi Liang is truly not worth your concern. You are so exceptional. You could easily choose from the finest of families. Chen Qian cast a sidelong glance at her roommate, feeling a sense of disquiet wash over her. She found herself lost in contemplation. Why had she once harbored such deep affection for Yi Liang, even to the point of opposing Su Tao? After experiencing the efficacy of the little blackhead removal pill from Qi Xiaocheng, Chen Qian had entirely shifted her allegiance and become a staunch supporter of Qi Xiaocheng. As she relinquished her entanglement with Yi Liang, a sense of unease began to surface. In high school, she had always pressed her warm cheek against Yi Liang's cold demeanor. Yet there had never been any extraordinary encounters. Why had she been so irrationally infatuated with him? The mere sight of Su Tao had her feeling compelled to confront her. As if enchanted, something felt amiss. However, after some reflection, she chose to dismiss her concerns, now delighting in watching Su Tao grapple with her own predicament with Qi Xiaocheng. Gently patting her dear friend's shoulder, Chen Qian spoke earnestly, Sister, face reality. You claim Qi Xiaocheng is disturbingly obsessed, yet at least he genuinely cares for you, does he not? With such adorable charm, he effortlessly captivates all. And I cannot even bear to imagine the bliss of falling asleep in those slender arms. Upon hearing this, Su Tao cast a wistful glance at Chen Qian. Are you serious? Chen Qian chuckled lightly. I was merely jesting from your perspective. Su Tao felt a twinge of discomfort within her heart. Given the way Qi Xiaocheng treats herself, it would be prudent to distance oneself from her. Yet, upon hearing Chen Qian express a desire to hold her while sleeping, an inexplicable discomfort arose within me, as if something that rightfully belonged to me was being taken away. Is this not a matter of life and death? It seems that the one at stake is Yi Liang's life. Chen Qian remarked that Qi Xiaocheng is a yandere, and if one wishes to care for her emotions, there are no alternatives. One can only choose to save her, albeit with the option of determining the depth of that involvement. What does that imply? As she spoke, Chen Qian snapped her fingers, suggesting that such an action would endear Qi Xiaocheng to you even more. Su Tao listened, dumbfounded. Chen Qian, how do you understand this so well when you've never been in a relationship? Thank you. I feel enlightened, Chen Qian chuckled. I read a lot of novels, and I merely regurgitate answers from the comment sections. Su Tao hesitated. Chen Qian reminded her, the crux of the matter lies in the preceding statement. Qi Xiaocheng and Yi Liang have had a falling out, and if both harbor feelings for you, this dilemma presents itself for resolution. Su Tao swallowed hard, pondering. But isn't she merely referring to a small, minor disagreement? In the presence of a yandere, even the slightest discord can be magnified. Chen Qian sighed. Do you recall what my uncle mentioned to you last time? Become a doctor? Exactly, Chen Qian nodded. You can either admit Qi Xiaocheng into a psychiatric facility for treatment, or endeavor to accept and soothe her. The roommate, who had been sleeping, poked her head out, remarking that mental hospitals are far from pleasant. Wasn't there a news report about a child sent to a school for internet addiction who ultimately lost his life? The parents wept as they received a compensation of $1 million. Aren't mental hospitals of a similar nature? It appeared to present two options, yet in reality, there was no choice at all. Observing Su Tao's pained expression, Chen Qian gave a thumbs up to the roommate, who responded with a knowing smile, an unspoken understanding lingering between them. At that moment, Su Tao's phone vibrated once more. Chen Qian glanced at it and exclaimed, Look, Taozi, Yi Liang is looking for you. It was a message from Yi Liang. Su Tao, what happened last time was my fault. I have something important to discuss with you. I'm at the office. Could you come over? Chen Qian shrugged, lamenting. Here we go again. He wants you to go to him, and his apology is merely my fault. Truly, he is the quintessential domineering CEO. Su Tao bit her lip, her grip on the phone tightening. Chen Qian added fuel to the fire. Come on, stop overthinking it. Yi Liang is a wealthy heir, surrounded by countless beauties. Perhaps you are just a passing fancy to him, something he doesn't truly care about. The impact of such words is immense for any girl. The prolonged verbal insinuations, the pressure from the external environment, and the common topics of those around her All of these were stimuli to Su Tao's nerves. As all these feelings converged and ignited, memories began to swirl like the wind. The beautiful moments she had subconsciously shielded herself from began to resurface, as the surrounding conversations gradually echoed in her mind. Perhaps, indeed, Yiliang did not care for her at all. He has always summoned and scolded himself, never showing any concern. When he was locked in a small dark room by Xiaocheng for 3 days, she took no action. Instead, upon their next encounter, she hurled accusations at him. If he truly cared, why did he not seek him out then? Moreover, now, a mere apology escapes his lips. Yet he expects him to serve like a subordinate at his company. How did Xiaocheng express her remorse for her wrongdoings? With tearful eyes, she clutched her sleeves tightly, eternally consumed by self-reproach, humbly pleading with herself not to abandon her. A faint, towering shadow that once occupied a fragment of her heart has been utterly severed. Chen Qian and her roommate quietly observed Su Tao, their lips curling into icy smiles. Behind them lingered a small figure with chestnut hair, resembling a ghostly shadow, hovering nearby. Chapter 69. Let us go on a date. No. The two characters starkly illuminated Yi Liang's phone screen, as if Su Tao herself stood before him, delivering a stinging slap. His face burned with embarrassment. It must be her, Xiaocheng. Yi Liang's expression hardened, instinctively shielding his waist. He had narrowly escaped a dire fate. Though fortunate to have eluded disaster, he could not fathom how Xiaocheng possessed such strength. If it were not for her, Su Tao would not have become what she is now, a lovesick maiden. Initially, he believed Xiaocheng's obsession stemmed from her affection for him, never imagining that. As a girl, she had always harbored feelings for Su Tao. In retrospect, her actions over the past 2 months began to make sense, for this individual was, after all, utterly deranged. Young master. A bodyguard entered the room and lowered his head to report that an incident had occurred. All 3 of the sentinels monitoring Qi Xiaocheng's neighborhood had been eliminated. Eliminated? Yi Liang furrowed his brow, wondering if Qi Xiaocheng had not left her residence since his departure. Who could have taken care of those 3 covert watchers? The investigation is ongoing, the bodyguard replied. Due to our intentions to abduct Qi Xiaocheng, the roadside surveillance was preemptively dealt with, and we have yet to ascertain specific details. However, the license plates traced back to Lichi City. Lichi City. Upon hearing those words, Yi Liang's brow furrowed further. Was their business expansion there also facing difficulties? How many personnel could they possibly spare now? The bodyguard hesitated before responding. To be honest, we cannot spare any manpower. The main family in the capital is keeping a watchful eye, and there are also unidentified forces in Lichi City obstructing us. We will need to recruit more talent and may have to resort to hiring some outsiders. What a bunch of useless fools. Yi Liang seethed with anger, frustrated that they could not even handle a university student. A university student should pose no threat, yet every time he felt the pain from his own wounds, his fury intensified. Qi Xiaocheng, it would be better if you remained hidden. Yi Liang picked up his phone and dialed a number. A rare caller. What brings you to call? Came the voice of Si Chun from the other end. As one of the 3 young masters of Jiuzhou City, Yi Liang maintained connections with Si Chun and Dong Fangong. Yi Liang wasted no time and stated directly, Su Tao has contacted you several times. You are aware of Qi Xiaocheng's situation, aren't you? Si Chun, I understand. What is the matter? Yi Liang spoke solemnly. Qi Xiaocheng is dangerously obsessive. Allowing her to remain close could harm Su Tao. At home, Si Chun listened to Yi Liang's words, his expression growing peculiar. It was true that Qi Xiaocheng was obsessive, but could she really hurt Su Tao? Si Chun touched the scar on his face, reflecting on the significance of the words "never love Tao" etched on his back. With a sense of melancholy, he lit a cigarette. So, what is it that you need from me? Raising an eyebrow, Si Chun inquired, what are the conditions? Yi Liang replied, the condition is that you eliminate Qi Xiaocheng. What? Si Chun's lips twitched in disbelief. This sentiment sounds oddly familiar. You, Yi Liang, hold immense power in Jiuzhou. How could you not handle a mere university student? Is it appropriate to seek my assistance? Confident that Si Chun would acquiesce, Yi Liang knew this bespectacled introverted man all too well. He was rational, always prioritizing profit and objectives. As long as the benefits were substantial, he would betray even friends or family. With Si Chun under his control, he envisioned marrying Su Tao and returning to the prestigious Yi family in Jingcheng, ascending to yet another pinnacle of life. However, as he began to indulge in this fantasy, he was met with Si Chun's mocking tone, as if conversing with a fool. Come on. If I were to eliminate Qi Xiaocheng, I would sever all ties with Su Tao. What if you turn on me afterward? Don't underestimate my intelligence. Yi Liang's smile faltered, caught off guard by Si Chen's outright refusal. What an ungrateful fellow. Taking a deep breath, Yi Liang dialed another number. Hello, is this Dongfang Yang? Qi Xiaoqing is a Yandera. She has feelings for Su Tao, who is quite perilous. You, Dongfang Yang. Haha, Yi Liang. Have you been struck silly by a donkey? Qi Xiaoqing clearly fancies me. Get lost. The phone abruptly disconnected. Yi Liang stood in a daze, feeling a warmth rise in his nose. Meanwhile, in the office, a fit of impotent rage echoed through the air. After all, it was a straightforward question. A bit of pressure was all that was needed. Qi Xiaoqing remained curled up in her blanket, her warm fingers tapping out cold words. Is it because I hold more significance than Yi Liang that you rescued me? Taozi, why is Xiaoqing still saying such things? To me, you are undoubtedly the most important. Qingzi. Hee, I knew Taozi adored me the most. I cherish Taozi above all. An unwavering declaration of affection. Even after countless repetitions, Qi Xiaoqing remained tireless. 3 days in the small dark room had been remarkably fruitful. Qingzi, Taozi, I miss you. It feels like it's been ages since we last met. Are you free today? Taozi, ages? We saw each other just yesterday. Not only did they meet, but they even shared a cozy slumber together. Qingzi, to me, every moment without you feels like an eternity. Qingzi, how about we go out soon? Taozi, what shall we do out there? Instead, she leaned closer to the phone's microphone, tapping on the voice message. Of course, to go on a date. A warm breath escaped her lips, her voice soft and mellifluous, like a siren luring hearts. Chapter 70. Cooking rice into a meal, an additional update for the displeasure of Matai's taste. A playful voice resonated, electrifying Su Tao's entire being. An indescribable tingling sensation coursed through her. Beside her was Chen Qian, who naturally heard the words as well. With a knowing glance, she playfully remarked, "Oh, a date? Just look at how sincere Xiaoqing's invitation is, filled with a soft and sweet anticipation, while Yu Liang merely suggests a visit to the office." Su Tao attempted to divert the conversation. However, the next voice message that arrived was laden with a melancholic disappointment. "Oh, so it seems that Tao does not wish to accompany me on a date." The pressure intensified. Su Tao inhaled sharply, her arms dropping limply as she abruptly set her phone down, exclaiming, "My heart is weary, and my head aches. It feels akin to soothing a child." Chen Qian remarked nonchalantly, "But I saw you sleeping quite well last night, didn't I?" Su Tao paused momentarily. Indeed, even though she felt fatigued upon waking, the weariness was a culmination of days without respite. It had been a fortnight since she last enjoyed such restorative slumber. Perhaps it was the psychological effect of this fragrant pouch. With a gentle touch, Su Tao caressed the charm tied around her waist, adorned with cartoon orange patterns. Its aroma was delightful yet familiar, refreshing to the senses. Saturday, a date. Su Tao sighed again, conceding that it was not truly a date, but rather a casual outing. TSK, it seems you are oblivious to the blessings surrounding you. As her roommate, who had previously been asleep, suddenly extended an arm, she thought casually, but not too greasy. No rice noodles, anything else is fine. Chen Qian cast a glance at her roommate before turning to Su Tao, asking, "What about you? I shall defer to your preference." Su Tao responded with a grateful look. Chen Qian continued, "Then I shall bring you some soup dumplings." Wait. Su Tao quickly covered her mouth, her expression a mix of wanting to retch and holding back. No soup dumplings, anything else is fine. In the dim room, she had consumed the most soup dumplings, yet the taste was the most dreadful. Meanwhile, Qi Xiaocheng, having received the signal for a Saturday date, rose with excitement. Upon stepping outside, she was oddly greeted by a rich aroma. "Brother?" Qi Xiaocheng entered the living room to find her brother clad in an apron, struggling to carry a pot of cooked millet porridge to the table with one arm. Upon hearing the sound, Qi Song turned, momentarily taken aback by the sight of his adorable, dazed sister, and then, slightly timid, relaxed his neck and shoulders. His scarred and fierce visage revealed a hint of awkwardness. "Little sister, it's been a while." Despite his intimidating appearance, his expression resembled that of a child who had erred and was at a loss. In truth, even before her arrival in this world, the original owner had not seen her brother for 3 years. This antagonistic brother was still unable to let go in front of his sister. Qi Xiaocheng placed her hands on her hips, adopting an imposing demeanor, and spoke with a tone that bore a hint of seriousness. "Close your eyes." "Huh. Oh." Qi Song, bewildered, complied with a military posture. Subsequently, Qi Xiaocheng fetched a small stool and positioned it in front of Qi Song. Standing on a stool, she managed to surpass her brother, who stood at a height of 1.8 meters, by just a fraction. She then reached out her small hand and gently patted his head. The softness of her gesture and the tone of reassurance and reliance were easily executed by Qi Xiaocheng with her intermediate acting skills. Logically, it should have been the younger sister receiving a head pat from her brother. However, alas, only Tao Tao is permitted to touch my head. This brief statement shattered the barriers within Qi Song's heart. After finishing breakfast, Qi Xiaocheng engaged this brother in conversation. Qi Song was not particularly adept at communication. The majority of the dialogue was carried by Qi Xiaocheng. While he listened attentively, his gaze fixed on her petite figure. In the original narrative, at this juncture, the original protagonist was already on the brink of death, destined to be drowned. As her elder brother, Qi Song would receive the news of her demise on New Year's Eve. At that time, he had risen to become one of the 4 hall masters of the Minglong gang, truly becoming a trusted confidant of Long Go. Although he remained in the shadows, he had achieved a measure of success in his career. After a 3-year absence, he had taken a long-awaited leave to celebrate the new year, only to be met with the tragic news of his sister's death. Following his descent into darkness, it was uncertain what calamity had befallen the Minglong gang, but he was compelled to assume the role of the new leader. Subsequently, he, along with the remnant of Long Ji's forces, embarked on a frenzied campaign against Yiliang, battling from Lizzie City to Jiuzhou City. Ultimately, as a secondary antagonist, he could not stand against one of the novel's fated protagonists. The flapping of butterfly wings grew increasingly rapid, instilling a sense of urgency within Qi Xiaocheng. Amid their casual conversation, the two stumbled upon information regarding Yiliang. After listening, Qi Song slammed his fist heavily on the table, cursing, "Damn Yiliang. This is utterly intolerable. Not only does he wish to snatch away the sister-in-law I have chosen, but he also dares to threaten you. Xiaocheng, you stay here. I shall confront him." Wait. Qi Xiaocheng hurriedly restrained her impulsive brother. He is the young master, backed by countless bodyguards. You only need to protect me and Tao Tao. There's no need to be so rash. Yet, this was not a solution. Qi Song sat back down, scratching his head. How about this, little sister? You and Tao Tao accompany me to Lizzie City. We shall hold the banquet tomorrow. Once the wedding night is over, Yiliang will surely give up. Seeing her brother's anxious demeanor, Qi Xiaocheng couldn't help but retort, "Brother, Tao Tao might not even like me." "Oh, what do you know?" Qi Song admonished. "Even if Tao Tao disagrees, we could simply tie her up and place her on the bed. Once the deed is done, do you think her temperament would allow her to disregard it? Within 3 to 5 days, she will likely come to terms with it and find solace in the situation. Then you can pursue her without difficulty." "You know you all too well," Qi Song said earnestly. "Trust me, we shall set off for Lizzie City tomorrow. If it were that simple, I wouldn't have to go to such lengths to play the role of a lovesick character and devise a plan." Qi Xiaocheng outright rejected her brother's suggestion. Qi Song, his hands raised in exasperation, replied, "Then what shall we do? In summary, my dear brother, please heed my words. I possess a method. The primary goal now is to win over Tao Tao's heart. You need only engage her in conversation on WeChat, applying a bit of pressure." Qi Song, "Very well, I shall follow your lead." He has navigated life thus far with little more than his fighting prowess. His sole talent lies in obedience. Whatever the elder brother commands, he shall comply. Wherever he directs, he shall strike. Moreover, this is his own little sister, regardless of the words spoken. Qi Song will listen intently. Time swiftly passes, and the weekend soon arrives. Early in the morning, Qi Xiaocheng adorns herself in a delightful outfit. The moment for the date with Tao Tao has arrived. Chapter 71. It is not the buns I cherish, but you. At 8 a.m., Qi Xiaocheng deliberately skips breakfast, intending to leave for school early to surprise Su Tao with an embrace in her dormitory. However, to her astonishment, Su Tao has already risen earlier than she. Just as she enters the living room to sip some warm water, the doorbell rings. Without Qi Xiaocheng needing to open the door, Su Tao, having registered her fingerprint in advance, unlocks it and steps inside. "Xiaocheng, I have arrived." Having promised to meet for their date on Saturday, she is more punctual than anyone else. As Su Tao brushes the fine snow from her boots, she pauses at the threshold, stunned. "Qi Song." Su Tao's voice is a blend of surprise and joy, but upon seeing Qi Song's one-armed figure, her heart tightens. Qi Song offers a gentle smile. "I encountered a minor mishap while striving to make my way in the world. It is of no consequence. It has been many years since we last met. And you have grown even more beautiful, Xiao Tao." A hint of embarrassment crept onto Su Tao's face. Brother Qisong, please refrain from teasing me. I hardly consider myself attractive. Before she could finish her sentence, she noticed Qisong nodding in satisfaction. You are so beautiful, and my little sister is quite adorable as well. The two of you together create a lovely image, like a youthful maiden and a charming little girl. It's quite picturesque. Amidst the myriad events of recent days, Su Tao had almost forgotten about Qisong's earlier inquiry. Do you like my little sister? It seemed rather odd for an older brother to play matchmaker between two younger sisters. However, Su Tao was well aware that Qisong was a quintessentially straightforward man, and perhaps he genuinely held such thoughts. Her smile grew slightly awkward. Qisong chuckled heartily. Haven't you both always been this way since childhood? What is wrong with that? All right, you two chat. I have matters to attend to and must take my leave. With her head bowed, Su Tao focused intently on the thick leggings she wore for warmth. Considering her outing, she had chosen a light pink woolen coat, complemented by a simple white turtleneck sweater beneath, both warm and comfortable. Her lower half was adorned with beige thermal leggings paired with brown ankle boots, the graceful lines accentuating the length of her legs. Confirming with a glance that it was indeed food grade, Su Tao felt somewhat uneasy under Qi Xiaoqing's gaze. Xiaoqing, is something the matter? Qi Xiaoqing looked up at Su Tao with a serious expression. Is this how you intend to go out? Is there a problem? Though not particularly fashionable, her attire was certainly within the bounds of contemporary norms. To her surprise, Qi Xiaoqing earnestly pointed at Su Tao's thickly clad thighs. This should not be shown to others. Qi Xiaoqing took a step closer, nearly pressing against Su Tao. Above her neck, her hands and dress could not be too revealing. Outside, that was the utmost limit. Watching as those crimson eyes gradually filled with a hint of melancholy, Su Tao swallowed hard and nodded gently. This was the possessiveness of a yandere. Simultaneously, it was the essence of her obsession. In the next moment, Qi Xiaoqing displayed her delicate nature. With her hands cradling her face and her ears tinged with a rosy hue, she shyly confessed, well, of course, if we were at home. You could wear anything you like, Tao Tao. I would adore it. The stark contrast between her demeanor was striking, seeming as though she were an entirely different person. Yet, there was no denying that one moment she spoke sweetly with fierce intensity, and the next, she blushed with shyness. It was utterly charming. As the tension dissipated, a smile involuntarily curled at the corners of Su Tao's lips. Hands on her hips, she pointed at Qi Xiaoqing and remarked, and what about you? Aren't you dressed similarly? Today, Qi Xiaoqing donned a newly purchased down coat, its hem reaching down to her calves, paired with thick, warm socks. She looked up, grinning playfully. I wore this for you, Tao Tao. Do you like it? She lifted the hem of her coat and twirled around lightly, as if she were wearing a skirt rather than a coat. Su Tao hummed softly, since you won't allow me to dress like this outside, then I shall not permit you to either. Qi Xiaoqing paused for a moment, then raised her adorable face, revealing her tiny, pointed canine teeth. Good Tao Tao is mine, and I am also hers. The two exchanged glances, unable to contain themselves, and burst into cheerful laughter together. In the midst of joy, one party was utterly content while the other bore a hint of shyness. It was merely a shopping excursion, a pretense of a date with her. Su Tao reflected inwardly as she and Qi Xiaoqing exchanged their attire for a pair of long trousers, concealing her exquisite legs. Su Tao turned to inquire, where do you plan to go today, Xiaoqing? I knew you would say that. Qi Xiaoqing replied with a smile. Su Tao took out her phone and glanced at the plans and itinerary prepared the night before. As they stepped into the elevator together, she remarked, you haven't tea had breakfast yet, have you? Let us first enjoy a meal, then we can spend the morning at the coffee shop in Dongfangyang. You can't neglect your work there. And after that, Qi Xiaoqing asked, the weather forecast predicts snow in the afternoon. How about we visit a cat CAF? It seems that you and the cats would be a perfect match. Later, we can stroll around the commercial district in the evening. Sounds good, Qi Xiaoqing replied, clearly unbothered by Su Tao's plans. With a smile, she took Su Tao's hand and led the way out. On the street, she walked ahead, her finger pointing towards a snowy scene as she animatedly spoke. Su Tao followed behind, half dragged along, occasionally nodding with a look of indulgence and helplessness. Qi Xiaoqing seemed perpetually aware of her presence. Whenever Su Tao glanced in her direction, she would turn at just the right moment, a smile gracing her lips, innocent and healing. It was as though ripples danced in her eyes, and Su Tao was transported back to her childhood memories. Qi Xiaoqing embodied that very spirit, leading her by the hand to various mysterious places after preparing gifts, as if guiding her towards a brighter path. In truth, those so-called gifts, perhaps it is the garland she wove, the little figure she molded from clay, the lollipop she secretly purchased, or sometimes it is simply a smile. The scenery evokes emotions, and so it is. In the blink of an eye, it seems as if everything has changed, yet nothing has truly altered. She has grown. In her eyes, there is now a presence of fondness and love. Would you like a bun? In a daze, Qi Xiaoqing held out a skewer, presenting a small steamed bun. Su Tao offered a light smile, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear as she leaned in to take a bite. A row of delicate silver imprints adhered to her lips. She consumed half of it, while Qi Xiaoqing hummed a little tune, happily devouring the other half. Su Tao chuckled. Xiaoqing, do you really enjoy steamed buns? Qi Xiaoqing gently shook her head. Not particularly. This place has too much broth, and the flavor is rather overwhelming. Then why do you savor it so much? Are you hungry? Silly Tao Tao. Qi Xiaoqing turned with a hint of exasperation, her gaze softening as she looked at her. What I truly adore has never been the steamed buns, but you. In an instant, Su Tao was momentarily taken aback. A gentle breeze swept by, lifting a flurry of delicate snowflakes that danced through Su Tao's hair, stirring her heart as well. Chapter 72. The first flutter of the heart. Her heartbeat quickened slightly. Her pores opened wide. The biting cold did not make her shiver, but rather, it dissipated a flicker of warmth within her. Both her mind and body were relaxed. Savoring this moment. What is this sensation? Is it love? Her smile, her little face, her delicate nose, her petite mouth, her flowing hair. Every aspect of her is so charming. Yet, I'm a girl myself. How can I possibly feel love for another girl? Su Tao averted her gaze slightly, an instinctive act of self-preservation. No. Perhaps it was the actions of Xiaocheng that evoked memories from her childhood. At that moment, the voice of Qi Xiaoqing suddenly rang in her ears. Do you like it? What? Su Tao paused, her heart racing once more. What did Xiaoqing mean by that? Did she mean whether she liked her? This was not the first time. She had asked several times before. Her thoughts became a tangled mess as Qi Xiaocheng's voice echoed again. Little buns. Do you like them, Tao Tao? What? So you were asking about the little buns. Su Tao quickly nodded. Yes, I like them. Oh, that's good then. Came the peculiar tone. The elongated inflection of Qi Xiaoqing left Su Tao somewhat perplexed. They were merely discussing little buns. What was the underlying meaning of her words? Following alongside Qi Xiaoqing, Su Tao's gaze remained fixated on her. After a couple of steps, she suddenly halted, her eyes lingering on Qi Xiaoqing's heart for a few seconds before swiftly diverting away. Her footsteps quickened, unbeknownst to Qi Xiaoqing, who was blissfully unaware. Su Tao was lost in her thoughts. At that moment, she felt a surge of happiness, for the system had just delivered a long-awaited notification. Detected that the female lead, Su Tao, has developed feelings for the host. Emotional value, 100, as this was the first time such emotions had arisen. The emotional value was undoubtedly a windfall. After all, she had worked diligently for half a month to finally elicit a change in Tao Tao. If she could resolve the issue with Yi Liang next, her opportunities would multiply. However, for Tao Tao at present, such dates can only serve as mere embellishments. It is essential to engage in something more impactful. At the very least, she should experience a degree of pressure akin to those moments on the rooftop or in the small dark room. What should one do? The journey was devoid of the casual chatter characteristic of their previous encounters. Each harbored their own thoughts, and they swiftly arrived at the Moonlight Cafe. Perhaps due to the incessant air conditioning, the cafe was bustling with several patrons, a stark contrast to its usual emptiness. Upon noticing their approach, Chu San greeted them with a smile. Miss Qi, Miss Su, what would you like to drink? The coffee, starting at 100, was beyond their means. Qi Xiaoqing shivered slightly, squinting against the warm breeze of the air conditioning. Shopping in winter truly is a trial. Just then, a cheerful voice reached her ears. I'll treat you to coffee, but Qi Xiaoqing, are you not being a tad too lazy? You've skipped work 3 out of 5 days. Dongfang Yang descended from the second floor of the cafe, arms crossed, feigning displeasure as he gazed at Qi Xiaoqing. Su Tao's smile faltered momentarily. Were those days of absence not spent in the small dark room? Is that so, Su Tao? Su Tao dared not meet Dongfang Yang's gaze, gently nodding. Xiaoqing has always been rather frail. She was not particularly adept at lying. Had it been Yichen, he would have easily discerned her subtle expressions of concealment. Dongfang Yang merely looked at Qi Xiaoqing with resignation, not doubting Su Tao's pretense in the slightest. Although the cafe remained unchanged with or without her presence, he added. But next time you need to take leave, Please inform Chu San in advance. Understood? Qi Xiaoqing nodded like a chick pecking at rice, cautiously inquiring, Boss, are you concerned about me? Huh? Dongfang Yang replied with a teasing tone. I merely fear that you might encounter some trouble and attempt to extort me. Otherwise, one might mistakenly think I am a heartless employer. Upon hearing this, both Qi Xiaoqing and Su Tao gazed at him with curiosity. Dongfang Yang's expression faltered, feeling somewhat awkward. Why are you looking at me like that? I am merely stating the truth. He hastily shifted the topic. I heard that Yi Liang has been bullying the two of you? Su Tao gently shook her head. Not really. We simply had a minor quarrel. He is indeed bullying me. Qi Xiaoqing mustered her courage, adopting a demeanor akin to a child reporting to a parent. Boss, you have no idea. Yi Liang actually said he wants to steal Tao Tao away. I would love nothing more than to beat him to a pulp. A fleeting glint of ferocity appeared in her eyes, and her intermediate acting skills rendered Qi Xiaoqing irresistibly adorable. Observing this, Dongfang Yang felt a surge of emotion. That little rascal, Yi Liang, even claimed that Qi Xiaoqing had feelings for Su Tao and that she was in danger? Clearly, it is I whom Qi Xiaoqing harbors affections for. She knows I like Su Tao and is willing to sacrifice her own feelings to prevent Yi Liang from getting close to her. Is this not love? Though she adores me, she still conceals herself behind the scenes, supporting my relationship with Su Tao. Truly, it brings tears to my eyes. Dongfang Yang felt a pang in his heart. Ever since he recognized Qi Xiaoqing's true nature as a naive and endearing fool, she had grown increasingly pleasing to his eyes. Overwhelmed by emotion, he clenched his fist and thumped his chest, declaring, Qi Xiaoqing, you are my employee. Should Yi Liang dare to bully you again, inform me at once. I will not allow anyone to mistreat those under my protection. As she spoke, she cast a glance at Su Tao. Su Tao, you too. If Yi Liang dares to boss you around next time, just ignore him. I will take care of everything. After saying this, she quickly added, Of course, don't misunderstand. I don't particularly care about you all. I merely find that Yi Liang fellow quite intolerable. As a boss and a friend, I am just supporting you along the way. With that, she declared, if there is anything, message me on WeChat. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Dongfang Yang, with his hands in his pockets, strode out of the CAF with a light-hearted step, humming a cheerful tune. Clearly, his spirits were high. Watching his retreating figure, Qi Xiaoqing retracted her acting demeanor and couldn't help but exclaim, Dongfang Yang is truly a good person. Su Tao nodded in agreement, acknowledging him as a warm-hearted yet proud individual. Seeing his young master praised by two beautiful women, Chu San, seated at the counter, couldn't help but display a proud smile. His young master had always possessed such a character. Whenever the family bestowed upon him a sizable sum, he would generously donate a portion to the mountainous regions. Qi Xiaoqing gently nodded. Such a persona, if not on the opposing side, truly deserves no scorn. However, it seemed that while Dongfang Yang might be a bit foolish, he harbored some affection for Tao Tao. Qi Xiaoqing ordered a cup of coffee with Chu San and leaned in to whisper to Su Tao, Tao Tao, you surely do not harbor feelings for Dongfang Yang, do you? Chapter 73, Setting the Trap. For Lu Yilin's extended edition, Xiaoqing often indulged in such fanciful thoughts. Having been asked this question numerous times, Su Tao had grown somewhat resistant to it. After all, she was merely indulging her, soothing her, pretending to harbor affection. Su Tao naturally curved her lips into a smile. Don't worry, Xiaoqing, what I care about is you. Though she did not directly express her affection, Qi Xiaoqing understood Su Tao's feelings and chose not to confront them, instead leaning closer, her warm breath brushing against Su Tao's earlobe. Tao Tao can only love me, she thought, regardless of Dongfang Yang, Si Chun, or Yi Liang. Tao Tao must never develop feelings for them, otherwise. Qi Xiaoqing smiled sweetly, refraining from continuing her thought, and settled onto the sofa, swinging her legs while awaiting their coffee. The previously warm and ambiguous relationship between them grew noticeably cooler with Dongfang Yang's arrival and Qi Xiaoqing's sudden change in demeanor. Su Tao couldn't help but ponder whether Qi Xiaoqing's behavior would ultimately complicate her social interactions. Just a few exchanged words had already sparked animosity towards Dongfang Yang. When the coffee arrived, Qi Xiaoqing added a spoonful of sugar, while Su Tao opted for 2.5. Indeed, it was evident that Tao Tao had a penchant for sweetness. With a smile, she remained silent, perhaps feeling a bit pressured under Qi Xiaoqing's gaze. Su Tao consumed cup after cup of coffee, her demeanor growing somewhat anxious. Thus, they spent a delightful morning in the cozy CAF, relishing the warmth of their time together. After lunch, as they stepped outside, delicate snowflakes began to fall from the sky, and the temperature seemed to drop a few degrees at that moment. Su Tao clasped her hands together and exhaled a puff of warm air, remarking, "This weather is truly uncomfortable." Qi Xiaocheng, with her hands tucked into her pockets, echoed her sentiments. "Indeed, I heard this year will be exceptionally cold. Usually, we don't turn on the air conditioning in the dormitory at night, right?" Su Tao nodded. In the summer, the air conditioning was bearable, but in winter, the heating was stifling and intolerable. Just then, Qi Xiaocheng leaped in front of her, eyes sparkling with anticipation. "How about coming to my house? It's not far, and we can sleep together." "Sleep together?" Su Tao echoed, surprised. "Yes." Qi Xiaocheng shook her head excitedly. "I want to hold Tao Tao while sleeping. You're so soft and fragrant, I adore it." But the truly soft, fragrant, and petite person who could easily fit into one's embrace was, in fact, you, Xiaocheng. Upon hearing Qi Xiaocheng's suggestion, Su Tao felt a flicker of attraction. She and Chen Qian were accustomed to rising early, while the other two roommates were the type to sleep until 11, having breakfast and lunch together. Every time she left the dorm, she had to tiptoe quietly. Yet, the thought of Qi Xiaocheng's delicate and fragile demeanor made her relent. All right. Qi Xiaocheng felt a slight disappointment, yet did not exhibit her usual fragility, which gave Su Tao a secret sigh of relief. Could a remote cat CAF be profitable? It was said that Dongfang Yang's enterprise had provided shelter for several high school students who, due to family reasons, could not continue their education. He had also rescued many stray cats from his other businesses, tamed them, and sent them to the cat CAF for care. Su Tao felt a small thrill of anticipation. He mentioned it to me last time, and I have yet to visit. Indeed, Tao Tao is a cat lover. This detail must be noted. As they walked toward the cat CAF, Su Tao suddenly blushed and said to Qi Xiaocheng, "Xiaocheng, could you wait for me here for a moment? I need to visit a nearby public restroom. I've had too much coffee." "Okay," Qi Xiaocheng replied, nodding obediently. She had already made up her mind. Upon arriving there, she would repeatedly inquire whether they preferred cats or her. Subsequently, she planned to masquerade as a cat to win Su Tao's affection. If Su Tao grew close to those female high school students, she would then adopt a sickly tone. The aim remained unchanged, to exert pressure on Su Tao, compelling her to realize that her entire being must be devoted to Xiaocheng. However, fate had other plans. Just as Qi Xiaocheng's strategy was set, an unexpected event transpired. A sports car sped past on the adjacent road. Qi Xiaocheng raised an eyebrow, withdrawing her phone and watching the vehicle warily. A tall figure emerged from the car. It was Yi Liang. In an instant, Qi Xiaocheng pulled her hand from her pocket, retrieving a fruit knife from her system space. Her gaze was vigilant and icy. The driver, who was his bodyguard, stepped out and stood tall beside Yi Liang, tightening his muscular arms. "Young master, that's her, right? There are no cameras in this area. Should I dispose of her?" "No." Yi Liang, with lingering trepidation, glanced at the fruit knife. "Don't be impulsive. You might not win." "Huh." The bodyguard stared at Yi Liang in disbelief. "I have worked for 20 years. Once, I killed a tiger with a sliding tackle. You seriously think I can't handle this one? 5-meter girl?" Yi Liang shot a sidelong glance at the bodyguard. "If you want to risk your life for a few thousand yuan, that's your choice. But call someone over just in case." Yi Liang cautiously observed Qi Xiaocheng, soon realizing that she was different from how she used to be. It seemed she possessed a considerable amount of rationality. Indeed, this individual embodies the traits of a yandere. Unless provoked intentionally, she would not spiral into madness. With this thought, Yi Liang felt a sense of calm wash over him as he observed Qi Xiaocheng, who, quite unfortunately, found herself isolated. There would be no escaping this time. Qi Xiaocheng narrowed her eyes and said, "Yi Liang, are you attempting to corner me here while waiting for someone to arrive? And if I am?" Despite having his intentions unveiled, Yi Liang remained unfazed. No matter how formidable she was, could she possibly overpower a cadre of professionally trained bodyguards? Yet, he was unprepared for the fact that Qi Xiaocheng began to approach him step by step. "Yi Liang, you have set your sights on me. How could you still believe I am merely out for a leisurely stroll alone?" With a gentle smile, she added, "I am here on a date with Tao Tao." "A date?" Yi Liang's fury ignited instantly, his countenance darkening further. "Where's Su Tao? Could it be she has been confined again?" At that moment, Qi Xiaocheng stood directly before him, unperturbed by the possibility of him seizing her. With a sweet smile, she remarked, "Tao Tao has gone to the restroom." "What do you mean by that?" Qi Xiaocheng brandished a small knife. prompting Yi Liang to instinctively retreat a step. However, she did not thrust the blade forward. Instead, she gently grasped it with her other hand, as if intending to inflict harm upon herself. Tell me, if I were to be injured or stabbed, who would be responsible? Yi Liang, it seems I find myself unable to distance Cao Cao from you, or make her detest you. Your arrival is rather timely. As the blade's tip avoided vital areas, it pressed against Qi Xiaocheng's own abdomen. Yi Liang felt a surge of panic, beads of sweat forming on his brow. This woman was truly merciless, even towards herself. If he were to act at this moment, would it not fulfill Qi Xiaocheng's desires? When the time comes to explain, would Su Tao truly lean towards his side? The two remained locked in a standoff, oblivious to the graceful figure concealed behind a nearby tree, who heard every word with crystal clarity. Su Tao stood there, bewildered, her eyes filled with disbelief. Chapter 74. Accept her or abandon her. This early winter was colder than in years past. Stepping out from the warmth of an air-conditioned CAF into the biting cold wind and fine snow, even with her hands tucked into her pockets, she could not escape the bone-chilling dampness of Jiangnan. Yet, as she bid farewell to Qi Xiaocheng and faced the frigid gusts alone, Su Tao felt an unexpected lightness. Her nerves had been taut for far too long. Since the incident in the basement, everything seemed to have shifted. Her affections, her madness, her obsession, fragments of their conversations gradually intertwined with the memories of the rooftop and the basement. That strange sense still provoked a visceral reaction. Yet her body had unwittingly grown accustomed to it. Qi Xiaocheng was a paradox. When she followed her lead, a delightful, healing smile would grace her lips, and her dependence was a source of joy. However, her sensitivity overshadowed that charm. A single gesture, a phrase, or even a glance could set her on edge. It was she who was deeply troubled, she who was in the wrong. Yet, without realizing it, those around her gravitated towards her. The doctor, Si Chun, Chen Qian, her roommates, and even Lu Guijia, who had bullied her. Everyone who was aware of her connection with Qi Xiaocheng leaned in her favor. The crux of the matter lay in their perception, contrasting Yi Liang with Qi Xiaocheng. Irrespective of gender, Qi Xiao Orange's treatment of her, Su Tao, seemingly surpasses that of Yi Liang, even amidst her considerable illness. If Xiao Orange is not at fault, could the fault lie with me? Pressure constricted her throat like a vice, tightening incrementally, rendering breathing labored and exacerbating her distress. While physical exhaustion abated, what of her mental state? It felt like a taut thread suspended above her brow, strained to the breaking point. In her normal state, Qi Xiao Orange is vivacious, endearing, docile, and refined. Capable of discerning Su Tao's moods with acute sensitivity, offering emotional solace and striving to bring her joy. Seemingly flawless and profoundly comforting, is she not? Yet, in her presence, Su Tao must maintain constant vigilance, mindful of her words and actions, her mind incessantly strategizing how to assuage her reactivity, ever prepared for her abrupt inquiries born of insecurity, and disingenuously professing affection. Not only Qi Xiao Orange but also the surrounding existence imposed pressure upon her, the excessive expectations of her academic advisor, the ardent affection of her peers, the elevated status conferred upon her due to her beauty, and the meticulous scrutiny of her every action by the student body. Then there was the matter of employment, earning money, studying, and sustaining her livelihood. Qi Xiao Orange exerted the most significant pressure, yet she was also the sole source of respite. In her company, she could occasionally reminisce about the past and revel in tranquil warmth. Cupping icy water in her hands, she splashed it upon her face. Emerging from the public restroom, Su Tao felt somewhat relieved. She remained uncertain how to manage Qi Xiao Orange and dared not heed the doctor's advice to indulge her affection for the emotionally fragile. She was perpetually apprehensive. So how could she possibly derive pleasure from it? Would an action prove to be the most judicious course of action? The thoughts of evasion arose within her heart as Su Tao tucked her frostbitten hands into her pockets and slowly made her way towards the direction where Qi Xiaocheng was situated. She yearned for time to ponder, yet fate had other designs. Yi Liang had arrived, engaging in a heated altercation with Qi Xiaocheng. The glint of a small knife shimmered ominously in the light. Concealed behind a tree, in the blind spot of the two, she observed everything with acute clarity. If I were to be injured or stabbed, who would be responsible? Yi Liang, it seems. I find myself unable to distance Cao Cao from you, or instill any aversion towards you. Your timing is rather fortuitous. Qi Xiaocheng's voice turned hoarse and frenzied. Su Tao recognized that Qi Xiaocheng had succumbed to a state of obsession, her rationality stripped away by Yi Liang's provocations. Was Xiaocheng waiting for my appearance to inflict harm upon herself and frame Yi Liang, seeking to elicit my sympathy? What would transpire if I chose not to reveal myself? Leaning against the tree, Su Tao gazed skyward as delicate snowflakes drifted to her lips, eliciting a bitter smile. So this was the meaning behind the choice that Qian and Dr. Cheng had spoken of. It was not merely a matter of choosing between Yi Liang and Qi Xiaocheng. Rather, it was about accepting her or abandoning her. If I were to flee outright, what would become of them? Perhaps it would be best not to appear at all. Yes, she has always presented such choices. Once it happens, it becomes countless times. Escaping is the solution. To flee would mean the end of this tormenting entanglement. With one foot poised to step forward, Su Tao found herself frozen in indecision. A voice deep within her seemed to inquire, "Are you truly prepared to escape this way? But is she not your most cherished sister? Was she not the sole companion of your entire childhood, the one who supported your relentless pursuit?" Suddenly, a menacing roar pierced the air. "Qi Xiaocheng, have you lost your mind?" The time for choices was dwindling. Su Tao moved mechanically, peering out, her pupils abruptly constricting. There stood Qi Xiaocheng before Yi Liang, clutching her abdomen in anguish, crimson blood seeping onto the ground, melting the delicate snowflakes. Whether it was intentional or merely a consequence of her movements, Yi Liang, standing close, was splattered with the vivid red as well. From a distance, it appeared as though he had ruthlessly struck, intending to leave Qi Xiaocheng forever in this snowy expanse. The clouds obscured the last remnants of sunlight, a somber shadow creeping onto Yi Liang's face. "You lunatic, do you think this will capture Su Tao? In such a feeble state before me, are you not afraid I might simply end your life here?" He extended his hand, seemingly poised to seize the fruit knife from Qi Xiaocheng. A sinister smile crept upon her lips as she prepared to respond. Yet, the voice of the system echoed in her mind. Qi Xiaocheng's pupils slightly narrowed. The pain, though diminished by her skill, could not be entirely alleviated, which rendered her more composed. A spark of inspiration ignited within her, prompting a shift in her rhetoric. With fierce determination, she fixed her gaze upon Yi Liang. "Do not presume I am unaware, Yi Liang. You know Su Tao's true identity, do you not? Your interactions with her are merely a means of manipulation. What on earth are you?" The words were cut short by Qi Xiaocheng's more ferocious retort. "I will never permit you to harm Su Tao, nor will I allow you to approach her." Yi Liang's anger intensified, and a sinister smile crept across his lips as he commanded the bodyguard beside him. "Go find Su Tao and stop her from coming here at all costs. As for you, Qi Xiaocheng," Yi Liang clenched his fists, declaring, "Since you wish to threaten me with your suffering, I shall ensure that you remain here forever." His furious voice pierced through to Su Tao's ears. She realized that waiting any longer was futile. "Xiaocheng, is your love truly that burdensome?" With cracked and frozen lips, Su Tao slowly emerged from behind the tree. She appeared as if she had just arrived, her face a portrait of exhaustion, displaying remarkably poor acting skills. Trembling, she softly inquired, "Yi Liang, what are you doing?" From the very beginning, she had no choice. Chapter 75. The break between Su Tao and Yi Liang. Su Tao's arrival was perfectly timed. At that moment, Yi Liang had already been provoked by Qi Xiaocheng and was reaching for the knife hidden at her waist. To an outside observer, Su Tao arrived just in time to witness Yi Liang stab Qi Xiaocheng. The petite girl clutched her abdomen, a look of agony etched on her face. Yet, the reality, at least as perceived by Su Tao, was starkly different. In a moment of panic, Yi Liang turned to Su Tao, hastily stepping aside. "Su Tao, let me explain. It's not what you think." Facing Yi Liang, Qi Xiaocheng managed a faint smile, but when she turned to Su Tao, her expression morphed into one of despair. Stumbling, she fell to the ground, calling out, "Tao! Tao Tao!" Despite the tumult of emotions within her, the vivid orange juice in her heart transformed into waves of heartache. Su Tao hurriedly approached Qi Xiaocheng, steadying her. A fleeting moment of hesitation crossed her face, transforming into resolve as she turned to Yi Liang. "Do you truly despise Xiaocheng so much that you would even consider harming her?" The words escaped her lips, yet her heart ached subtly. Unbeknownst to herself, her hand that supported Qi Xiaocheng trembled slightly. The sentiment behind her words lacked the fury one might expect in anger. If one were to gauge her acting skills against Qi Xiaocheng's intermediate prowess, Su Tao would scarcely qualify as an actress at all. Yi Liang, already incensed, lost all composure upon encountering Su Tao. He failed to perceive that her utterances were merely a performance. "Su Tao, please let me explain." I have done nothing. All of this is a fabrication orchestrated by Qi Xiaocheng. Is that so? Su Tao's gaze remained vacant as she regarded Yi Liang. Did you not proclaim your intent to make Xiaocheng disappear from here forever? The snow has already turned crimson. How do you account for that? Are you suggesting that this is all of Xiaocheng's own making? By the end, Su Tao's voice rose in a desperate shout, an attempt to mask her own trepidation. The current reality was undeniable. Yi Liang could not cleanse himself of this stain even if he plunged into the Yellow River. At that moment, Qi Xiaocheng, nestled in Su Tao's embrace, forced a weak smile. Tao Tao, it hurts a bit. But worry not, I have grown accustomed to it. I am strong, I haven't cried. Her smile shifted from strained to sorrowful, and then slowly, her eyelids fluttered shut as she fainted, feebly collapsing into Su Tao's arms. This was a deliberate act, performed for both Su Tao and Yi Liang, even though she was aware it was merely an act. The chilling words that escaped his lips still sent shivers down her spine. Alongside a tinge of heartache, fear and trepidation enveloped Su Tao's heart. She lifted her gaze to Yi Liang, her lips trembling. You still like me, don't you? Yi Liang's eyes widened in astonishment as he stared at Su Tao. What do you mean? Su Tao's eyelashes fluttered as she reached out to caress Qi Xiaocheng's cheek. What I mean is, please do not contact me anymore. Upon hearing these words, Yi Liang's anger surged once more, and he laughed mockingly. Ha, Su Tao, you would sever ties with me for that wretched girl, Qi Xiaocheng? The term wretched seemed to provoke Su Tao. Tears streamed from the corners of her eyes as she knelt on the ground, gazing resolutely at Yi Liang. Yes. For Xiaocheng, I intend to draw a clear line. Say that again. Yi Liang stepped forward, his imposing presence fixated on Su Tao, his crimson eyes resembling a ravenous beast. Su Tao, ask yourself honestly, have I treated you poorly? From the very first day we met, I devoted myself to you. I could provide you with anything you desire. People in our circle even claim I am your devoted admirer. As a billionaire CEO, what kind of woman could I not have? For you, I severed ties with my influential family in the capital and nearly had a falling out with them. For you, I have hosted numerous banquets, allowing you to experience pleasures beyond the reach of ordinary people. Yet, despite all this, Qi Xiaocheng always creates trouble. In deference to you, I would rather tarnish my reputation than lay a hand on her. I respect all your choices. I have hardly ever coerced you, have I? Is my intention not apparent enough? Yi Liang laughed heartily towards the heavens. Months have passed. You have savored everything. Yet now you tell me that the person who has targeted you for so long is the most significant to you. And what about me? Do I hold no place in your heart at all? I refuse to believe that you cannot see through her fade. Qi Xiaocheng is a fragile soul, and she will ultimately bring you harm. Do you not realize this? The words nearly erupted from his lips, causing his chest to heave violently. He had bottled up such sentiments for far too long, enduring for the sake of Su Tao's feelings. But why should he? Why should Qi Xiaocheng be entitled to everything? Why should she, after committing wrongs for months, simply amend her ways and return to Su Tao's side? Have my sacrifices over these past months not been sufficient? He had never invested more than a week in anyone else. He longed to witness a look of guilt and remorse on Su Tao's face, yet as he glanced down, the girl kneeling on the ground was weeping bitterly. Yi Liang, you claim to have done so much for me. How can you be certain that I would even like you? You severed ties with your family for my sake. That was your choice. You tarnished your reputation by hosting a banquet for me. Did you ever consider that I wished to attend the gathering? You aspire to provide me with everything, to integrate me into your elite circle, yet do you know that all I yearn for is a simple and warm, ordinary life? Su Tao wiped away her tears, resolutely stifling her sorrow. After several months, I am genuinely grateful for your efforts. But do you recall what I initially expressed to you? I do not require any of your contributions, nor do I desire your wealth or lifestyle. If it is merely a friendship, then there is a place for you by my side. Yet, have you ever regarded me as a friend? And do you remember what I conveyed to you from the very beginning? Yi Liang, I am fond of you. Why should I regard you merely as a friend? Su Tao smiled faintly. Yi Liang, you have always maintained your lofty position, believing that your words are infallible. You assume that merely because you have feelings, everything should yield to your will, yet you never seek to understand what the person you cherish truly desires. With a gentle exhale, her voice quivered. You detest Xiaocheng, and it must be because of me. From this day forth, we shall share no connection, and do not let my presence compel you to harm Xiaocheng. Her words seemed to drain her of immense strength, nearly causing her to collapse into the snow. She only felt the warmth of the petite figure in her embrace. mustering the will to remain upright. This is a choice, the sole choice. Does the authenticity of words truly matter? Only through this can Xiao Cheng remain safe, preventing her from inflicting harm upon herself. There may yet be a chance to heal her affliction. Su Tao raised her gaze once more and met Yu Liang's expression of defeat. She spoke softly. Yu Liang, you may leave. Leave? Yu Liang's expression shifted from defeat to a fierce snarl. Before Su Tao, he had lost all semblance of a refined young master or CEO, instead roaring like a beast. You were also coerced by Qi Xiaocheng. Why must you force me to leave? In that moment, Su Tao, who had managed to suppress her emotions until now, completely shattered. Chapter 76, Breakdown, Confusion, and Pain, dedicated to Sun Yinling too. No longer able to contain her feelings, tears streamed from her eyes as she clutched her clothing tightly to her chest. Her hair in disarray. Yi Liang, you must be intent on forcing me. Her trembling voice lost its calmness, replaced by a suffocating scream. You want me to choose. You want me to choose. Do I have any options? What can I choose besides accepting Xiaocheng? With tears mingled with laughter, she continued, as you said. She is a sickly obsession, quite dangerous, and I am aware of this. But what do you want me to do? Abandon Xiaocheng? Ignore her? Or perhaps consign her to a psychiatric facility? Yi Liang, we could have severed ties and moved on, merely nodding acquaintances if we crossed paths in the future. If you face troubles that do not threaten Xiaocheng, perhaps I could assist you. But why must you press me? Do I truly have to choose between her and you? Su Tao's chest heaved, cold breaths filling her lungs, rendering her utterly uncomfortable. Her body trembled uncontrollably, though she could not discern what she was truly afraid of. Yes, severing ties before Xiaocheng would suffice. Afterward, maintaining minimal contact would allow them to exist as ordinary friends, akin to strangers. If Yichen or Dongfang Yang were to come, they might grasp the depth of Su Tao's words. Yet Yu Liang, with a relentless demeanor, pointed at Qi Xiaocheng and exclaimed, why can't you choose? The question of whether a Yandera can be cured is secondary. I possess the wealth and resources to engage a professional psychologist for her diagnosis and treatment. I can assist you if you truly care for her. You have never believed in me. How could you possibly choose me? Su Tao responded with a sardonic smile. How can you expect me to trust you? How many times have you uttered similar sentiments before me? If it weren't for my intervention, I'm merely doing this for your sake. Had it not been for me, Qi Xiaocheng would have vanished long ago. Do you even remember how often you've said such things? Are you implying that it's for my benefit? Your affection for me manifests as a constant manipulation, exerting pressure on me through Xiaocheng? Yi Liang waved his hand dismissively. I did not. Su Tao retorted fiercely. Then was your earlier declaration that Xiaocheng would remain here forever merely a falsehood? Your attempt to grasp a knife was truly pathetic. A grown man, the heir of the Yi family in Beijing, a billionaire CEO, harboring murderous intent over a mere girl? Su Tao's tone turned icy. Let it be, Yi Liang. If given the choice between you and Qi Xiaocheng, I would not select you. The words had been irrevocably spoken. If the earlier exchange had merely severed ties in front of Qi Xiaocheng, perhaps leaving room for future interactions privately. Now Su Tao intended to declare a complete rupture with Yi Liang. The anger that had surged within her was extinguished by her own words. Yi Liang, momentarily lost in thought, let out a disoriented laugh. You have no choice, simply because Qi Xiaocheng is a Yandera? She has gone mad. And thus she can receive all the affection? Su Tao shook her head, her gaze towards Yi Liang now devoid of any fondness or lingering attachment. As I mentioned at the banquet, Xiaocheng grew up alongside me. She is my one and only. Why do you think that after merely 4 or 5 months of companionship, you could possibly replace her? She is irreplaceable. Moreover, I have always regarded you as a friend. With another chilling remark, Yi Liang finally shifted from pain to laughter, and then to a hint of madness. Ha, ha ha ha. So, it turns out all this was merely my own delusion. I am even inferior to Qi Xiaocheng? I am, indeed, lesser than Qi Xiaocheng. Stepping forward, it seemed as if the snow beneath his feet melted away. His eyes were bloodshot, a harbinger of his impending darkness. Su Tao, do you really believe that a light-hearted severance of ties can absolve everything? Yi Liang positioned himself before Su Tao, looking down upon her and the unconscious Xiaocheng in her arms. His smile was ambiguous, oscillating between self-mockery and relief. I have invested so much in you, my time, my resources, my connections, and you have kept me dangling, only to now declare a severance? What compensation can you offer for the reputation, wealth, and networks I, Yi Liang, have expended? A tempest of darkness surged around him, embodying a figure on the brink of collapse. Su Tao clutched the already unconscious Xiaoqing tightly, her hidden hand trembling as she stammered, "Yi Liang, what do you truly mean? 1 million. WH. What?" Yi Liang revealed a sinister smile. "At numerous banquets, the guests I invited have been reduced to ashes because of you and Qi Xiaoqing. Do you have any idea how much that has cost? At least 10 million, I presume. If you fail to repay this sum, do you think I would simply let you go? Or do you both, mere commoners, believe you can defy me? Yi Liang and the Yi family?" Yi Liang covered his face with one hand and laughed wildly. The feeling of overturning the table is truly exhilarating. Observing Su Tao biting her lip, a picture of anguish and conflict, Yi Liang could not help but feel a sense of delight. This 9-state city belongs to the Yi family. However, just as he thought victory was assured, a voice echoed from a distance. "Is it merely 10 million? I shall pay it for them." Yi Liang abruptly lifted his head and beheld a scarred, one-armed man striding toward him. The man wore a grim expression, his robust physique seemingly concealing immense strength, with each step causing the snow beneath him to melt. Accompanying him were several rough-looking men, each bearing scars on their faces. "Who are you?" Yi Liang swaggered toward the one-armed man, scoffing. "Do you know that this 9-state city is mine?" The man maintained his stoic demeanor, the veins on his remaining right arm bulging as he unleashed a powerful punch that struck Yi Liang squarely in the abdomen. This towering adult male expelled bile. Soaring 10 meters away, with unyielding fury, Qi Song declared, "I am their brother." Meanwhile, the bodyguards, who had been enjoying the spectacle, finally began to react. Just as they intended to rush forward, they were met with a crushing blow from Liang He, who had already taken action. At that moment, several vehicles approached, and the bodyguards that Yu Liang had previously called arrived just in time. Qi Song clenched his fists and signaled to his subordinates, vowing to leave anyone who dared to harm his little sister behind. He moved to Su Tao's side, his gaze suddenly softening. "Little Tao, do not worry. I shall protect you." His gentleness swiftly transformed into sharpness as he turned to Yi Liang, who was clutching his stomach in pain, his face contorted in agony. Fury blazed within him. It seemed that the arrival of the crowd raised the temperature around them. Su Tao quietly held Qi Xiaoqing, not daring to touch the small knife embedded in her abdomen. 2 streams of hot tears cascaded down her cheeks. The sounds of flesh meeting flesh and anguished cries echoed incessantly, resembling the ringing in one's ears after an explosion, gradually fading into silence. Everything around them appeared to be in slow motion. As the wind blew, the snow fell heavier. Su Tao lowered her head, reaching out to caress Qi Xiaoqing's delicate face, tears inadvertently dripping onto her skin. Her eyes, whether weary or vacant, were pressed against Qi Xiaoqing's forehead. Su Tao's voice was hoarse, her lips trembling as she whispered with confusion and fear, "Ah, Xiaoqing, is this the choice you desired?" Chapter 77. The beginning of dependence. The cacophony surrounded her, yet Su Tao merely held Qi Xiaoqing, her expression somewhat dazed. Qi Song arrived, and the fighting resumed. What he said next was somewhat unclear. In a haze, they all climbed into the vehicle, her eyes filled only with the pallid, fragile face of her sister. The car meandered to the private hospital of Dongfang Yang, who had evidently just arrived. After instructing the doctor to transfer Qi Xiaoqing onto a stretcher, he furrowed his brow and cast a concerned glance at Su Tao. What calamity had befallen her again? Had she harmed herself once more? It was that scoundrel, Yi Liang. Qi Song stood beside Su Tao, his eyes ablaze with fury. Just moments ago, he had engaged in a fierce confrontation with Yi Liang and his bodyguards, accompanied by his loyal subordinates. Each of his 10 followers had stood by him for 2 years, enduring countless battles together. Despite Yi Liang's bodyguards having undergone rigorous training, they were evidently mere recruits lacking the ferocity of seasoned fighters. In less than 10 minutes, they lay vanquished upon the ground, wailing in agony. Yi Liang himself had been grievously beaten, his body marked with bruises, yet the pride of a CEO prevented him from collapsing or begging for mercy. Were it not for Liang He restraining him, cautioning that any further escalation would exacerbate the situation, Qi Song would have reduced him to a mere shadow of himself. Under the immense pressure imposed by Qi Xiaoqing, Su Tao found herself momentarily dazed, her reason slipping away. Qi Song and his brash companions, oblivious to the consequences of their actions, hurriedly transported her to the hospital, fearing that Qi Xiaoqing's vitality would dwindle. Qi Song glanced at the still-dazed Su Tao and sighed. Recognizing the profound impact of her distress, he gently placed a large hand on her back, offering a comforting pat. Her weary visage attempted to conjure a semblance of a smile, but upon tasting the bitterness of her reality, she lowered her head once more, her shoulders dusted with the gentle flurry of snowflakes that had yet to be brushed away. Apologies, I lost myself in thought. Su Tao turned her head once more, observing the doctors and nurses entering, her emotions growing increasingly heavy and complex. Dongfang Yang regarded Su Tao, sensing that her expression was hauntingly familiar, like that of someone withdrawn, yet far more severe. Confusion, anguish, and conflict swirled within her, akin to a person struggling desperately against the depths of water. Her haggard countenance evoked profound sympathy. Her delicate, pink lips were chapped from the cold, a sensation she herself remained oblivious to. With a resigned sigh, Dongfang Yang turned his gaze to Qi Song, his eyes glancing over the severed arm, and inquired, "My friend, could you enlighten me on the specifics of what transpired?" As he spoke, Dongfang Yang extended a hand. Introducing himself, "I am Dongfang Yang, a friend of Qi Xiaochen and Su Tao." Qi Song paused momentarily, then, after brushing his hand against his clothing, clasped Dongfang Yang's hand firmly, responding with a straightforward smile, "I am Qi Song, Xiaochen's elder brother. I have heard of you." Glancing at Su Tao, Dongfang Yang led Qi Song aside, saying, "Su Tao mentioned to me that although she is an orphan, someone treats her like a biological brother." Qi Song smiled shyly. "Little Tao has also spoken of you." Dongfang Yang raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "What did Su Tao say about me?" "She described you as a warm-hearted and somewhat proud individual. A good person." Instantaneously, Dongfang Yang's expression stiffened. "Come on, my friend, let's not exaggerate. Don't hand me a good person card. When have I ever been proud?" He clicked his tongue, decisively shifting the topic. "Brother Qi, what do you mean by saying it was Yi Liang who did this?" Qi Song sighed, recounting the events that had unfolded over there. "Upon my arrival, I witnessed that Yi Liang had stabbed my sister and was attempting to harm Xiao Tao. Out of respect for him as the scion of the Yi family, I refrained from confronting him, even after learning that he had set his sights on my sister. Who would have thought that this man would lose his senses, attacking two defenseless young girls? These delicate maidens, with their tender skin, appeared utterly fragile, likely incapable of even slaying a chicken. Despite this, Yi Liang still sought to inflict harm upon them. Such behavior is inhumane." After hearing Qi Song's account, Dongfang Yang couldn't help but gasp in shock. He was aware that Yi Liang and Qi Xiaocheng had encountered some minor disagreements, but he never anticipated the situation had escalated to such a degree. To understand the specifics, he would need to inquire with Su Tao. Returning to the hospital entrance, Dongfang Yang found Su Tao sitting in a daze on a bench, prompting him to sigh and suppress his urge to ask questions. Su Tao parted her parched lips, inquiring anxiously, "Is Xiaocheng all right?" At that moment, a female doctor approached, assuring them she is fine. The knife did not strike a vital area, and the wound is not very deep. Her cells are more active than those of ordinary individuals, so there is no need for concern. Upon hearing the doctor's words, both Su Tao and Dongfang Yang exhaled in relief. Su Tao closed her eyes, her voice laced with confusion. "Dongfang Yang, what should I do?" Dongfang Yang replied softly, "Do not overthink it. Although I am unaware of the details, you should rest for a while. Your complexion is quite poor." To describe Su Tao's appearance as merely poor would be an understatement. Her hair was disheveled, her face ashen, and the corners of her eyes were etched with fine lines from prolonged distress. The once vibrant hues of her eyes were now tragically diminished. Like a marionette that had been thoroughly played with, she exuded an aura of despair and melancholy. Su Tao parted her lips, casting a pleading glance at the strikingly handsome man before her. "Dongfang Yang, could you spare a moment to chat with me?" Dongfang Yang's heart softened slightly, yet he shook his head. "I'm sorry, Su Tao. With such a significant incident unfolding, not to mention Yi Liang himself, his associates will undoubtedly investigate and target both you and Qi Xiaochen. While the situation remains manageable, I must address it. Otherwise, it will adversely affect your future lives." With that, Dongfang Yang turned to Qi Song. "Brother Qi, your earlier impulsiveness was unwarranted. Come with me. At the very least, you should offer an apology. With my presence, they will refrain from making things difficult for you, and there may still be a chance to resolve this matter." As she watched Dongfang Yang and Qi Song depart, Su Tao leaned against the wall, rising slowly and aimlessly, making her way outside the hospital. She dialed Si Chen's number, but the call did not connect. She messaged Dr. Cheng, yet her message remained unread as the doctor seemed preoccupied. Chen Qian and her roommate had inexplicably vanished, leaving her unable to reach them. It felt as if everyone who could lend an ear and support her in relation to Qi Xiaocheng had simply disappeared. Of course, she had other friends, but could she truly confide in them about such matters? Qi Xiaocheng felt so deeply about Yiliang. Would involving more people only bring them harm? The weight of her thoughts pressed heavily upon her heart. Wandering aimlessly, she soon found herself standing before the door of Qi Xiaocheng's home. This grand entrance evoked a cascade of memories from the past week spent in the dim confines of a small dark room. Breathing was agonizing. Contemplating was unbearable. Desiring to abandon thought, forsake reality, and relinquish everything, Su Tao contemplated the futility of collapsing here, questioning the difference between this act and abandoning Little Orange. Yet, could she truly let go of her? Would Little Orange still be the same? Fear and trepidation enveloped her, creating a tumult of contradictions and struggles. In her desperation, Su Tao yearned for something to serve as her anchor, alleviating her burdens, regardless of its nature or the discomfort it might bring. Anything that could help her forget the events of the day would suffice. As she slowly entered the living room, her gaze was suddenly drawn to the countertop, where her throat constricted. A fleeting desire for alcohol surged within her. The very thought of drinking evoked an inexplicable sense of repulsion, yet this feeling strangely invigorated her spirit. It seemed that all the negativity she had been harboring paled in comparison to this profound sensation of reality. Without hesitation, Su Tao reached for a bottle of liquor, disregarding its potency, and unscrewed the cap without the need for a glass. It felt as though she clutched the last straw before descending into despair. As she closed her eyes slowly, her throat tightened. Having never consumed spirits of such high proof, she felt as if flames were engulfing her throat. Gasping for breath, she wiped away the tears that had begun to well in her eyes. A rush of endorphins flooded her system, bestowing upon her an unusual euphoria that significantly eased her discomfort. The pressures, entanglements, confusion, and fears that had plagued her moments ago were cast aside in that instant. After taking a moment to gather herself, Su Tao rinsed her mouth and took a hot shower. The warm water cascaded down from her head, soaking her hair and flowing over her smooth skin. Su Tao emptied her mind, akin to a person rescued from drowning, taking small, measured breaths while evading the roots of her predicament. After a shower, she dried her hair. Given the circumstances, it was best to sleep. She resolved to think of nothing and to disregard everything. This sensation was truly liberating. Ever since she had sipped that drink, a pleasant dizziness enveloped her, and Su Tao felt herself slipping into a state of exquisite euphoria. She cast aside her phone, smartwatch, and fragrant sachets in the living room. Swaying gently into Qi Xiaocheng's room, she collapsed onto the bed, embracing the large panda pillow that Qi Xiaocheng often cuddled during her slumber. Burying her face into the pillow, she inhaled deeply, savoring the familiar scent of Xiaocheng. What am I holding? A pillow? No, that's not right. I am cradling Xiaocheng. Yes, it's time to sleep with Xiaocheng. To think of nothing, simply to be together with Xiaocheng, is truly delightful. With one hand wrapped around the blanket, her weary eyes gradually fluttered closed. Her lips parted slightly as she mumbled to herself in a daze, so sleepy. I want to sleep. Was Xiaocheng waiting for her in the hospital? But going to the hospital would be uncomfortable. She would likely display her obsessive side again. Wun Tishi? Xiaocheng. Indeed, it is far more comfortable here. The scent of the sachet is so pleasant. It seemed as if she had cast off all burdens from her shoulders, and Su Tao slipped into a deep slumber. She was utterly exhausted. The relentless pressure, compounded by Yi Liang's coercive choices, had finally snapped the last thread of her resolve. Her subconscious began to shield her body and mind, urging her not to think. Escaping reality. During Su Tao's slumber, Qi Xiaocheng happened to awaken in the hospital. As she opened her eyes in search of familiar figures, she found none. Tao Tao was absent, with a hint of regret in her voice. Qi Xiaocheng struggled to reach for her phone on the bedside table and subsequently opened a mysterious app. Host, please rest first. Rest? Qi Xiaocheng expertly spent 100 emotional points in the system's shop to redeem a healing pill, tossing it into her mouth. She murmured, I certainly do not enjoy resting in this desolate hospital room. The scent of disinfectant is far from pleasant. Of course, I would prefer to rest in Tao Tao's embrace. The app on her phone revealed a flashing location on the map in a familiar area. Tao Tao was actually at my home. This was a custom app created using a hacker toolkit that Qi Xiaocheng had prepared in advance through the system's lottery. With the system's assistance, she could ascertain Su Tao's location regardless of where she was. After all, none of the skills provided by the system were trivial. However, What puzzled Qi Xiaocheng at that moment was why Su Tao was at her house. Meanwhile, Su Tao was blissfully asleep, hugging her large panda plush. Qi Xiaocheng took a moment to understand the whole situation. Suddenly, her eyes turned eerily captivating, realizing that Tao Tao had chosen to escape. It was truly disheartening. At that moment, the system in her mind spoke up. Host, it is quite natural for Su Tao to evade, as the pressure is not solely from you, Si Chun, but also from Chen Qian and Dr. Cheng's FAAD. With such multifaceted pressure, she has long reached her limit. Yi Liang is merely the spark that ignites the fuse. Honestly, I would not be surprised if Su Tao were to collapse at this point. Yet she would not succumb so easily. Qi Xiaoqing smiled gently, for she is the protagonist. In the original narrative, as far as I am aware, she only breaks down twice. The first instance occurs upon learning of the original owner's drowning. A moment when the original owner scarred her face and pierced her heart with cruel words, causing her to momentarily lose her sanity and plunge into despair. With just a slight provocation from Yi Liang, she allowed him to handle the original owner. Perhaps in the book, she believed that Yi Liang would merely punish the original owner. Who could have anticipated his ruthlessness? After several days of being beaten to the brink of death, the original owner was drowned by Yi Liang's underlings in the sea. The second breakdown transpires at the story's conclusion. No matter how radiant the protagonist may be, she cannot withstand the author's pen. The sudden emergence of a wealthy antagonist relentlessly closes in. One by one, those around her betray her, and she oscillates between hope and despair. Even so, she courageously endures immense pressure. It is only in the end, while sifting through a photograph with the original owner in their cramped rental, that she awakens to the truth. Ultimately, it is the original owner's family that cares for her the most. In a certain sense, Qi Xiaoqing and her family have perished because of her. Qi Xiaocheng leaned against the headboard, gazing at the ceiling. You know, she mused, from the perspective of Su Tao, the original protagonist may have never truly harbored any animosity towards her. Was it not a protective instinct to prevent her from engaging with Yi Liang, especially since, later on, Yi Liang indeed betrayed Su Tao? Could the original protagonist's actions be seen as a means of safeguarding Su Tao? If one believes that Yi Liang was drawn to Su Tao solely due to her beauty, would disfiguring her face and body truly lead Yi Liang to lose interest? In professing affection to various male leads, wasn't there always the possibility of becoming embroiled oneself? Each word she spoke was mirrored in the original text, deducing the process from the outcome presented in the narrative. Chapter 79 reminds us that escape is not an option. As for the public perception of the original protagonist, Xiaocheng, it is extremely polarized within the text. Some readers argue that the despicable actions she undertook early on warranted her demise, claiming her later redemption was merely a product of the author's flawed reasoning. After all, it is evident that the original author, in pursuit of monetary gain, tarnished the entire work, concluding with a lackluster ending. Conversely, a faction of readers remains staunchly supportive of Su Tao. It is undeniable that the supporting female antagonist is all out, and all male gods fall into my embrace is a subpar narrative, with the author having compromised the entire book for profit. Nevertheless, the author's literary prowess is still evident in the narrative coherence. Viewing the story from Su Tao's perspective, initially adored by many, then engulfed in confusion and suffering, ultimately betrayed by her rivals, allows one to perceive this novel as Su Tao's tragic existence rather than a mere capitulation by the author for financial gain, deepening the resonance and affection for Su Tao. If I were to perish in such a manner, what would remain for Xiaocheng to confront in the afterlife? It was I who caused her demise, who brought about the end of Qi Song. I must bear her burdens and live on, spending my life in repentance, in atonement, fulfilling all that she wished to accomplish in her lifetime. Thus, with these reflections, the final carousel of events depicts Su Tao's independent thoughts alongside the redemption of the original protagonist, Xiaocheng, appearing remarkably coherent, even as a mere cannon fodder antagonist. The name Qi Xiaocheng resonates throughout the extensive narrative of 4 million words alongside Su Tao. Su Tao's ultimate despair stems from a dream she had in her fleeting moments. It was the torment that had haunted her for years. The deceased original protagonist, Xiaocheng, appeared in her dream, offering her apologies, forgiving her, and confessing her feelings. Tao Tao, you are not unloved. You still have me. If given another chance, I would ensure that love envelopes you, and I would never allow anyone to harm you again. Upon awakening, Su Tao felt that even if forgiveness eluded her, perhaps in death, She could repay her wrongs to the original Xiao Cheng in the afterlife. Tears fell, dampening the cherished photograph she clutched tightly in her grasp. I am sorry. It remains unclear whether this apology was directed from Su Tao to Xiao Cheng or from the author to the readers at large. With this final utterance serving as the conclusion, Su Tao takes her own life. The novel concludes without epilogues, without sequels crafted for mere profit. The author leaves all suspense in the void, allowing readers to engage in discussion. Yet, I am not a lovesick individual, impervious to remedy. This presents an insurmountable dilemma. Qi Xiaocheng gazes at the slumbering Su Tao, fully comprehending the reasons behind her actions, concerned that I might employ the same method to harm those around her, persistently forcing her to make choices, even at the expense of my own well-being. She fears making a decision and is reluctant to accept the reality of my twisted affection. Despite my attempts as a physician to guide her, she remains resolute in her desire to heal me. However, this cannot continue. Qi Xiaocheng gazed at the surveillance footage on her phone, observing Su Tao peacefully sleeping, cradling a giant panda. After laying down her burdens and choosing to escape, she appeared serene, even in the absence of her comforting sachet. Unbeknownst to her, Qi Xiaocheng found herself captivated by Su Tao's countenance. Su Tao must not fear me, for how could she love me otherwise? Without taking the first step, there will never be progress. Even when coerced, she must willingly embrace me. This is the most crucial element for Qi Xiaocheng. Originally, the date scheduled for this morning had shown promise. By day's end, she was confident in drawing Su Tao into her haven of tenderness, nurturing the notion that although Xiaocheng may possess a hint of obsession, being by her side brings genuine happiness and contentment. With this objective in mind, as Su Tao gradually finds it difficult to breathe, she will inevitably discover that Xiaocheng's embrace is the sole refuge from her distress. Thus, affection and attachment will blossom, reminiscent of their time in the small dark room. Everything else was peculiar, strange, and abnormal, yet her charm stood out as a sweet contrast. This pursuit led to an eager reach, followed by the enjoyment of their connection. However, the arrival of Yi Liang disrupted all of Qi Xiaocheng's plans and preparations. The previously soft path has now become untenable. Peach, if you continue to evade this way, when will you ever come to cherish me? When shall we be together? The pressure is still insufficient. Qi Xiaocheng lay on the hospital bed, passively awaiting the passage of time. After managing the doctor and attending to the concerns of both Dong Fanyang and her brother, who had taken time out of their busy schedules to check on her, she found herself drifting into slumber. After an extensive 10-hour nap from noon until midnight, Su Tao gradually awakened. Such prolonged lethargy did not invigorate her. Rather, it left her feeling even more fatigued and listless in a brief span. Su Tao experienced this firsthand, her head spinning and her chest heavy with discomfort. After a considerable moment, though still weary, the struggle and anguish she felt prior to sleep had faded. Su Tao glanced at the plush panda still cradled in her arms and chuckled. "Oh, panda, you are softer than Xiaocheng." With that, she nuzzled her face into the panda's belly. However, uttering those words caused her to pause momentarily. Xiaocheng, she was still in the hospital. Memories flooded back like a relentless tide. Self-harm, temptation, Yi Liang's betrayal, choices. Each scene flickered through her mind, casting a shadow of pain across her features. Yet, when she lifted her gaze again, a hint of retreat appeared in her expression. Perhaps, she thought, it would be best to let things unfold naturally. Just as this notion took root, the sound of a phone ringing echoed from the living room. A sense of foreboding crept into her heart. She stepped out to check the caller ID and exhaled softly. It was Qi Xiaocheng's mother calling. At that moment, she felt utterly unprepared to confront Qi Xiaocheng or to contemplate the complexities surrounding her illness, a matter she had seemingly buried deep within. In the presence of her mother, Su Tao displayed a relaxed smile and greeted, "Good evening, Aunt." As the call connected, Qi Xiaocheng, situated in the hospital, listened to the voice emanating from her phone, a smile playing on her lips. Her mimicry skills ignited, emulating her mother's frail and anxious tone as it gently echoed in Su Tao's ear. "Oh, how wonderful. Xiao Tao, your call has gone through. Where is Xiaocheng? I can't seem to reach her on her phone." "Xiaocheng, where is she?" The blissful moment transformed into a burden. "Isn't Xiaocheng with you? As her elder sister, haven't you taken good care of her? I entrusted her to you, allowing her to study in Zhuzhou with you. Or perhaps, Xiao Tao, you no longer want her?" A suffocating sense of despair washed over her once more, akin to sinking beneath water. It felt as if the affectionate voice of Qi Xiaochen echoed in her ears. Tao Tao, you cannot escape. Chapter 80, A Chain of Events. Her smile brightened further. However, the aged voice produced by her mimicry bore a hint of confusion and disbelief. Xiaodao, something has happened to Xiaocheng, hasn't it? A mother perceives her daughter as her sole treasure, yet receives no news of her. It felt as though the sky had collapsed, pressing down upon Su Tao. The radiant protagonist hurriedly donned a smile, her tone light as she reassured. Aunt, what are you saying? Xiaocheng is certainly fine. The temperature has drastically dropped here in Jiuzhou. She has caught a cold and has only just fallen asleep. Her phone is on silent. Yet, Su Tao's smile gradually stiffened. The aged voice did not cease, as the elder often indulged in trivial repetitions. Xiao Tao, it is truly a blessing to have you by Xiaocheng's side. This child has always had a fragile disposition, easily bullied. We, two old folks, are merely tillers of the land and have already disappointed Xiaocheng's brother. Without you, we would be utterly at a loss. Thank you for being a pillar of support for Xiaocheng, allowing her to rely on you. I am at ease in trusting her to you. Listening to the reassuring tone, Su Tao's stiff smile gradually transformed into a bittersweet expression. There is no need for thanks, Auntie. I was raised by you and Uncle, as her elder sister. It is only natural that I care for Xiaocheng. Did you manage to lull her to sleep? Su Tao inquired. Yes, came the reply. That child, as always, insists on being held to drift off, truly a girl who refuses to grow up. She is afraid. She longs to escape, to forget everything and live a carefree life alone, which seems appealing. Yet, deep within her heart, she struggles to relinquish the image of that small figure. Like a thorny rose, grasped in her hand, it continuously pricks and wounds her. Even with Xiaocheng, Su Tao has harbored thoughts of avoidance. But the presence of Father Qi and Mother Qi has deterred her from such considerations. As a low-income household, supporting both Qi Song and Qi Xiaocheng is already an arduous endeavor. Because of her, the entire family has been the subject of gossip among neighbors. Despite her being an outsider, the elderly couple has treated her as their own daughter. They bought her clothes, toys, and provided for her education, allowing her, an orphan since childhood, to experience the warmth of family and kinship. Only the parents of Qi could not be let down by Su Tao, nor would she dare to disappoint them. In her ears, the heavy voice of a man resounded once more. It was the slightly hoarse voice of Qi's father. What a pity that Xiao Tao is not a boy. Otherwise, marrying Xiaocheng off would have been quite splendid. As soon as these words were uttered, they were met with a reprimand from Qi's mother. You old fool. What do you know? With Qi Song around, there's no need to worry about carrying on the family line. Do you truly wish to marry off Xiaocheng? I would gladly raise both daughters for a lifetime. After her admonishment, her tone softened as it turned to Su Tao. Xiao Tao, do not heed your uncle's nonsense. You and Xiaocheng shall decide your own matters. I shall not intrude. It's fine, you are not intruding. Well then, I shall hang up. Xiao Tao, I entrust Xiaocheng to you. With that, the call was disconnected. Su Tao sat dazedly on the sofa, her mind filled with the last words of Qi's mother. I entrust Xiaocheng to you. The elder's care, expectations, satisfaction, and happiness were all bestowed upon her. Tao Tao, such a heavy love, must you truly disregard me? After ending the call and setting down her phone, Qi Xiaocheng smiled brightly. She thought that she would soon see Su Tao in this hospital room. Although the hacking tools extracted by the system were not advanced, it was quite simple to utilize the original owner's mother's number. Just as the call indicated, I have entrusted myself to you, Tao Tao. Meanwhile, in the living room, Su Tao leaned back on the sofa and closed her eyes, her previously hidden complex feelings for Qi Xiaocheng stirred by a mere phone call. Now, what was she to do? With her phone in hand, Su Tao mindlessly scrolled through the content displayed, oblivious to what she was actually viewing, merely engaged in aimless gestures. Qi Xiaocheng continued to observe the bewildered girl through the surveillance. She took out her phone and queried the system. What do you believe Tao Tao needs most at this moment? Does the host require your comfort? Or perhaps a fade of normalcy? I have always been perfectly fine. Qi Xiaocheng gently corrected the system's misinterpretation, continuing, what Tao Tao truly needs now is a fulcrum, a belief, a goal to strive towards. Merely instilling a sense of responsibility in her through the pressure from her parents is insufficient. Even if she were to come to the hospital, it would be merely out of obligation to care for me. She must take the initiative. Then, what should be our course of action? Qi Xiaocheng smiled softly. It is now the time for Dr. Cheng to make her entrance. Tao Tao is troubled, and she requires healing. Startled, Su Tao straightened up, her expression brightening. Dr. Chung, I apologize for being preoccupied all day. How is your friend, Orange? Tao Tao. Dr. Chung, allow me to explain the situation to you. Given the nature of online interactions, where the two were unfamiliar with one another, the reality was destined to remain disparate. Additionally, due to the considerable assistance Dr. Chung had previously offered Su Tao, she instinctively placed her complete trust in her. She recounted, in meticulous detail, the entire sequence of events involving Qi Xiao Chung and Yi Liang to Dr. Chung. The waiting period was excruciating for Su Tao. 3 minutes felt akin to half an hour. Dr. Chung, so, you are currently unsure of how to proceed? Su Tao, well, I'm somewhat fearful of her. Just think, she became a doctor, and this time her self-harm caused a rift between Yi Liang and me. What if it happens again, or again after that? Su Tao, I even thought just now that perhaps it would be better to ignore it altogether. Such matters are not easy to discuss with others. It feels unbearable to keep them bottled up inside. Dr. Chung, I believe I understand your sentiments. Su Tao urgently messaged. Dr. Chung, do you have any solutions? Dr. Chung, she makes you feel pain, confusion, oppression, fear, even difficulty in breathing, does she not? Su Tao swallowed hard. Yes, I know she doesn't do it intentionally, but she exerts immense pressure on me without realizing it. I am at a loss for what to do. Dr. Chung sighs. Dr. Chung, given your current state, you will inevitably collapse. My sole advice is this. You should consider admitting her to a psychiatric hospital. Chapter 81. Miss Taozi, you too are a Yandra. Psychiatric hospital? Su Tao gazed at the message from Dr. Chung, her mind momentarily flooded with the myriad of news articles she had encountered online. Sending someone to a rehabilitation school for internet addiction, where students risked everything just to expose the violent, coercive nature of such institutions, which had even resulted in numerous fatalities. Admitting someone to a psychiatric hospital, where they might be scorned, neglected, or abused by the diverse individuals within. Treating the unwell until they become ill, or treating the ill until they perish. A vision seemed to manifest before her. Qi Xiaochen was sent to a psychiatric hospital, emerging either deranged or on the brink of death. She trembled as she typed hastily. Taozi, Dr. Chung, this doesn't seem right. Why would she be sent to a mental institution? You didn't say that before. Taozi, I apologize, Dr. Chung. I was too agitated and typed incorrectly. Dr. Chung, it is not your fault. My previous optimism stemmed from your own hopeful demeanor, which would inspire the patients, thus providing them with a chance for healing. However, your current state indicates that you have reached your limit. You can no longer endure. Being around your friend Qingzi in this condition may only produce adverse effects. Moreover, I am concerned for your well-being. Your subconscious is already preventing you from engaging with Qingzi, which is a protective instinct. If this continues, it is uncertain whether Qingzi can be cured, but you may very well lose your sanity. That is why I recommended sending Qingzi to a mental institution. While the chances of treatment are slim, it would be better for both of you. Dr. Chung, you see, you are afraid to confront her. Yet you are anxious about sending her away. Dr. Chang, what is it that you truly desire? Gazing at her phone, Su Tao's lips quivered. What is it that I want? Images flashed through her mind, yet none could crystallize. At that moment, Dr. Chung sent another message, expressing that typing explanations was exhausting and inquiring if a phone call would be more convenient. The sound that reached her ears was that of a mature and composed gentleman. Hello, Miss Su Tao, I am Dr. Chung. His voice brought an inexplicable sense of reassurance, and Su Tao steadied herself. Hello, Dr. Chung. As a psychologist, we often employ a question-and-answer approach to assist patients in sorting through their circumstances. First and foremost, you do not harbor animosity towards your orange-haired friend. Despite her affection for you, her gender, and her potential for extreme behavior, you still do not wish to forsake her, correct? No. Dr. Chung advises against allowing external factors to sway your judgment, emphasizing the importance of self-reflection. Dr. Chung, let me pose the question more directly. Do you like her? Or do you dislike her? Su Tao found herself momentarily speechless. Dr. Chung smiled and clarified, do not misunderstand. Liking someone encompasses not only romantic feelings, but also familial bonds, friendships, admiration, longing, and other sentiments. If you truly cannot discern your feelings, then not disliking her equates to liking her. Not disliking equates to liking. Su Tao opened her mouth, instinctively sensing something amiss, yet unable to pinpoint it. Very well, Dr. Chung acknowledged, thus leading us back to the previous two inquiries. Either send her to a psychiatric facility or attempt to accept her troubled nature and endeavor to find enjoyment in it. However, Dr. Chung, is there truly no alternative? Dr. Chung, I am presenting you with a binary choice, not an open-ended question. Another choice. Su Tao pursed her lips, and if I must choose, I would. I would attempt to accept her, feign affection towards her, and then see if I could help her heal. Dr. Chung, healing is a matter for later. For now, you have chosen to accept her. However, Dr. Chung, Su Tao interjected anxiously. While that may be true, I still feel fear when I think of her or face her. Do not fret. We are here to address this issue. We will deduce the process and origins from the outcome. Dr. Chung articulated deliberately. The current outcome is that Orange has become a Yandera and harbors affection for you. Thus, Miss Tao, our inquiry begins. How did she transform into a Yandera? And why does she love you now that she has? Dr. Chung did not afford Su Tao a moment to ponder, instead posing and answering the question himself. The emergence of a Yandera is a distortion, an aberration. Such feelings do not arise spontaneously. There must be familial, environmental, or even external influences at play. Let us dissect this matter piece by piece. Su Tao stood lost in thought, reflecting on family. Little Orange hails from a poverty-stricken farming household. Her parents were adept at raising children but lacked the knowledge to educate them, leading to a rather arduous existence. Dr. Chung interjected appropriately, noting that children from such backgrounds often lack proper guidance. They tend to mimic what they observe and gravitate towards those influences, unable to discern right from wrong. Marking the onset of distortion. What about the environmental factors that affected her development? Su Tao's breathing had become somewhat rapid, due to her petite stature, humble background, and a disposition that hindered her communication. She had been a target of bullying prior to my arrival at the school. Her classmates looked down upon her. The teachers turned a blind eye, and the school itself remained indifferent. The doctor remarked, "You see, such repression and extremity, coupled with a lack of proper education, sow the seeds of dysfunction. It is indeed a formidable challenge for children like her to grow up normally." In the hospital, Qi Xiaoqin, filled with a mix of compassion, excitement, and anticipation, continued to gently inquire. So, most importantly, what are the human factors related to her infatuation with you? At that moment, Su Tao was reminded of something terrifying, something she wished to avoid confronting. Her legs trembled, and her lips lost all color. The human factor was, during her moments of utter despair, helplessness, and confusion, I had appeared by her side, offering her a hand, and then the doctor continued her thoughts. And to comfort her insecurities and encourage her, you repeatedly told her that she was your most important person, that you cherished her, and that you would be together forever. Miss Tao, from an adult's perspective, one must consider that Miss Orange comes from a disadvantaged background, lacking a proper education and enduring solitude, with no one having stood by her side for years. And then you appeared, subtly shaping her thoughts, guiding her emotions, making her value you, making her fall for you, leading her to believe that you would always be together, thus rendering her hopelessly dependent on you. These are the words you once shared with me. Miss Orange, in her naivety, resembled a blank canvas, absorbing and filling in all the knowledge imparted to her through speech, sound, and instruction. Dr. Cheng's voice resonated deeply. And in terms of conclusions, Miss Peach, you two are a bit of a Yandera. Chapter 82, The Yandera's Closure 4. I don't know what to name it, so here's an update. Am I a Yandera? Su Tao's hand trembled uncontrollably as she clutched her phone. At that moment, a brilliant flash illuminated the darkened window. A lightning bolt brightened the entire world, yet the delayed rumble of thunder did not follow. That thunder resonated within Su Tao's heart. Before she could utter a word, Dr. Cheng's tone abruptly shifted to a lighter one. Of course, I was merely jesting. Having conversed with you for the past half-month, I am well aware of your character. How could you possibly be a Yandera? Do not be too anxious. Dr. Chung continued, his tone now devoid of the earlier heaviness. If what you shared with me previously was the truth, then you likely understand it yourself, right? The reason Miss Orange has transformed into a Yandera, and why her object of affection is you. There was no need for Dr. Chung to elaborate further. Su Tao's mind already followed his thoughts, piecing together the final puzzle. Reflecting on that initial afternoon, Qi Xiaocheng had shouted at her in a frenzy. You have always told me that I am your most treasured friend, your most important person, your favorite. Since you have said this, why then betray me? Yi Liang, Si Chun, Dong Fangyang, you already possess my affection. Why pursue them further? Tao Tao, is my love not sufficient for you? At that time, Su Tao could not comprehend why Qi Xiaocheng would utter such words. She merely considered it a misguided notion instilled by her unfriendly peers, leading her astray. The reason Qi Xiaocheng would express such sentiments was due to her own feelings. Yet, given that she was only a few months older than Qi Xiaocheng, how much could she truly understand? Both had once existed in a state of naive ignorance. For a prolonged period, Su Tao regarded Qi Xiaocheng as her dearest friend, a sister in need of encouragement and affection, often plagued by insecurity. However, she had never viewed her own thoughtless words from Qi Xiaocheng's perspective. As the fog lifted, clarity emerged. The logic had not faltered. The unresolved tensions of the past found closure in that moment. Thus, it was indeed because of me that Xiaocheng transformed into a delicate soul. Su Tao whispered softly. Yet, after Xiaocheng's transformation, fear and trepidation took root within her, leading to thoughts of avoidance and indifference. As insights blossomed, her mind became increasingly starved for clarity. A tide of guilt and self-reproach engulfed Su Tao's heart. Each word escaped her lips, a confession of long-standing regret towards Xiaocheng. Meanwhile, Qi Xiaocheng, listening to these murmured revelations on her phone, smiled with an eerie sense of satisfaction. Gently extending her hand, she offered a lifeline. Miss Tao, there still remains a chance for redemption. Dr. Cheng, with a half-smile, spoke in a soothing, mature tone that instilled a sense of reassurance. We are merely assisting you in clarifying your thoughts and recognizing your current situation. The topic of potential salvation is, in essence, reserved for last consideration. Su Tao, filled with urgency, inquired, then what should I do? However, Dr. Cheng did not impose further. Instead, gently responding, the course of action that follows is not for me to dictate, but rather depends on your own choices and endeavors. It is through the unknown choices and actions that delightful surprises may arise. Moreover, now that you have gained clarity regarding your circumstances, do you still feel the same fear when confronting her? But Dr. Cheng, do you have other methods to alleviate pressure and anxiety? Su Tao pressed on. I understand I must take responsibility, but the delicate state of Xiaocheng still causes me a degree of trepidation. In response to your concerns, what you truly require is a listener, Dr. Cheng remarked slowly. Ideally, someone like me, a stranger, yet someone with whom you can converse comfortably. Of course, friends in reality may also suffice, provided they are trustworthy and that your friend Xiaocheng remains unaware. Additionally, he continued, it has become quite fashionable to seek various companions. You might find someone with shared interests to enjoy hobbies together while engaging in conversation. Su Tao hesitated momentarily. It seems I don't have any hobbies. Then you should find one, Dr. Cheng advised. Watching animations, playing games, or simply chatting over a voice call would suffice. Furthermore, engaging in physical activities can also alleviate stress. But in your situation, conversing with someone personally would be more beneficial. Su Tao diligently noted down the information and then inquired, Dr. Cheng, how should I approach Xiaocheng? I have no idea. Just act as you usually would, Dr. Cheng replied with a smile. When a fragile personality is not provoked, they tend to be quite docile. However, I believe you should also allow yourself to relish the experience. Relish? Su Tao echoed, intrigued. Yes, since resistance is futile, why not attempt to find enjoyment in the process of healing? You recall what I mentioned, don't you? Dr. Cheng's laughter was captivating. The love of those with delicate dispositions is unparalleled. Su Tao hesitated, but I am merely pretending to like her. How can I truly enjoy that? Your pretense does not conflict with the enjoyment, Dr. Cheng interjected. This is a journey, ultimately determined by your own choices. However, one thing you must remember, endeavor to accept what you despise. Su Tao murmured in confusion, accept what I despise? Indeed, Dr. Cheng affirmed with a nod. You fear her and wish to evade her. If you do not attempt to embrace her flaws and acknowledge your aversion, it will feel as though no one is standing by her side. This is crucial for the healing process. For the first time, Dr. Cheng emphasized the importance of those two words. Su Tao solemnly nodded. I understand now, Dr. Cheng. Thank you for your enlightenment today. Acknowledged, Dr. Cheng responded. There's no need for gratitude. As physicians, we often employ similar methods to elucidate our patients' thoughts. I can spare some time to converse with you, but my assistance is limited beyond that. However, as a psychological professional, while untangling thoughts, I can also subtly guide them. Peach, how could you ever elude my grasp? Little Orange, with my charm, could you genuinely harbor any dislike towards me? The call concluded, and Su Tao exhaled deeply, a sense of clarity washing over her as she comprehended her objectives and sentiments. alleviating a considerable portion of her melancholy. Reflecting upon Dr. Cheng's counsel, Su Tao murmured, contemplating the notion of embracing what she loathed, so that little orange might find joy. She harbored no animosity towards Qi Xiaocheng, merely a trepidation of her sickly affections. What, then, was truly detestable? As she pondered this, Su Tao was suddenly struck by an idea. Slowly turning her head, she gazed upon the remnants of yesterday's indulgence. Half a bottle of Baijiu. Chapter 83. Ode to the Resilient Peach. Su Tao harbored a strong aversion to alcohol. The ensuing dizziness impaired her ability to think rationally. Nor did she appreciate the scalding, fiery sensation. Yet, she poured herself another glass. With eyes shut and head tilted back, she pinched her nose and forced herself to swallow. The burning sensation persisted, intensely unpleasant. Unlike sparkling water, whose initial tartness and effervescence might be off-putting to some, but tolerable with repeated exposure, alcohol remained unpalatable to most. Regardless of consumption, Su Tao found it difficult to fathom that she would willingly choose to imbibe. However, it was precisely after taking a sip of alcohol that her clarity and rationality began to wane, allowing her to contemplate matters she would ordinarily dismiss. Su Tao leaned against the sink, resting for a considerable time, breathing heavily. The high alcohol content of the liquor was overwhelming. Merely a couple of swigs had rendered her nearly incapacitated. She sought to reflect on what it was that she truly loathed. Was it the suffocating and burdensome affection of Qi Xiaocheng? Did she genuinely despise, or perhaps harbor fondness for, or merely wish to evade it? After rinsing her mouth, Su Tao set aside the remaining liquor and glanced at her phone, noting the time, 22:48. She wondered if Xiaocheng had already succumbed to slumber. After a moment's contemplation, Su Tao sent a message to Qi Xiaocheng. Are you asleep? How is your recovery going? I apologize for being preoccupied with matters at school today. Have you any need for me to visit the hospital? It was rather absurd, considering she had spent the entire day at home resting, yet she could not bring herself to utter a falsehood. In the hospital, Qi Xiaocheng reclined on her bed, a wry smile gracing her lips. She yearned to see Su Tao dearly, yet she recognized that an overly forthright girl was not particularly endearing. Upon receiving Su Tao's message, a wave of tranquility washed over her. Undoubtedly, Xiaocheng had emerged from her previous state of distress and returned to normalcy, exhibiting a slight clinginess yet demonstrating understanding and concern without imposing undue burden. In comparison to that extreme form of affection, it was indeed this more balanced Xiaocheng that endeared herself to Su Tao. Ultimately, a visit to the hospital was imperative, if only to offer companionship and help stabilize her emotions. After messaging Qi Xiaocheng, Su Tao rose and donned a down jacket. Her gaze fell upon the sachet nestled beside her wristwatch, causing her to pause momentarily in surprise. Isn't the scented pouch meant to be worn on one's person? While resting in Qi Xiaocheng's room, she distinctly inhaled the delicate fragrance of the pouch both before sleep and upon awakening, familiar yet cherished. It seems that the pressures of life have led her to experience hallucinations. Su Tao shook her head and secured the pouch around her waist before stepping out. Meanwhile, in the hospital, Qi Xiaocheng reclined on her bed, quietly awaiting her fate, reflecting on the unexpected choice of Su Tao to numb herself with alcohol. It was evident that she loathed drinking, yet she believed that inebriation would allow her to better grasp her own emotions. However, true intoxication clouds one's understanding of their actions, and upon regaining consciousness, she would likely forget her drunken escapades. Host, it seems unnecessary to continue applying pressure on Su Tao at this juncture, does it not? She was undoubtedly fatigued and needed to rest for a while. It was uncertain how Dong Fangyang and her brother were faring. If Yi Liang refrained from causing trouble, substantial pressure would not be required in the immediate future. Just a bit less pressure? Qi Xiaocheng remarked, asserting that some degree of pressure was essential to keep Su Tao perpetually mindful of her. If Su Tao did not actively seek relief, the next phase of her plan would remain unexecuted. The system fell silent for a moment, a tribute to the legendary pressure-resistant Su Tao. Fortunately, the original author crafted Su Tao's character impeccably. Had it been anyone else under such relentless scrutiny, they would have succumbed to madness. As a formidable antagonist system, it could not help but feel sympathy for Su Tao. Speaking of which, what is my current emotional value? After deducting the 1,000 emotional points spent by the host on purchasing the original novel, 435 emotional points remain. Among these, the male protagonist Yi Liang contributes the most emotional points, followed by the female protagonist Su Tao, And then the supporting characters Qi Song and Dong Fanyang. Yi Liang is almost driven to the brink of self-destruction. Could his contribution of emotional points be insignificant? As one of the male leads, even without the halo effect, his influential background ensures that Qi Xiaoqing cannot truly eradicate him. As the young master of the Yi family in the capital and the president of one of the leading enterprises in Jiuzhou, should someone of his stature fall from grace, the repercussions from his backing would undoubtedly surpass any retaliation from Yi Liang himself. Within the narrative world of this female-centric novel, the intricate relationships among these wealthy families extend throughout the Great Zhou Kingdom, where even the law may struggle to impose sanctions upon them. A faint unease lingers in Qi Xiaoqing's heart. System, please initiate a 10 consecutive draws. Qi Xiaoqing is in need of a skill that is not only more potent than mere darkness, but also one that can be controlled actively. It would be splendid to draw a halo of destiny for herself. 10 consecutive draws in progress. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the following items. 9 white and 1 gold. This time, the 10 consecutive draws did not yield the usual fortune, resulting in the minimum guarantee. Acquisition of Slimming Beverage 3. Consuming this will eliminate 10 pounds of unnecessary fat. A premier choice for weight loss. Acquisition of Snow White's Poisoned Apple 1. A cursed apple tainted by the Wicked Queen. Consuming it will invite misfortune for a lifetime. Acquisition of Su Tao Xiaocheng Figurine 1. A pair of figurines brimming with a two-dimensional essence, a masterpiece of exquisite craftsmanship. Prolonged gazing at the figurine may induce a trance, making one prone to lucid dreams during sleep. Orange Brand Sanitary Set 4. A complete set of personal sanitary products for women, and essential during menstruation. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the skill. Disguise, Intermediate. Disguise, Intermediate. The host can alter her appearance to mimic another individual, changing aspects such as looks, height, and bone structure freely, but cannot defy the fundamental settings of the human body, limited to females, usable once a week. Duration of disguise, 3 hours. Qi Xiaoqing's focus naturally lies on the skill, rather than the attack-type skill she had anticipated. However, the practicality of this skill is remarkably high. Alas, it is restricted to females. Otherwise, Qi Xiaoqing could have donned her doctor persona to further assist Su Tao. Moreover, the poisoned apple and the figurine piqued her curiosity. Qi Xiaoqing yearned to examine them, but the doctor was due to arrive shortly. And should the doctor misinterpret her intentions and offer to peel the apple for her, it would lead to an unfortunate misunderstanding. Thus, she subdued her curiosity and awaited Su Tao's arrival in silence. At 11:20, the partially ajar door was gently knocked upon. As the charming young girl stepped in wearing short boots, Qi Xiaoqing lifted her adorable smile and greeted, "Tao Tao, good evening." Chapter 84. My affection for you is a facade. Her silky chestnut hair cascaded over her shoulders, and the cool-toned light intertwined with the delicate features of her fragile face. Upon seeing Su Tao, her smile blossomed, revealing a hint of dimples. In that moment, she appeared exceptionally endearing. This radiant smile brought a sense of reassurance to Su Tao, who, holding a few fruits, sat beside Qi Xiaoqing and inquired about her well-being. Qi Xiaoqing straightened slightly, her voice lively as she responded, "The moment I saw you, my body assured me that everything is perfectly fine." Almost instinctively, Su Tao expressed her concern. "Xiaoqing, please don't hurt yourself again, all right?" Qi Xiaoqing blinked innocently, feigning ignorance. "What are you talking about, Tao Tao? I haven't harmed myself at all." Su Tao paused, a bitter smile fleeting across her face before she donned an expression of indignation. "Damn that Yi Liang." Qi Xiaoqing nodded in understanding, saying, "I heard my brother mention it. It's unfortunate he wasn't severely punished. How could he dare to make you, Tao Tao, work as a maid? I curse him to remain in the hospital forever." Su Tao parted her lips to speak, but lowered her head in silence. So it was because of the maid situation? Although the incident in the small dark room had passed, her role as Yi Liang's maid had merely been set aside. In Qi Xiaoqing's eyes, the matter had been avoided this time, yet it would inevitably recur. Thus, she resolved to sever all ties with Yi Liang completely. Su Tao's gaze was filled with complexity. When gazing at Qi Xiaoqing, there was no hint of reproach. Rather, it was merely another iteration of self-inflicted suffering. Qi Xiaoqing transformed into a lovesick character, imprisoning herself in the basement, yearning to leap from the rooftop, and even resorting to self-harm while attempting to implicate others. The consequences she faced were solely the result of her own actions. Su Tao closed her eyes, gradually clearing her mind before exhaling deeply. The paramount task at hand was to soothe Xiaochen's emotions, actively endeavoring to accept her twisted affection, thus taking the first step towards a gradual healing process. After coming to this realization, Su Tao slowly lifted her gaze, only to find Qi Xiaochen staring intently at her, their eyes meeting naturally. The petite girl tilted her head with a smile, inquiring what Su Tao was pondering. Su Tao's tone softened considerably as she contemplated Xiaochen's hobbies. Should they cultivate a shared interest? Qi Xiaochen's eyes sparkled with anticipation, her expression akin to that of a child who has just spotted a cherished toy. With a blissful countenance, she remarked that this was indeed something couples would do. Couples. Su Tao would not readily acknowledge such a label, yet, in alignment with Qi Xiaochen's sentiment, she chose to soothe her emotions without outright denial. What did Xiaochen enjoy doing in solitude? Watching anime. Su Tao continued her inquiry, asking what genre of anime Xiaochen preferred. In an instant, Su Tao's smile faltered. How should she proceed with this topic? This was something she urgently pondered. Observant Qi Xiaochen noticed Su Tao's change in expression and gently asked, "What is wrong, Tao Tao? Do you dislike girls?" Su Tao hastily shook her head, replying, "No, I don't dislike them." Indeed, Little Orange Pond gazed directly at Su Tao, articulating slowly, "Girls are fragrant, tender, and exceedingly comfortable to embrace. Their docility and obedience render them among the world's most exquisite treasures." The maiden, subjected to that crimson gaze, averted her eyes guiltily, murmuring, "Yes, indeed." Little Orange Pond sighed once more. "Alas, my brother also mentioned that boys are often unrefined and inattentive. He expressed a desire to find a girl to care for me in the future." These words evoked a memory of a query posed by elder brother Pine Pond. "Little Tao, do you harbor affection for my sister?" Pine Pond wishes to find a girl to care for Little Orange, to be with Little Orange. Was that the impetus for his message at that time? And just now, it seemed that her aunt also implied a desire for her and Little Orange to be together. Su Tao recoiled slightly, hesitant to delve further into such thoughts. Nor did she wish to prolong this conversation. Fortunately, the usual Little Orange Pond was considerate and thoughtful. Perhaps sensing her unease, she feigned a yawn and reclined. "Little Tao, I feel somewhat drowsy." Little Orange Pond nodded. Extending a small hand, "Would Little Tao be willing to hold my hand until I fall asleep?" "You may release it then, if you please." Of course, Su Tao acquiesced. Su Tao took Little Orange Pond's right hand, conveying her own warmth. She offered a gentle smile and watched as Little Orange Pond drifted into slumber. In less than 10 minutes, the petite girl in the hospital bed emitted soft, endearing snores. Su Tao, unable to resist, reached out to smooth her hair. She remained there, gazing at her countenance. The word adorable encapsulated her essence entirely. The warmth transmitted through the palm brought Su Tao a sense of indulgence. Her petite hand was easily grasped. The back of her hand was smooth, and her delicate fingertips radiated warmth that made one reluctant to let go. However, from the wrist upward, the portion obscured by long sleeves revealed a few imperfections on her otherwise flawless arm. When she gently pushed the sleeves up, the blemishes became more pronounced. Some faded marks, which Su Tao instantly recognized as remnants from the rooftop incident, had nearly vanished by now. Yet, the events of the past could not be erased. Su Tao's mood darkened slightly. Even in the small, dim room, she had sensed something amiss. She could feel it. This was the madness that followed Qi Xiaocheng's obsession. Yet, she had always hesitated to contemplate that direction and instinctively avoided it. It was no wonder the medical report would state her health was fragile. If she were to accept her words, would such occurrences befall her as well? The thought was suffocating. Su Tao dared not delve deeper. She wished to withdraw her hand for a moment of respite. Just as she attempted to rise, she was abruptly pulled back by Qi Xiaocheng with unexpected force. Looking at Qi Xiaocheng, she realized the latter was sound asleep, the grip on her hand a mere subconscious expression of reluctance. The petite girl, lost in dreams, murmured softly, "Tao Tao, please don't abandon me." Su Tao's expression grew complex as she gently patted Qi Xiaocheng's small hand, whispering, "Xiaocheng, I like you too." However, she silently added, "But I'm sorry, Xiaocheng, my affection for you is feigned." With that unspoken thought, she loosened her hold on the hand that clung to her. Until Su Tao departed, Qi Xiaocheng remained oblivious, a gentle smile gracing her lips throughout. Chapter 85. Tasting her yandera on the following morning, Su Tao rose early to commence her daily routine. Stealthily, she completed her morning ablutions without disturbing her dorm mates, then donned a fresh set of athletic attire before stepping outside. The sun had shone the previous day, and with no snowfall, the weather was comparatively mild, allowing her to resume her customary exercise regimen. In her quest to maintain physical fitness and a commendable physique, she refused to let her body languish. Her day unfolded with attending classes, studying diligently, and occasionally assisting classmates with trivial tasks, or being summoned by her counselor as if she were a mere beast of burden. After lunch, she ventured to a nearby snack supermarket to fulfill her part-time job until evening, when her time would finally afford her a moment of respite. She yearned to connect with like-minded friends, engage in conversations, and expand her hobbies. With this thought in mind, she cast a glance at Qian and her other roommate. Qian was preening before a mirror, humming a cheerful tune. As Su Tao perceived, since adopting a more regular schedule, the dark spots and blemishes on her face had diminished, leading her to become increasingly vain, often indulging in self-adoration and selfies. Meanwhile, the other roommate lay asleep on her bed, snoring audibly, yet still allowing the sounds of a web series to emanate from her device. After a moment of hesitation, Su Tao resolved not to involve either of them. Should Xiao Cheng experience an episode, they could find themselves in peril. Opening WeChat, Su Tao pondered whether to casually reach out to some online acquaintances, when unexpectedly, a new friend request appeared. The WeChat ID read, Cheng Cheng, accompanied by an avatar of an unfamiliar anime-style girl with green hair, who flashed a peace sign, winking cutely with one eye while tilting her head. Below, a line of emoticons read, Chalo? W, sourced from people nearby. Adding a friend message. Hello, WeChat prompts me daily with a nearby person, and today it's you. Meeting is indeed a matter of fate. Shall we become friends? Su Tao clicked on Cheng Cheng's moments. Scenic photographs, images from anime conventions, musings about the world of animation, and occasional comments about being hungry. She almost posts twice a day. She appears to be a very cheerful girl. Located at the Kyushu Art and Media College, just 20 kilometers away from my own Kyushu University. Moreover, she is an enthusiast of the anime subculture. It seems Xiao Cheng shares a similar passion for anime, perfectly aligning with what Dr. Cheng said about online friendships. Thus, Su Tao decided to add her as a friend and took the initiative to say, Hello, I'm Taozi, with a tone of surprise. Cheng Cheng replied, Oh my. I can't believe we actually became friends. Cheng Cheng continued, I add someone nearby every day. Whoever WeChat recommends, I add. However, 99 assume I'm looking to date. At last, I've genuinely made a friend. Cheng Cheng added, Miss Taozi, or should I say Brother Taozi? Thank you for adding me. This girl is incredibly enthusiastic. Taozi responded, I'm a girl, Cheng Cheng. What is the reason behind you adding a friend every day? Cheng Cheng replied, Do you believe in fate? Cheng Cheng added, Previously, I sought a master and asked for a fortune. I inquired, Where can I find a kindred spirit in this vast world? Su Tao raised an eyebrow. What did the master say? Cheng Cheng responded, The master said that the kindred spirit is right in front of me, but I would need to pay a fee of 3,000 yuan for the fortune. Su Tao. Cheng Cheng. Then he told me that rather than believing in such mystical things, it would be more effective to add a few nearby people on WeChat. Perhaps I might find someone. I added people for a week, and so far, you're the only one who accepted my friend request. It's quite disheartening. Su Tao. I was also hoping to find a friend, so please take care of me. Cheng Cheng, can I freely chat with you afterwards? So this is what Dr. Cheng meant by chatting as a form of stress relief. Just a few words, mere text on a phone screen. And the warmth conveyed by the other person has already touched Su Tao. It's quite nice to share some thoughts with a stranger. After all, since we are unfamiliar with each other, if anything feels amiss, one can simply remove the friend without any burden or consequence. Nevertheless, Su Tao still underestimated the enthusiasm of the other party. This individual, known as Cheng Cheng, possesses a personality that is almost a replica of the childhood version of Qi Xiao Cheng. Radiant like a little sun, her cheerfulness evident in every line. They chatted for 2 hours, and only when Su Tao was already lying in bed did the other party belatedly send an apology. Cheng Cheng, I'm so sorry. I'm usually quite the chatterbox, and I might have overwhelmed you with too many topics. I truly apologize for the disturbance. Su Tao, it's nothing. I enjoyed our conversation as well. Cheng Cheng, however, I've been the one sharing my stories all this time. You should share yours too. Or if there's anything I can assist you with, please let me know. Her reminder prompted Su Tao to realize that there was indeed a matter on which she needed another's opinion. Thus, Su Tao inquired, I have a friend who exhibits extreme behavior, often resorting to self-harm to please me, yet I disapprove of such actions. However, I find it difficult to broach the subject with her. What do you think I should do? Ching replied, well, it's quite simple. You merely need to transform your friend's uncontrollable behavior into something manageable. Su Tao responded, transform it into something manageable? Ching clarified, indeed. You need not say a word. Simply express your profound disdain whenever she exhibits such tendencies and articulate your desires clearly. Ching continued, since your friend aims to please you, she will naturally adapt her actions to align with your thoughts. Su Tao contemplated these two statements in solitude for a moment. This strategy proved ineffective with Xiao Cheng. It was akin to the last incident on the rooftop. She had expressed her disinterest in the gift from Qi Xiao Cheng, yet the more she insisted, the more Qi Xiao Cheng's demeanor darkened. No matter how she articulated her feelings, it fell on deaf ears. Nevertheless, Cheng Cheng's words sparked a new perspective within Su Tao. She realized that she could potentially guide Xiao Cheng's uncontrollable behavior through language. While it might not restore Xiao Cheng to her former self, it could significantly limit her actions. Su Tao's eyes gradually brightened, as if she had discovered a path to healing Qi Xiao Cheng. After exchanging goodnights, Su Tao slept soundly, aided by the fragrance pouch. The following morning, she arrived at Qi Xiao Cheng's hospital. Good morning, she greeted. Confronted with Qi Xiao Cheng's soft and endearing greeting, Su Tao felt her heart race with excitement. Qi Xiao Cheng looked at Su Tao quizzically and asked, What's wrong, Tao Tao? You seem a bit off today. Su Tao steadied her thoughts and sat beside Qi Xiao Cheng, cautiously inquiring, Xiao Cheng, if I were to express my fondness for something of yours, would that bring you joy? Indeed. Qi Xiao Cheng replied with a squinting smile, if Tao Tao likes me, that would certainly delight me. But what if I were to say I detest a certain aspect of you? Su Tao pondered. Qi Xiao Cheng contemplated for a moment before responding. Then I must find a way to make Tao Tao appreciate it, as it is impossible for you to dislike me. Her smile remained adorably sweet, yet her gaze subtly exuded a hint of danger. Yes, she was indeed a Yandra. Rather than changing, she would compel herself to love. As Dr. Cheng had articulated, learning to accept what one loathes is a crucial step in her healing process. Su Tao swallowed hard, summoning her courage to face Qi Xiao Cheng. She slowly began. Xiao Cheng, would you care to join me in a game? Chapter 86. How Innocent Tao Tao is a Game. What kind of game, I wonder? A new one? Qi Xiao Cheng understood that this was Su Tao's subtle way of diverting her attention. In truth, Su Tao rarely engaged in games. Thus, her mention was not about typical gaming or digital content. Nevertheless, she smiled brightly, her eyes sparkling with a childlike wonder and possessiveness akin to that of a child encountering a cherished toy. What game does Tao Tao wish to play? Rock, paper, scissors? Observing Qi Xiao Cheng's endearing smile, Su Tao could not help but swallow again, gripped by a sense of trepidation. Beneath that seemingly innocent smile lay a terrifying Yandra persona. Suppressing her apprehensive thoughts, Su Tao cautiously articulated that it wasn't a game of chance, but rather she would be divulging certain matters and individuals. And it was imperative that Xiao Cheng not become incensed upon hearing her words. Qi Xiao Cheng nodded vigorously, swaying gently as if immensely pleased, then sat demurely, urging Tao Tao to speak her mind. Su Tao inhaled deeply, her gaze intensifying as she began. Actually, Yichen has been surreptitiously messaging me, attempting to arrange a rendezvous. Qi Xiao Cheng's smile faltered momentarily, her pupils abruptly turning crimson. Oh, so Yichen is quite fond of Tao Tao. I shall have a heart-to-heart with him. The sudden transformation caused Su Tao to break out in a cold sweat. Wait, Xiao Cheng, did I not stipulate that you must heed my words, or else I shall be displeased? Is that so? Qi Xiao Cheng's eyes seemed to gradually become vacant, her voice turning placid. So Tao Tao cares more about Yichen and would be displeased with me for his sake. No, that's not it. Su Tao seized Qi Xiao Cheng's hand, drawing closer to her in agitation. My meaning is, this is merely a game. I was simply stating that. It doesn't imply Yichen actually sought me out. In reality, Yichen harbors some affection for you, so he requested that I probe whether you reciprocate his feelings. Su Tao's mind raced frantically, her words becoming somewhat incoherent. Yet, Qi Xiao Cheng still showed no signs of reverting to her normal state. Just a single sentence elicits such a strong reaction? How does Xiao Cheng's Yandra state activate so abruptly, without any premonition? Right, that's right. Dr. Cheng seemed to have mentioned a method for handling such situations. She inquired about how to prevent Xiao Cheng from entering that peculiar Yandra state. Dr. Cheng responded that if she were to enter such a state, something must have triggered her, perhaps a word, an action, or even a gaze. Entering what you call a Yandera state is akin to sealing off her inner self, making it difficult to awaken her. Dr. Chung suggested that as her beloved, you could lavish her with praise, making her feel your affection, thereby altering her emotions and preventing her from entering that darkened state. Su Tao questioned, what if it doesn't work? Dr. Cheng retorted that there are no such contingencies. If all else fails, you can tickle her until she is too weak to turn dark. Su Tao asked if such a therapy truly exists. Dr. Cheng replied that you wouldn't understand. It's a therapy unique to the world of anime. Considering the realm of anime, it seemed to make some sense. Now, it seemed like this was the only option. After some interaction, Qi Xiaocheng was nowhere near the darkened, Yandera state she had been in earlier. Her slightly narrowed eyes were filled with laughter. She mused that Tao Tao was truly naive, readily taking the bait with a simple act of feigning Yandera, causing her to become proactive. Conversely, Su Tao was both enjoying and conflicted, constantly suppressing certain emotions with apologies. She lamented that she was sorry for pretending to like Xiaocheng, yet still engaging in such actions. Both harbored their own thoughts, but shared a sense of enjoyment of each other. After a while, Su Tao flicked her hair and turned her head. Daring not to meet Qi Xiaocheng's gaze, Su Tao stammered, "I'm sorry, Xiaocheng." In her heart, a tempest of confusion brewed. How could she elucidate that she was suppressing the dark transformation of Xiaocheng? In her haste, Su Tao blurted out, "I didn't notice." Qi Xiaocheng regarded her with a smile, and with a playful glint in her crimson eyes, she replied, "Since you didn't notice, perhaps you should pay more attention." The enchanting allure of her eyes, once ominous, was now softened by tenderness. Su Tao froze momentarily, uncertain and flustered. Instinctively, she averted her gaze towards the door, only to discover a nurse had appeared there, unbeknownst to her. Though masked, the subtle squint of the nurse's eyes suggested a warm, maternal smile. Meeting Su Tao's gaze, the nurse waved her hand reassuringly, saying, "I'm merely passing through. Please continue. The ordinary patient rooms are devoid of cameras, so rest assured." With a smile in her eyes, the nurse kindly closed the door for Su Tao and Qi Xiaocheng, and before departing, hung a "Do Not Disturb" resting sign. This sequence of events left Su Tao feeling both awkward and bashful. Initially flustered as she interacted with Qi Xiaocheng, the architect of this delicate charade appeared perfectly at ease. Having interacted with Su Tao for such an extended period, it was the first time Qi Xiaocheng witnessed her in such a shy state. How endearing! Shyness is delightful. It signifies a fluttering heart, and a fluttering heart suggests affection. With affection, how far could love be? Just half a month ago, it was unlikely that Su Tao would have experienced such tender feelings at all. Peach, affection often blossoms unconsciously. Qi Xiaocheng, rather than hastily voicing her thoughts, patiently awaited Su Tao to regain her composure. Su Tao, a paragon of resilience, adeptly bore the relentless pressure she faced, taking approximately 30 seconds to recalibrate her mindset. Though a faint blush still graced her cheeks, her voice had settled into tranquility. "Xiaocheng, let us resume our previous discussion. You must heed my words, understood?" "All right." Qi Xiaocheng obediently settled in, observing the efficacy of her affectionate remedy. Su Tao felt a wave of relief wash over her as Qi Xiaocheng not only complied, but did so with an agreeable demeanor. With a gentle breath, Su Tao continued, "In truth, it wasn't as outrageous as it seemed. Yichen merely wished to discuss some matters concerning the school. Her intent was solely to temper Qi Xiaocheng's obsessive tendencies." Qi Xiaocheng blinked, nodding in response without any further reaction. Elated, Su Tao proceeded, "Moreover, Dong Fangyang also invited me out, expressing a desire to, perhaps, present me with a gift." Noticing a hint of discontent flicker across Qi Xiaocheng's face, Su Tao swiftly grasped her small hand. It was diminutive and soft, its delicate sweetness rendering it utterly endearing. After exchanging tender words, Qi Xiaocheng shyly returned to her usual demeanor, her delightful expression igniting Su Tao's enthusiasm. "Splendid. The obsession is manageable, provided I refrain from overwhelming Xiaocheng too abruptly." Amidst her inner joy, Su Tao realized that the proximity to this charming visage caused her heart to race inexplicably, her breath quickening. Nervously, she glanced up at Qi Xiaocheng, who softly replied, "That's acceptable." Qi Xiaocheng smiled gently, expressing a desire for a reward akin to that of a peach. Was this truly a reward? Inhaling deeply, exhaling slowly, Su Tao gradually extended her hand. She understood that her proactive approach was not an expression of affection for Xiaochen, but rather a means to restrain her. This was a necessary aspect of treatment, a vital part of the process, a necessity she repeatedly affirmed to herself, concealing a flicker of fondness within her heart. With a gradual closure of her eyes, she entered a realm of contemplation. Chapter 87. What you desire, I shall bestow upon you all. What a perplexing scene this is. Perhaps it should not unfold this way. Yet, there seems to be no alternative. One must heed the doctor's advice and explore the situation. First, her small hand, then the gentle touch upon her cheek, followed by the corners of her lips, and then Qi Xiaoqin's crimson eyes resembled mirrors, encapsulating her entire being and sealing it within. Su Tao reveled in this moment. The obedient and docile Xiaoqin was undeniably enchanting. After a prolonged pause, she finally lifted her gaze towards the girl. Despite her softness, she did not lose sight of her purpose and inquired, "Xiaoqin, do you feel all right?" Though she rationally understood, a sense of shyness still enveloped her. The transformation into a deranged yet endearing persona had led her to engage in such activities in the confines of a small dark room. However, this was a consequence of her own making. Su Tao now found herself slightly apprehensive, worrying that her lack of experience might displease Qi Xiaoqin. Such strange and unusual emotions should not arise, yet she could not escape the whims of her thoughts at this moment. In the future, should she consider practicing more diligently? Such thoughts flickered through Su Tao's mind, startling her and causing cold sweat to bead upon her brow. At that moment, Qi Xiaoqing's voice echoed softly in her ear, questioning whether this little bit was truly sufficient, suggesting perhaps another attempt, just for practice. After all, there would likely be many opportunities in the future. Following that sentiment, it seemed as though numerous Qi Xiaoqings were whispering in unison, their delicate fingers tugging at her heartstrings. Su Tao shivered slightly and forced a laugh in response to Qi Xiaoqing, assuring her that it was nothing. She had already stated that a single attempt would suffice. Indeed, just once. If she refrained from such actions, Qi Xiaoqing might spiral deeper into her obsession, and a mere kiss would no longer suffice to remedy the situation. Su Tao genuinely did not wish for Qi Xiaoqing to become unhealthily infatuated. To divert the conversation, she closed her eyes and grasped that small hand again, caressing the fingertips and feigning enjoyment. Su Tao even mused that if only Qi Xiaoqing were not so obsessively attached, but that remained a mere wishful thought. Fortunately, this attempt was one she could control, and Qi Xiaoqing did not descend further into darkness, indicating that Su Tao could manage Qi Xiaoqing's descent when faced with Dongfang Yang and Si Chun. From then on, it would merely take a gentle prodding of Qi Xiaoqing's boundaries. Healing was indeed what Su Tao desired. Yet she remained unaware that she had already ensnared herself within Qi Xiaoqing's intricate web. With Su Tao being so proactive, how could there not be a reward? Since she was so intent on curing me, I shall pretend that your treatment is remarkably effective, thus leading you to develop feelings for me. After pretending to continue for a while longer, she concluded this rather peculiar experience. Gently lifting her head, Su Tao met Qi Xiaoqing's beaming and contented smile, and nervously inquired, "Xiaoqing, thank you for your hospitality?" Qi Xiaoqing nodded lightly, her eyes sparkling with anticipation as she asked, "Did you enjoy it?" Su Tao swallowed hard. Instead of directly expressing her enjoyment, she cautiously replied, "It wasn't unpleasant, but I still need some time to adjust." Previously, if she hadn't said she liked it, Xiaoqing would have likely expressed discontent, but now, Qi Xiaoqing merely smiled shyly, content that Tao did not harbor any dislike. Xiaoqing, you seem rather frail at the moment." Su Tao shifted the topic, emphasizing the need to focus on her recovery, lest she tire easily. "Yes." Qi Xiaoqing nodded earnestly, "I will strive to regain my health." There was no trace of any morbid obsession. She appeared obedient and endearing, instantly igniting Su Tao's excitement. She had achieved her goal. She had managed to guide Xiaoqing into compliance. Simultaneously, Qi Xiaoqing did not exhibit any signs of unhealthy attachment in response to Su Tao's probing. This marked a significant milestone in her healing journey. "Thank you so much, Cheng and Doctor." Su Tao silently expressed her gratitude to the two of them. After rinsing her mouth, she joyfully engaged in conversation with Qi Xiaoqing until it was time for her to leave for work at noon. It felt as if a great weight had been lifted from her heart, leaving her immensely relieved. The past feelings of oppression, confusion, and fear were dispelled in that moment by hope and the promise of a brighter future. Feigning affection for Xiaoqing, one must approach her with patience and acceptance, as there lies a potential for opportunity. Meanwhile, in the afternoon, Xiaoqing successfully completed her discharge procedures. As she gazed at the sky, She noticed the snow falling in abundance and took out her phone, intending to summon a taxi. However, upon glimpsing her account balance, her smile faltered momentarily. A mere 237 yuan. Her brother had previously transferred 2,000, yet Xiaocheng had been frugal in no regard over the past few days. She had indulged in clothing, prepared cameras for the darkroom, and the air conditioning at home had been incessantly running, leading to a hefty electricity bill, alongside a myriad of trifling expenses. She found herself ensnared in a financial crisis once again. In this day and age, money seems to lose its value increasingly. Xiaocheng mused, deciding against taking a taxi. The snowfall was not particularly heavy, and she could reach home more swiftly by taking the back roads. The streets bustled with hurried pedestrians, and vehicles occasionally passed by, as snowflakes delicately settled upon Xiaocheng's chestnut locks, elongating her solitary silhouette. Venturing into a deserted alley, memories of the original owner flooded back. This place had once been a refuge for wayward girls seeking warmth amidst their lack of education. Now, in winter, the old houses of the alley could scarcely withstand the biting cold. Yet, it was not entirely devoid of life. Turning a corner, Xiaocheng spotted a diminutive figure huddled in the crevice of a wall, a tattered coat enveloping the body, though it could not conceal the tremors of its occupant. The small figure had long hair cascading past the waist, yet it was in disarray, starkly contrasting with Xiaocheng's own tresses. The girl's black hair was brittle and split, a testament to prolonged malnutrition. More crucially, this figure appeared somewhat familiar to Xiaocheng. She approached, tilting her head in curiosity, and inquired softly, "Lu Guijia?" The figure seemed to respond, lifting her head in bewilderment to gaze at Qi Xiaocheng. Upon meeting those eyes, Qi Xiaocheng was finally convinced of the identity of the person before her. It was the little lackey who had come to her home alongside Lu Guijia. In Chapter 88, do you know what a sickly sweet person is? An additional update for those who are not satisfied with the previous chapter. She attended the same high school as the original protagonist and, during their first year, was subjected to bullying by Lu Guijia, Huang Limei, and others, just like the original protagonist. However, she and the protagonist were on opposing sides. When the protagonist was bullied, Su Tao would heroically appear by her side, nurturing and protecting her, aiding her in teaching Lu Guijia and the others a lesson. Yet, after enduring a year of torment, for reasons unbeknownst to anyone, this little lackey ultimately joined Lu Guijia's ranks, becoming her devoted follower, occasionally being taken away by the other two sisters in the trio. When Lu Guijia and her gang bullied the protagonist or extorted other weaker students for protection money, this lackey would always be present, sharing in the humiliation and assaults. Once it was all over, she would continue to assist Lu Guijia and her associates in handling the aftermath. Though she was part of a delinquent group, she felt utterly out of place. The original protagonist remembered this little one precisely because, during the times when Lu Guijia and her crew were tormenting her, the lackey never retaliated. When called upon, she merely stepped aside timidly, ultimately becoming a target for misplaced anger. Since her arrival in this world, having encountered the lackey twice, she indeed seemed to embody the title bestowed upon her, just a lackey. But why was this individual here? If it snowed heavily, it would not be surprising if she froze to death, would it? Qi Xiaocheng crouched down, gazing curiously into the eyes of her little follower. Lu Guijia, are you not cold being here alone? Cold, the little follower replied with an emotionless tone, utterly indifferent. Lu Guijia doesn't want me anymore. This chill seemed trivial compared to the pain of being abandoned. A flicker of curiosity crossed Qi Xiaocheng's face. What happened? The little follower remained with her head bowed, huddling her body. Then, Lu Guijia threw this coat at me and told me not to come back, to hurry and leave. She locked me outside the back gate. I am unwanted. Her voice remained devoid of emotion, creating an unsettling dissonance. Despite the words conveying concern, her tone lacked any trace of the sorrow typically associated with abandonment. After enduring bullying for 3 years, she still clung to Lu Guijia's side, even uttering phrases of rejection. This girl, could she possibly be suffering from Stockholm Syndrome? Qi Xiaocheng furrowed her brow, finding the situation rather complicated. Do you still remember me? She inquired. The little follower lifted her gaze to Qi Xiaocheng, a fleeting glimmer of admiration flashing in her hollow eyes. I remember. You are Qi Xiaocheng. Her tone slightly rose. Last time at your house, I recall you hit Lu Guijia and frightened her. I have always wanted to be like you. After involuntarily confessing, the little follower shrank her neck in apology. Her gaze contemplative, Qi Xiaocheng scrutinized her. Since you recognize me, you must also be acquainted with Su Tao, no? The sycophant paused, taken aback. That strikingly cool girl with the long, charcoal-colored hair accented by a streak of peach? Yes, Qi Xiaoqing affirmed. I recall her, she responded. Qi Xiaoqing's eyes gleamed with renewed interest. Do you harbor affection for her, then? The lackey regarded Qi Xiaoqing quizzically. What is affection? Observing her evident incomprehension, a scheme began to coalesce within Qi Xiaoqing's mind. She rose to her feet and extended a hand towards the girl. If no one else desires you, then accompany me. This individual had remained in Lu Guijia's retinue for 3 years, yet remained untainted, her inherent nature uncorrupted. To allow her to perish here from the cold was beyond Qi Xiaoqing's capacity. After all, during their high school years, they had shared a kindred spirit with the original owner of this body. The sole divergence between them was the presence of Su Tao. However, to her astonishment, the lackey hesitated, her hand suspended in mid-air after she extended it. Qi Xiaoqing sighed in exasperation. Pray tell, what immense trouble could you possibly inflict upon me? The girl responded, you are unlike Lu Guijia. It would be preferable to be discarded after use, as she does. You would not. Qi Xiaoqing scoffed, amused. Are you afflicted with masochistic tendencies? Would you rather endure beatings than burden another? Without awaiting the girl's dissent, she seized her hand resolutely. You proclaim that no one desires you, yet when someone does, you cower in timidity. Qi Xiaoqing pulled her to her feet and declared as she turned. From this moment forward, you are my attendant. Having spoken, she unceremoniously dragged her in the direction of her abode. The frost-bitten little feet stumbled behind Qi Xiaoqing, prompting a sigh of resignation from her. She halted her steps and turned to meet the gaze of her little follower, letting the wind touzle her hair. What a nuisance. What was I about to say? She spoke softly to her companion. Because I need you. As the wind swept through, it parted the disheveled strands of black hair from the little follower's face, revealing a dirty yet youthful visage with slightly parted lips. The once vacant gaze gradually filled with a warm, amber hue. That unusual look in her eyes brimmed with admiration. The snow seemed to cease. Stumbling along, she was led into Qi Xiaoqing's home and subsequently ushered into the bathroom. A set of fresh clothes was tossed in her direction. Qi Xiaoqing's voice resonated with a hint of disdain. Wash yourself properly. These clothes are new and unworn. They should fit you well given your similar build. You may soak in the bathtub to avoid catching a cold, but remember to scrub thoroughly. It was only when the warm water cascaded over her body, dispelling the chill, that the little follower belatedly registered her surroundings. She had arrived at Qi Xiaoqing's home, where the warmth of the air conditioning, the gift of new clothes, and the sensation of being needed enveloped her. Closing her eyes, she surrendered to the soothing stream of water. How comforting! Though her voice remained flat, the corners of her lips involuntarily curled upward. After spending nearly half an hour in the bathroom, Qi Xiaoqing finally saw her little follower emerge, towel in hand. Drying her hair, clad in a short-sleeved shirt adorned with orange patterns, and with her hair washed away from her face, Qi Xiaoqing could finally discern her companion's full appearance. In summary, 2 words came to mind: petite. Her features were delicate, and her face was gaunt. Not only her exposed arms, but even her cheeks bore the faint marks of old scars. Only her tea-colored eyes possessed a certain vitality. Her small-sized clothes seemed a bit too large on her. Her height appeared to be around 1.48 meters. She was very thin, with an almost non-existent bust, undoubtedly a result of severe malnutrition. She seemed a bit listless, but not unintelligent, as she proactively sought out a hairdryer to dry her hair. However, her hair was abundant, nearly reaching her hips, making it a challenging task to manage. Once she had calmed down, Qi Xiaoqing invited her to sit beside her and softly inquired, "Little one, do you know what Yandra is?" Chapter 89. Watch closely. This is what Yandra is. Yandra? The little follower echoed with a puzzled tone, slowly shaking her head. Indeed, if she didn't even know what affection meant, how could she possibly understand the Yandra archetype? Qi Xiaoqing realized she might have been moving too fast. Never mind that for now. Qi Xiaoqing changed the subject. What's your name? Fong Ning. Do people usually call you by any endearing names or nicknames? Fong Ning looked at Qi Xiaoqing with an innocent expression. Lu Guijia often calls me hey or that one. Does that count? Qi Xiaoqing sighed, pinching the bridge of her nose. Never mind. From now on, I'll call you Ning Ning, and you can call me Xiaoqing. The takeout should be arriving soon. After you eat, I'll introduce you to what Yandra is. Okay. Fong Ning nodded obediently, the word Yandra resonating in her mind, as if repeatedly confirming her next task. As she awaited the delivery, Qi Xiaoqing took the opportunity to enlighten Fong Ning about the extensive definition of a yandra. Simultaneously, she searched for the term on the Mo Girl Encyclopedia and shared it with Fong Ning. Despite her stomach growling with hunger, the little one remained engrossed in the material. The concept revolves around an extreme and distorted psychological state born from love, accompanied by an overwhelming possessiveness. Just then, the doorbell rang. Fong Ning, holding her phone, murmured the words she had just read. Qi Xiaoqing rose with a faint smile, aware that mere words may not convey the full essence, and that yandras come in various forms. She would explain further shortly. Qi Xiaoqing approached the door, reached out, and opened it. "Hello, is this the delivery? Just hand it to me, please." However, upon finishing her sentence, the man standing at the threshold offered no response. Qi Xiaoqing's curiosity piqued as she raised her gaze. The delivery man, clad in a raincoat that enveloped him tightly, revealed a partially sinister face beneath the hood. Standing at just over 1.5 meters, she could see his eyes peering through the opening of the door, bloodshot, and scanning the living room vigilantly, as if assessing for potential threats. This man was not a mere delivery person. A chill ran down Qi Xiaoqing's spine as she instinctively reached to close the door. Suddenly, with a resounding bang, the door was forced open from the outside. The man in the raincoat braced himself against the doorframe, thrusting his head inside, his burned visage displaying an aggressively menacing smile. He fixated on Qi Xiaoqing's face, his voice raspy. "Little cake, I've found you." At this moment, Qi Xiaoqing was firmly bracing against the door, as if she intended to force both the door and herself out into the world beyond. Anxiety surged within her. "Zongzi, please activate my dark transformation skill. I urgently need it." "Host, the dark transformation skill is a passive ability. I cannot activate it." The fury she felt was not something easily managed by mere mortals. Meanwhile, the man in the raincoat continued to gaze at Qi Xiaoqing with an unsettling fixation. "You know, from the moment I laid eyes on you, I knew you were my little cake. After waiting all these days, the man who had been lurking by the community has finally left." His peculiar words sent shivers down Qi Xiaoqing's spine. She persisted in holding the door shut, forcing herself to remain calm. If he were to burst in, she had only 2 courses of action available. First, utilize her emergency reserve of over 1,000 emotional points. Second, become enraged and then transform. However, the second option required provocation. In a moment of resolve, Qi Xiaoqing pulled out her phone, intending to explore alternative solutions. She sought to call her brother, but upon noticing her movement, the man in the raincoat shoved the door with great force. Ultimately, Qi Xiaoqing was merely a fragile little girl. Though her physical condition had recovered to a suboptimal state, the toll of recent days had left her weakened. If it weren't for her occasional purchase of medicinal supplies from the system, she would have surely succumbed long ago. When the door was forcefully pushed, she fell onto the entrance mat. In her attempt to call her brother, her fingers inadvertently dialed Yichen's contact instead. Qi Xiaoqing grasped her phone and crawled backward a few steps, turning to shout at Fong Ning, "Ning Ning, you should hide." Before she could finish her sentence, she noticed that Fong Ning had somehow appeared behind her, wielding a kitchen knife with a fierce gaze fixed on the man in the raincoat who had entered. A surge of joy filled Qi Xiaoqing's heart as she swiftly snatched the knife away, positioning it protectively in front of Fong Ning. From the phone, Yichen's puzzled voice emerged. "Qi Xiaoqing, why did you call me?" Without hesitation, Qi Xiaoqing replied, "Have you arranged for anyone to be nearby? Someone has broken in to rob me. I need assistance." "Assistance?" Yichen's voice was filled with confusion. "Sister, do you really need my help?" Qi Xiaoqing, observing the imposing figure of the man in the raincoat advancing menacingly, retreated slowly alongside Fong Ning. She then addressed Yichen, "Of course. Do you expect someone as defenseless as I am to confront a man like that? I can only stall for a moment. Please hurry." Upon hearing this, Yichen fell silent for a full 10 seconds. Finally, he spoke softly to Qi Xiaoqing. "In truth, I still have some feelings for Su Tao." With that, the call abruptly ended, leaving only the sound of a disconnection echoing in her ears. Stuffing the phone into her pocket, Qi Xiaoqing gripped the knife firmly, her petite frame straightening as her demeanor shifted to one of fierce resolve. That's Yichen. How could he still harbor feelings for Tao Tao? Her voice turned somewhat strained, startling her small companion behind her. The man in the raincoat seemed to have found a new plaything upon hearing Qi Xiaoqing's words. With a knife in hand, he approached Qi Xiaoqing step by step, menacingly declaring, "Little cake, that peach you speak of must be the one who frequently visits your home. A true beauty indeed. Haha, Once I am done with you, I shall ensure a delightful reunion for you sisters. The man's smile grew increasingly maniacal. After all, your peach is also my prey. These words echoed ominously in Qi Xiaocheng's ears. Initially devoid of purpose, her crimson eyes, which had wandered aimlessly, suddenly became eerily fixated, glaring at the man in the raincoat with a ferocity akin to a wolf. With a sharp crack, the wooden handle of the kitchen knife she held splintered under her grip. What did you say? The amplification of her darkening resolve surged. Qi Xiaocheng took a step toward the man, her chestnut hair tousled by the chilling wind that swept in from outside. Her peculiar vertical pupils glimmered with a faint crimson glow. Unaware of Qi Xiaocheng's transformation, the man in the raincoat grinned maliciously, reaching out to seize her. However, the agility of her petite form caught him utterly off guard. With a mere tilt of her head, she gracefully evaded his grasp. In a swift motion, she flicked her wrist, and the knife in her right hand sliced through the air. Before he could react, the left hand he had extended was severed, tumbling to the ground. Oh! A piercing scream escaped him as excruciating pain coursed through his body. Adrenaline surged, fueling his rage as he swung the knife toward Qi Xiaocheng. Yet, faster still, her blade had already plunged into his abdomen. In a moment, I shall introduce you to the essence of a Yandera. Indeed, this is what a Yandera embodies. Chapter 90. Will I ever love Tao? Do you believe it? Outside the community where Qi Xiaocheng resides, Chen Kuan donned his Mate 1 uniform, feeling particularly elated today. The previous night, he had made plans with his brothers to invite a dormitory junior for a night out at KTV, despite the weather forecast predicting heavy snow from afternoon to evening. Initially, it seemed as though their gathering would be thwarted, but to his surprise, the afternoon brought not snow, but an unexpected burst of sunshine, making the evening uncharacteristically mild. After completing this final delivery, he eagerly prepared to rendezvous with the girls. As Chen Kuan hummed a cheerful tune, he glanced at the screen of his phone, which displayed Unit 502, Miss Qi. The sight of her name caused him to pause in contemplation before the elevator. Individuals with the surname Qi were a rarity, and among the many notable freshmen at the university, there was one such individual. In the past, she had been ridiculed for her overly dramatic makeup and her pursuit of several wealthy suitors simultaneously. While her reputation was not particularly illustrious, it certainly provided fodder for gossip among the first-year students. However, of late, Qi Xiaocheng's standing at the university had undergone a remarkable transformation. Students who encountered her on campus spoke of her natural beauty without makeup, describing her as irresistibly adorable, petite and demure. Her looks were said to rival those of the campus beauty, Su Tao. Rumors circulated that the renowned heir, Dongfang Yang, who previously held a disdain for Qi Xiaocheng's heavily made-up appearance, was now utterly captivated by her barefaced charm. It was astonishing that a man of his stature, who had encountered countless women, would find such admiration in her simplicity. This newfound recognition propelled Qi Xiaocheng's name into conversations among the male students, many of whom began to linger around her class, eager to catch a glimpse of her true self. Yet, they were unaware that Qi Xiaocheng was notoriously absent from classes, with skipping lectures having become her norm. However, Chen Kuan was different. Regrettably, at that time, he was unable to behold Qi Xiaocheng's visage and subsequently failed to locate her. This incident was recounted by him several times during the period when Qi Xiaocheng's reputation was on the rise. Chen Kuan retrieved his phone and glanced at the list. Miss Qi, how wonderful it would be if it truly were her. Stepping into the elevator, he ascended to the 4th floor. He soon arrived at Qi Xiaocheng's doorstep. And just as he was about to ring the doorbell, a cacophony resembling the cries of a slaughtered pig erupted from within. Chen Kuan's hand froze mid-air. Was that sound not quite right? He lowered his gaze and squinted, drawing in a sharp breath. What were those crimson droplets on the ground? A wave of anxiety washed over him. He exhaled softly, thinking, surely, in such a respectable community, nothing untoward could occur. The owner must be an artist. Those droplets of red must be paint, right? Suddenly, another outburst echoed from within the house, the tightly shut door failing to muffle it. Even during a horror film, they play it so loudly. The youth of today? Chen Kuan pressed the doorbell, too anxious to notice that the door was not securely fastened. As he rang the bell, he instinctively pushed the door open. Hello, I. The words died on his lips as he stood frozen. The scene before him sent shivers down his spine. Before him were two diminutive figures, each approximately 1.5 meters tall. One was clutching a burlap sack while the other, with chestnut hair cascading down her back, bent over to extract a knife from the body of a fallen man. The ground was smeared with a vivid crimson hue, and even the hands and face of the little girl with chestnut hair bore droplets of this bright red. It seemed that the sound of the doorbell had caused both girls to halt their actions, as if time itself had frozen. They merely turned their heads to gaze at him intently. One of them, with her eerie vertical pupils shimmering with a strange light, appeared to radiate a sinister glow. The other, expressionless and clutching a burlap sack, seemed entirely unperturbed by the sanguine scene that lay before her, as if she had grown accustomed to it. The overall atmosphere felt disconcertingly amiss. Despite their undeniable cuteness, these little girls exuded an unsettling aura. The three of them exchanged glances, and for a fleeting moment, the world around them seemed to stand still. Suddenly, the chestnut-haired girl straightened up, her grip on the kitchen knife causing crimson droplets to trickle down incessantly. She fixed her gaze on Chen Kuan and, enunciating each word deliberately, inquired, "Do you also like peaches?" Chen Kuan's legs buckled, and he collapsed to his knees. His hands raised in surrender as if to plead, "Sister, let us discuss this calmly. I am merely a delivery person." He then brushed aside the strands of hair that had fallen onto his lips, inadvertently smearing his own mouth with a touch of red. At that moment, she revealed a bewitching smile. "I remember you. You helped me last time, big brother. You are a senior, aren't you? Please come in and sit for a while." Without a doubt, the person before him was Qi Xiaoqing. Chen Kuan felt a surge of joy at seeing her, but her calling him senior sent a chill down his spine. With no other option, he steeled himself and stepped inside. Qi Xiaoqing then handed him the kitchen knife, saying, "Could you hold this for me?" "Oh, sure." Having received the crimson-soaked cleaver, Chen Kuan stood transfixed, observing the two petite Lolas, Qi Xiaoqing and Fong Ning, as they labored to stow the raincoat-clad man into a sack. He swallowed hard, a lump forming in his throat. Is he deceased?" "Of course not," Qi Xiaoqing remarked impassively. "We mustn't engage in unlawful acts. He is merely rendered unconscious." Could the pool of crimson staining the floor truly be the result of a mere knockout? He dared not voice the question, nor did he seek to know. At that moment, two uniformed officers burst through the doorway. Upon entering, their eyes fell upon Chen Kuan, brandishing the cleaver and gesticulating towards Qi Xiaoqing and Fong Ning. One of the officers, his pupils constricting, drew his sidearm and aimed it at Chen Kuan. "You there, perpetrator with the cleaver, freeze. Drop the weapon." Chen Kuan was dumbfounded. His legs buckled beneath him, and he collapsed to his knees once more. "Officers, there's been a misunderstanding," he exclaimed, raising his hands in surrender. In addition to the two officers, a physician entered the premises, stating that they had been summoned by Si Chun. After a series of inquiries, the incident was classified as an attempted home invasion by the raincoat-clad man, with the two young girls acting in self-defense. Chen Kuan, the deliverman, was lauded for his courageous intervention in subduing the assailant, even managing to slaughter a chicken in the process. Once the matter was settled, the physician remained behind. Turning to Qi Xiaoqing, she extended her hand. "Greetings, Miss Qi. I am the psychologist dispatched by the young master to discuss your treatment plan for the coming days." Qi Xiaoqing cast a sidelong glance at the psychologist, recalling Si Chen's earlier declaration of affection for Su Tao. In the presence of the psychologist, she dialed Si Chen's number. "Has the matter been resolved?" On the other end of the line, a calm voice belonging to Si Chun resonated. Qi Xiaoqing smiled, her tone adorably playful as she said, "Si Chun, why did you call a doctor's sister over? I want to see you. Why don't you come over for a visit?" Such a sweet and tender tone was something Si Chun had never experienced before. He lit a cigarette, his voice tinged with melancholy as he remarked, "Do you believe me when I say I will never love Tao?" Chapter 91. The Rectification of the World for Unrestrained Demands. Additional updates. Although all his frustrations had been vented upon that man in the raincoat, it was impossible for Si Chun to harbor any resentment. However, when his sorrowful voice accompanied a photograph, Qi Xiaoqing regained her composure. In the image, Si Chun was bare-chested, his muscular back etched with the deep, knife-carved words, "Never love Tao." The letters, though somewhat crude and uneven, hinted at a hasty execution. This brought to mind the last time Si Chun mentioned carving words to demonstrate his loyalty. Initially dismissed as mere jest, she was astonished to discover that he had indeed followed through. He was an ordinary person, without any skills to alleviate his own pain. Presenting such a self-inflicted mark of devotion, Qi Xiaoqing lowered her head in contemplation. The psychologist beside her observed everything quietly, and when Qi Xiaoqing finally lifted her gaze, he offered a gentle smile. "The young master is quite busy," So he entrusted me to discuss your post-diagnosis matters. Miss Qi temporarily setting aside her thoughts of Yichen, Qi Xiaocheng settled onto the sofa with the doctor. The doctor initiated the conversation, saying, "My surname is Lin. You can simply call me Dr. Lin. The young master has already briefed me on your situation." Qi Xiaocheng blinked and cautiously inquired, "All of it, doctor?" Lin chuckled softly and nodded. "Yes, everything has been disclosed." As she spoke, her gaze drifted towards Fang Ning, who was diligently cleaning the vivid crimson chicken blood that had splattered during Chen Kuan's earlier antics. Qi Xiaocheng remarked, "There's no need to hold back. We can speak candidly. You mentioned the diagnosis would be in 3 days?" "Indeed," Dr. Lin affirmed. "This appointment was arranged by Miss Su Tao, as a diagnostic report is required for her." "You understand." Qi Xiaocheng comprehended perfectly. Su Tao wished for a psychological evaluation to ascertain if she could be treated. Meanwhile, her role was to convey to Su Tao that all hope was lost. "I am indeed a Yandera. Dear Tao Tao, you must comply with me, soothe me, cherish me, and become my one and only. Otherwise, there is a considerable chance that I might cause a calamity." She turned to Dr. Lin and said, "As for the report, I would appreciate it if you could write it with a certain severity, perhaps stating that I exhibit symptoms of dissociative identity disorder, with a daunting 99% probability of being difficult to treat." Dr. Lin regarded Qi Xiaocheng thoughtfully and nodded. "You wish for Miss Su Tao to perceive you as beyond salvation." "Precisely," Qi Xiaocheng replied. Dr. Lin continued, "I am somewhat familiar with the concept of Yandera. If I were to diagnose a specific type, which would you prefer? Dependent and possessive types. I am currently portraying these two personas before Tao Tao." Dr. Lin pondered for a moment, studying Qi Xiaocheng intently, then gently nodded. Curiously, she posed a question, "Miss Qi, do you believe a Yandera is aware of their own condition?" "Of course, a Yandera is oblivious to their own nature." Qi Xiaocheng responded almost instantaneously, brimming with confidence. After engaging in a lengthy conversation with Dr. Lin, particularly delving into various aspects of psychological knowledge, Qi Xiaocheng finally sent her off with satisfaction. She enriched her understanding of psychological practice, which would serve her well in her role as a doctor when persuading Su Tao with well-founded arguments. Although Si Chun was somewhat utilitarian, he remained dependable, provided she had sufficient incentives to secure his loyalty. However, there was one matter that left Qi Xiaocheng feeling perplexed. "System. Why is it that my darkening ability sometimes fails to activate on its own, yet when it pertains to Tao Tao, it functions perfectly?" Upon hearing this, the system's tone shifted. "Host, are you beginning to feel that you are somewhat abnormal?" "I am perfectly normal," Qi Xiaocheng scoffed internally, rolling her eyes. "I concluded from my previous experience with Yi Liang that I initially believed his male lead aura suppressed me. Only after Tao Tao's female lead aura countered Yi Liang's influence could I trigger my darkening ability." So what do you think is the reason?" "I believe it is because my relationship with Tao Tao has improved. Not only have I benefited from her female lead aura, but I have also altered the timeline. I was originally a mere supporting character, but now my role has gained significance. Naturally, Tao Tao's female lead aura plays a substantial role. So it stands to reason that I can only darken in relation to her, right?" After a considerable pause, the system finally replied, "Host, I think you make a valid point. Do you now acknowledge my reasoning? Regarding the elevation of your character's influence, host," the system's remark left Qi Xiaocheng somewhat perplexed. This activation of the dark charisma ability seemed, in every respect, to stem from the heroine's aura. Xichen's mention of Su Tao was the catalyst that enabled the successful activation of the dark charisma through the anger she portrayed in her acting. Prior to the reference to Su Tao, the acting she performed when facing the raincoat-clad man failed to elicit even a trace of anger. However, the system's focus was not on the dark charisma, but rather on the man in the raincoat. "Host, you are likely aware that the male lead, Dongfang Yang, and Si Chun, who currently favor you, and the female lead, Su Tao, have dispatched bodyguards to provide protection in the vicinity, correct?" This revelation prompted a swift response from Qi Xiaocheng. Indeed. Dongfang Yang had expressed concern about her potential for continued bullying and had deployed 2 bodyguards to keep watch in the surrounding area. Her brother had also mentioned leaving some underlings near her home, with security guards at the entrance and numerous residents in the community. How did the raincoat-clad man manage to enter her home unimpeded? Frowning, Qi Xiaocheng immediately proceeded to the community's surveillance room and requested the security guard to review the footage from her floor. The security guard expressed bewilderment. stating that the community had just conducted a security equipment maintenance last month, replacing all malfunctioning cameras and adding new ones. Strangely, the cameras at her doorstep and on the first floor were both out of order. Upon investigation, the other surveillance cameras failed to capture any trace of the raincoat-clad man. In instances where he could not avoid the cameras, they had conveniently malfunctioned. Qi Xiaoqing found it difficult to believe that the raincoat-clad man was a master hacker capable of compromising the surveillance system during his crime. The security guard suggested inspecting the cameras to determine the cause of the issue. "I'll accompany you," she offered. "The surveillance has suffered physical damage," with the specific cause remaining unclear. In that instant, Qi Xiaoqing felt a chilling sensation, as if she were being watched. "Host, you should have realized something by now." Taking a deep breath, Qi Xiaoqing cautiously articulated her suspicion. "Is this world attempting to erase me? To be precise, it is rejecting and correcting you. And this raincoat man is likely here to rectify the course of this world. She is a traveler, ultimately an anomaly. However, is it possible for Qi Xiaoqing to follow the original storyline? Absolutely not. System, is there a solution?" A tinge of unease crept into Qi Xiaoqing's previously tranquil heart. Indeed. Chapter 92. The Feigned Death Plan. There are actually two methods. The first method is for the host to proceed relentlessly down a singular path. As you mentioned, previously as a cannon fodder antagonist, your role held minimal weight in the original narrative, yet due to being the childhood companion of the protagonist, Su Tao, you were slightly more significant than the typical cannon fodder. Now, your role weight has increased, likely elevating you to the level of a minor antagonist akin to Qi Song. The system's mechanical female voice conveyed a serious tone. Leave a more profound impression among the essential characters, even becoming an inseparable part of the narrative, striving to turn the tables and become an integral part of this world. After hearing this, Qi Xiaoqing widened her eyes in shock. But the protagonist of this world is Tao Tao. Have I usurped her position? It is not necessary to occupy the position of the female lead. The protagonist remains Su Tao, while the host merely takes the place of the male lead. This aligns perfectly with Qi Xiaoqing's aspirations. She yearns to attain the entirety of Su Tao's affection, although her objectives have shifted. Rather than relying on Su Tao's halo to safeguard herself, she now seeks to transform all male leads into mere supporting characters. After all, this narrative belongs to the realm of female-centric novels. Even when wealthy supporting characters emerge later in the story, the plot will invariably revolve around Su Tao. Countless stars may complement the scene, yet the luminous moon remains singular. Qi Xiaoqing exhaled deeply and inquired, "What is the second method?" Feigning death. Qi Xiaoqing was momentarily taken aback. This was a path she had not previously considered. Feigning death may not entirely detach one from the world's corrections, but it can diminish the host's attention and screen time, allowing for a temporary retreat to enhance one's character significance. The system's words illuminated a new path for Qi Xiaoqing. She found herself unable to suppress her thoughts, murmuring, "What would Su Tao's reaction be if I were to feign death before her?" Her voice was barely audible, yet in the spacious living room, it echoed as if a pin could be heard falling. Her loyal assistant, Feng Ning, carrying a vibrant red mop, was passing behind Qi Xiaoqing on the sofa. Upon hearing this unguarded whisper, she was instantly taken aback. She believed she had begun to grasp the essence of a Yandere, yet it seemed even a smattering of understanding could lead to such unbridled arrogance. How terribly unfortunate. It was not only Feng Ning who was struck dumb, the system was as well. "Host, we are discussing how to feign death to deceive the world, much like the character from Feng Wangyuan Kuma. I am aware. Let us set aside the female protagonist, Su Tao. For now." With a glimmer of anticipation illuminating her face, Qi Xiaoqing suddenly found herself curious about Su Tao's reaction should she perish before her. Qi Xiaoqing rose energetically, making her way to her room, while inwardly reflecting, "Songzi, I have long perceived you as nothing more than a mere waste. Capable of nothing beyond drawing cards and making sarcastic remarks. How mistaken I have been." The system recalled the myriad skills Qi Xiaoqing had drawn. The silence was deafening. There is no need for the host to apologize. At times, I too feel rather ineffectual. The notions of feigning death before Su Tao and evading the world's corrections were not mutually exclusive. The sole source of Qi Xiaoqing's distress lay in the difficulty of simulating death. A moment's carelessness could lead to genuine demise, which would be a substantial loss. Calculating the current narrative timeline, it seemed she was indeed on the brink of death. Qi Xiaoqing flipped through the original text's table of contents. Chapter 150. The Death of Qi Xiaoqing. This heading stood out conspicuously, a constant reminder for her to tread carefully within this world. According to the timeline, the original character was already on the verge of expiration. To feign death now was simply unfeasible. Qi Xiaoqing sighed, even with the system's assistance. If she were to simulate death at this juncture, Su Tao's emotional response would not be explosive. Her affection for Qi Xiaoqing was likely so faint that Su Tao herself might not even recognize it. System, let us draw a card. With her emotional reserves dwindling and pressure mounting, Qi Xiaoqing felt an urgent need to act, for her sense of security remained woefully inadequate. System drawing in progress. Acquired Silken Marshmallow 1. Consumption enhances skin texture. Acquired Scar Erasing Pill 1. Gradually eliminates scars over time. Acquired Mother Hen Eggs 4. System produced, ideal for instant noodles. Highly nutritious. Acquired Golden Wound Tonic 2. Heals internal injuries and hidden trauma. Congratulations. Host has obtained passive skill. Vigilance. Intermediate. Vigilance. Intermediate grants the host heightened perception of impending danger. Congratulations. Host has obtained passive skill. Charisma. Intermediate. Charisma. Intermediate enhances the host's natural charm, fostering goodwill and affection from others. Including small animals, Attendra yielded 2 skills and several items. Though both were passive abilities with no offensive skills, Qi Xiaoqing found the results satisfactory. Having previously consumed a marshmallow herself, she decided to gift the new one to Tao Tao. The scar erasing pill would go to Fong Ning, who bore numerous scars from years of bullying. The eggs, paired with the previously acquired pickled beef noodles, would provide double the nourishment. As for the golden tonic, she reserved it for her brother. His gang affiliations made him prone to trouble. Once Fong Ning finished her tasks outside, Qi Xiaoqing summoned her inside. After administering the pill, she declared, "Now, let us continue your education on Yandra behavior. I'll show you some examples for better understanding." Fong Ning nearly protested that she had already seen enough examples, but held her tongue. Without a computer, Qi Xiaoqing handed her a phone to browse instead. Simultaneously, she began to elucidate various types of Yandra characters. "By the way, Ning Ning, at which school are you enrolled, and when do you typically have free time?" Fong Ning gazed at her phone, shaking her head. "I cannot afford to attend university." "Then where do you reside?" "In Lu Guijia's old house." "Hiss." Qi Xiaoqing inhaled sharply, sensing the predicament. Fong Ning looked up at her, blinking. Qi Xiaoqing chuckled, narrowing her eyes at her. "Ning Ning, did you know? I have a fondness for Su Tao. I am playing the role of a Yandera, hoping she will gradually come to like me. Thus, I would like you to become acquainted with Su Tao, but it cannot be me who pushes you towards her. It would be ideal if your paths could cross in some slight manner." Qi Xiaoqing pondered, stroking her chin. "For the next few days, why not stay at my place? I will inquire with Dong Fangyang and see if he can arrange for you a position as a dormitory attendant in a girls' dormitory. Ideally, it would be in the same dormitory building as Su Tao. The school provides meals, and with staff accommodations, this arrangement would be most beneficial for her." Fong Ning absorbed her words, pursing her lips. Xiaoqing, do you require anything from me? You are so kind to me. I am willing to do anything." She lifted her head, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Even at that moment, she had already begun to anticipate what Qi Xiaoqing might expect of her. This petite girl with chestnut hair, as she had surmised, revealed a subtly bewitching smile. "Ning Ning, I need you to play the role of a Yandra, just like me." Chapter 93. 2 Psychologists, December 3rd. The sun shines brightly, and delicate snowflakes continue to fall. Today, all first-year students at Kyushu University have been granted a day off from classes, and in a commendable effort to attend to the mental well-being of numerous students. Master C and Master Dong have jointly financed complimentary psychological assessments for all newcomers. Coincidentally, this coincides with the scheduled psychological evaluation time for Dr. Lin and Qi Xiaoqing. Had she not been privy to this information beforehand, she might have remained blissfully unaware. The collective assessment of all freshmen serves as an excellent pretext. However, dear Tao Tao, all the psychologists are under my purview. It would be naive to believe that anything substantial could be diagnosed. Initially, Qi Xiaoqing held this sentiment before reluctantly joining her dormitory mate, Zhang Xiuhua, in the queue, where she overheard students ahead discussing the matter. "There are 2 psychologists conducting the assessments?" Zhang Xiuhua nodded in affirmation, confirming that the evaluations would occur in 2 rounds, the first led by Si Chen's appointed doctor, and the second by the practitioner invited by Dong Yang. "Wait a moment." Qi Xiaoqing rubbed her temples, pondering the necessity of 2 doctors. Zhang Xiuhua shrugged. speculating it might be for prestige. With both parties contributing, the one who secures the doctor enhances their reputation, leading to a potential rivalry where each invites their own. If that is the case, this is rather misguided. Qi Xiaoqing hastily messaged Si Chun, inquiring about the rationale behind having two psychologists. Si Chun replied, "This is an unforeseen circumstance. Su Tao not only sought my assistance, but also engaged Dong Yang. She might be operating under the notion that if one doctor is insufficient, perhaps two could yield better results. The scheme you and Dr. Lin devised may have to be scrapped," said Si Chun. The diagnostic reports from both physicians might need to be reviewed together subsequently. A moment of silence ensued before Qi Xiaoqing inquired, "So, what's the recourse?" "Improvise," Si Chun responded nonchalantly. "Do you fancy yourself a comedian?" Qi Xiaoqing retorted. "Adapt as circumstances dictate," Si Chun advised. "I can't meddle with Dongfang Yang's affairs. At worst, we can treat this psychological therapy session as if it never transpired. You're not a Yandera, are you?" "Indeed," Qi Xiaoqing conceded with a nod, acknowledging Si Chun's perspicacity. Even Si Chun, with his background in psychology, asserts that I'm not a Yandera. "System, is there any prospect of upgrading my skills?" She mused that her intermediate acting prowess was proving insufficient, suggesting that ultimate acting proficiency might be requisite to deceive Dongfang Yang's physician. "Skills are only upgraded when the host draws duplicate skills during card draws," the system responded. "With odds like that, I'd be better off buying a lottery ticket," she exclaimed. "Do you have any idea how long it takes to accumulate 1,000 emotion points?" At that moment, while still in the queue, Qi Xiaoqing was tugged by Zheng Xiuhua. "Cheng, look over there. That vixen, Su Tao, has arrived." Her gaze was fraught with animosity, her eyes seemingly poised to tear Su Tao apart. Over the past 2 months of university life, the original host, adorned in unflattering makeup, harbored animosity towards Su Tao and engaged in various misdeeds, largely instigated by Zheng Xiuhua. She incessantly manipulated the original host, fostering the illusion that she was her true confidant. Even though Qi Xiaoqing had crossed over, she kept chattering on about how makeup made her prettier and insisting she shouldn't go out barefaced anymore. Having been absent from school for several days, the moment Qi Xiaoqing arrived here, she ran into this so-called sister, still the same as before, spouting negativity at her. Little did the girl know, this petite frame now housed an entirely different soul. Noticing Su Tao approaching, Qi Xiaoqing's mind flickered with an idea. Turning her back, she said to Zheng Xiuhua, "The psychologist's diagnosis is available all day, right? With this crowd, the queue will take forever. Should we come back this afternoon?" "Sure." Zheng Xiuhua agreed, shooting Su Tao a disdainful glance. "Perfect timing. I didn't want to see that bitch anyway." The moment the word bitch left her lips, a faint crimson glint flashed in Qi Xiaoqing's eyes, though she swiftly suppressed it. Activating her intermediate acting skills, she painted on an adorable, eager smile. "Didn't you mention having new cosmetics? Let us go try them. I've been broke lately, and couldn't afford any." "Great, great, great," Zheng Xiuhua exclaimed, seizing Qi Xiaoqing's arm and pulling her out of the line, her lips curling smugly. "Still the same old fool. What a waste of such a pretty face. But perfect. Those new cosmetics were specially prepared. Let us see how long it takes for your skin to rot." Her envious gaze slithered over Qi Xiaoqing's retreating figure, instantly triggering the latter's newly acquired vigilance skill. Yet Qi Xiaoqing remained silent, instead pulling out her phone to message Su Tao. In the distance, Su Tao, who had been heading their way, paused in confusion and picked up her phone. She was initially puzzled as to why Qi Xiaoqing walked away upon seeing her. It turned out that Xiaoqing had not noticed her at all. However, the mention of roommate caused Su Tao's expression to darken. Qi Xiaoqing offered a forced smile to that roommate, choosing silence in response. The roommate then leaned closer, slowly remarking, "By the way, has your invincible brother sent you any living expenses? We were hoping to have him treat us to a meal. He is so impressive. Surely he wouldn't be stingy, right?" Her words seemed laced with admiration, but Qi Xiaoqing could discern the underlying sarcasm, subtly inciting the original owner to ask her brother for money, thereby spending the original owner's funds on feasts and revelry. Fortunately, the original owner was somewhat naive and easily manipulated. Had it been someone else, they would have long since confronted her. Then, Zheng Xiuhua produced a collection of bottles and jars, addressing Qi Xiaoqing. "These are all new products. I can't bear to use them myself. With this, your skin will undoubtedly look even better." The obedient smile that graced Qi Xiaoqing's face held a hint of danger. As the skincare lotion was applied to her face, it was swiftly diluted into an innocuous liquid by her own enhancement skills. Foundation, blush, eyeliner. And those striking red lips transformed her originally youthful visage into a ghastly, zombie-like appearance, drastically lowering her aesthetic appeal. Yet, this was precisely the effect Qi Xiaocheng desired. The misdeeds of the original owner from 2 months prior were due for a thorough cleansing in Su Tao's presence. She calculated the timing. And just as the makeup was nearing completion, Su Tao knocked on the door and entered, her expression somewhat grim, as if she had already anticipated the personalities of Qi Xiaocheng's roommates. With her meticulously prepared appearance, Qi Xiaocheng, adorned with a strikingly painted face, cast a glance at Su Tao, her charming smile now appearing somewhat unsettling. In a voice tinged with innocence, she remarked, "Tao Tao, Xiaohua said this is the latest cosmetic product. Do I look adorable like this?" Chapter 94. Su Tao's Possessiveness, an additional chapter for Feng Luo. Qi Xiaocheng's charm is indisputable. Even with a mask obscuring her features, her petite frame, soft voice, flowing chestnut hair, and the delicate white skin of her arms visible beneath her short sleeves are enough to accentuate her allure. However, when one deliberately attempts to appear unattractive, the contrast becomes stark. Seeing Qi Xiaocheng, her face plastered with an inappropriate amount of foundation, Su Tao felt a surge of frustration. A perplexing sensation washed over her, as if Qi Xiaocheng's innocence had been sullied. Noticing Su Tao's silence, Qi Xiaocheng turned slightly, revealing a worried and timid expression. "Tao Tao, why aren't you saying anything?" Meanwhile, Su Huazhen and her roommate observed Su Tao, their lips curling into smug smiles. They taunted, "Isn't this Su Tao? Why is she still lingering around? Our Xiaocheng has already dismissed her. Why is she still trying to approach?" Su Tao lifted her gaze, her eyes icy. "Your Xiaocheng?" Su Huazhen scoffed. "Xiaocheng once told me you were her dear sister. Yet, after a few months of school, she seeks out those despicable men, neglecting Xiaocheng. I claimed her as mine, so what?" At the same time, the roommate added, "If you can't provide what Xiaocheng needs, then stop clinging to her, all right?" As Qi Xiaocheng observed the impending quarrel, she innocently and anxiously extended her small hands, glancing between both sides as if unsure of how to proceed. With a sense of urgency, she implored, "Can we talk it out? Please, let us not argue." Her voice seemed softer than usual. Su Tao stepped into the scene, her expression still somber. However, she did not approach Qi Xiaocheng directly, but instead halted 3 meters away. Perhaps out of anger, her tone lacked the usual gentleness, taking on an authoritative edge as she commanded, "Xiaocheng, come here." When Xiaohua released her grip from Qi Xiaocheng's shoulder, raising an eyebrow with confidence. "Chengcheng, we are the best of friends, the closest of sisters, are we not? I won't allow Su Tao to bully you. Come hide behind me." This was a contest for Qi Xiaocheng's allegiance. Should she hesitate? Certainly. If she were to abandon her previous loyalties so easily, how could she ever truly value what she gained? The current Qi Xiaocheng was no fragile damsel. Thus, her intermediate acting skills continued to soar. Rising from her chair, her face adorned with half-applied makeup, she took a couple of steps towards Su Tao. Both Su Tao and her roommate were somewhat rigid smiles, clearly taken aback by Qi Xiaocheng's unexpected approach. Yet, as Qi Xiaocheng turned, their stilted grins quickly transformed into expressions of warmth. Qi Xiaocheng pivoted back towards Su Tao, her gaze tinged with a hint of reluctance, which Su Tao perceived with clarity. Before Qi Xiaocheng could utter a word, Su Tao grasped her small arm and gently pulled her into an embrace. A faint, sweet fragrance of youthful innocence wafted into the air. Su Tao deftly maneuvered, positioning herself protectively behind Qi Xiaocheng. However, the furrow in her brow betrayed her dissatisfaction with Qi Xiaocheng's reaction. Meanwhile, Qi Xiaocheng, sheltered behind her, wore a gentle smile. "Just like this, Tao Tao, let your possessiveness toward me intensify." She reclaimed the mistakes made by the original owner over the past 2 months and deftly dealt with Zhang Xiaohua and her companions, simultaneously applying subtle pressure on Su Tao to cultivate her possessiveness in a natural manner. It was akin to Emperor Qin Shi Huang triumphantly flipping a switch. Zhang Xiaohua and her companions, witnessing this scene, had already grown cold in demeanor. They pointed at Qi Xiaocheng, berating her. "Qi Xiaocheng, how could you betray us after all the kindness we've shown? We considered you a sister, assisting you in various matters, and even purchasing cosmetics for you. Yet you still cling to Su Tao." Su Tao chuckled softly. "Are you jealous of Xiaocheng's charm, resorting to such tactics? You exploit her innocence and dare to utter such words. Cosmetics?" Su Tao approached the table, picking up a small bottle. What is this trivial item worth? Besides, Xiaochen is so lovely that she hardly needs any makeup. Before she could finish her thought, Su Tao paused. Her gaze fixated on the name of the skincare product and the ingredients listed on the label. Enraged, she recalled a previous news report indicating that this product could cause allergic reactions and skin damage, being harmful and banned altogether. You bought this for Xiaochen to apply. With a swift motion, Su Tao seized Zheng Xiuhua by the collar, lifting her effortlessly. What else have you done to Xiaochen? Zheng Xiuhua was yanked so forcefully that her face flushed crimson. With a desperate struggle, the cheap fabric of her attire tore with a sharp sound, and she fell to the ground, breaking free from Su Tao's grasp. Enraged and humiliated, she scrambled to her feet, cursing Su Tao. Let us team up and see if I can scratch your face, she declared, raising her nails and charging forward. Yet, Su Tao was no ordinary girl. Hair pulling and face scratching were beneath her. The thought of Qi Xiaoqing potentially being harmed because of her ignited a tempest of fury within Su Tao. Suddenly, her hand shot out, deftly seizing Zheng Xiuhua's flailing arm. With her thumb and forefinger wedged between Zheng's fingers, she forcefully twisted. A sharp crack echoed as bones snapped. Zheng's face contorted in agony, her screams akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Aw, is that all it takes to hurt you? Su Tao mocked, gazing at her. Did you ever consider that her face might be ruined when you applied makeup on Xiaoqing? Nearby, a trembling roommate interjected, Su Tao, this is school. Your actions constitute campus violence and could lead to disciplinary action. Care to shout again? Su Tao stepped forward, delivering a swift kick that sent Zheng crashing against the wall. With a sardonic smile, she retorted, ISNT at you who is perpetuating campus violence? Dongfang Yang donated a building to the school at the beginning of the term. Do you think he wouldn't support me? She continued. Or do you wish for the entire dormitory to witness this? With that, she snapped another of Zheng's fingers. Amidst her agonizing cries, Su Tao followed up with a knee strike to her abdomen, before unceremoniously tossing her aside. Curling on the ground, writhing in agony and crying out in distress, I shall settle the score with you later. Su Tao turned around, pulling Qi Xiaochen along as she exclaimed, Come with me. Xiaochen, I have some makeup remover in my dormitory. Let us cleanse your face first. Qi Xiaochen hesitated, her voice timid, but, no buts. Su Tao interjected, placing her index finger against Qi Xiaochen's lips. Grasping her hand, she urged, Come along swiftly. If you disobey, I shall abandon you. As they proceeded, Su Tao remained oblivious to the fact that Qi Xiaochen trailed behind her, donning a beguiling yet composed smile. The first step of the peach cultivation plan could be deemed accomplished. Chapter 95. Peach, this time it is indeed your fault. Without further ado, Su Tao dragged Qi Xiaochen into the dormitory. Upon entering, they spotted Chen Qian descending from her bed. Su Tao, did you not go for a psychological evaluation? You returned rather swiftly, Chen Qian remarked, her brow furrowed in confusion. Did I not mention previously? I have temporarily borrowed yours, as mine has run out. And my new package has yet to arrive. She gestured towards their roommate, Xiao Wei, who was still asleep in the upper bunk. Without hesitation, Su Tao roused her slumbering roommate. Meanwhile, Chen Qian pondered what exactly Su Tao and Qi Xiaochen were up to. As she stepped closer and turned to gain a better view, she realized that this was indeed Qi Xiaochen, who had resembled a creature just 2 months prior. She looked stunning without makeup. Why has she adorned herself so heavily again? Confused, she met Qi Xiaochen's gaze and felt an inexplicable chill. Then, she beheld Qi Xiaochen, who, with Su Tao's support, retrieved a small pill from her pocket, transforming Chen Qian's initial shock into sheer delight. She had not forgotten that 2 weeks ago, Qi Xiaoqing had promised her a miraculous skincare pill if she performed well. The previous treatment for blackheads and acne had been on her mind for half a month. With a knowing glance, Chen Qian inquired of Su Tao, who was searching for makeup remover, what had transpired. Chen Qian hesitated for a moment before reproaching Su Tao. You care so much about her. Why not keep a better watch? You know how innocent she is. As she spoke, Chen Qian discreetly gestured to her roommate, who had just awakened. Xiao Wei was somewhat bewildered by the situation, yet the amusement in her eyes did not wane as she chimed in, Indeed, Taozi. This time it's your fault. Su Tao paused for a moment, her tone tinged with regret. Yes, it is my fault. I intended to approach Xiaoqing directly, but I was stopped by 2 student council members along the way. Otherwise, this incident would not have occurred. Moreover, she was fortunate to have encountered me. Who knows what happened before that? Finding her, Su Tao let out a sigh of relief and swiftly approached Qi Xiaoqing, instructing, "First, close your eyes. I will help you." Qi Xiaoqing obeyed, her trembling eyelashes betraying her inner unease. As Su Tao's fingertips brushed across her cheek, Qi Xiaoqing surrendered everything to her. Once the makeup was completely removed, her delicate, porcelain-like face reappeared before Su Tao, prompting her to exhale deeply. Moreover, Xiaocheng, you too, cannot you see that they are actually deceiving you? You are usually so beautiful, yet you allow yourself to be reduced to that ghastly appearance. It is evident that they harbor ill intentions. Why would you even approach them? Qi Xiaocheng lowered her head, reluctant to speak loudly, and merely murmured, "I'm sorry." Su Tao sighed, persistently nagging like a concerned elder. "It is not my intention to be tedious. Rather, you must possess some ability to discern right from wrong. Do you understand? At this rate, you could easily be deceived. No, you have already been tricked so many times before, and yet you have not learned a single lesson." As she continued, tears began to flow uncontrollably from Qi Xiaocheng's eyes. Large droplets cascaded down her chin, landing on Su Tao's hand resting on her lap. The damp sensation momentarily startled Su Tao. Then she noticed Qi Xiaocheng lift her head, tears brimming in her eyes. "But, at that time, Tao, you ignored me. Besides them, I have no other friends at school." Su Tao's words caught in her throat. During the summer break, due to Yiliang, she had quarreled with Qi Xiaocheng. What should have been an apology was postponed due to various circumstances. Afterward, it was as if Qi Xiaocheng had transformed into a different person, disrupting her relationship with Yiliang. Perhaps it was indeed the influence of those sisters. But in that moment, who remained by her side if not herself? Qi Xiaocheng, with her head held high, wept pitifully, making an effort to suppress her sobs. It seemed she realized that crying was not appropriate. After attempting to wipe away her tears with her fingers and finding it futile, she resorted to rubbing her wrists more forcefully to conceal her distress. Su Tao's initially reproachful tone softened completely as she embraced Qi Xiaocheng, murmuring tenderly, "I'm sorry, Xiaocheng. My words were too harsh. You've always been so innocent, and I just didn't want you to be deceived. I was wrong too." Qi Xiaocheng sniffled, responding with nothing but a muffled whimper. From an angle hidden from Su Tao's view, her small hand swiftly signaled to Chen Qian, who stood utterly stunned by Xiaocheng's acting prowess. Approaching, Chen patted Su Tao's shoulder and remarked, "Su Tao, maintaining purity of heart is a rare treasure. If you wish for Xiaocheng to change, would you truly have the heart to expose her to the world's darker facets?" Meanwhile, their roommate Xiao Wei had already lain back down to resume her slumber. Honestly, she mumbled drowsily, "If you're worried about her, just keep an eye on her. Simple as that." Su Tao murmured in agreement, her lips pressed together pensively, lost in thought. Noticing this, Chen Qian abruptly yanked the dozing roommate upright again. "Xiao Wei, stop sleeping. Let us go for the psychological assessment. 0.5 credits means one less useless elective. Hurry up. Wait, I haven't even changed out of my pajamas." "Who cares about pajamas? You clearly can't read the mood. Just move." With a flurry of pushing and nudging, Chen swiftly vacated the dormitory, leaving the two alone. Su Tao gently disentangled Xiaocheng from her embrace, dabbing the girl's tears with a tissue. "From now on, stay away from those people, all right?" Qi Xiaocheng nodded obediently, her adorable demeanor belying the twisted, extreme persona lurking beneath. Who could have guessed she was a Yandra? Su Tao said, "In a moment, we will visit the psychologist to obtain our credits, and then we shall head to Dongfang Yang's private hospital for a consultation regarding our skin." Reflecting on it, if it were the usual scenario with the sickly sweet demeanor, Xiaocheng would undoubtedly stand firmly by her side without a moment's hesitation. A vision flashed through Su Tao's mind, Xiaocheng hesitatingly approaching her, each step laden with uncertainty. She immediately chuckled and shook her head. No, if Xiaocheng were like that, perhaps Su Hua would have already encountered an unfortunate event. The sickly sweet version of Xiaocheng instilled fear in Su Tao. Yet the absence of an episode might signify that her treatment was yielding some results. Once they receive the report from this psychological evaluation, they shall determine the next course of action. Su Tao took Xiaocheng's hand and smiled. "Let us go, Xiaocheng. The queue may take some time, but since this assessment is a collaboration between Dongfang Yang and Sichun, we can take a shortcut and avoid the line for testing." Upon hearing this, Xiaocheng narrowed her eyes slightly. This so-called shortcut to testing seemed to be the crux of the matter. Her intermediate acting skills, she wondered if they would prove useful. If the doctor were to discern that her sickly demeanor was merely an act, it would indeed pose a problem. Chapter 96. I just said she liked Xiao Cheng at Youth Square. Chen Qian and Xiao Wei were making their way to the psychological counseling room. Dressed only in pajamas, Xiao Wei shivered in the cold despite borrowing a large coat from Chen Qian. The drowsiness she had felt earlier had completely vanished. As they walked, she inquired of Chen Qian, "Is it really appropriate for us to deceive Taozi in helping Xiao Cheng?" Standing beside her, shielding her from the breeze, Chen Qian elucidated. "Xiao Wei, you've discerned it as well, haven't you? Qi Xiaoqing harbors affection for Su Tao. Su Tao frequently mentions her in the dormitory. We're merely playing Cupid. So how can it be construed as deception?" Xiao Wei responded. "Chen Qian, you're subtly twisting the concept, aren't you?" "Oh, please don't," Xiao Wei exclaimed with some urgency. "It's not that I'm unwilling." Observing Tao Zi, with her awkward yet endearing pride, gradually falling in love is immensely captivating, especially since it involves two girls. A first for me in reality. And it's unfolding right before my eyes. Xiao Wei's eyes sparkled. If I can unite them, I'll have a tale to boast about wherever I go. Her tone shifted, and she smiled sheepishly. "I just feel a tinge of guilt. You see." Tao Zi tiptoes around upon waking and is careful not to make any noise while brushing her teeth or washing her face, so as not to disturb my sleep. Forcibly pairing her up feels somewhat improper. Chen Qian playfully tapped Xiao Wei on the back of her head. If Su Tao didn't reciprocate Qi Xiaoqing's feelings, then forcing a match would indeed be regrettable. However, she clearly cares for Qi Xiaoqing. Perhaps she is fond of her without realizing it. Regardless of Xiao Wei's ultimate decision, Chen Qian had irrevocably aligned herself with the Cheng faction. She once harbored animosity towards Su Tao because of Yi Liang, but she has since awakened, though she still doesn't exactly adore Su Tao, aiding Qi Xiaoqing and subtly influencing her. Then watching her unwittingly fall into Qi Xiaoqing's carefully laid trap while being consumed by guilt and regret is simply too exhilarating. The sense of accomplishment is utterly fulfilling. No wonder there are so many jokesters online. Xiao Wei enjoys being one too, as such amusing encounters are rare in real life. Not to mention, the rewards Qi Xiaoqing offers are simply too tempting to refuse. Poison? Whatever. She has figured it out. Qi Xiaoqing only cares about Su Tao. A bit twisted, perhaps, but not the type to harm others. As an ordinary person, she'd rather side with her. It's not like this lawful society would actually let her get killed, right? Having mulled it over, Chen Qian nudged Xiao Wei again. "So in or out? Qi Xiaoqing even has some shady tech to make you prettier. I'll hook you up later." "Shady tech? Hard to trust, no? Whatever. You don't have looks anxiety. You wouldn't get how I feel." Chen Qian was the textbook definition of a 710. Plain but passable, utterly unremarkable. The epitome of an average face. A slight slip in fitness or skincare, and she'd lose even that. With meticulous styling and makeup, she might scrape a 7.5. Xiao Wei, however, was different. A petite round face, large eyes, and fair skin, likely from her habit of sleeping in and avoiding sunlight, effortlessly and even barefaced. With only 3 in the dorm, Chen Qian envied both their looks. As they chatted, Qi Xiaoqing and Su Tao approached. Chen Qian tapped Xiao Wei's shoulder. "See that?" Holding hands. Xiao Wei glanced over, puzzled. Girls hold hands all the time. Guys sling arms over shoulders too. "Watch this." Chen Qian raised her hand and called out, "Su Tao, over here." Upon hearing this, Su Tao, hand in hand with Qi Xiaoqing, approached, bearing a down coat. "Xiao Wei, venturing out without even a coat? Are you impervious to the cold? I brought this for you." Accepting the coat, Chen Qian cast a glance towards Qi Xiaoqing, signaling her to wait nearby, as she had a question for Su Tao. Qi Xiaoqing regarded Chen Qian with curiosity. Chen Qian inquired in hushed tones, "Su Tao, might you harbor affections for Qi Xiaoqing?" Xiao Wei's eyes gleamed upon overhearing this. Su Tao hesitated, regarding Chen Qian with perplexity. "What are you implying?" "I merely regard Xiaoqing as a younger sister." Xiao Wei interjected with a yawn. "But given Xiaoqing's condition, wouldn't you be compelled to develop feelings for her?" Su Tao and Chen Qian had previously discussed Qi Xiaoqing's yander tendencies, knowledge that Xiao Wei also possessed, albeit limited. Su Tao glanced askance at Qi Xiaoqing, who seemed to be perpetually attentive to their discourse, offering a docile smile as Su Tao turned her head. Chen Qian raised an eyebrow, drawing out her intonation. "A mere pretense?" Su Tao found herself momentarily speechless. "Of course. Otherwise, what else could it be? You two may indulge in gossip, but refrain from spreading rumors. Such talk could adversely affect Xiaoqing." "Understood. Your own reputation is of no consequence, is it?" Xiao Wei and Chen Qian exchanged a knowing glance. the former subtly signaling an agreement. Xiao Wei joined their ranks, their understanding tacit. After placating the two, Su Tao led Qi Xiaoqing away. Tao Tao, what were you discussing just now? Qi Xiaoqing inquired with curiosity. Su Tao paused momentarily, then said, "It's nothing, let's go. Dongfang Yang is expecting us." Upon entering the psychological counseling room, she deliberately took a detour through another chamber. Dongfang Yang, observing their entwined hands as they approached, gestured toward the rear, remarking, "I've been awaiting your arrival for quite some time. To grant you this exclusive session requires my personal involvement. It's no simple feat. We truly appreciate your efforts." Su Tao responded, "Our primary concern is to minimize any undue delay." Her words carried a subtle undercurrent, discernible only to those privy to the true nature of their visit. This was no ordinary psychological assessment, but rather one specifically tailored for Qi Xiaoqing. While Dongfang Yang possessed a degree of awareness, his knowledge was limited. Su Tao had merely informed him of Qi Xiaoqing's recent emotional instability, fearing an underlying psychological cause, but refrained from divulging the details of her Yandra tendencies. Si Chun, on the other hand, was largely aware of the situation due to their frequent discussions. For Qi Xiaoqing, this development was far from ideal. Had she first engaged with Dr. Lin, she could have conferred with him on strategies to navigate the situation. Now, she was left with no choice but to confront it head-on. They entered a smaller room, where they were met by a bespectacled, affable, and slightly stout gentleman. "Greetings, young lady," he said. "My surname is Chun. You may address me as Dr. Chun. Please, have a seat." Dr. Chun treated her as any ordinary student, betraying no hint of suspicion. As Qi Xiaoqing settled into her seat, contemplating how to employ her intermediate acting skills, she heard Dr. Chun gently say, "There is no need for apprehension. This is merely a routine inquiry, as per the school's protocol. The majority of so-called psychological issues among students stem from stress and erratic sleep patterns." "Understood, doctor," she replied. Alara endeavored to compose herself, yet a sense of unease was undeniable. The efficacy of her thespian skills remained uncertain, compounded by the enigma of the physician's line of inquiry. Contrary to her expectations, the doctor's questions proved to be rather innocuous. The initial query was a commonplace one. "Esteemed student, are there any matters that induce feelings of duress or disquietude?" Nonplussed by Dr. Chen's inquiry, Alara demurred, "I perceive no significant duress as of late." Dr. Chun then inquired, "Are there any occurrences that evoke elation, such as personal augmentations or alterations in your coterie of acquaintances?" The questions were conventional, verging on the mundane. Alara, recognizing the need to reciprocate, responded in accordance with Dr. Chen's line of inquiry, "I find myself replete with instances of elation, predominantly stemming from the resolution of misunderstandings with." Dr. Chun, maintaining a placid countenance, inquired, "Is a confidant of yours? Might I implore you to expound upon your shared narrative?" "Assuredly," Alara responded. The fabrication of a narrative served the dual purpose of furnishing Dr. Chun with a report and conveying a message too, intimating that the original protagonist harbored affections for her. As time elapsed, Alara discerned that Dr. Chen's line of inquiry did not specifically target her predilection for morbid affection. Rather, it seemed to be an earnest endeavor to ascertain her psychological well-being. The discourse transcended the conventional dynamic between physician and patient, assuming the semblance of a reunion between long-separated compatriots. Indeed, Alara mused, "S solicitation of a psychological evaluation was not intended to ascertain my proclivity for morbid affection. Perhaps she has complete faith in me and merely seeks to gain insight into my psychological state. Perhaps sensing Dr. Chen's harmless nature and being subtly guided." Qi Xiaoqing interspersed truth with artifice, employing intermediate acting skills. She followed Dr. Chen's conversational lead for over an hour. Upon exiting, she took a sip of water and seamlessly transitioned to Dr. Lin's colleague. Dr. Lin wore the same gentle, spring-like smile as Dr. Chen. "How are you, Miss Qi? Did you feel pressured with Dr. Chen? He only discussed everyday topics with me. It wasn't as thorny as I had anticipated, since was an ally and Dr. Lin was aware of her feigned fragility. Qi Xiaoqing didn't need to conceal much. She inquired, "Dr. Lin, based on advice, does this mean the diagnosis report can't reflect what we had agreed upon?" Dr. Lin nodded. "I'll need to align the diagnostic outcomes with Dr. Chen afterward. He's unaware of your situation and believes it was a routine examination. That explains why he didn't ask any pointed questions." "Dr. Lin, Miss Qi, I will also ask you some routine questions. Otherwise, I will have nothing of substance to include in the report." "Understood." Sorry for the bother, Dr. Lin. If the report can't be adjusted, then don't force it. Understood. Dr. Lin's smile was amiable, and his voice was gentle. During their conversation, Qi Xiaoqing experienced the same comforting sensation as with Dr. Chun, like a breath of fresh air. At that moment, she even had a premonition that if Su Tao delved into Dr. Cheng's alias, she might be unable to maintain her facade, as there were too many inconsistencies in their previous conversations. Fortunately, while she lacked any understanding of psychology, Su Tao was equally ignorant. The only regret that Qi Xiaoqing felt was the inability to turn the tables and apply pressure on Su Tao through this diagnosis. During the inquiry, due to their familiarity, Dr. Lin's questions were significantly more assertive than those of Dr. Chun. However, like Dr. Chun, most of the inquiries revolved around the quotidian interactions between her and Su Tao. As the session drew to a close, Dr. Lin took a sip of water and, in a gentle tone, remarked that from the perspective of a professional psychologist, Miss Qi, you are indeed neither a possessive nor a dependent type of Yandra. Qi Xiaoqing, confidently placing her hands on her hips, retorted that a true Yandra would never recognize their condition. I am acutely aware of my actions and rationally embrace both the possessive and dependent facets of being a Yandra beside Tao Tao. Thus, I cannot be classified as such. Dr. Lin nodded appreciatively, stating that your performance is exemplary, surpassing many students from the acting academies I have encountered. Qi Xiaoqing shyly brushed her hair back, attributing it perhaps to a natural talent. Dr. Lin, following her lead, inquired if she could test her acting skills. I know an elderly professor who is seeking an apprentice and insists that I recommend someone. If possible, I would like you to meet him, as every additional opportunity is valuable. Certainly, replied Qi Xiaoqing without hesitation, subtly activating her intermediate acting skills, maintaining a calm demeanor. Go ahead, Dr. Lin. How would you like me to perform? I will say a line, and you can act as a Yandra? Okay. Dr. Lin smiled faintly, her fingers gracefully splayed open, with the tips of her index fingers pressed together at her lips. Suddenly, her gaze shifted to one of somber intensity. In truth, young Master Yichen still harbored feelings for Miss Su Tao, though he refrained from expressing them outwardly. In an instant, Qi Xiaoqing's crimson eyes glimmered with a hint of danger. Her voice became slightly more serious. Dr. Lin, is what you said true? Doctor. Lin spread her hands and chuckled softly. Of course, I was merely jesting. Your acting skills are quite impressive. Qi Xiaoqing paused for a moment, then, with her usual pride, replied, Indeed, I have no trouble managing Tao Tao. After saying this, she rose to her feet, entrusting the matters at hand to Dr. Lin. Should you require my assistance, please have Yichen reach out to me. Additionally, regarding my own situation, rest assured. Dr. Lin stood and tapped the recording pen on the table, noting that it was out of battery. As a psychologist, I adhere to professional ethics. We are merely acquaintances, are we not? After shaking hands with Dr. Lin, Qi Xiaoqing felt a sense of reassurance. Her alertness had not produced any warning signs. If Dr. Lin had ill intentions regarding her information, her heightened senses would undoubtedly have detected it. Shortly after Qi Xiaoqing departed, Yichen arrived. The two doctors conferred, with Dr. Lin taking the lead in summarizing the findings. In front of Dongfang Yang, Yichen, and Su Tao, she stated, according to the report, Miss Qi is currently experiencing a significant amount of stress. Stress? Su Tao questioned first. I find Xiaoqing to be perfectly normal on most days. Yichen cast a perplexed glance at Su Tao, as if to inquire, do you genuinely believe that Qi Xiaoqing is entirely normal? Even Dongfang Yang, who understood nothing, nodded in agreement with Su Tao, stating, I also find her quite normal, albeit a bit foolish. Are you certain there are no issues with her intellect? Dr. Chen interjected, urging the young master to set aside his prejudices. The apparent normalcy of Qi classmate is, in fact, a fade, a result of her subconscious repression and concealment of overwhelming pressure, which primarily stems from feelings of unease and anxiety. Furthermore, she imparts a distinctly contradictory impression to me. Contradictory? Indeed. Dr. Chan adjusted her glasses and continued, I sense that she is perpetually assuming a particular persona. Chapter 98, Mild Dissociation. Assuming? All eyes, save for Dr. Lin's, turned toward Dr. Chun. She pushed up her glasses and nodded, stating, naturally, it is merely an impression. I cannot draw definitive conclusions. Professionals like Dr. Lin and myself, who specialize in certain areas of psychology, each possess our unique diagnostic methodologies. Dr. Chun elaborated, when engaging with patients, I prefer to guide them towards topics they hold dear, conversing in a friendly manner to help them relax their instinctive self-protection. I then analyze their language, micro-expressions, and gestures. Dr. Chen continued. It was through this hour-long conversation that I discerned a significant internal conflict within Chi classmate, particularly when Miss Su was mentioned. I steered the conversation, mentioning, "You and Miss Su seem to have a very close bond." At that juncture, she exhibited three distinct and conflicting reactions. The first was a yearning, perhaps even an aspiration, to emulate Miss Su or to possess someone like her. The second was a feigned composure, a deliberate act to mask the initial desire and longing by portraying a normal friendship. The third, a more profound emotion, remained elusive. Her emotional state was somewhat volatile, precluding further investigation. Hypothetically, to dissect these reactions, we could posit three facets of her persona: the intrinsic self, the superficial self, and the latent self. She employed the superficial self to conceal her intrinsic self, unaware of the presence of a latent self. Dr. Chen adjusted her glasses, clarifying that this was merely an analogy to facilitate comprehension, not an assertion of multiple personalities. The contradictory impression she conveyed stemmed from this complex interplay. Her duress originated from unease and apprehension. The source of this unease and the object of her anxiety, without deeper insight, might be more apparent to some of you present than to myself. Dr. Chen concluded her remarks, stepping back slightly to indicate that the core of her diagnosis had been delivered. Any remaining, less critical details would be incorporated into the subsequent diagnostic report. Dongfang Yang appeared perplexed, while Su Tao and Si Chun gleaned some understanding. Dr. Chun and Dongfang Yang were unaware of Qi Xiaocheng's Yandra tendencies. In Su Tao's view, Qi Xiaocheng's so-called hidden personality was simply her Yandra side. She herself was oblivious to her Yandra nature, outwardly presenting a facade of normalcy, with her Yandra aspect only surfacing when Su Tao was mentioned. In Su Tao's estimation, Dr. Chen's diagnosis was largely accurate, only erring due to insufficient information, leading to the assertion of three personalities. As for the portrayal of a particular individual, this was merely a misjudgment stemming from the sense of dissociation between her normal and Yandra states. Su Tao cast a sidelong glance at Si Chen beside her, noticing that this bespectacled man, also versed in psychology, appeared contemplative. Su Tao then turned to Dr. Lin, inquiring, "Dr. Lin, what are your thoughts?" Dr. Lin turned to retrieve her notes from the table, using the brief moment with her back to the group to glance at Si Chen. Noticing Si Chen's gaze, she formulated her response. Turning back with her notes in hand, she began, "I must confess, I find myself in disagreement with Dr. Chen's perspective." Both Dongfang Yang and Su Tao were taken aback. Dr. Lin perused her notes, continuing, "I have indeed perceived the contradictions mentioned by Dr. Chen, but the conclusion regarding the portrayal of a particular individual strikes me as excessively subjective, stemming from Dr. Chen's diagnostic approach. The source of Ms. Chi's inner conflict primarily revolves around Ms. Su. During the diagnosis, I inquired about her history with Ms. Su, from childhood through junior and senior high school, and now into university. Ms. Chi has had no friends other than Ms. Su. Coupled with her past experiences of being bullied, this constitutes a long-standing source of her insecurity. On one hand, she held Ms. Su in high regard, cherishing her as kin, even more so than blood relatives. On the other hand, she feared her actions might be excessive, displeasing Ms. Su and leading to abandonment. Like a child conforming to their parents' ideals to seek their approval, she would outwardly feign the role of a well-behaved child to receive praise, while inwardly harboring a different persona. Her words resonated with everyone present. Even Dr. Chen nodded thoughtfully, conceding that he had not fully grasped the circumstances surrounding their relationship. Su Tao turned to Dr. Lin, inquiring whether the conflicting behavior exhibited by Xiao Cheng stemmed from this very reason. Her words carried a veiled implication, directed towards Dr. Lin, who possessed insider knowledge. Could this be the catalyst that transformed Xiao Cheng into a Yandra? At that moment, Dr. Lin shared her conjecture, suggesting that Miss Chi exhibited mild signs of schizophrenia. Hold on. Dongfang Yang was utterly bewildered, clutching his forehead as if straining his mental faculties to comprehend the situation. Just moments ago, it was suggested that there were three distinct personalities, and now it's schizophrenia? Si Chun interjected with a silent scoff. The notion of three personalities was merely a simplified analogy for your comprehension. Schizophrenia is a mild manifestation. If you lack the capacity to understand, refrain from interjecting. Dongfang Yang glared at Si Chun, retorting, "Oh, So you comprehend it all? He was momentarily at a loss for words, turning expectantly to Su Tao. Su Tao, I. Su Tao's thoughts were entirely consumed by Dr. Lin's diagnosis of schizophrenia. Dongfang Yang, if you're unable to grasp the concept, perhaps you should retire for some rest. Dongyang's countenance stiffened, and he retreated to a corner, crestfallen. Dr. Lin continued, elaborating on Dr. Chen's observation regarding the conflict, stating that her mental state was, in fact, rather precarious, with societal, familial, and environmental factors exerting relentless pressure. Turning to face Su Tao, she inquired whether she had recently experienced any significant trauma. Su Tao nodded gently, affirming that she had, alluding to the incident in the basement. Dr. Lin glanced at the assembled group and proceeded to provide an in-depth analysis of the impact of this trauma. Her discourse resonated with Dr. Chen, who concurred with her astute observations. Dr. Lin added, however, that her assessment was tinged with a degree of personal conjecture and suggested that it would be advantageous to arrange further encounters to facilitate a more comprehensive evaluation of Ms. Qi. The initial palliative measures, therapeutic regimen, and pharmacological interventions would be detailed in the subsequent diagnostic report. After bidding farewell to the others, Su Tao promptly made her way to an office where Yichen and Dr. Lin were awaiting her arrival. Dong Ang was to feign certain behaviors, while Dr. Chen would conduct a standard psychological assessment. Dr. Lin, on the other hand, would focus specifically on diagnosing Qi Xiaocheng's Yandra tendencies, as previously agreed upon with Su Tao. Upon entering the room, Su Tao immediately inquired about the situation, asking whether schizophrenia had been confirmed, whether Xiaocheng was indeed a Yandra, and whether there was still hope for treatment. Her expression was fraught with anxiety. Do not fret, Dr. Lin reassured her, handing her a glass of water. The diagnosis is not as dire as we had anticipated. Su Tao exhaled in relief, admitting that she had been overwhelmed by the situation. Seated upon a chair, Su Tao composed herself. Dr. Lin glanced at Yichen and nodded. Let's address these matters one by one, starting with the subject of Yandra. Her tone became earnest. There's no question that Miss Qi exhibits Yandra tendencies. Miss Su, you shouldn't harbor any illusions. Yichen interjected. You've already tested her? Indeed, Dr. Lin affirmed. When I mentioned to the young master that you still harbored affections for Miss Su, she immediately became agitated. Yichen, wearing a speechless expression with a hint of resentment, looked at Dr. Lin. I've never had any feelings for Su Tao, to begin with. Su Tao turned to Dr. Lin with anticipation. In terms of treatment, what are the odds of success? Dr. Lin tapped her finger on the table and slowly said, I cannot guarantee anything. It hinges on your resolve. Su Tao inquired with puzzlement. Resolve? Dr. Lin nodded. In truth, you have been evading this reality. To truly cure a Yandra, you must possess the determination to relinquish all interpersonal relationships, dedicating yourself solely to her. This. Su Tao's face betrayed her difficulty. Yichen leaned against the wall and said in a deep voice, those who cannot relinquish anything can accomplish nothing. He spoke with profound conviction. Dr. Lin, with a gentle smile, sought to alleviate Su Tao's stress. Do not be overly concerned. That is merely a last resort in extreme circumstances. So, there are other options? Certainly. Su Tao's hopes were rekindled, but Dr. Lin's subsequent words swiftly dashed them. Given that her assertions largely mirrored those of Dr. Cheng, it is advisable to stabilize her emotional state by refraining from provocation, acquiescing to her inclinations, and gradually guiding her toward change. However, with a nuanced divergence. Dr. Lin remarked with a gentle smile that once you have ascertained her compliance and unwavering obedience, it would be prudent to assert a degree of firmness, thereby assuming a dominant position. Firmness, you inquire? Precisely, Dr. Lin affirmed. By acclimating Miss Qi to your resolute demeanor, or perhaps instilling in her a sense of deference, she will be more inclined to heed your counsel should unforeseen and drastic circumstances arise. Very well, I comprehend, Su Tao mused inwardly. Ultimately, Dr. Lin's expertise does not lie in the intricate study of the Yandra archetype. Having met her in person, the methodologies and conclusions drawn were akin to those of Dr. Cheng, who, despite merely being apprised of the situation's details, extended his assistance on numerous occasions over the course of a fortnight. Even the minor recuperation observed during Xiaocheng's treatment could be attributed to Dr. Cheng's guidance. Through this comparative analysis, Su Tao's esteem for Dr. Cheng was further elevated. Little did she suspect that both Dr. Lin and Yichen were adherents of the Orange faction. Their pronouncements naturally inclined toward Qi Xiaocheng. As a psychologist, Dr. Lin's discourse was subtly laced with falsehoods, rendering them all the more difficult to discern. Su Tao then inquired, raising her gaze. And what of schizophrenia? Dr. Lin's tone assumed a somber quality, explaining that in the presence of Dr. Chun and young Master Dongfang, she was constrained from expressing herself with absolute certainty. However, she could confidently affirm the presence of mild schizophrenia. Upon hearing this pronouncement, Su Tao's countenance grew grave. Yichen appeared to be unsurprised, embodying both the delicate demeanor of a lovesick soul and the ordinary traits of an average person. A slight degree of dissociation seemed rather normal. He even felt as though he had faintly discovered the unlocking code to Qi Xiaoqing's essence. Su Tao lowered her head, feeling a wave of guilt wash over her. If only, after their quarrel during the summer break, she had promptly sought out Xiao Cheng, such unfortunate events could have been averted. Thank you, Dr. Lin. Su Tao rose and bowed, then turned to Yichen. And thank you as well, Yichen. I truly feel remorseful for the trouble I've caused you. Yichen responded with a bright smile. It's nothing. After all, we are friends. Of course, merely friends on the surface. After bidding farewell to Su Tao, Yichen lit a cigarette and glanced at Dr. Lin. Let us discuss Qi Xiaoqing's report. Dr. Lin nodded. Certainly, young master. My personal diagnosis indicates mild dissociation and— Wait, Yichen interjected. Now that Su Tao has departed, we need not indulge in falsehoods. The only reason we deceived her was to stand in solidarity with Qi Xiaoqing. However, Dr. Lin's serious expression remained unchanged. I did not lie to Miss Su regarding the dissociation. Miss Qi indeed exhibits mild symptoms, and I believe Dr. Chen's assertions are accurate. What assertions? Yichen inquired. Dr. Lin elaborated. Naturally, I referred to the hypothesis of 3 distinct personalities, but in truth, it pertains to 3 conflicting psychological states and actions. The reason I publicly refuted Dr. Chen's hypothesis was the presence of Miss Su and young Master Dongfang, necessitating a concealment of Miss Qi's circumstances. However, the accuracy of his conjecture was remarkably high, as I sensed during my conversation with Miss Qi. Chen's expression gradually turned serious. Did this imply that, aside from her delicate and normal personas, Miss Qi Xiaocheng harbored yet another facet? It seemed likely, but this notion was perplexing. Chun rubbed his temples, contemplating how unrequited love could lead to a delicate disposition, a deviation from normalcy that I could comprehend, given her upbringing, which indeed held the potential for such an extreme transformation. Yet, from where did this additional aspect arise? Chun had investigated Qi Xiaoqing's background, which was rather unremarkable, hailing from an ordinary farming family. Yet, she was cognizant of Su Tao's formidable father, creating a profound contradiction in Chen's mind. Could it be that her identity concealed some mystery? The faade of a normal Xiaocheng, an uncontrollable and extreme delicate persona, unaware of her own fragility. So, what was this in-between Xiaocheng, caught between the act of normalcy and fragility? Chen found himself at a loss, unable to grasp the answers. Yet, this latest diagnosis caught everyone by surprise. Meanwhile, the diagnosed Qi Xiaocheng faced another dilemma. Up until now, Yi Liang had yet to awaken from his slumber in the hospital, and the Yi family's anticipated retaliation had been thwarted by Dongfang Yang, accompanying Qi Song to offer apologies. The specifics of their promises remained vague, but to prevent the Yi family from persisting in their pursuit, the 10 million spoken of by Yi Liang was unavoidable. Yi Liang's journey from the capital to Jiuzhou was fundamentally a manifestation of the Yi family's laissez-faire approach. Life and death are of little consequence. Yet the dignity of the Yi family must not be compromised. The 10 million is not merely a sum for Yi Liang's medical expenses. It is a matter of preserving the family's reputation in the capital. However, a pressing question arises. From where shall this substantial amount be procured? Chapter 100. Development Plans for X-Melody. Additional update. Qi Xiaoqing finds herself in a quandary. Although she possesses a system, the emotional value it generates cannot be converted into currency. She possesses hacking skills, yet this does not grant her the liberty to operate outside the confines of the law. While the dark web offers various tasks, what can a defenseless young girl like Qi Xiaoqing truly accomplish? Chen has explicitly stated that he cannot produce such a sum in cash. Dongfang Yang, though affluent, is merely somewhat naive and not intellectually challenged. While a few tens of thousands may be manageable, over 10 million is far beyond what Qi Xiaoqing could acquire merely by charming others. After much contemplation, and finding no viable solution, Qi Xiaoqing inquired, "Brother, is it possible to forego this 10 million? Qi Song's expression was one of regret, primarily due to his own shortcomings. According to the doctor, Yi Liang's condition had nearly resulted in the loss of his third leg. With a stroke of luck, he might be treated. But should fortune not favor him, he may face a life devoid of intimacy. Upon hearing this, Qi Xiaoqing was left speechless. Goodness! Her brother was essentially condemning this male protagonist to a life without progeny. If fortune were to turn against him, he would be deprived of happiness for the remainder of his days. Did she not possess a proverbial poisoned apple that could shatter his heroic aura? Exchanging 10 million for the absolute exit of a male lead did not seem like a poor bargain after all. Qisong continued. The individual we spoke with last time was the second young master of the Yi family. It seems he and Yi Liang are at odds, and he has made his intentions clear to both Dongfang Yang and me. The Yi family was incensed over losing face and would undoubtedly seek revenge against us. The sum of 10 million was of little consequence to them. It was merely a gesture intended to impress the Yi family, and, in return, they would assist us in marginalizing Yi Liang from the family. Young Master Yi Er. Qi Xiaoqing recalled this individual from the original narrative. The cities of Jiuzhou and Lizhi were thrown into chaos. Young Master Yi Er would use this incident as a blemish to push Yi Liang further away from the Yi family, creating an irreconcilable divide between them. Although she had summoned her brother from Lizhi City in advance, creating a butterfly effect, the designated antagonist still emerged steadily along the path laid out in the original story. Was this the universe's automatic correction? While Qi Xiaoqing pondered, Qisong let out a sigh and spoke in a low voice. Leave this matter of money to me, brother. In her confusion, Qisong had already taken out his phone and dialed a number. A boisterous voice echoed from the other end of the line. Is that you, Songzi? How are things at home? Are you happy? Qisong glanced at Qi Xiaoqing beside him, cleared his throat with some effort, and said to her, little sister. This is Brother Long, the foreman I work with at the construction site. He has been very good to me. Brother Long, taken aback for a moment, then laughed heartily. Ah, our little sister is here too. Without you, Songzi, the site is truly at a loss. The new lads can barely lift 10 bricks at once. Qisong chuckled. Of course, I can carry 15 bricks at a time. I'm the strongest in our group. Listening to the two engage in their theatrical performance, Qi Xiaoqing could no longer suppress her urge to interject. Brother, if a brick measures 5 centimeters in thickness, then stacking 15 bricks would reach half my height. How could you possibly lift them all at once with a single hand? With a resigned sigh, she sweetly addressed her phone. I am Xiaoqing. Thank you, Brother Long, for taking care of my brother. He is quite naive and has been a source of trouble for you. Her tone was endearingly considerate, filled with genuine gratitude and concern, devoid of any inquiries about the nature of their actions. After listening, Brother Long was momentarily taken aback, then remarked, Songzi, you must cherish a sister like her. If I had not erred in the past, my daughter would be entering middle school now, around the same age as your sister. Qisong chuckled lightly. Brother Long, you have always been so good to me. We are brothers, and my sister calls you Brother Long too. She is our little sister. Brother Long's voice boomed with camaraderie. All right, let us two grown men refrain from reminiscing. What brings you to call me? Well, Brother Long, Qisong hesitantly recounted the situation. I was wondering, how much spare cash do you have? The audacity to ask Brother Long for 10 million was something only a straightforward boy like Qisong could dare to utter. If Brother Long had even a hint of suspicion or distrust, their relationship could very well reach an impasse. It seemed as though he was contemplating making off with the money. For an ordinary gang involved in underground enterprises, 10 million was no trifling sum. Even Qi Xiaoqing believed her brother was acting impulsively. After such a rift in their relationship with Brother Long, how would they survive in the gang? However, Brother Long merely chuckled in response to my inquiry about the turmoil surrounding the Yi family's influence and enterprises in Lizhi City, revealing that it was indeed your doing. Well done. Long Ji's voice resonated with enthusiasm. Initially, the brothers faced obstacles, yet for reasons unknown, the Yi family seemed eager to withdraw just a week prior. While they could not produce 10 million, 5 million was still feasible. Qisong was deeply moved by this revelation, expressing gratitude to Long Go, assuring him that he would manage the remaining 5 million independently. Brother was deceived out of 5 million? Qi Xiaoqing's face reflected confusion, though she remained silent. Long Go continued. In fact, Songzi, even without your call, I intended to reach out to you. Through the connections with the Si family, the second young master of the Yi family contacted me, claiming the potential for collaboration. This 10 million shall serve as a stepping stone for you, my brother, in dealings with the second young master of the Yi family. Once I have absorbed all of the Yi family's assets in Lizhi City, I shall repay you double. Surprise swiftly transformed into delight. If this 10 million were to be handed directly to Yi, it would have left Qi Xiaoqin feeling uneasy. As my brother simultaneously cultivated his own influence, it effectively meant the growth of Qi Xiaoqin's power as well. Her excitement surged. Ha, there's no need to rush. Why not spend a few more days with your little sister? Qi Xiaoqin, with a twinkle in her eye, sweetly addressed Long Gu, saying, Brother Long. It's our little sister. Chapter 101. Memories of the past. She still had 2 tasks to accomplish. First, to dispose of the poisoned apple within her system space, so that when Yi Liang eventually awoke and could eat again, she could seize the opportunity to present it to him. Second, she needed to gift the figurine she had obtained from the card draw to Su Tao. Qi Xiaoqin locked the door behind her, delicately extracting the figurine from the confines of the system space. The figure was a double piece, crafted with exquisite detail, vividly lifelike. The character Su Tao, adorned with flowing gray hair, wore a black gown inspired by dark fairy tales, elegantly perched upon high heels, as if engaged in a graceful dance with Qi Xiaoqin. Her body inclined slightly forward, one arm encircling the slender waist of the white-clad figure, while her left index finger gently tilted Qi Xiaoqin's chin, lifting it with a subtle angle, her lips curling into a beguiling smile, her gaze intensely penetrating. In stark contrast, Qi Xiaoqin donned a flowing white princess gown, poised precariously as if on the verge of collapsing, her feet barely touching the ground, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, reflecting a visage of worry and fear, reminiscent of a delicate little rabbit. The figurine, including its base, stood at a modest height of under 20 centimeters, seemingly reflecting a 1/10 scale of their height disparity. Qi Xiaoqin measured 1.53 meters, while the figurine reached a height of 15.3 centimeters. Su Tao, standing at 1.66 meters, had a corresponding figurine height of 16.6 centimeters. It was akin to an embrace between angel and demon, or the juxtaposition of the big bad wolf and the little white rabbit, entirely contrary to their real-life personas. In the narrative of the figurines, Su Tao embodied the darkness, while Qi Xiaoqin appeared timid and endearing, waiting to be cherished. Qi Xiaoqin cradled the figurine high above her. Su Tao's character bore a cartoonish orange motif, while Qi Xiaoqin's was adorned with a cartoon peach design. This was nothing short of a masterpiece. The system's description suggested that prolonged gazing might induce a trance, the lifelike quality, coupled with the strikingly impactful color